A routine vitality test turned Ning Feng, once the top student of Linhai No. 1 High School, into a subject of ridicule. Yet, at this moment of despair, a mysterious martial god simulation system quietly awakened. In the year 530 of the martial era, inside a regular classroom at Linhai No. 1 High School, the homeroom teacher, Li Runin, frowned at the values on the testing device. Ning Feng, vitality level 45 calories, physical fitness level 4. This was far below the class average of 55 calories, not to mention the 70 calories needed to enter a martial arts university. It had dropped 2 points from last month's 47 calories, which meant he was heading towards a technical vocational school at this rate. As Ning Feng dejectedly stepped down from the podium, a blue-haired girl gently ran to his side, her starry eyes full of encouragement. "Brother, keep it up." She was his sister, Xiao Bailu, a pure and adorable girl. Ning Feng wanted to say something, but ultimately returned to his seat in silence. "Teacher, I'm ready." Xiao Bailu stood on the podium, and Li Runin nodded with satisfaction. As the top student in the regular class, Xiao Bailu was supposed to have joined the elite class long ago, but her vitality level hadn't reached the 80 calories standard. This time, Li Runin had a hunch that she would finally achieve her goal. Beep, test successful. Student Xiao Bailu from class 1, vitality level 83 calories, physical fitness level 6, has met the standard for entering the elite class. The testing device announced, and Li Runin was overjoyed, immediately offering to take her to register in the elite class, along with a reward of a bottle of low-level vitality nutrient potion. The classroom buzzed with chatter. "Bailu is amazing. I heard her family spent all their money on Ning Feng, which held her back." "What? Ning Feng deserves it." "Exactly. After consuming so many nutrient potions, his vitality level still dropped. He's a total waste." Even the least attractive girl in the class dismissed the handsome 1.85-meter tall guy. "What are you talking about? My brother Feng isn't like that." Ning Feng's friend, Gao Hai, angrily retorted, but Ning Feng simply shook his head, signaling him to stop. He had endured such mockery for 3 whole years. Who would have thought that he, who had entered the school as the top scorer, would fall to this point? No matter how hard he trained, his performance kept declining, and even the best doctors in Linhai couldn't find the cause. At that moment, a clear notification sounded in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, your vitality accumulation has reached the threshold, successfully awakening the martial god simulation system." Immediately, the system panel displayed his detailed data. Vitality level 45 calories, punching force 98 kilograms, speed 8 milliseconds, mental strength level 3, and 3 martial arts concepts on the verge of breakthrough at 99. Even more exciting was that the system rewarded him with the Great Sun Flame cultivation method, the Mirror Spirit cultivation method, and a formula for advanced nutrient potions, capable of increasing training speed by 100. A simulated training space was being established. Ning Feng was momentarily stunned, his eyes fixed on the translucent panel that suddenly appeared before him, unable to snap out of his daze. A system? He had actually awakened a system. No wonder my training had no effect. It was all to activate this system. His gaze was locked onto the system panel, displaying a blood energy accumulation value of 200, his heartbeat quickening. This figure indicated that his actual blood energy had long surpassed the 200-calorie mark, far exceeding the 150-calorie threshold required to advance to a first-tier martial artist. Just as he was about to curse the system for holding him back for so long, a strange sensation surged within him. His consciousness was uncontrollably drawn into a spatial warehouse, where 2 scrolls emitting golden light caught his eye: the Great Sun Flame cultivation method and the Mirror Spirit cultivation method. Before he could reach out to touch them, the scrolls unfurled automatically, transforming into 2 brilliant beams of golden light that shot into his forehead. In an instant, vast amounts of cultivation knowledge flooded his mind like a tide. Even with a brief perception, he was astonished to find his blood energy value gradually increasing. This effect is far superior to the basic cultivation methods taught at school. Ning Feng was secretly amazed. These were high-level cultivation methods rarely seen, even by the elites. In the elite class, students were only entitled to a mid-level cultivation method each month, along with a few thousand alliance coins and some low-level nutritional potions. Thinking of this, Ning Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. He had worked hard to enter the elite class, yet his blood energy value had always been declining. After completing today's test, he even considered dropping out to attend a vocational school. But now, he had not only awakened the martial god system, but also gained access to 2 high-level cultivation methods. Suddenly, he remembered the advanced nutrition potion formula mentioned by the system. Quickly locating the formula in the warehouse, Ning Feng's breath became rapid. Nutritional potion formulas were alliance secrets, and even the lowest-grade formulas were never available on the market. In Linhai City, the provincial capital of the South Sea Province, a bottle of low-level nutritional potion cost 5,000 alliance coins at the martial arts hall, and mid-level ones were priced at 20,000 alliance coins. As for advanced nutritional potions, One would have to go to the Alliance's top city, Kyoto, where the price reached 100,000 Alliance coins per bottle. These potions were so expensive because they required beast spirit cores and various precious materials. The higher the potion's grade, the higher the demand for beast spirit cores. Low-level potions only needed a first-tier beast spirit core. One core could produce 10 bottles. Mid-level required cores from beasts above the 6th tier, and advanced potions required a 10th-tier beast spirit core equivalent to the strength of a first-grade human martial artist. In this martial era, few warriors reached such levels. Even in Nanhai Province, with its millions of residents, only about 1,000 high school students qualify as martial artists each year. As the top high school in the province, Linhai First High School produces only a few dozen martial artists annually, most of whom come from the elite class. Mr. Li, can I not go to the elite class? I want to stay in class 1. Xiao Bailu said with a complex expression, her head lowered, at the front of the classroom. She had just learned that she had the opportunity to join the elite class, but showed no sign of joy. What? Li Runan's eyes widened in shock. Xiao Bailu, this is a chance to join the elite class. So many students in the regular classes would do anything for this opportunity. With only 3 months until the college entrance exams, the elite class can provide you with better resources, possibly helping you get into a better university. If you have any concerns, you can tell me, but you absolutely cannot say no to this. Xiao Bailu hesitated, instinctively glancing toward the back of the classroom. Li Runan followed her gaze and immediately understood her hesitation. You're worried about your brother, aren't you? But Xiao Bailu, the world is harsh. Ning Feng may not be suited for the martial path in the future. You are different. You have talent and strength, and your future will surely be brighter. I hope you'll agree to move to the elite class today. Just as Xiao Bailu was still hesitating, the door to class 1 swung open. A red-haired girl stood outside, staring seriously at Xiao Bailu on the podium. Apart from the hair color, the two looked identical in appearance, build, and clothing. Sister, why are you here? Xiao Bailu was flustered when she saw her sister Xiao Jingzhe suddenly appear. The classroom erupted into a chorus of astonishment. Oh my god, they're twins. Isn't that the elite class president Xiao Jingzhe, who ranks 3rd in martial arts in the whole grade? I had no idea they were sisters. Why can't I be here? Xiao Jingzhe's cold gaze swept to the back row at Ning Feng. You're not going to the elite class because of him, aren't you? Sister, it's not what you think. Brother Feng, Xiao Bailu tried to explain, but Xiao Jingzhe cut her off. Come out. I'm taking you to the elite class. Xiao Jingzhe turned to Li Runan, her tone softening slightly. Mr. Li, I'll take my sister over. All right, Xiao Bailu, you should go. Li Runan agreed readily. Sister. Xiao Bailu wanted to resist, but Xiao Jingzhe was already pulling her by the hand out of the room. From now on, don't associate with Ning Feng. He and we will not be in the same league in the future. When Ning Feng exited the system space, he found all his classmates looking at him with complex expressions, some with pity, others with disdain. Gao Hai, what's going on? Ning Feng asked, puzzled. Gao Hai said angrily, Brother Feng, your sister was just taken away by a girl from the elite class. She. Oh, you mean Xiao Jingzhe? Ning Feng replied calmly. He knew Xiao Jingzhe had transferred to the elite class at another campus in their sophomore year, and students from the two campuses rarely interacted. Brother Feng, you know that girl? Gao Hai asked, surprised. She's my sister too, Ning Feng answered directly. The class knew Xiao Bailu was his sister, but didn't know he also had a sister named Xiao Jingzhe. In fact, Ning Feng wasn't biologically related to them. He had been sent to the Xiao's family at the age of 3 and grew up with Xiao Jingzhe and Xiao Bailu. Despite being twins, the two sisters have completely different personalities. The older sister, Xiao Jingzhe, is aloof and silent, with piercing eyes that seem to see through people. Since starting high school, she has been indifferent to Ning Feng. In contrast, her younger sister, Xiao Bailu, is gentle and adorable, always following Ning Feng around like a little shadow since they were young. Feng. But she, Gao Hai hesitated, but seeing Ning Feng gently shake his head, he understood his friend's thoughts. Since being taken in by the Xiao family at the age of 3, Uncle Xiao and Aunt Li have treated him like their own son. The monthly supply of nutritional supplements they buy for him exceeds the amount they purchase for their 2 daughters combined. From elementary through middle school, Ning Feng was always the top student in his school. However, after entering high school, his grades began to decline, and he didn't even qualify for the elite class during the sophomore year placement. Despite this, his foster parents never gave up on him. This situation only fueled Xiao Jingzhe's resentment towards him. She believed that if the money spent on him was instead used for her and her sister, at least Xiao Bailu would have joined the elite class sooner. Ning Feng used to sigh helplessly at this, but now things are different. Has awakened his system and obtained an advanced cultivation method. With his talent, catching up with the students in the elite class is only a matter of time. Feng, how about we play some games after school? Gao Hai suggested, noticing his friend's low spirits. No, I need to get home early today. Ning Feng remembered it was Uncle Zhao's birthday, and that they were going to have cake together. All right then, see you tomorrow. Gao Hai wisely didn't press further. Ning Feng picked up his backpack, ignored the glances from his classmates, and left the classroom. As he stepped out of the school gate, he felt a weight lift off his shoulders. With the system's help, his grades would only improve. The train is arriving at Linhai First High School Station. The doors will open on the right. The next stop is Beihai Station. Hearing the subway announcement, Ning Feng instinctively reached out to hold Xiao Bailu's hand, only to realize she wasn't there. He sighed softly. Half an hour later, Ning Feng stood in front of apartment 303 of Unit 5 in Happy Community, unlocking the door. Uncle Xiao was sitting on the sofa watching TV, while the sound of cooking came from the kitchen. Xiao Jingzhe and Xiao Bailu hadn't returned yet. Xiao Feng, Xiao Xingbin adjusted his glasses and called out. Uncle Xiao, Bailu Ning Feng was about to explain why he didn't come home with his sister. I know, Xiao Xingbin nodded. Jingzhe texted me this afternoon. Xiao Feng, don't let this trouble you too much. Bailu is naturally kind-hearted, and your aunt and I never really wanted her to attend a martial arts university. As for Jingzhe, talking about his stubborn elder daughter, even Xiao Xingbin seemed a bit troubled. Uncle, I understand. Ning Feng said as he changed his shoes and put on an apron to help in the kitchen. As a technical staff member at the city police department, Uncle Xiao and Aunt Li, who teaches Chinese in middle school, have a combined annual income of 240,000 alliance currency. In Linhai City, the Xiao family could be considered middle class, but supporting 3 children in their studies, especially nurturing Ning Feng and Xiao Jingzhe's martial arts talents, meant spending 200,000 yuan annually just on nutritional supplements, leaving just enough to cover everyday expenses. In the kitchen, Li Wanfang was busy preparing dinner. Seeing Ning Feng enter, she quickly waved him away. Xiao Feng, go back to your studies. I can handle the kitchen. Aunt, it's all right. Ning Feng replied with a smile as he took the spatula. He had started honing his culinary skills when Aunt Li, who was also a homeroom teacher, couldn't make it home to cook. Now, he was the family's culinary expert. Every holiday, class beauty Xiao Bailu would beg him to make braised pork trotters, and the sight of her devouring them would be hard for classmates to believe. Li Wanfang looked at the tall, handsome young man before her with affection. Xiao Feng, you had your blood and physical fitness tests today, right? How did you do? Ning Feng paused slightly, then replied calmly, same as last time. He chose to remain silent about the mysterious system that had appeared within him. Li Wanfang patted his back reassuringly. It's all right, your academic performance is excellent. Even if you don't get into a martial arts university, there are other good options. Have you thought about becoming a teacher? Your junior high martial arts teacher was just asking when you might visit your high school. Mr. Hai, Ning Feng's eyes flickered. In junior high, he was a standout student, excelling in academics and showing exceptional martial arts talent. Under Mr. Hai's guidance, he progressed from a novice to a level 4 in physical fitness within 3 years. With his original talent, he was expected to reach at least level 8 by the end of high school, possibly even becoming a first-grade martial artist. Yet, the reality was that he remained at level 4 in his senior year, with no progress. Yes, that old guy, Li Wanfang said with a proud smile, as any teacher would be to have nurtured such a talented student. Aunt, I'll definitely visit Mr. Hai when I can. Ning Feng had hoped to return to his alma mater with news of joining the elite class, but his high school performance plummeted, placing him at the bottom of the regular class, causing a significant shift in his mindset. Great. Mr. Hai will be thrilled to see you, Li Wanfang replied with a laugh. As they were setting the dishes on the table, Xiao Jingzhe and Xiao Bailu returned home. They wore white martial arts uniforms emblazoned with Yuan Sheng Dojo, a dojo run by a third-grade martial artist in Linhai City. Elite class students could enjoy an hour of free training daily there. Though the facilities were simple, for a family like the Xiaos, living in a modestly sized home, it was a rare training opportunity. Sis, I'm exhausted. Can I skip training at the dojo tomorrow? Xiao Bailu pleaded, collapsing onto the sofa. No way. Xiao Jingzhe shot her sister a stern look. There are only 2 months until the college entrance exam. Improving your martial arts scores is crucial for getting into a good university. Okay, Xiao Bailu replied weakly, but then an enticing aroma caught her attention. She sprang up energetically. Is that braised pork trotters? Is Ning Feng back? Your brother knows you love pig trotters, so he made a big pot of braised pig trotters just for you, Li Wanfang said with a smile, pointing towards the kitchen. Thanks, brother. Bailu was much more lively at home compared to her quiet demeanor at school. She quickly stepped forward, untied Ning Feng's apron, and handed him a clean towel to dry his hands. Bailu, how was training today? Ning Feng asked with a smile, placing the towel aside after drying his hands. I'm exhausted, Bailu said, rubbing her sore shoulders. I keep saying I don't want to train anymore. There are so many lessons in the elite class that I don't understand. Can you help me with some problems later? She deliberately skipped over a certain topic and clung to Ning Feng's arm playfully. You're the top student in our regular class. If you can't solve the problems, I definitely won't be able to, Ning Feng said, tapping her nose lightly with a finger, smiling warmly. Xiao Bailu noticed a change in her brother's mood. He seemed more cheerful than before. No way, you're the real genius, The most amazing, she protested, pouting. In her heart, Ning Feng would always be the spirited young man she admired. Umph. Bailu, don't be fooled by some people. Xiao Jingzhe suddenly interjected, looking coldly at her sister and Ning Feng's close interaction with disdain in her eyes. Martial arts grades are what truly prove everything. Past achievements mean nothing now. Her tone was laced with obvious sarcasm, and she didn't even glance at Ning Feng. All right, it's my birthday today. Let's all be happy. We'll cut the cake after dinner. Xiao Xingbin quickly intervened to ease the tension. Although it was his birthday, the table was filled with dishes the children loved, prepared by Li Wanfang. Xiao Xingbin had no objections to this. Ever since their eldest daughter Xiao Jingzhe joined the elite class, she rarely had dinner with the family. She either ate the free nutritious meals at school or trained at the dojo until late at night before coming home. Dad, Mom, you go ahead and eat. Xiao Jingzhe glanced at the table full of home-cooked dishes with no appetite. This was because she was almost at the martial artist level, and regular meals no longer provided the energy her body needed. Sigh, Xiao Xingbin sighed, understanding his daughter's situation and not forcing her. Take this bottle of nutritional supplement with you, he said, pulling out 3 bottles of basic nutritional supplements from his pocket, each worth 5,000 alliance currency. 1 bottle each for Xiaofeng and Bailu as well. Initially, Xiao Jingzhe's eyes lit up with joy at the sight of the nutritional supplements, but when she heard that Ning Feng would also receive a bottle, she immediately frowned. However, she didn't object directly as it was her father's decision, and she had no right to interfere. But she still snorted. 3 years of high school and so many nutritional supplements. Yet your blood energy hasn't increased, it's actually decreased. I don't understand why we waste money on this. With that, she grabbed the supplement and stormed back to her room. Xiao Xingbin stood there awkwardly, unsure of what to do. Xiaofeng, don't mind Jingzhe's words. She's going through a rebellious phase, it'll get better. It's okay, I understand. Ning Feng replied with a shake of his head, though a hint of bitterness flashed in his eyes. After dinner, Xiao Xingbin prepared to go downstairs for a walk to digest, while Li Wanfang quickly tidied up the table to join her friends for a square dance session. The spacious living room was left with just Ning Feng and Xiao Bailu. Brother, I have a secret to tell you, Xiao Bailu suddenly said, holding onto his wrist as he was about to head back to his room to train. She tilted her head and blinked her big eyes, looking adorably at him. What's up? Xiao Bai whispered, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I went to the elite class today and found that those students are just so-so. None of them are as handsome as you, brother. To me, you'll always be the most handsome and the best brother. After saying this, she quickly shoved the nutrition potion into Ning Feng's hand, blushing as she hurried back to her room. Ning Feng looked down at the 2 crystal-clear bottles of nutrition potion in his hand, a frown forming on his brow. It had become a routine every time Uncle Xiao distributed the potions. Bailu would always find a way to give her share to him. Initially, he would refuse, even returning the potion directly, but within a day, the potion would mysteriously reappear in his room. Even if he deliberately left the potion unused, Bailu would secretly pour it into his water cup. Thinking about this, Ning Feng clenched his fist. If Bailu could keep these potions for herself, her blood energy value would probably have surpassed 80 calories by now, allowing her to enter the elite class smoothly. System, I want to train, Ning Feng declared resolutely. The system immediately responded. The host is about to learn the Great Sunflame cultivation method for the first time. Do you wish to enter the martial arts simulation training space? Martial arts training space? Ning Feng's eyes lit up, recalling that the system had indeed mentioned the space was being established when it first activated. Yes, he confirmed without hesitation. At this moment, he had only one thought: to become stronger, stronger than anyone else. With the system prompt, entering martial arts simulation training space, Ning Feng's consciousness plunged into brief darkness, and a few seconds later, light returned. What he saw was a vast martial arts training ground, with stone flooring engraved with a bagua formation. Various weapons were neatly arranged around: spears, twin blades, iron shields, long swords, double axes, double halberds, hooks, forks, staffs, long whips, meteor hammers, and more. Each weapon emitted the unique luster of source iron, worth at least 100,000 alliance coins. These weapons' quality far surpassed the ordinary iron weapons in the school's martial arts room, even superior to the fine iron weapons used by the elite class, comparable to a first-grade warrior's equipment. The system prompted, based on the Great Sun Flame cultivation method you're practicing, suitable weapons include spear, meteor hammer, long whip. This prompt made Ning Feng thoughtful. In the past, when practicing basic methods, he mainly focused on meditation, combined with specific exercises to accelerate food digestion and convert it into blood energy value. But using weapons for cultivation was something he had never heard of before. The system explained that using weapons could not only enhance corresponding martial arts skills, but also elevate the realm of intent. For example, with Ning Feng's proficiency in the spear, his spear intent had reached 99 of the first level, similar to his fist intent and movement technique, all on the verge of breaking through to the second level. This made his martial arts skills overall rating reach the second level standard, ranking him among the top in the regular class. This was no coincidence. Over the past 3 years, after realizing his blood energy value and physical qualities were difficult to improve, Ning Feng had focused on cultivating martial arts skills. Although previously he couldn't track specific progress due to the lack of expensive testing equipment, his efforts had indeed paid off. After all, the martial arts skill testing device, worth tens of millions of alliance coins, was always exclusively for elite class students. Ning Feng unhesitatingly chose the spear as his weapon. It was the weapon he was most familiar with, almost like an extension of his arm. Suddenly, the surroundings changed dramatically. The stone slabs of the Bagua Formation dissolved beneath his feet, replaced by an endless expanse of grassland. A gentle breeze swept by, and the wild grass brushed against his cheeks, causing him to squint involuntarily. The realism of this simulated training scene was astonishing, as if he were truly standing on a vast prairie. Gripping his spear tightly, Ning Feng cautiously moved forward. In an instant, several green figures emerged in the distance, brandishing wooden clubs and charging towards him with piercing screams. Goblins. Ning Feng's heart skipped a beat. These creatures, standing about 1.2 meters tall, were first-level beasts, one of the most well-known species in human history. The history of the astral realm and exotic beasts flashed through his mind. The astral realm, a material transport channel across time and space, not only brought abundant resources to Earth, but also attracted creatures from other worlds. Humans once subdued these creatures, only to face catastrophe when superpowered beasts emerged. It wasn't until the first warrior appeared that humanity found hope. This history had long been a compulsory course for every middle school student, and Ning Feng had always excelled in it. Despite the goblins being only first-level beasts, with strength comparable to ordinary adults, Ning Feng did not underestimate them. As a warrior with a physical fitness level of 4, a punching power of 98 kilograms, and a speed of 8 meters per second, he was fully capable of handling them. Let's try that spear technique. Ning Feng bent his knees slightly and burst forward, crossing 8 meters in a second. As the nearest goblin entered his attack range, he unleashed his most powerful move, Whirlwind Slash. The source iron spear sliced through the air, its tip even sparking a flame. A series of thud sounds followed, as green blood splattered and 5 goblins fell to the ground. A system prompt appeared. He was practicing the Great Sun Flame training method, with a training speed of 100. The feat of slaying 5 goblins earned him 5 first-level beast spirit cores. You have obtained a drop of a beast's essence. Ning Feng plopped down on the ground, his right hand hanging limply. He couldn't help but use his left hand to massage his right arm, which was sore and exhausted. The power of the Whirlwind Slash was impressive, but it had drained a significant amount of his energy, leaving him feeling like a large part of his strength had been siphoned away. Is it because of my practice of the Great Sun Flame cultivation method? Ning Feng frowned slightly, recalling the intense heat he felt surging within him during the battle. His blood seemed to boil in the heat of combat, and in less than 2 minutes of fierce fighting, he could clearly feel a significant enhancement in his vitality. Even now, as he rested, that intense heat still circulated within him, albeit at a slower pace. However, this experience was great. Ning Feng nodded to himself. This was his first direct confrontation with a beast, and the level 1 goblin was as easy to handle as slicing through a melon, posing no real threat to him. What pleased him even more was the abundant loot. Ning Feng opened the system's inventory, where 2 bottles of nutritional potions and 5 green, fist-sized level 1 spirit cores were neatly arranged. In a corner of the inventory, a drop of white liquid, emitting a faint halo, hovered in the air. It was a drop of beast essence. On the black market, a single level 1 spirit core was worth 2,000 alliance coins. As for the beast essence, it was extremely precious, with even the most common white essence priced at a minimum of 100,000 alliance coins, and it was so rare it was often unavailable for purchase. Not every beast drops a spirit core. The drop rate is about 50%. But beast essence? That probability is perhaps 1 in 10,000. Meaning, you might have to defeat 10,000 level 1 goblins to obtain a single drop of beast essence. Beast essence also comes in different levels, ranging from low to high, white, blue, red, and gold. The drop Ning Feng obtained was the lowest level white beast essence, but even so, it was still a rare treasure. You have obtained a drop of beast essence, and you can attempt to craft a high-grade vitality nutritional potion. Required materials: 1 drop of beast essence, 5 spirit snake seeds, and 10 raspberry fruits. As Ning Feng attempted to interact with the drop of beast essence, the system immediately displayed a prompt. He was ecstatic. Beast essence could be used to craft potions. He had assumed that the advanced nutritional potion recipe he previously acquired would be unusable for a while, since it required a first-level beast spirit core. He hadn't expected that the goblin's beast essence could substitute for a first-level beast spirit core. In comparison, the value of a drop of white beast essence is nearly equivalent to that of a first-level beast spirit core. A first-level beast is akin to a first-rank human martial artist, and defeating one is incredibly challenging, certainly beyond Ning Feng's current capability. Yet, white beast essence can sometimes be obtained from beasts below the first level upon their death, making it even more precious. Beast spirit cores signify strength, while beast essence signifies rarity. 2 bottles of blood and chi nutrition elixirs appeared in the system warehouse. This discovery made Ning Feng realize that the spiritual cores and essences he acquired could indeed be used in reality. Without hesitation, he retrieved the elixirs from the warehouse and drank both bottles in one go. The system immediately prompted, "Ding, you have consumed a low-level blood and chi nutrition elixir. Your cultivation efficiency has increased by 10 for 30 minutes. Only 10. Ning Feng mused to himself. Although he had used this type of elixir before, the lack of increase in his blood and chi values had left him uncertain about its specific effects. Since the effect lasted only half an hour, he needed to seize the time to cultivate. He quickly got up, stretched his arms, and moved forward. Before him lay an endless plain, vast and boundless. After walking about 100 meters, he encountered a group of goblins. These ugly creatures licked their lips upon seeing Ning Feng, casting lecherous looks even at a male. In Ning Feng's memory, goblins were a race solely driven by the instinct to reproduce from birth to death. They never mated with their kind, preferring to hunt females of other species, especially human women. Just as Ning Feng was about to make a move, the goblin group suddenly retreated. Then, a giant goblin, 2 meters tall and wielding a spiked club, slowly emerged. The system promptly provided information. Goblin King, level 4, strength, 80 kilograms. Ning Feng was taken aback. He recalled from his middle school lessons on exotic beasts that only one Goblin King would emerge among 10,000 goblins. Roar! The Goblin King let out a howl, but instead of attacking directly, it commanded its subordinates to attack first. Several goblins immediately lunged at Ning Feng. A bunch of beasts. Ning Feng cursed the Goblin King's cunning. This time, he didn't use his whirlwind slash immediately, but adopted a more flexible tactic. He suddenly accelerated, crouched, and charged to the goblin group's flank, his spear thrusting repeatedly. As the spear's shadows danced, the sound of piercing flesh echoed, and green blood gushed from the wounds in the goblins' bodies. Seeing its subordinates fall, the Goblin King became furious. It raised its spiked club, attempting to ambush Ning Feng from behind and smash his head. Sensing the danger from behind, Ning Feng advanced instead of retreating, dodging the attack by leaning his head back. He then swept his left leg across, sending the Goblin King crashing down. Die! Taking advantage of the moment when his opponent was down, Ning Feng executed a whirlwind slash, his spear slicing through the Goblin King's neck like cutting through cloth. An ugly green head flew off in response. The system then prompted, "You have successfully killed the Goblin King. You have obtained a level 4 exotic beast spiritual core. While in combat, your cultivation efficiency increases by 10. The warning of mental exhaustion hit suddenly and forcefully. Ning Feng was still basking in the joy of defeating the Goblin King when everything went dark, and he collapsed uncontrollably to the ground. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in his bed in the real world. Is it over already? He instinctively glanced at the clock, surprised to see that 2 whole hours had passed. Ding! The system's notification sounded timely. The host's mental strength is insufficient for prolonged training. Please enhance your mental strength. This reminder brought Ning Feng back to the mirror spirit cultivation method he had acquired. Unlike physical training, which required battling beasts in a simulated battlefield, cultivating mental strength only required entering a state of mind space. Following the method's guidance, he closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and calmed his mind. You are cultivating mental strength and can cancel at any time. With the system's prompt, Ning Feng fell into a peculiar half-dream, half-awake state. It wasn't until the morning sunlight filtered through the curtains onto his face that he slowly opened his eyes. To his surprise, despite feeling as if he had been training the entire time, he was now refreshed and full of energy. This was the effect of the mirror spirit cultivation method, which not only alleviated fatigue, but was even more effective than regular sleep. This meant he could potentially train continuously for 24 hours. However, compared to mental training, the changes from last night's Great Sun Flame cultivation method were more noticeable. His body was brimming with energy, and his muscle strength had significantly increased, surpassing basic training methods by several times. Uncle Xiao, Aunt Li, I'm off to school. After a quick wash, Ning Feng grabbed an egg and a cup of milk, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and headed for the door. Xiao Feng, there's a hot sandwich on the plate. Li Wanfang called out from the kitchen. No need, I'm not hungry this morning. Ning Feng replied with a smile as he left the house. Xiao Xingbin, with his hair disheveled, emerged from the room, rubbing his sleepy eyes. thinking it was his younger daughter Xiao Bailu who had rushed out. Xiao Feng seems really happy today. It's been a while since I've seen him smile. He commented as he picked up a sandwich to eat. Hey, Xiao, you haven't brushed your teeth yet. That's gross. Li Wanfeng swatted her husband's hand away. Then, recalling Ning Feng's smile earlier, she felt a sense of relief. I have to say, Xiao Feng did smile at me just now. If only he could be like he was in middle school. Ning Feng's middle school days were a time Li Wanfeng was most proud of. Unfortunately, things became complicated in high school. Sigh. Xiao Xingbin sighed, gently comforting. As long as Xiao Feng and Jingzhe, Bailu grow up healthy, that's our greatest wish. Besides, Ning's older brother sacrificed himself on the beast battlefield. I'd rather Xiao Feng be an ordinary person than. Ning Feng was unaware of what Uncle Xiao and Aunt Li were thinking. At that moment, he was preparing to take the subway to school. The subway car was noisy with chatter, and half an hour later, as the announcement, Linhai No. 1 High School Station, the doors will open on the left, played, Ning Feng stepped out of the car. The walk from the subway station to Linhai No. 1 High School wasn't far. A few minutes along the sidewalk, and there it was, the familiar school gate. Just as Ning Feng was about to step through the gate, a loud voice called out behind him, Feng. Ning Feng didn't turn around, replying with a hint of resignation. Gao Hai, can you not make such a fuss? Heh. Gao Hai quickly caught up to Ning Feng. Feng, isn't your sister coming to school with you? As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped his forehead. Sorry Feng, my brain's a mess. I almost forgot that Xiao Bailu went to the elite class yesterday. Ning Feng's expression remained calm, though a complex feeling stirred within him. With my sister's talent, she should have moved up to the elite class long ago. It was only because of him that she hadn't. Feng, this morning we have martial arts class. Can you teach me some moves? Gao Hai's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Your boxing is pretty decent. I can't teach you much more for now. I'm actually interested in learning marksmanship, but my old man insists I practice boxing. Laughing, the two of them walked into the classroom. They hadn't even sat down when a group of girls, surrounding a delicate figure, approached them. Leading them was Mo Jiao, the class president who had cried for hours after losing the election, only to end up with the position because you can't bully a female classmate. Ning Feng, could I discuss something with you? Mo Jiao asked, her head lowered, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, with a touch of intentional grievance. Ning Feng frowned slightly. What's the matter? Well, our class has 10 scholarship slots, and according to the order, you should get one this time. But I hope you can give your spot to Lin Yan. As soon as she said this, Gao Hai exploded. Mo Jiao, what kind of nonsense is that? The school gives our regular class 15 scholarship slots each year. We agreed they'd be distributed in order, so everyone gets a turn. Why should Feng give his spot to your boyfriend Lin Yan? Mo Jiao's eyes instantly welled up with tears, large drops rolling down her cheeks. How can you say that about me? I'm just thinking about the class. The surrounding girls, seeing this, cast disapproving glances. The atmosphere in the classroom suddenly became tense and confrontational. Gao Hai, this has nothing to do with you. Get lost. The harsh shouting echoed through the classroom. A group of girls surrounded Mo Jiao, their eyes filled with anger as they glared at Ning Feng. One of them pointed a finger at Ning Feng's nose, her voice sharp. Ning Feng, are you even a man? You actually made a girl cry. Ning Feng, with your poor grades, getting the scholarship is pointless. It would be better if the class monitor managed it, another girl chimed in. Exactly. In my opinion, Ning Feng shouldn't even stay in class 1. He's just a disgrace to us. Lin Yan's martial arts scores are second in the class, only behind Xiao Bailu. Now that Bailu is in the elite class, he's the top. Giving the scholarship to Lin Yan so he can join the elite class would be better, wouldn't it? At that moment, Lin Yan, dressed in sportswear, strode in. Standing at 6 feet tall with a strong build and handsome features, his presence as the class's sports committee member immediately drew everyone's attention. Jiao, don't cry over a loser, Lin Yan consoled softly, then shifted his tone. I originally intended to use this money to lead our class's sports team to victory in competitions and bring honor to our class. Since some people lack team spirit, we don't need to consider them as part of class 1. Following his words, other neutral students in the class began speaking up too. Ning Feng, just let it go. Your family doesn't need the scholarship, so why not let Lin Yan have it? Lin Yan will use the money to bring glory to our class, so it's reasonable to give it to him. Although it's a bit unfair, the world isn't fair, Ning Feng. Just make a small sacrifice. At this point, Gao Hai couldn't hold it in any longer. He stood up abruptly, pointing directly at Lin Yan's nose. Lin Yan, who are you pretending to be? You just wanted to chase after Xiao Bailu secretly, and now you're targeting Feng because we found out. Gao Hai turned to Mo Jiao, his tone even sharper. Crying. All you do is cry. If we knew you were such a crybaby, who would have supported you as class monitor? You might as well be the water dispenser manager. Do you think I don't see through you? You just look down on Feng and want to use the money to suck up to Lin Yan. Do you think you're worthy? Lin Yan is just using you. If he gets into the elite class, he'll kick you aside. Gao Hai's words hit like a barrage of arrows. Having grown up on chaotic streets, he could make even troublesome old ladies cry by the age of 3. His words left everyone speechless. The crowd suddenly realized. Lin Yin had a girlfriend, but was pursuing the class beauty, Xiao Bailu? A wave of disdain for Lin Yin spread among them. You're talking nonsense. Lin Yin hurriedly refuted, trying to maintain his image. But it was true. He wasn't interested in someone like Mo Jiaojiao, who just pretended to be weak. He was genuinely attracted to talented girls like Xiao Bailu and Xiao Jingzhe. Mo Jiaojiao stood frozen, unusually not bursting into tears, but she glanced at Lin Yin with a trace of resentment in her eyes. Jiaojiao, don't listen to his nonsense. You're the one I love the most, Lin Yin quickly explained. After all, Mo Jiaojiao was still the class monitor, and he couldn't afford to fall out with her before entering the elite class or finishing the college entrance exams. I know, Mo Jiaojiao replied quietly, then silently returned to her seat, no longer insisting that Ning Feng give up the scholarship spot. A bunch of scoundrels. Gao Hai spat on the ground, his eyes blazing with anger. If it weren't for Feng Ji's sake, he would have dealt with that couple long ago. Lin Yin clenched his fists, his expression shifting. His meticulously crafted plan should have been flawless, first secretly encouraging Mo Jiaojiao to gather intelligence, then posing as a moral crusader to rally the class's support and easily snatch Ning Feng's scholarship. Unfortunately, it fell apart. He cast a cold glance at Ning Feng and Gao Hai, a sinister smile curling his lips as he silently returned to his seat. Feng Ge, don't bother with these small-minded people, Gao Hai said indignantly. Ning Feng shook his head lightly. It's fine. In the past, to prevent his sister Xiao Bailu from being affected in class, he always chose to remain silent. But now that his sister was no longer in class 1, he saw no need to hold back. Feng Ge, even teacher Wu praises you highly, Gao Hai said excitedly. Remember back in our first year, if it weren't for you chasing away those thugs with just a stick, I'd have been done for. Gao Hai was still grateful for that incident, which solidified Ning Feng as his big brother. As for the scholarship, I wouldn't normally care too much, Ning Feng said with a slight smile. But if someone wants to take it, they better be up to the challenge. Well said, Gao Hai immediately echoed. The words reached Lin Yin in the front row, making his face turn pale with anger. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Li Runin, entered the classroom with a pleased expression. Class, this morning we have martial arts skills. We're heading to the dojo at the North Campus, where there are professional testing facilities. The announcement stirred a buzz in the classroom. The North Campus was the territory of the elite class, leaving many students both excited and nervous. Class President Mo, Li Runin turned to Mo Jiaojiao. You'll be in charge of leading the group to the school bus. Remember, return immediately after the testing. Yes, teacher. Usually arrogant, Mo Jiaojiao was surprisingly compliant in front of the teacher. Lin Yan and all the sports team members, do your best, Li Runin encouraged. Though she wasn't the martial arts instructor, that role was filled by the retired military officer Wu Yanshengsha, was full of hope for her students. In Lin Yan's view, her performance was undoubtedly the best in the class. Teacher, aren't you going? Lin Yan eagerly asked. I'm not going. Mr. Wu will take you there shortly. As soon as the words were spoken, a burly man with a stubbly face named Wu Yansheng strode into the classroom, his sharp gaze sweeping over the class. Everyone, follow me. Wu Yansheng's voice was loud and commanding. Today's martial arts skills test is crucial for your future. If you want to apply to Martial Arts University, this test accounts for half of your score. I've been urging you to practice diligently, but you've all ignored my advice. Today, you'll see the gap between you and the elite class. As he said this, he gave a meaningful look towards Ning Feng at the back of the room in his eyes, the only student truly outstanding. The classroom erupted into a murmur of low discussions. We're doomed. I've been slacking off in martial arts class and haven't practiced properly. Don't worry, machine tests aren't that accurate. Maybe we'll get lucky and score high. The gap between us and the elite class shouldn't be that big, right? Besides, we have Lin Yan, our sports captain. Wu Yansheng listened to the whispers, but just shook his head silently and was the first to board the school bus. Half an hour later, the bus arrived at the North Campus. Stay close and don't wander off, Wu Yansheng instructed as he led the group towards the martial arts hall. The students observed the surroundings as they discussed among themselves. The North Campus is really big. It's all right, I still prefer our South Campus. Look, those wearing different uniforms are the elite class students. How embarrassing, I wish I hadn't worn my uniform. The elite class students were used to such looks and glanced away indifferently. Yet, this brief eye contact stirred feelings among some of the girls in the first class. Are they looking down on us? Definitely. Their eyes were full of disdain. So what if they're the elite class? There's nothing to be so arrogant about. Don't be so conceited, they don't care about you at all, Wu Yansheng said coldly, striding ahead of the group. His brow furrowed slightly as he lamented the narrow-mindedness of the regular class students. Even in the effort to cultivate the elite class, the school shouldn't deliberately isolate the regular class. Only by witnessing the gap firsthand can they be motivated to improve. A disheartening statistic flashed through Wu Yinxing's mind. Nearly 90 of students would eventually end up in vocational schools, learning skills, and entering the workforce early. This reality made him sigh. At the back of the group, students whispered among themselves. Old Wu is in a foul mood today. What's his problem? She'll keep it down. He seems to always have a problem with our class. Forget it. Just think of it as a field trip. One boy said confidently, my vitality level is in the top 10 of the class, so my martial arts skills aren't bad. Walking beside Mo Jiaojiao, Lin Yan held his head high, his eyes shining with pride. Now that Xiao Bailu is gone, I'm the top student in the class. My martial arts skills are definitely the best. He was secretly delighted, thinking that if he performed well in the upcoming test, he might catch the attention of the elite class teachers or even the school leadership, earning a direct promotion to the elite class. Lin Yan's thoughts drifted to Xiao Bailu, and then to the red-haired girl Xiao Jingzhe, who had caught his heart. Two outstanding twin sisters, if he could win them both. The thought brought a wicked smile to his face. As for Mo Jiaojiao beside him, to him, she was just a pretty but foolish girl. Before long, a futuristic martial arts hall appeared before them. At the entrance stood a beautiful teacher in a cheongsam, waiting for their arrival. Teacher Hai Ruyue, Wu Yinxing quickly approached. The head teacher of the elite class was a renowned figure, producing several students who entered the top C9 martial arts universities each year, and she herself was a second-rank martial artist. Hello, Teacher Wu, Hai Ruyue said, extending her right hand gracefully. Wu Yinxing immediately introduced. Teacher Hai, these are students from regular class 1, and Xiao Bailu came from this class. Hai Ruyue glanced over the students, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. She had come in person because Xiao Bailu had shown remarkable talent in a spiritual test that morning, making her wonder if there were undiscovered talents in the regular class. However, the potential of these students didn't match even the weakest in the elite class. Nevertheless, Hai Ruyue maintained a polite smile. Teacher Wu, shall we go inside? With that, she turned and led the way into the martial arts hall. Follow Teacher Hai, Wu Yinxing immediately called out. This martial arts hall, costing nearly 1 billion alliance credits, spanned several thousand square meters and was constructed with secondary-level defense materials, highlighting its extraordinary status. Upon entering the martial arts hall, everyone had to scan their information, and outsiders were not allowed in. However, today, Hai Ruyue used a privilege card to effortlessly lead her entire class through the stringent check-in process. As they stepped inside, the students couldn't help but express their amazement. Wow, this place is huge, one student exclaimed, eyes wide as they looked around. It really is massive. Look, there are so many machines over there, and they look so expensive, another student said excitedly, pointing into the distance. The interior of the martial arts hall was astonishingly spacious. The first floor was divided into several areas, each comparable to the sports field at the southern campus. Various advanced testing equipment was neatly arranged, gleaming with a metallic shine. In front of a 100-meter speed meter, a figure dashed past like an arrow released from a bow. So fast, the crowd gasped. The electronic screen displayed an astonishing number, less than 6 seconds. That means his speed reached 16.6 meters per second, someone quickly calculated. His physical fitness is at least level 7. Level 7 physical fitness. The other students exchanged glances. That would mean a blood vitality value of over 95 calories, right? This number left everyone gasping. It was known that the blood vitality values of all the students in their class hovered around 50 calories. Is this guy even human? No way. The equipment must be wrong, someone muttered in disbelief. Level 7 physical fitness, that's terrifying. Another student said softly, a look of discouragement on their face. We're nowhere near the elite class. After witnessing the impressive data of this elite class student, the regular class students couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened. They initially thought the elite class wasn't much different, but the gap turned out to be significant. At that moment, Teacher Wu approached. First, take these students to test their blood vitality. He instructed Hai Ruyue, then test their physical fitness in batches, and finally, their martial arts skills. Hai Ruyue nodded, adding, originally, we were only supposed to test the regular class's martial arts skills today, but I think we should give them a few more opportunities. Even if their martial arts skills aren't great, they might have talent in other areas. Wu Yinxing thought for a moment and then agreed. Let's follow Teacher Hai's plan. Led by Hai Ruyue, the group went up to the second floor. Compared to the first floor, there were more students here, and it was bustling with activity. The first floor was mainly for testing physical fitness and martial arts skills, while the second floor served as the primary martial arts training area. The largest space was the public training room, where specialized martial arts teachers conducted classes. Additionally, there were individual martial arts training rooms and VIP training rooms to cater to different student needs. As Hai Ruyue and Wu Yinxing led the group of students onto the second floor, dozens of students training in the public room turned to look. This was, in fact, the elite martial arts class under Hai Ruyue's guidance. Teacher Hai, a student shouted in surprise. Teacher Hai, why are you here? Look, There are so many students behind teacher Hai. Another voice chimed in. After saying that, Xiao Jingzhe shot Ning Feng a cold glare and turned to leave the classroom. Her back radiated a barely concealed anger, leaving the rest of the students to turn their gazes toward Ning Feng. Is that the class monitor's brother? He's quite handsome, someone whispered. He's lucky to have two gifted sisters, another voice chimed in. Strange, why does the class monitor treat her brother so poorly? I heard he's lazy, has zero martial talent, and often bullies his two sisters, someone explained in a hushed tone. As the students of the elite class whispered among themselves, one group stood out, centered around a black-haired, blue-eyed boy. They were teasing him about his connection with Xiao Jingzhe. This boy, named Lan Qian, not only ranked first in the martial arts scores, but was also third in the martial arts rankings of Linhai City. For 3 years, he had been pursuing Xiao Jingzhe, even giving up the chance to run for class monitor to become vice monitor, all to win her favor. Brother-in-law? Huh. Lan Qian chuckled, shaking his head. According to my investigation, this person is not related to Jingzhe by blood. He's just a parasite living with the Xiao family. Once he turns 18, he'll naturally be kicked out. Someone as outstanding as Jingzhe shouldn't be dragged down by a loser. As the eldest grandson of the Lan family in Linhai City, Lan Qian's status was far from ordinary. He could uncover the Xiao family's background with just a phone call. If it weren't for Xiao Jingzhe, he would have transferred to the prestigious Jingxing-affiliated school long ago. I see. No wonder the class monitor treats him so poorly. Such a shameless person. If it were me, I'd have died of shame by now. I know a few troublemakers in the regular class. Should we find a chance to teach him a lesson? Feng, Gao Hai began, but Ning Feng shrugged indifferently. It's fine. Jingzhe has always been like this. I'm used to it. She's mainly upset on behalf of our younger sister, Bailu, who she feels should have been in the elite class long ago, but was held back because of me. Hai Ryue listened to the discussions, her gaze inadvertently landing on the handsome but slightly helpless-looking boy in the crowd. Ning Feng. She silently mouthed his name, then raised her voice. All right, everyone, follow me to the qi and blood testing room. The group headed to the nearby testing room, where Wu Yinsheng was maintaining order at the front of the line. A large screen displayed the test results in real time, capturing the interest of the elite martial arts class students who were curious about the abilities of their peers from the regular class. Mo Jiaojiao, you're up, Wu Yinsheng called out, holding the list. Yes, teacher, Mo Jiaojiao replied, walking into the testing room. Mo Jiaojiao nervously clutched her chest as she stepped into the blood and energy testing room. She glanced at Lin Yan, then quickly scanned the two teachers before mustering the courage to approach the high-precision instrument. This device was far superior to the small equipment used for monthly tests in the regular class, boasting top-notch accuracy. Taking a deep breath, Mo Jiaojiao inserted her hand into the machine. Seconds later, her data flashed on the large screen. Senior year, regular class 1 Mo Jiaojiao. Age, 18 years. Weight, 50 kilograms. Height, 153 centimeters. Blood and energy value, 58.35 calories. Margin of error, 0.001. Physical fitness, level 5, needs correction. Spiritual aptitude, grade D. Seeing the results, Mo Jiaojiao exhaled with relief. Her blood and energy value had been 58 calories the previous day, and today it had increased by 0.35 calories. This instrument truly lived up to its reputation. However, as she exited the testing room, she noticed that teachers Wu Yinsheng and Hai Ryue were frowning, showing no reaction. Meanwhile, laughter erupted from the elite martial arts class. Ha! Only 58.35 calories for blood and energy value? Is this a joke? I heard she's their class president, but her blood and energy value is so low. With results like that, she probably can't even get into the worst martial arts university. Grade D spiritual aptitude? I thought the lowest was C grade. The regular class is really hopeless. I had some expectations. I really wonder what these regular class students have been doing for 3 years of high school. Just wasting time. The elite class students mocked without restraint. The minimum standard for entering the elite class was a blood and energy value exceeding 80 calories. Even Xiao Bailu, who had just joined and had the lowest scores in the elite class, far surpassed Mo Jiaojiao. As for Xiao Jingzhe, Lan Qian, and others, their blood and energy values had long exceeded 100. Xiao Jingzhe patted her sister Xiao Bailu's shoulder, comforting her. Sister, it's okay. Now that you've awakened your spiritual aptitude, you have plenty of time to catch up. If it weren't for Ning Feng taking your nutritional blood and energy potion, you wouldn't have stayed in the regular class for so long. Xiao Bailu pouted and retorted. Sister, it's not your fault. Her attention was entirely focused on Ning Feng, with only her brother in her eyes. The students of regular class 1 were puzzled by the laughter from across the room. Although Mo Jiaojiao's results didn't make the top 10 in their class, she was at least average. What was so funny? Wu Yinsheng continued reading the list with an expressionless face. Next, Wang Dapeng. Beside him, Hai Ryue's expression of disappointment grew more pronounced. It seemed none of these students had the talent or effort to break into the elite class, like Xiao Bailu. As the minutes ticked by, most students in the class had been tested, each result worse than the last. The laughter from the elite class grew louder. Damn, are they mocking us? You just realized? I'd like to see how high the elite class students' blood and energy values really are. Forget it. Xiao Bailu's blood and energy value is 80 calories, and I heard she's at the bottom of their class. What? That can't be. Our class's prodigy is last in the elite class? I can't accept this reality. Just then, Lin Yan entered the testing room. His results were second only to Xiao Bailu's, and the students of the regular class held their breath, hoping this time would silence the elite class students. Lin Yan slowly emerged from the crowd, his expression seemingly calm, but his gaze involuntarily drifted toward the elite class. The mocking laughter from that direction was clearly audible, but he paid it no mind. To him, students from the regular class were just a bunch of losers, deserving of ridicule. He even thought that if he were in the elite class, he might laugh even louder. As long as my vitality value exceeds 80, I can join the elite class. Lin Yan silently repeated to himself as he stepped into the vitality test room. Moments later, the test device displayed his data. Test subject, senior year, regular class 1, Lin Yan. Age, 19. Weight, 80 kilograms. Height, 180 centimeters. Vitality value, 80.01 calories. Margin of error 0.001. Physical condition, level 6, requires correction. Spiritual talent, grade C. I did it. Lin Yan couldn't hide his joy upon seeing his vitality value exceed 80 calories. This meant he could finally leave the regular class and enjoy the superior training resources of the elite class. To him, being a sports committee member or receiving scholarships in the regular class was insignificant compared to entering the elite class. He was even willing to break up with Mo Jiao if necessary. Ha, I can finally join the elite class, he laughed out loud. However, after a brief silence, the elite class erupted with even louder laughter. This is hilarious. Does this guy really think a vitality value of 80 is enough to join the elite class? With such standards, what's the elite class worth? Trying to jump social classes from a regular class? Ridiculous. Ahem. Class president, don't look at me. I didn't say anything about your sister. They're all useless, wasting my time. Frogs in a well, ignorant and fearless. Faced with the overwhelming mockery, Lin Yan was confused. Wasn't it said that meeting the vitality value requirement meant he could join the elite class? Why were they still laughing? At this moment, Hai Riyue, the head teacher of the elite martial arts class 1, explained, Lin Yan, in your second year, reaching a vitality value of 80 calories would indeed qualify you to apply for the elite class. But now, besides meeting the vitality value, you also need a spiritual talent of grade B or higher. Grade B spiritual talent. Lin Yan was stunned. He was only grade C, just one level short? Hai Riyue continued. Spiritual talent refers to the compatibility with the 5 major cultivation methods of Long Country. The higher the compatibility, the higher the talent, and the easier it is to cultivate. The founders of the 5 major martial arts schools in Long Country were all grandmasters. Each developed a cultivation method when they opened their schools. Only those with a spiritual talent test reaching grade B or higher are eligible to learn one of them. Then why is Xiao Bailu allowed into the elite class? Lin Yan asked through gritted teeth. Hai Riyue shook her head. Because her spiritual talent test level is grade A. This statement left everyone present in shock. It's known that most students in the regular class have talents below grade D, and a grade A talent is exceedingly rare. The status quo of Lin Yan being the only level student was completely shattered the moment Xiao Bailu's spiritual talent was revealed to be a level. This astonishing discovery left everyone present in shock who would have thought that this unassuming girl in the regular class possessed such extraordinary talent. Hai Riyue stood at the edge of the testing area, her brow slightly furrowed. As the teacher responsible for the regular class test today, she felt a twinge of guilt. Allowing a student with such outstanding talent to languish in the regular class for years was indeed a lapse in her duties. She had come with the hope of discovering new talent, but for now, Xiao Bailu seemed to be an exception. Lin Yan stood in place, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the elite class opposite him. He never imagined that the girl he had secretly admired, Xiao Bailu, would possess such an exceptional spiritual talent. He once fantasized about working hard to join the elite class and pursuing the beautiful dream of being with the sisters Xiao Jingzhe and Xiao Bailu, but now that dream had burst like a soap bubble. Lin Yan, it's okay, you're still the top in our class. Mo Jiao stepped forward, cautiously comforting him. She had been on edge when she saw Lin Yan's blood value exceed 80 cards earlier, fearing he might actually transfer to the elite class. Hearing the result now, she breathed a sigh of relief. Get lost. I don't want to stay in this worthless regular class. Lin Yan shouted in frustration, all his feelings of defeat erupting at that moment. The expensive supplements he bought to boost his blood value, the time spent training diligently, all seemed laughable now. Wu Yinsheng ignored the drama and continued reading the list. All right, once tested, return to the line. Next, Ning Feng. Feng, it's your turn, Gao Hai promptly reminded. Ning Feng nodded in response, stepping out of the line and brushing past the agitated Lin Yin as he headed straight to the blood test room. Hai Ryue watched Ning Feng's back, recalling information about this student. As Xiao Jingzhe's brother, he once had excellent grades, but his blood value had been declining in recent years, an anomaly that was puzzling. Typically, a young person in their prime should see a steady increase in blood value, even without deliberate training. She glanced down at the data on her tablet. Yesterday, Ning Feng's blood test value was 45 cards. This figure made her shake her head. Such a low blood value would make it difficult to get into even the most ordinary martial arts university. At that moment, Wu Yinsheng, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Teacher Hai, Ning Feng's martial arts skills are quite impressive. I suspect his spear intent, fist intent, and body technique have all reached the first stage. The first stage? Hai Ryue exclaimed in surprise. Even in the elite class, students who could train any martial arts skill to the first stage were few and far between, let alone mastering 3 at once. Teacher Wu, is this true? If so, with Ning Feng's talent in martial arts, he could definitely enter the elite class. Hai Ryue said seriously, blood value can be increased with supplements and potions, but martial arts skills require long-term diligent practice, with no shortcuts. Wu Yinsheng nodded in confirmation. Indeed. Among all the students practicing this set of techniques, only Ning Feng has reached this level. All right, let's test his martial arts skill score later. Hai Ryue immediately decided. Her purpose here was to assess the martial arts skill level of regular class students, and now she could verify Ning Feng's strength. If what Wu Yinsheng said was true, she would immediately apply to the principal for special permission to let Ning Feng join the elite class. After all, no talent should be buried. Seeing the change in Hai Ryue's demeanor, Wu Yinsheng cautiously asked, Teacher Hai, even though Ning Feng's blood vitality value might not meet the standard, does he still have a chance to enter the elite class? That depends on his martial arts skill score. Hai Ryue nodded seriously, explaining that although Ning Feng's blood vitality value is only 45 points, if his martial arts skills are as exceptional as Wu Yinsheng claims, his chances of entering the elite class are still quite high. Improving blood vitality isn't difficult. It can be done through supplements or training. Once in the elite class, he can choose any of the 5 major training methods to compensate for this shortcoming. Hearing this, Wu Yinsheng felt relieved, realizing that Ning Feng's chances were indeed promising. Meanwhile, Ning Feng was unaware of the teacher's discussion. He entered the blood vitality test room, captivated by the 5,000,000 Yansa coin testing machine before him. This 3-meturtle silver instrument had a central testing channel designed for hand insertion. Following the instructions, he sat down and placed his right hand into the device. Beep beep, testing in progress. Please wait, initial test complete, conducting retest. Half a minute passed, yet the machine still displayed no results. This starkly contrasted with his classmates' tests, which took only a few seconds, making Ning Feng wonder if the machine was malfunctioning. Outside, the students grew restless. What's he doing in there? Is he too scared of embarrassment to take the test? Both of his sisters are watching. Someone should pull him out. He's wasting everyone's time. Gao Hai, concerned, wanted to rush in to check, but Wu Yinsheng held him back. Hai Ryue frowned, encountering such a situation for the first time. The machine is likely undergoing automatic calibration, she explained, possibly because the test subject's recent data is inconsistent. But it shouldn't take more than 2 minutes. Could it be that his blood vitality value has dropped again? Hai Ryue sighed. Only a martial artist of the 3rd rank or higher could determine the cause. The question is whether it's worth such an investment for him. Meanwhile, Bailu from the elite martial arts class anxiously watched the testing room. If it weren't for Xiao Jingzhe holding her back, she would have already run in to cheer for Ning Feng. Bailu, why worry about someone like him? Xiao Jingzhe scoffed, crossing his arms. He just measured a blood vitality value of 45 yesterday. Do you think he can improve that in less than a day? He should count himself lucky if it hasn't dropped further. Hearing this, Bailu's expression immediately turned somber. Sis, why do you dislike brother Ning Feng so much? Xiao Bailu asked softly, her head lowered and her delicate fingers nervously entwined. Xiao Jingzhe was taken aback by her sister's cautious demeanor and felt a pang of guilt. After a long silence, she decided to be honest. With his current talent, the best he can hope for after the college entrance exams is a vocational school, which means he'll end up in a low-level job. Our aim is the top martial arts universities, leading to careers in national agencies or the military. Don't let him hold you back. Her tone was firm, yet a flicker of complexity passed through her eyes. If it weren't for her sister, she might have gotten along with Ning Feng, even calling him brother. But she was acutely aware of her sister's potential and knew that because of Ning Feng, her sister had wasted 3 whole years. This was why she insisted on transferring her to the elite class. Secretly, she thought that once she became a high-level martial artist and established herself in society, she could help Ning Feng find some respectable jobs. While Xiao Jingzhe was contemplating how to persuade her sister to distance herself from Ning Feng, a sudden commotion erupted from the elite class. No way. You must be joking. Ning Feng? He's really the class monitor's brother. This data must be wrong. Xiao Jingzhe looked up at the distant screen in confusion, her pupils contracting sharply. Displayed prominently were Ning Feng's test results. Test subject: Ning Feng, senior year, regular class 1. Age: 18. Weight: 85 kilograms. Height: 185 centimeters. Vitality value: 75.09 calories, error margin 0.001. Physical fitness: level 6. Spiritual talent: S-level instrument maximum. Xiao Jingzhe involuntarily took 2 steps back, her hands trembling slightly. Ning Feng's vitality value had skyrocketed from 45 calories to 75.09 in just one day. And even more astonishing, his spiritual talent had reached S level, the same as hers. In the entire elite class, only she, Xiao Jingzhe, Lan Xian, and a frequently absent sick girl had reached this level. This can't be. He's never practiced any of the 5 great cultivation methods. How could he reach S level on his first test? Xiao Jingzhe exclaimed. She vividly recalled her own first test in sophomore year, where she only scored an A level, and it took her 2 years of hard work to increase her cultivation method compatibility from 60 to 80, reaching S level. I knew it. Xiao Bailu suddenly jumped up excitedly. Brother Ning Feng isn't useless, he's always been a genius. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, as if she could see the carefree and unrestrained youth he once was. At that moment, Hai Riyue and Wu Yanxing also recovered from their shock and quickly approached the testing area. Hai Riyue spoke first, her voice brimming with excitement. Ning Feng, you've truly surprised me. Such a promising talent should have joined the elite class sooner. An S-level talent. This is enough to astonish the entire Linhai First High. Look, Ning Feng has entered the testing room. A group of students gathered around Lan Xian, whispering excitedly as they pointed towards the test room entrance not far away. In the hallway outside the testing room, Lan Xian leaned against the wall, exuding an air of confidence. He was surrounded by a few classmates who were eagerly discussing Ning Feng's talent assessment. Does someone like him even deserve to be tested for talent? A male student scoffed. Last time his energy level was only 45, not even reaching 50. Probably won't even make it to a level. Another chimed in with a laugh. Lan Xian snorted disdainfully, a hint of contempt in his eyes. 3 years of high school, and his energy level is still this low. He's not fit to pursue martial arts. He paused, a sly smile forming on his lips. If he knows what's good for him, I might arrange for him to work at one of our Lan Group's factories. But he'd have to promise to leave the Xiao family for good and never see Xiao Jingzhe or Xiao Bailu again. Lan Xian is right. Those around him quickly agreed. People like him belong in a factory. Dreaming of martial arts? That's just ridiculous. Only Lan Xian is worthy of Xiao Jingzhe, someone flattered. Ning Feng is just a leech, clinging to the Xiao family. So, Lan Xian, when are you planning to propose to the Xiao family? Hearing this, Lan Xian instinctively glanced at Xiao Jingzhe in the distance, a passionate admiration in his eyes. To him, such a stunning girl was rare, even in the capital, and he was determined to win her over. Just then, a sudden exclamation came from the direction of the testing room. Ning Feng's results are out. Lan Xian quickly turned to look at the display screen, his pupils constricting sharply. Impossible. Enscrayed spiritual talent. The surrounding crowd was equally stunned, unable to close their mouths in shock. The machine must be broken. How could this loser be scrayed? We need to get Mr. Hai to check this out. There's definitely something wrong with these results, several people shouted angrily. They couldn't accept that someone they considered a loser had a talent higher than theirs, especially when only 3 students in the elite class had reached grade. The regular class students were also in shock, whispering among themselves. His energy level jumped from 45 to 70. That's the highest spiritual talent in our class, even higher than Lin Yan's grade. I remember he got into Linhai High School with the top score in the entire school. Yeah, I went to middle school with him, and he was indeed very smart. Looks like we all underestimated him. Amidst the chatter, Lin Yan, who had just been rejected from the elite class, stood in the corner with a complex expression, clearly shaken by the news. Impossible. Lin Yan suddenly stood up from his seat, pointing at Ning Feng's face, his voice trembling with anger. How can Ning Feng possibly have S-level talent? Even I, a top student, only have a clevel. What makes him deserve such a high level? Teacher, he must have used illegal stimulants. Yesterday, his test showed a blood vitality value of only 45, and today it skyrocketed to 71. This defies all logic. The atmosphere in the classroom immediately grew tense. Mo Jiao also stood up, clutching a record book tightly, her eyes flickering. Teacher, as the class monitor, I've been keeping track of all the students' test data. Such a sudden spike is indeed suspicious. Her words carried an unmistakable anxiety after all. Her position as class monitor had been seized from Ning Feng. If Ning Feng truly displayed remarkable talent, her status would undoubtedly be threatened. Hai Ryuet turned around, calmly surveying the two disruptive students. Stimulants. She gently shook her head, her voice carrying a professional analysis. Indeed, martial artists are present in every industry, from live streaming to sports, and even the entertainment industry. Some people do take the risk of using banned substances for better results. However, her tone became serious. These stimulants are not only exorbitantly expensive, but also pose a lethal threat to a martial artist's body. The Martial Arts Alliance has long banned them. She continued to explain. To risk so much for a simple test? It doesn't make any sense. Only in life-altering exams like the college entrance exams would someone take such a risk. Teacher, how can you be so sure without even conducting a test? Lin Yan's face flushed with frustration, his voice filled with resentment. Hai Ryue's gaze turned sharp. Stimulants can indeed temporarily boost blood vitality, but they absolutely cannot enhance innate talent. Clearly, she was more concerned with the extraordinary talent Ning Feng had demonstrated. Yet Lin Yan refused to relent, his eyes bloodshot with jealousy. What if he used some special drug that could deceive the detection equipment? If he truly has S-level talent, why was he a nobody throughout high school? I refuse to accept this. Inside, he was roaring. That spot in the elite class should have been his. How could someone who had been a failure for 3 whole years suddenly turn the tables at this critical moment? Why should he take what rightfully belonged to him? Lin Yan, this has nothing to do with you. Wu Yanqing frowned, his voice tinged with obvious displeasure. As a martial arts instructor, he was well aware of how much effort Ning Feng had put in, and Lin Yan's words clearly stemmed from jealousy. Mr. Wu, have you taken money from Ning Feng? Lin Yan's eyes were bloodshot, his voice trembling. Otherwise, why do you always give him special attention in martial arts classes? Such favoritism, what else could it be if not for money? At this point, Lin Yan had completely lost his composure. Anyone who spoke up for Ning Feng was, in his eyes, complicit in covering up Ning Feng's alleged cheating. Just as Wu Yanqing was about to respond, Ning Feng emerged from the blood test room. Hearing Lin Yan's accusation, Ning Feng remained calm and stepped forward. Lin Yan, you claim I cheated. Do you have any evidence? Yeah, Lin Yan, what's your evidence? Gao Hai immediately chimed in. I have no evidence. Lin Yan gritted his teeth, unable to meet Ning Feng's gaze. But there's no way you could achieve such results. In the past, no matter how much he slandered, Ning Feng never paid him any mind. This time, Ning Feng's active rebuttal only made Lin Yan feel more insecure. Enough, this farce has gone on long enough. Hai Ryue shook her head and sighed. The blood test is done. Next, we need to assess physical fitness and martial arts skills. If this continues, today's tests won't get done. Lin Yan, why not wait until the tests are over? Mo Jiao Jiao suggested softly. A few classmates who were usually on good terms with Lin Yan also spoke up. If Ning Feng really cheated, he'll slip up in the upcoming tests. Why not let him reveal his own flaws? In truth, they were beginning to waver. Perhaps Ning Feng really did have S-level spiritual talent. Lin Yan's eyes lit up. Right? Blood values can be faked, but physical fitness and martial arts skills can't. These require genuine practice. You can't rely on drugs alone. Let's see if you still defend him when his true colors show. Meanwhile, over in the elite martial arts class on the first floor, Xiao Bailu suddenly said, Sister, I want to go see brother Ning Feng. With that, she ran in Ning Feng's direction. Xiao Jingzhe snapped out of her shock, gritted her teeth, and said, Everyone, continue practicing. Then she followed as well. Lan Xian and the others didn't hesitate to follow. They too wanted to find out why Ning Feng, with a blood value of only 71 calories, could have S-level talent. Before long, the entire elite class had quietly slipped out. By this time, under the guidance of Hai Ryue and Wu Yanqing, the regular class students had already arrived on the first floor. First, we'll test your physical fitness, Hai Ryue announced. The tests include punching power, speed, and overall combat capability. Wu Yanqing maintained a calm demeanor, unaffected by the earlier incident. The testing continued in the order of the list. Standing nearby, Hai Ryue stepped forward to introduce the testing equipment. First, we have this punch strength machine. She pointed to a metallic device. Hit it with all your strength. Don't worry about getting hurt. Just give it your all. Then there's this 100-meter treadmill. You'll have a few seconds to accelerate before testing your full speed. She looked around to ensure all the students were listening. The system will evaluate your combat power based on these two metrics. A combat power of 500 points is the threshold for admission to undergraduate martial arts universities. As soon as Hai Ryue finished speaking, Mo Jiaojiao was already in front of the punching machine. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes briefly, then opened them sharply and struck with a gust of wind. Hit registered, punch strength, 88 kilograms. Seeing this result, both Hai Ryue and Wu Yanqing shook their heads. Mo Jiaojiao's blood vitality was 58.35 calories, which should translate to a punch strength of about 120 kilograms and an explosive speed of at least 9 meters per second to meet the level 5 standard. However, her punch strength was only 88 kilograms, even below the level 4 standard. Such situations were not uncommon. In the past, middle and high school exams focused on blood vitality, leading students to prioritize it while neglecting other training. It wasn't until recent years that many educational experts advocated for reform and the college entrance exam evolved. Blood vitality was no longer the sole criterion, with punch strength, speed, overall combat power, and martial arts skills gaining importance in the scoring system. Continue with the speed test. Wu Yinxing instructed without expression. As expected, Mo Jiaojiao's speed test revealed a maximum speed of only 7 meters per second. Moments later, the first floor's big screen lit up, displaying her overall score. Mo Jiaojiao, overall combat power, 361 points. Alright, next. Wu Yinxing shook his head. With 361 points, she could get into a decent technical college, but entering a university was nearly impossible. Subsequently, students from the ordinary class took their tests one by one. The screen constantly updated with data, most scores even lower than Mo Jiaojiao's. There were plenty with combat power in the 200s, and only a few reaching 300. Lin Yan, step up for the test. Wu Yinxing called out. I don't believe that guy can cheat again. Lin Yan glanced sharply at Ning Feng before stepping forward. However, seeing Ning Feng's calm expression only fueled his discontent. What's with his smug attitude? First test, punch strength. Standing before the machine, Lin Yan imagined Ning Feng's irritating face and swung his fist with all his might. Hit registered. Punch strength, 181 kilograms. Wow, Lin Yan is amazing. His punch strength reached 181 kilograms. That's incredible. No wonder he's the second in our class. Second? Didn't Xiao Bailu leave? Ahem, Ning Feng hasn't tested yet. Hearing the chatter behind him, Lin Yan grew more agitated. During the speed test, he gritted his teeth and sprinted with all his strength. Test passed. Speed, 10.11 meters per second. Lin Yan, overall combat power, 501 points. Impressive. Lin Yan's combat power meets the standard for undergraduate martial arts universities. Wow, if Lin Yan is this good, then Ning Feng must be. The last one, Ning Feng. Wu Yinxing read out the final name on the list, and the classroom fell silent. All eyes turned to the student from the regular class. Even those from the elite class leaned forward with curiosity. The air was thick with a mix of tension and anticipation. How can a regular class student have S-level spiritual talent? His blood energy value hasn't even reached 80 calories in 3 years. How could he suddenly become so strong? Whispers of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Ms. Hai reiterated, "There's nothing wrong with the machine. Ning Feng's results are genuine." Her words quieted the murmurs a bit. Under everyone's gaze, Ning Feng approached the punching machine. His movements were steady, showing no hint of nervousness. After putting on protective gloves, Ning Feng took a deep breath and assumed a power stance. He slightly bent his legs, his calf muscles tensed instantly, followed by his thighs and waist. This series of actions was fluid and clearly the result of long-term training. Hai Ryue's eyes lit up. What a perfect power stance. She turned to Wu Yinxing. "Mr. Wu, did you teach him this?" Wu Yinxing nodded, filled with pride. This technique, derived from the military, was only mastered by Ning Feng among the regular class students. Not far away, Xiao Jingzhe also noticed Ning Feng's movements. She was secretly amazed, having underestimated Ning Feng, who had mastered a technique even elite students struggled with. "Sis, I've always said Ning Feng is really hardworking." Xiao Bailu couldn't help but boast in a whisper. Xiao Jingzhe coldly asked, "And what about you? Have you learned this stance?" Xiao Bailu was at a loss for words. She recalled the painful times of standing in military posture under the scorching sun and instinctively shrank back. "Humph," Xiao Jingzhe said sternly. "A warrior should overcome all difficulties and face challenges head-on. In the next 3 months, you must learn this power stance." Woo, sis. You're so cruel," Xiao Bailu complained with a pout. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bailu's eyes instantly filled with tears. She was filled with regret, thinking that if she had known it would be like this, she wouldn't have joined the elite class and would have stayed in the regular class with her brother Ning Feng. Meanwhile, Xiao Jingzhe keenly noticed that, judging by Ning Feng's performance today and teacher Hai's special attention, there was a high possibility that Ning Feng might be transferred to the elite class. This thought made her unconsciously furrow her brows. In the distance, Lan Xian and his group were intently observing Ning Feng's testing process. "Look, Ning Feng is up there. His posture looks quite impressive." "Standard? I can't see it." "Everyone shut up." Lan Xian sternly interrupted his companion's discussions, his expression unusually serious. He thought to himself, this guy is indeed extraordinary. Not only has he fully mastered the standard military power exertion posture, but his proficiency even surpasses mine, with an added explosive grace that is truly impressive. Just as he was pondering, a deafening boom suddenly erupted from afar. "Huh!" With a loud shout, Ning Feng's calf suddenly exerted force, channeling power through his entire body, and his right fist struck the punching machine like lightning. The punch was so powerful that it produced an audible whooshing sound. Bang! The punching machine shook violently before it stopped, emitting a clear notification sound. Beep beep beep. Strike qualified. Punch force, 311 kilograms. This data left everyone present stunned. Oh my god, over 300 kilograms. Is this even humanly possible? This is insane. This guy is a monster. 75 card blood vitality. Only a level 6 physique. Yet he achieved nearly level 8 punch force. It's terrifying. I'm at 96 card blood vitality, and my punch force is only 260 kilograms. According to the test results, Ning Feng's blood vitality was 75.09 cards, corresponding to a level 6 physique, with a qualifying punch force standard of 180 kilograms. Yet he exceeded the standard by nearly 130 kilograms, a truly astonishing achievement. It's important to note that although regular class students might seem to have good blood vitality, they often struggle to meet the standards in punch force, speed, and overall combat ability. But Ning Feng not only met the standards, he far surpassed them, a situation that is unprecedented. This suggests he has been focusing on improving his physical fitness and martial arts skills, rather than just increasing his blood vitality. Seeing the data on the screen, Ning Feng was quite surprised himself. He had never tested his punch force before, thinking that with his blood vitality consistently around 40 cards, his punch force wouldn't exceed 100 kilograms. No wonder dealing with the goblin yesterday felt unusually easy. This is likely closely related to his training in the simulation system, especially the significant increase in his blood vitality. His blood vitality surged from 45 cards to 75 cards since yesterday, which made Ning Feng ecstatic, proving that his training was indeed effective. The Great Sun Flame cultivation method truly lives up to its reputation as a high-level technique, increasing his blood vitality by nearly 30 cards in just one day, an effect that can only be described as terrifying. However, he also understood that such an incredible increase was likely due to the initial training effect, combined with his blood vitality being suppressed at around 40 cards for years, resulting in this explosive growth. What? 311 kilograms. That's 132 kilograms more than me. Lin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the numbers flashing on the test machine. He had been confident that he would prove Ning Feng was cheating, only to have the data smack him in the face. A person with only a 75-calorie blood energy value managed to deliver a punch with an astounding force of 311 kilograms. This can't be possible. The machine must be broken. Ning Feng is cheating again. Lin Yan screamed hysterically, his face contorted with rage. Lin Yan, let it go. Mo Jiao quickly stepped forward and grabbed his arm. The situation was clear. Ning Feng wasn't cheating, and this was all just Lin Yan's wishful thinking. She regretted speaking up for Lin Yan earlier, fearing their teacher might punish her too. At this moment, the few classmates who had been gathered around Lin Yan instinctively took a few steps back, afraid of being caught up in his madness. Get lost. Lin Yan shoved Mo Jiao away, causing her to fall heavily to the ground. I don't believe it. How can Ning Feng, who was a loser for 3 years, surpass me in a day? I am the true prodigy. The spot in the elite class is mine. Seeing the approving look Hai Ryue gave Ning Feng, Lin Yan felt even more twisted inside. He knew clearly that after the test, the coveted spot in the elite class would likely go to Ning Feng, while he would remain stuck in the regular class. This was a reality he couldn't accept. Lin Yan. Wu Yanxing frowned and scolded. Keep acting up and you're out of here. As a teacher, he had long been disappointed in Lin Yan, who, despite having some talent and working hard, was narrow-minded. Such a disposition would limit his progress on the martial path. Ning Feng, continue with the test. Okay. Ning Feng walked towards the next treadmill without a trace of emotion, got into position, and dashed forward like an arrow. Test passed. Speed 18.03 meters per second. This data caused quite a stir among the elite class students. Wow, his speed is terrifying too. And with only 75 calorie blood energy, that's almost at the level of an 8th level martial artist. Who said he was a loser? Compared to him, we in the elite class look like losers. Ahem, this data isn't that impressive. I'm almost at 18 meters per second myself. Come on, you're at 109 calorie blood energy, ranked 15th in the class. Isn't that speed normal for you? Even though the regular class students didn't fully grasp the significance of these numbers, they could sense the unusual atmosphere. Meanwhile, the elite class students were utterly shocked. Judging by punch force and speed alone, Ning Feng could already rank in the top 15 of their class. It's worth noting that this was the top class at Linhai No. 1 High School, with a 100 university admission rate and an 80 admission rate to top-tier universities. The top 10 students even had the potential to directly enter the prestigious Tianlu Martial Arts University in Nanhai Province. Tianlu Martial Arts University, as one of the top-ranked C9 universities in the country, has always been a dream for countless martial arts students. At this moment, all eyes are fixed on the big screen, waiting for the system to calculate Ning Feng's comprehensive combat power score. 635 points. As soon as this number appeared, the entire martial arts gym erupted in excitement. Exclamations from students filled the air, with some even standing up repeatedly to confirm the score. This achievement not only comfortably surpassed Tianlu Martial Arts University's admission threshold of 611 points, but also caught everyone present by surprise. That's incredible. A student from the regular class actually got into Tianlu Martial Arts University. The crowd buzzed with discussions. Some analyzed that with Ning Feng's rate of progress, he might even have a shot at top institutions like Kyoto University, Wu Alliance University, Kunlun Academy, Xingho University, and Leifai University in the upcoming college entrance exams 3 months later. The elite class students showed mixed reactions. For them, getting into Tianlu Martial Arts University was already the highest goal, but now a student from the regular class had surpassed them, leaving them both shocked and envious. Lin Yan stood among the crowd, his eyes bloodshot and body trembling. Tianlu Martial Arts University had always been a deeply held dream for him, but he knew it was beyond his reach with his current abilities. Seeing Ning Feng reach this level, he could no longer contain his anger. Impossible. How can a nobody like you get into Tianlu Martial Arts University? Lin Yan shouted, pointing at Ning Feng. Wu Yanqing immediately stepped forward to stop him. Enough. Lin Yan, don't cause trouble. His scores have nothing to do with you. No, he must have cheated. Lin Yan shouted excitedly. Ning Feng, I challenge you. If you lose, you must admit today's score is fake. As you wish. Ning Feng replied calmly, accepting the challenge without further words. Wu Yanqing frowned, clearly troubled by the situation. At this point, Hai Ryue spoke up. Mr. Wu, let them have a match. With Ning Feng's test scores, this challenge shouldn't be difficult for him to win. Besides, the upcoming martial arts skill assessment requires actual combat, so it's a good opportunity to see Ning Feng's performance in real battles. After all, some students do well in tests but fail to show their skills in real combat. Wu Yanqing nodded in agreement and immediately ordered the martial arts competition platform to be opened. Hai Ryue led Ning Feng and Lin Yan to the central area on the first floor, where the crowd quickly gathered around to watch. With the assistance of staff members, the two young men donned white martial arts protective gear. Ning Feng and Lin Yan each selected their weapons. Ning Feng chose a tumter-long silver spear, while Lin Yan picked up a red-tasseled spear. Down below, Xiao Bailu asked her sister worriedly, "Do you think Ning Feng will get hurt?" Xiao Jingzhe kept her eyes fixed on the platform, her tone complex as she explained, "The martial arts gear can protect vital areas, so even if they get injured, it shouldn't be too serious." She paused before adding, "But how can you have a martial arts competition without any injuries?" She frowned unconsciously, feeling an inexplicable unease. Ning Feng carefully examined the refined iron spear in his hand. Although it wasn't as good as a source iron weapon, it was sufficient for this match. He swung the spear lightly, and it sliced through the air with a humming sound. Seeing this, Lin Yan wasn't to be outdone. He held his spear with both hands, spinning it in the air to create a beautiful spear flourish. "Oomph, I've been practicing every day. You're no match for me," he declared confidently, reflecting on his recent progress at the Martial Arts Alliance Hall. Lin Yan's display elicited a wave of admiration from the girls below. Lin Yan looks so cool. That spear flourish was amazing. No wonder he's the most handsome guy in our class. Ning Feng doesn't look bad either. Didn't teacher Wu often praise his martial arts talent? Another voice chimed in. On the platform, the two young men assumed their stances, and the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. The audience held their breath, eagerly anticipating the start of this exciting martial arts competition. Just by looking at the weapons they chose, it's clear Lin Yan will win. Can Ning Feng even reach Lin Yan with that short spear? Below the stage, the girls from the regular class were cheering for Lin Yan. This scene made class president Mo Jiaojiao feel a pang of jealousy, and she secretly noted their names, planning to report them to the teacher later. On the stage, Lin Yan held a 3-meter-long red-tasseled spear, looking down at Ning Feng. "I don't know how you managed to get such high scores, but I know for sure, that's not your real performance. If you admit to cheating in front of everyone, I might spare you today." He had already decided that if Ning Feng admitted to cheating, he would use his connections to get him expelled from Linhai High School. Ning Feng held his silver spear, pointing it directly at Lin Yan, and calmly asked, "Lin Yan, do you know why I never bothered with you?" "What?" Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. "Because I never argue with fools. Otherwise, people won't know who the real fool is." Ning Feng's words were calm, but carried an impressive aura. "You." Lin Yan's face turned dark with anger, not expecting the usually quiet Ning Feng to speak so audaciously. "Fine, fine. Today, I'll show you the price of having a foul mouth. Ning Feng, prepare to die." Lin Yan roared and charged at Ning Feng, thrusting his 3-meter-long spear directly at his face. To Ning Feng, this kind of attack, full of openings and without any defense, was even slower than the Goblin King he had defeated yesterday. At least that Goblin King knew how to use minions as shields. Ning Feng sneered, stepping back and swinging his silver spear to strike the head of Lin Yan's spear from the side. Wong, the clash of the two spears produced a piercing hum. The red-tasseled spearhead flew off, landing below the stage. The force of the strike was beyond Lin Yan's expectations, sending a jolt of pain through his arm. A thought he couldn't accept crept into his mind. Could this guy's scores actually be real? Lin Yan, watch out! Mo Jiaojiao shouted anxiously from below. Lin Yan realized too late that Ning Feng was already upon him. He tried to raise his spear to defend, but the spearhead was long gone. In his moment of hesitation, Ning Feng's left hand had already grabbed his spear shaft, giving it a fierce tug. Lin Yan stumbled forward, losing his balance, as Ning Feng's spear seemed poised to pierce his head. The fear of death made him tremble all over, his face turning pale. I give up. I surrender, he shouted in panic, dropping to his knees heavily. As soon as those words were spoken, the audience was stunned. On the stage, Lin Yan staggered backward, and the spear in his hand dropped with a clatter, rolling across the platform before coming to a stop in the corner. This usually arrogant elite class expert was defeated in just one move. I concede, Lin Yan said hoarsely, his head bowed. The crowd erupted. The regular class students were dumbfounded, their discussions buzzing. Some speculated that Ning Feng might hold his own against Lin Yan, while others were convinced that Lin Yan's consistent performance would certainly give him the edge over Ning Feng. Yet no one anticipated that Ning Feng would win the fight with a single move. Mo Jiaojiao was slumped on the ground, her face pale. Was this really the same Ning Feng whose class leader position she had taken? If he intended to reclaim his position in the future, who would she turn to for support? Ning Feng won. Xiao Bailu cheered, jumping with joy. Next to her, Xiao Jingzhe suddenly turned pale, and she stood up abruptly, shouting toward the stage. Ning Feng, watch out. On stage, Ning Feng was about to turn and leave, having put away his spear. In that split second, Lin Yan, who was kneeling, suddenly sprang up, his spear aimed directly at Ning Feng's back. Die, he roared, his face twisted with rage. Lin Yan, don't. Mo Jiaojiao screamed in terror. Wu Yinsheng and Hai Ryue's expressions changed dramatically. As the supervising teachers, they knew that if this attack succeeded, not only would Lin Yan face consequences, but they would also be held accountable. More importantly, Ning Feng's astounding talent had already marked him as a future key figure for Linhai First High School. Lin Yan, stop. Wu Yinsheng leapt onto the stage, while Hai Ryue rushed toward Ning Feng. Lin Yan, having lost all reason, ignored the teacher's shouts. He hurled the spear with all his might, the tip slicing through the air, aimed straight at Ning Feng's back. In that critical moment, Ning Feng's figure blurred, and two spectral images appeared around him. The spear pierced through the illusions with a whoosh, but no blood was spilled. Lin Yan stood frozen in place, while Hai Ryue reached out to grab Ning Feng, only to find she had caught a mere shadow. Is that a second-stage body technique? Hai Ryue was shocked. Such mastery over movement techniques was something even a third-grade martial artist specializing in body techniques might not achieve. Yet Ning Feng was merely a sixth-level martial artist. Whirlwind slash. Ning Feng moved like lightning, closing the distance between himself and Lin Yan in an instant. His silver-white spear pierced through the air, the tip igniting with a crimson flame aimed straight at Lin Yan's chest. A sharp crack echoed as the martial arts uniform, which was said to withstand attacks from a first-grade martial artist, tore apart. I've lost, I surrender. Please don't kill me. Lin Yan, sensing the murderous intent in Ning Feng's eyes, pleaded loudly in fear. However, this time, Ning Feng showed no mercy. He lifted his right foot and struck Lin Yan's face with the force of a thunderbolt. Bang! Lin Yan flew backward like a cannonball, landing heavily on the floor below the stage. Medical staff hurried forward, and upon seeing Lin Yan's condition, they gasped. His once handsome face was now a bloody mess, bruised and swollen, with several teeth knocked out, completely altering his appearance. Even if the injuries healed, it was doubtful his face would ever look the same. Ning Feng, are you okay? Wu Yinsheng anxiously leapt onto the stage. I'm fine, Teacher Wu. Ning Feng shook his head. He had been wary of Lin Yan's treacherous tactics. Although he could have ended Lin Yan's life with his spear, he opted for a powerful kick to the face to avoid the complications of a death. His foot still tingled from the impact. Hai Ryue arrived shortly after, relaxing only when she saw Ning Feng unharmed. Her eyes fell on the spear in Ning Feng's hand. Ning Feng, was that a clever martial skill? A skill that can tear through protective clothing is quite impressive. Judging by its destructive power, it does seem comparable to a clever skill. Ning Feng glanced at Wu Yinsheng before nodding. Teacher Wu taught me this. Actually, this move is better suited for a broadsword. Ning Feng's talent is so high that he managed to integrate it perfectly with the spear, Wu Yinsheng explained with a smile. As a martial artist who often used a broadsword, he learned this move in the military and was surprised at how effectively Ning Feng executed it with the spear. Indeed, Hai Ryue said, looking at Ning Feng with increasing admiration. Ning Feng, I'll be straightforward. Based on your performance today, I am here on behalf of the school to invite you to join the elite class. Don't rush to refuse, just listen to the benefits. A monthly allowance of 5,000 alliance coins for bottles of basic nutritional blood supplements, and free training at the Yuanqing Dojo. Additionally, each month, we select outstanding students to attend a 3-day study program at Tianlu Martial Arts University. Most importantly, if you join the elite class, I guarantee that within 3 months, you'll break through to become a first-grade body-strengthening realm martial artist. Hai Ryue spoke quickly, giving Ning Feng no chance to refuse. The offer was indeed tempting, especially the final promisito become a first-grade martial artist, which required a blood value of 150 calories, 1,000 kilograms of punch strength, and a speed of 30 meters per second. Teacher Hai, what does the body-strengthening realm mean? Ning Feng asked curiously. A cunning smile flashed across Hai Ryue's face. In terms of martial artist realms, the first grade is the body-strengthening realm, the second grade is the blood-refining realm, and the third grade is the J-bone realm. She suddenly covered her mouth. Oops, this knowledge is exclusive to the elite class. If you want to learn more, join us. Ning Feng nodded, seeing through Hai Ryue's little ploy, but he really had no reason to refuse. Just the 5,000 alliance coins monthly allowance would significantly ease the burden on his uncle and aunt. His sister Xiaojing's discontent was largely due to the family's financial focus on him. Now, being able to help alleviate that pressure, he was happy to agree. All right, I agree to join the elite class. The news that Ning Feng was willing to join the elite class instantly electrified the crowd. Lin Yan, lying on the ground, lost the last bit of his consciousness and passed out completely. Mo Jiaojiao let out a sigh of relief, as she was most concerned about Ning Feng returning to the regular class and competing with her for the position of class president. Beside her, Gao Hai beamed with joy, having witnessed Feng's relentless efforts and now seeing them bear fruit. The students in the regular class wore expressions of mixed emotions. The once unassuming Ning Feng had, through this test, leapt into the elite class, a prospect they had never dared to imagine. Meanwhile, the elite class students were even more taken aback. They had always regarded the regular class as a haven for underachievers, but in a short span, the regular class had produced Xiao Bailu with an A-level spiritual aptitude, and now Ning Feng with its level, forcing them to reconsider the boundaries between the two classes. Sis, Ning Feng is joining the elite class. Xiao Bailu exclaimed, nearly jumping with excitement, her eyes glowing with pride. Humph. Xiao Jingzhe snorted coldly, her face expressionless. With a blood value of 75 cards, he'll be at the bottom of the elite class. But with these benefits, at least he won't covet your resources anymore. She turned to her sister, her tone stern. You are not to give him the school's benefits anymore. Otherwise, I'll have the school revoke his elite class status. I can't control what happens at home, but at school, I won't let him take advantage of you. Sis, Xiao Bailu, who had planned to secretly give Ning Feng the school's blood medicine, pouted in disappointment. I know exactly what you're thinking, Xiao Jingzhe said coldly. The elite class students whispered among themselves. Lan Qian, this guy's got some skills. The power of his martial arts is impressive. Yeah, he doesn't seem as useless as you said. Haha, the elite class is going to be lively. Shut up. Lan Qian snapped irritably, cutting off his classmates' teasing. Noticing Xiao Jingzhe's gaze fixed on Ning Feng on stage, jealousy consumed him, and his expression darkened. So what if he's in the elite class? He only has a blood value of 75 cards, while I'm at 135 cards, about to break through to the first-grade body refining realm. As he spoke, he pulled out a transparent jade bottle containing a golden, flowing potion. Is that a high-grade nutritional blood potion? Oh my god, Lan Qian, where did you get that? That bottle is worth at least tens of thousands, his classmates exclaimed in awe. Blood potions could only be purchased from the Martial Arts Alliance Hall, and even the school's supplies were bought from the Linhai City Martial Arts Alliance branch. Although the school received a discount, a low-grade nutritional blood potion still cost 5,000 Alliance coins, a mid-grade one 20,000, and a high-grade one a staggering 100,000 Alliance coins. The school providing each elite class student with 4 low-grade nutritional blood potions was already the limit. In the world of martial arts cultivation, the disparity in resources determines a practitioner's starting point. Only students who excel in assessments can obtain the precious intermediate-level qi and blood nutrient elixirs. As for the higher-grade elixirs, they are rare even in the Linhai City Martial Arts Alliance branch and are typically found in the high-end markets of the capital. The Martial Arts Alliance strictly controls the distribution of qi and blood elixirs. Any unauthorized sale outside the officially certified Martial Arts Alliance centers is met with severe penalties. Although there are privately developed substitutes on the market that might even be slightly more effective, their exorbitant prices make them inaccessible to the average person. To prevent the monopolization of cultivation resources by a select few, the official price of 5,000 Alliance coins for the qi and blood nutrient elixirs is considered the most affordable option. Lan Qian, your family is really something. A group of classmates gathered around Lan Qian, their eyes gleaming with envy. To be able to use high-grade qi and blood nutrient elixirs, just a whiff makes you feel your qi and blood rising. It's incredible. In the next assessment, you'll definitely outshine Xiao Jingzhe. What are you talking about? Another classmate chimed in. When has Lan Qian not been the top of the class? Amidst the surrounding compliments, Lan Qian laughed heartily. He carefully put away the bottle of high-grade qi and blood nutrient elixir, a special reward from his grandfather, which he reserved for when he was ready to break through to a first-grade martial artist. So what if Ning Feng got into the elite class? Lan Qian said with a hint of disdain. The 5 great cultivation methods are just the most basic techniques taught at universities. The truly powerful ones are the unique family-inherited methods, like our Lan family's solar burning method. It only requires 1 hour a day to absorb the essence of the sun, enhancing both qi and blood while strengthening the body. The results far surpass those of the 5 great cultivation methods. With the development of martial arts, family forces have formed a solid alliance of interests. Lan Qian looked down on the independent cultivators, seeing them as merely reaching the starting point of family science. As the long-standing saying goes, the water of birth is the greatest divide in life. The importance of birth far exceeds that of cultivation. Lan Qian continued. With the resources of the Lan family, I can at least cultivate to a 4th-grade martial artist. As for these ordinary students, getting into a martial arts university and breaking through to a 1st-grade martial artist, then landing a position in a small organization is considered a great success. Not to mention someone like Ning Feng, who only joined the elite class in senior year. Without family support, his potential was capped long ago. How can someone like that be compared to me? The competition between Ning Feng and Lin Yin came to an end. Wu Yinxing stood on the platform, scanning the crowd before announcing loudly. Next, we will conduct the martial arts skills assessment. Everyone, please come up in order. I will be evaluating you based on the standards of the college entrance exam. The system will provide real-time scoring. Seeing the confused expressions of the regular class students, Hai Ryue stepped forward to explain. In recent years, with the deepening of educational reform, the importance of martial arts skills in college entrance exams has significantly increased. According to the latest policy from the Nanhai Province Education Institute, martial arts skills now account for 50 of the total score, with qi and blood value making up 30 and comprehensive combat ability 20. These 3 components together form your college entrance exam score. Therefore, you can't just focus on increasing your qi and blood value. You must also practice martial arts skills. This announcement caused an uproar among the regular class students. They exchanged worried glances, with some turning pale and others muttering. This is bad. I've been focusing solely on improving my qi and blood value for the past 3 years and haven't practiced martial arts skills much. Some, however, held on to a glimmer of hope, saying, Mr. Wu might go easy on us, right? Didn't you hear? Mr. Wu said he's using college entrance exam standards, a student said anxiously. He's a 1st-grade official warrior who retired from the battlefield. How could we possibly be a match for him? Wu Yinxing observed the students' discussions and shook his head silently. After a moment, he raised his voice and said, This time, we'll start the assessment from the last name on the list. First up, Ning Feng. Immediately, various comments erupted from the crowd. Great. Let Ning Feng go first. Why him? His qi and blood value isn't even high. You don't get it. He's in the elite class now. Did you see how he handled Lin Yin? We better not underestimate him. On the elite class side, Lan Qian was having a quiet conversation with his classmates. Someone asked, Lan Qian, how many points do you think Ning Feng will get in martial arts skills? I heard this Wu Yinxing retired from the battlefield after killing many exotic beasts and is about to teach our elite class. What happened to the previous martial arts skills teacher? I heard they were transferred to another school. Wu Yinxing gets along well with Ning Feng. Do you think he'll go easy on him? Lan Qian replied coldly. If he dares to go easy, I'll report it to the school authorities. After a pause, he added, my last martial arts skill score was 521 points. Recently, my sword intent has broken through a stage, so my score should increase significantly. His words elicited gasps from those around him. As a prodigy who achieved a breakthrough in sword intent before reaching the warrior realm, Lan Qian had long been a standout in his clan, not to mention at Linhai First High School. Qian Xiao truly deserves to be called the genius of Linhai No. 1 High School. Even many first-rank martial artists can't achieve a stage 1 sword intent, right? A student standing on the edge of the training ground looked at Lan Qian with admiration. Amazing. My sword intent is only at 0 stage 55, still a long way from stage 1. There's 2 weeks left until the South Sea Province Genius Training Camp. This time, Lan Qian, you're sure to shine. Another student chimed in, his eyes filled with anticipation. I wonder if Xiao Jingzhe's dagger intent has broken through to stage 1. Her dagger is both fast and fierce, and only you can suppress her. Every force has its counterbalance, right? Brother Lan Qian and Xiao Jingzhe make a great pair. Voices of agreement rose around them. Hearing these compliments, Lan Qian threw his head back and laughed heartily, clearly enjoying the praise. Meanwhile, under the shade of a tree on the other side of the field, with her exceptional hearing, Xiao Jingzhe heard the distant conversation clearly. She frowned slightly and instinctively tightened her grip on the jade-white dagger at her waist. If not for the fact that those people were offspring of the prominent families in Linhai City, she would have already taught them a lesson. Sis, look, brother Ning Feng is going up. Xiao Bailu exclaimed excitedly, tugging at her sleeve. It's just a martial arts skill evaluation, nothing will happen. Xiao Jingzhe reassured her in a calm tone. No, I'm worried that teacher Wu might get hurt by brother Ning Feng. Did you see how Lin Yin ended up earlier? Xiao Bailu said with a face full of concern. Seeing her sister's expression, Xiao Jingzhe shook her head inwardly. How could this girl only have eyes for Ning Feng now? Don't worry, teacher Wu is a first-rank body refinement martial artist who retired from the battlefield. For him, this kind of sparring is just child's play, Xiao Jingzhe explained. Unless Ning Feng's martial arts skills reach stage 2, there's no way he could win. What do you mean? Xiao Bailu immediately asked. It's very difficult to break through to stage 2 in martial arts skills. Even reaching stage 1 requires exceptional talent and continuous hard work, Xiao Jingzhe said with a hint of pride. It was only half a month ago that I advanced my dagger intent to stage 1, which is a rarity at Linhai No. 1 High School in decades. So, brother Ning Feng still has hope. Xiao Bailu's eyes sparkled with stars again. You silly girl, you're really smitten with him, Xiao Jingzhe said helplessly. He's just Ning Feng, not much of a genius. So what if he defeated Lin Yan? Which member of the elite class couldn't do that? Next time, when we go to the Tianlu Martial Arts University's Genius Training Camp, I'll take you to see those truly talented young people. Once you've witnessed their abilities, you'll realize how ordinary Ning Feng is. She hoped her sister could have a broader perspective and not be a frog in the well. In both Linhai City and the entire South Sea province, Ning Feng was far too ordinary. On the competition stage, Ning Feng and Wu Yanxing stood at opposite corners. Ning Feng wielded a spear, while Wu Yanxing opted for a long knife. As usual, Wu did not wear martial arts protective gear, a habit Ning Feng was well aware of from their previous matches. Activate the martial arts evaluation system now. Hai Ryue's voice rang clearly from below the stage. Instantly, several high-cost scanners worth millions of alliance currency rose around the stage, ready to record and evaluate every move in real time. Ning Feng, I'll keep my energy level around 100 units, Wu Yanxing said, holding his knife with a serious expression. I won't go easy on you. Be prepared. Please guide me, Master Wu. Ning Feng replied with a respectful gesture, then crouched low and charged forward. In an instant, he covered several meters, dragging his spear along the ground in a sweeping motion, sparks flickering at the spear's tip. Impressive. Wu Yanxing's eyes lit up, silently praising the combination of the whirlwind slash and explosive speed. Yet, he didn't hesitate and brought his knife down to counter. Clang! The clash of metal echoed harshly throughout the arena. Ning Feng's right hand went numb, nearly losing grip on his spear. Watch out, Wu Yanxing warned, slamming his long knife into the ground and leaping into the air. Damn, not this move again, Ning Feng thought, knowing it would be tough to block. Moonbreaker slash. Wu Yanxing shouted as his knife descended from above, the force as if splitting the moon. The blade sliced through the air, its sound resounding throughout the venue. Boom! The long knife struck Ning Feng's figure, slicing it from head to toe and embedding nearly 30 centimeters into the ground. Ning Feng, Xiao Bai called out anxiously from below the stage. Don't worry, he's fine, Xiao Jingzhe said, a hint of surprise in her eyes. The figure that had been struck began to dissipate, was merely an afterimage. Impressive. Your agility is nearly at the second level, Wu Yanxing laughed, then moved swiftly, creating 3 illusions and slashing behind him. Phantom slash. Second level agility. Hai Ryue exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. No wonder the principal chose him as the elite class martial arts instructor. The clashing sounds of metal continued, with the spear and knife sparking on the stage. Suddenly, Ning Feng failed to dodge and took a hit to the chest, tearing his martial arts attire open. Incredible! Ning Feng gasped, finally realizing Master Wu's true strength. Even with only 100 units of energy, this retired soldier from the beast battlefield completely dominated him. The audience was left speechless, utterly stunned by the intensity of the match. The intense competition left all the students in awe. Whether they were from the regular class or the elite class, none had ever witnessed such a fierce showdown. The buzz of conversations filled the air. This level of martial arts assessment is brutal. I can't believe that teacher from the regular class is so skilled. Of course, I heard he has battlefield experience. Ning Feng's strength is terrifying. I couldn't handle any of their moves. The discussion about Ning Feng's agility was even more animated. Did you notice? Ning Feng's movement technique has reached the second stage. That's unlikely. The second stage requires creating 3 phantom images, and Ning Feng only has 2. But he's pretty close to the second stage. No wonder, with a blood energy value of only 75 calories, he can reach a speed of 18 meters per second. That's the physical quality of an 8th level warrior. On the stage, Ning Feng took a deep breath, strategizing in his mind. The ancient saying, the sword is like a fierce tiger, the spear like a roaming dragon, the staff sweeps all, echoed in his thoughts. Facing a long blade, he couldn't confront it head-on. He had to avoid the opponent's strongest attacks and use the spear's characteristics to find weaknesses. With this in mind, Ning Feng changed his tactics, avoiding close combat. He held his spear with both hands and charged forward like a roaming dragon. Wu Yinxing didn't retreat but instead advanced, meeting the attack head-on, positioning his long blade in front to block the spear's tip. Even with Wu Yinxing's strength, he was forced back several steps by this powerful strike. Good, Wu Yinxing shouted. Take this. He gathered his energy, launching himself like a thunderbolt, his long blade slicing horizontally through the air, leaving a trail of fire. His signature move, the whirlwind slash, which was also the first martial skill he taught Ning Feng. Ning Feng was prepared. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He leaped gracefully, deftly avoiding the attack, using his spear to pivot off the ground. As the blade struck the spear, he used the force to flip backward, carving a graceful 180-degree arc through the air. Just when Wu Yinxing thought Ning Feng would fall, Ning Feng twisted his body with a burst of power, his figure unexpectedly reversing direction, and his spear lunged like a venomous snake towards Wu Yinxing's back. Watch out, Teacher Wu. Even Hai Ryue in the audience gasped in alarm at the thrilling scene. Well done. Wu Yinxing sensed the attack from behind but remained unfazed, smiling with satisfaction. Huh. Petrify, he shouted, releasing the restraint on his blood energy, his skin instantly covered in a layer of ashen gray. The spear tip struck his back, leaving only a shallow white mark. Mr. Wu. Hai Ryue rushed onto the stage with a look of deep concern. Wu Yinxing gave a relaxed smile and gestured with his hand to show he was fine. Turning to Ning Feng, a hint of admiration flickered in his eyes. Using my own force against me and then launching a counterattack. If I hadn't released my blood energy restriction in time and turned my skin to stone, that would have been a tough blow to handle. Ning Feng landed steadily on the ground, looking dejected. Mr. Wu, I lost. Despite giving it his all, he was unable to break through Wu's defense, which left him feeling disappointed. This was a sparring match, not a life-or-death battle, Hai Ryue said, finally relieved to see Wu Yinxing unharmed. The tense moment had made her sweat, and she thought to herself that she couldn't have withstood Ning Feng's fierce strike. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Yinxing spoke. Ning Feng, your spear technique has improved since last time. If I'm not mistaken, you're close to breaking through to the second level of spear intent. Breaking through to the second level of spear intent. Hai Ryue exclaimed in disbelief. How is that possible? Even the top students in the elite class have only recently reached the first level in spear, sword, or dagger intent. It's worth noting that even a second-grade martial artist specializing in spears would need years of practice to reach the second level of spear intent. Yet Ning Feng, not even 18, was on the verge of achieving it. The audience was in awe. Wow, how did Ning Feng pull off that move? Someone marveled. Leaping into the air and then suddenly changing direction, it's incredible. Why did Mr. Wu's skin suddenly turn gray? Another asked. Don't you know? At the peak of the first-grade body strengthening stage, you can train your skin to be as hard as rock, making it impervious to ordinary weapons. The elite students exchanged shocked glances. They had underestimated Ning Feng, thinking he was the underdog of the class, but reality had proved them wrong. His martial arts prowess had left them far behind. Lan Qian, this guy is no slouch, someone whispered. With his martial skills about to reach the second level, his spot at Tianlu Martial Arts University is practically guaranteed. Lan Qian's face was dark with silence. Ning Feng's performance reminded him of a martial arts fanatic in his clan, someone with average blood energy, but highly regarded for breaking through to the second level of martial skills. In comparison, Lan Qian relied on his status as the eldest grandson of the family patriarch to access resources. Damn it, he thought, quietly deciding to eliminate Ning Feng. Sister. Xiao Bailu shook Xiao Jingzhe's arm repeatedly. Why are you daydreaming? Brother Ning Feng seems to have lost. It took a while for Xiao Jingzhe to snap out of her shock. Ning Feng's martial arts prowess piqued Xiao Jingzhe's curiosity. She turned to her sister, the disdain in her voice now gone. Ning Feng, has he really been working hard at martial arts all along? Xiao Bailu replied proudly. Of course. Ning Feng gets to school before dawn every day and spends all his time in the martial arts room when he's not in class. After school, he even seeks out Master Wu for extra practice. Master Wu values him the most. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. I've seen Ning Feng's efforts firsthand. Others just focus on comparing blood energy levels and never notice the sweat behind his success. Xiao Jingzhe nodded thoughtfully, her gaze shifting to the arena. I understand now. Actually, Ning Feng hasn't lost. For a first-rank martial artist to be forced to unlock the blood energy limit and use the petrification trait proves Ning Feng's attack was quite effective. At that moment, the big screen displayed the system's evaluation results. Match passed. Contestant, Ning Feng. Martial arts skill rating, S-class. Spear intent, second stage critical point. Movement technique, second stage critical point. Martial arts skill score, 675 points. The appearance of these numbers caused an uproar among the audience. They began to murmur and discuss excitedly. Oh my gosh, an S-class martial arts rating? Even the top students in the elite class haven't reached this level. Did this kid spend all 3 years of high school just practicing martial arts? Otherwise, how could his blood energy be only 75 calories? Amazing. My last rating was only C-class. I heard even class president Xiao Jingzhe and vice president Lan Qian have only achieved an A-class rating, with scores around 500 points. Ning Feng is a dark horse. With such a skilled student suddenly emerging in the class, the future might be challenging. Puffed. You didn't feel any pressure when Lan Qian and the others overshadowed you before. In the audience, Hai Ruyue's eyes lit up when she saw Ning Feng's results, almost drooling with excitement. She first complained to Wu Yanxing. Master Wu, how could you not recommend such a promising student to me earlier? Then, she eagerly grabbed Ning Feng's hand and said enthusiastically, Ning Feng, I formally invite you to join the Elite Martial Arts Class 1. I'll immediately request a special approval from the principal to apply for a first-class scholarship for you. Your treatment will be elevated to the same level as Xiao Jingzhe and Lan Qian. First prize scholarship? Ning Feng's eyes widened, and his heart started racing. The thought of 10,000 alliance coins flashed through his mind. It was no small amount. Hai Ryue smiled as she continued. Once you enter the elite class, you can choose one of the 5 major cultivation methods. The monthly stipend will also increase from 5,000 to 8,000 alliance coins, and the quota for low-level nutritional blood tonics will increase from 1 bottle per week to 3. Her tone carried a hint of admiration. Both the school and Linhai City highly value talented students like you, as you will become the backbone of the school and the city in the future. As she spoke, Hairua took out a card that glimmered with a black and gold sheen. This is the black gold membership card for the Yuan Sheng Dojo. Starting today, you can use all the training facilities there for free. Although the tonics and therapy require payment, you can enjoy member discounts. Ning Feng accepted the membership card, recalling the image of Xiao Jingzhe training there daily. Teacher Hai, can the Yuan Sheng Dojo also sell nutritional blood tonics? I thought these were only available through official channels. That's true, Hai Ryue explained. However, the dojo's tonics are different from ordinary blood tonics. They have specialized pharmacists who concoct various special tonics that are very helpful for cultivation. You'll understand once you go there. She didn't elaborate further, as the prices of those tonics were astronomical for ordinary students. Ning Feng nodded in agreement, wisely refraining from questioning why teacher Hai had such a valuable membership card. Since it was beneficial to him, he was happy to accept the gift. The subsequent martial arts skills test took the students from excitement to disappointment. Most scored below 300, with some barely reaching over 200. Even those with decent blood values showed a lack of proficiency in martial arts, clearly neglecting practice. However, Gao Hai, who had a blood value of only 62 calories, surprised everyone with his impressive swordsmanship, scoring 401 points. Although it was far from Ning Feng's 675 points, it stood out among the ordinary class, even reaching the lower levels of the elite class. This Gao Hai wields the broadsword quite well. Hai Rui nodded in approval. Although this score wasn't enough to enter the elite class, it was likely sufficient to get into a second-tier martial arts university. After finishing university, joining the military might help build a reputation. In the martial arts training ground, Ning Feng looked at Gao Hai, who was drenched in sweat, and patted him on the shoulder with a smile. Gao Hai, you're getting really good with that broadsword. Gao Hai scratched his head, embarrassed. Although he had put in effort in his sparring match with the martial arts teacher, he was defeated in just 3 moves. He then excitedly asked, Feng, are you going to the elite class today? His tone was full of genuine congratulations. To him, with Feng's talent and hard work, joining the elite class was well-deserved. Not today, maybe next Monday, Ning Feng replied, shaking his head. He was more interested in the elite class's generous benefits. Feng, I'll work hard too. Gao Hai's eyes shone with determination. I might not make it to the elite class, but I want to go to the same university town as you. If you go to Tianlu Martial Arts University, I'll aim for Linhai University. Ning Feng chuckled. Tianlu Martial Arts University, a C9 university in the country, was in the same university town as Linhai University, but their martial arts program wasn't on the same level. He teased. What if I get into Kyoto University? Will you aim for Wuming University? This sounded much like adults asking children centuries ago if they wanted to go to Tsinghua or Peking University when they grew up. Huh. Gao Hai scratched his head, embarrassed. If you can get into Kyoto University, I'll try for a vocational school in Kyoto. He was well aware of his limitations. Getting into Linhai University would be a struggle, let alone the more prestigious Wuming University. Elsewhere, Xiao Bailu was about to run over to Ning Feng, but was pulled back by Xiao Jingzhe. Don't go over there. The entire elite martial arts class is going back to the 2nd floor for extra training. Xiao Jingzhe's face was expressionless, and her tone was stern, as if something had provoked her. The elite class students immediately returned, fearing this class leader more than their gentle homeroom teacher, Hi Ryue. Sis, I want to congratulate brother Ning Feng, Xiao Bailu said, pouting. You can congratulate him at home tonight. Do your scores matches? Get back to training. Xiao Jingzhe ordered sternly. Okay, Xiao Bailu nodded reluctantly, then asked, Sis, what was your score on the last martial arts skills test? Was it higher than brother Ning Feng's? Xiao Jingzhe's expression changed, and she turned her head with a cold snort. She was unwilling to admit that Ning Feng, whom she usually looked down upon, had surpassed her in martial arts skills. In another corner, Lan Qian had been sulking ever since watching Ning Feng's martial arts skills test. Qian, why are you so quiet? Shut up. Lan Qian snapped coldly. Ning Feng's martial arts skills are indeed impressive, but so what? Skills can be trained, but what about talent and resources for cultivation? He smugly took out a jade bottle. He only gets 3 bottles of low-grade nutritional blood elixir a week, while I have the high-grade ones. He'll never catch up with my progress. Just then, a cleaning lady reminded them. Watch out. The floor is being mopped. Be careful not to slip. Before she finished speaking, Lan Qian, who was showing off, stepped on a wet spot and fell heavily. The jade bottle flew from his hand, shattering on the ground, and the golden elixir mixed with the dirty water. Oh no, my elixir. Lan Qian stood there, stunned. This was a high-grade nutritional blood elixir he had worked hard to obtain, meant for a breakthrough. Now it was wasted. If his elders found out, he would be in big trouble. After the test, Ning Feng returned to the South Campus with his class. When the homeroom teacher, Li Runin, learned that he not only achieved excellent results, but also successfully entered the elite class, her expression froze for a moment, as if she had witnessed something unbelievable. Despite her inner shock, she methodically handled Ning Feng's transfer procedures. Once the paperwork was completed, Ning Feng decided not to return to the regular class, but to head directly to the Yuan Sheng dojo to check it out. With the martial god simulation system, as long as his mental strength was sufficient, he could train efficiently at any time. If the dojo's training wasn't effective, he could always choose to train at home on his own. He opened the map app to check the route and found that he needed to transfer several subway lines. Fortunately, with a student card, he could enjoy half-price discounts, so the transportation cost was not high. While he was on the subway, an emergency broadcast suddenly played in the carriage. Breaking news: an electronic signal blocking situation has been detected in Mojiakan, Haiwei District, Linhai City, with a suspected level 4 Blue Star realm. The military has taken control, and residents around the area are advised not to enter the alert zone. Since it was work hours, there weren't many people on the subway, but upon hearing the news, the passengers visibly tensed up. Ning Feng frowned slightly. Mojiakan was not far from his home. However, he quickly relaxed because star realms are ranked from high to low as red, orange, yellow, and blue. A blue star realm would only contain first-rank exotic beasts, which are not difficult for the military and martial arts alliance to handle. In recent years, most star realm invasions in Linhai City have been blue level, with only occasional yellow levels. As for the more dangerous orange and red star realms, they haven't appeared in decades. If an orange or higher level star realm were to appear, even if a master level martial artist could suppress it, the entire Linhai City would likely be reduced to ruins. Ning Feng shook his head, temporarily setting aside these thoughts. With his current level 6 warrior blood value, he hadn't even reached the first rank and wasn't considered a formal warrior, unable to deal with even the lowest grade star realm exotic beasts. He could only hope that the military and martial arts alliance would swiftly handle this incident. After half an hour on the subway and a 10-minute walk, Ning Feng finally arrived at the Yuan Sheng dojo. This martial arts gym was located at a bustling intersection, with a pharmacy on the first floor and the dojo entrance on the second. Considering its location in the heart of Linhai City, the capital of Nanhai Province, this layout seemed reasonable. As Ning Feng ascended to the second floor and stood at the entrance, he couldn't help but be stunned. The training area before him was more spacious than the school's martial arts gym, with a variety of beautifully designed modern training equipment neatly arranged, exuding a strong sense of technology everywhere. Hello, are you here for training or therapy? A pretty receptionist, who appeared to be about 18, noticed him and, after glancing at his student attire, proactively inquired. The Yuanxing Dao Gym is open for free to students of the elite class at Linhai High School. Molly, the receptionist, is familiar with most of the students, but this remarkable young man was new to her. May I take a look around first? Ning Feng asked politely, retracting his gaze from his surroundings. Of course, Molly replied with a professional smile, ready to show him around. Hold on a second. A gruff voice interrupted them. A group of people approached, led by a burly man covered in tattoos. He seemed to be in his 30s, with a dragon inked on his left arm and a tiger on his right, exuding an air of arrogance. Give me a membership card first. I want a gold membership, the tattooed man demanded, pounding his chest. You're the best, Li Gu, his followers echoed. A gold membership costs 100,000 a month. It's great to be with Li Gu. Someone noticed Ning Feng standing nearby and sneered. Where did this poor student come from? Move aside and let Li Gu get his card first. Isn't he from the elite class at Linhai High School? Another follower whispered. Gao Li, known as Li Gu, sneered. Elite class? They're just ordinary members with free access. Anyone with real connections has a private martial arts training room at home. Only those without connections come to places like this. Gao Li turned to Molly, his gaze becoming menacing. Molly, hurry up and get me my card. If you delay my foot bath, I'll complain about you. Molly remained calm. Sorry, but this gentleman was here first. According to the rules, I have to serve him first. Even if you complain to the boss, she won't say anything to me. Gao Li's expression darkened. Molly, are you out of your mind? I'm opening a gold membership, and you're not prioritizing me? Do you think this poor student has money? His followers began to shout. Yeah, who do you think you are? Li Gu is loaded, unlike this poor student. Kneel and apologize to Li Gu. Believe it or not, we'll wreck your gym tomorrow. Get this kid's address and trash his house later. If he's got a pretty sister, we'll take her too. This pretty boy looks good. Send him to a host club. Those rich women love that. Are you done? Ning Feng's voice was icy cold. The blonde thug who had threatened to take his sister froze, feeling a chill down his spine as he met Ning Feng's gaze. In the next moment, bang! The blonde thug flew like a broken kite, crashing heavily against the wall. Huang Mao, Gao Li and his crew exclaimed in shock. Damn it, what are you doing? Gao Li shouted angrily at Ning Feng, his eyes wide open and face turning livid. As the leader of a gang outside of school, he had never seen a student dare to lay a hand on his people. He's got a foul mouth, deserved to get hit. Ning Feng replied calmly, casting a cold glance at the blonde-haired guy on the ground. He had used some real force with that kick, ensuring the guy would be out cold for at least a day. You're asking for it. Gao Li growled through gritted teeth, and his followers chimed in. Boss Li, this kid definitely knows how to fight. Let's take him down together and avenge Blondie. Just as Gao Li and his gang were about to charge, Molly, standing nearby, snapped back to reality and shouted anxiously at Ning Feng, run. They really can beat someone to death. Ning Feng, however, remained still, a cold smile playing on his lips. At that critical moment, a clear, commanding female voice rang out from the dojo entrance. Everyone, stop. All eyes turned towards the unexpected voice. A woman stood there, dressed in a white martial arts uniform. Her burgundy, wavy hair fluttered gently in the breeze, and beneath her slender brows were sharp eyes. Even the loose martial arts attire couldn't hide her impressive figure. Hai Yafu, this has nothing to do with you. Gao Li quickly signaled his men to halt when he saw her. Although a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes, his tone remained angry. My guy got beaten up, and I need to settle this. This is my dojo, how is it not my business? Hai Yafu retorted with a cold snort. She had been training inside and came out to check due to the commotion. Her gaze shifted between the unconscious blonde and Ning Feng as she asked, are you a student from the elite class at Linhai No. 1 High School? She frowned slightly. The boy before her had an unusual appearance, but his vitality seemed surprisingly weak, not even reaching the 100 mark. This was far below the standard she remembered for the elite class. She had surpassed that mark by her sophomore year. Something like that, Ning Feng replied vaguely. He had completed the transfer process but hadn't officially joined the elite class yet. What do you mean something like that? Hai Yafa shook her head. Do you have the regular membership card I issued to elite class students through Hai Ryue? Seeing Ning Feng remain silent, she continued. If not, please leave. Yuan Sheng Dojo operates on a membership basis, and not just anyone can enter. As the dojo manager, she had to adhere to the rules. If this student was a protege of Hai Ryue, she might have been willing to mediate. But since he was just a regular student, she saw no reason to intervene further. If you dare to make a move, you must be prepared for retaliation. As soon as Hai Yafu finished speaking, a look of excitement appeared on the faces of Gao Li and his group. One of them couldn't wait to sneer. Manager Yafu, where did this poor student get a membership card? I'll do you a favor and drag him outside to beat him up, so we don't cause trouble at your door. Hai Yafu glanced at Ning Feng and casually waved her hand. Do as you please. She was puzzled by the student's reaction. Most would have been trembling or begging for mercy by now, but he remained unsettlingly calm. Kid, come with us. Gao Li and his group surrounded him. You kicked Blondie, so we'll each give you 10 kicks in return. 10 kicks aren't enough, another sneered. Let's beat him half to death and sell him to a host club. As they were about to lay hands on Ning Feng, he smirked. You guys? Just a bunch of losers. Before the words had fully left his mouth, his right fist shot out with a sonic boom. Wait, spare him. Hai Yafa's pupils contracted as she instinctively rushed forward. Ning Feng's fist stopped a centimeter from Gao Li's nose. Gao Li felt a fierce wind from the punch blow through his hair, and he was suddenly drenched in cold sweat, realizing that punch could have killed him. Is there something you want? Ning Feng turned to Hai Yafu, his tone still calm. Do you know that killing someone will land you in prison? Hai Yafa gasped, clutching her chest. If someone died here, the Yuan Sheng Dojo would be shut down for at least a couple of weeks. Seeing Ning Feng's unflappable demeanor, Hai Yafu relented. Fine, I'll give you a free membership card. No need, I already have one. Ning Feng calmly pulled out a black gold membership card, leaving everyone present stunned. If you have a card, why pretend? That's a black gold membership card. Hai Yafu sighed, though internally she was shaken. The Yuan Sheng Dojo had only a few black gold cards, and among them, Hai Ryue had 2 or 3. Anyone gifted such a card by Hai Ryue must have considerable power and background. Realizing this, Gao Li immediately understood that Ning Feng was no ordinary student and someone he couldn't afford to offend. Just then, one of his lackeys continued to shout, Gao, who cares about a black gold member? He hit Blondie, so we need to get even. Smack. Gao Li slapped the guy across the face and shouted, if I beat you up, are you going to seek revenge on me? This young master is right. You're just a bunch of losers. If Blondie hadn't insulted his sister, would this young master have acted? Blondie deserved the beating. Although Gao Li was arrogant and domineering, as a savvy contractor navigating the social world, he was well-versed in the art of adapting his words to different audiences. When he saw Ning Feng pull out the intimidating black gold membership card from his wallet, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, instantly extinguishing his arrogance. Manager Yafu, I'll take my leave today, Gao Li said, his voice now respectful as he hurriedly signaled his lackeys to carry the still unconscious Huang Mao away in a panic. In his mind, anyone who possessed such an exclusive card must have an unfathomable background, and he knew better than to provoke them. This guy sure changes his tune quickly, Hai Yafu said with a light laugh, then turned to Ning Feng. Since you have a black gold membership card, you can access all the martial arts center's facilities, though you'll only get discounts on fee-based services. Come, let me show you around. Molly, standing nearby, looked at Ning Feng with a newfound admiration, her heart unknowingly quickening. She quickly scribbled her contact information on a note and discreetly handed it to Ning Feng. Feel free to reach out if you ever have any questions. Ning Feng accepted it, thinking it might come in handy for future training. Upon entering the second floor, Ning Feng was awestruck by the sheer scale of the space. The massive training hall spanned thousands of square meters, clearly created by merging the entire floor. The array of uniquely designed training equipment left him dazzled. Hai Yafu noticed his amazement and shook her head with a helpless smile. Another martial arts fanatic, she remarked before beginning a detailed introduction. This machine at the entrance is a high-precision tester for measuring qi and blood levels. Over there is the punch strength tester, with 100 accuracy. That separate room is the gravity simulation chamber, ideal for practicing agility, but beginners can only handle up to double gravity. After half an hour, the tour of the second floor facilities concluded. Hai Yafu continued. The third floor is the therapy room, where all services require payment. The fourth floor is the exclusive training room. As a black gold member, you can have one all to yourself for just 10,000 alliance coins a month. It's a privilege that ordinary members can't even dream of, and even gold members have to pay 100,000. She emphasized, I've already given you a 90 discount. As for the fifth floor, it's the exclusive laboratory for pharmacists, unrelated to you students. After Hai Yafu showed Ning Feng around the second floor, she began to introduce the facilities upstairs. She explained in detail that most students chose to train on the second floor because the facilities on the upper floors required payment. Particularly, the personal martial arts training room on the fourth floor cost 100,000 yuan per month, which was too expensive for ordinary students. Wealthier students often had private training rooms at home. When Hai Yafu mentioned the potion refining room on the fifth floor, Ning Feng's eyes lit up. He remembered he had a prescription for an advanced nutritional and blood tonic potion. If he could buy the materials, he could start refining it. Can I take a look at the potion refining room on the fifth floor? Ning Feng asked. You want to go to the potion refining room? Hai Yafu was taken aback. In her experience, students came to the martial arts center mainly to train, and few were interested in the potion refining room. She instinctively wondered if this high school student knew about potion refining, but quickly dismissed the thought. It's important to know that pharmacists are held in higher regard than martial artists. There are two paths to becoming a pharmacist. One is to enter the martial arts pharmacist program through the college entrance exam, which requires extremely high scores and strong mental fortitude. The other is to be born into a family of pharmacists and receive special training from a young age. But in a place like Linhai City, there are no such family legacies. Those are found in large cities like the capital or overseas. While talking, the two of them arrived at the potion refining room on the fifth floor. The space here was more open than on the second floor, with less equipment taking up space. A young pharmacist was standing in front of a furnace, focused on his work. Move aside. Let me do it, the man shouted harshly. You useless people can't even make yangqi powder. This is by Les Han, our top pharmacist at Yuan Sheng Martial Arts Center. Hai Yafu introduced to Ning Feng. He's a first-grade pharmacist invited from the capital. A crowd had already gathered, quietly discussing the young first-grade pharmacist. Bai Lesan skillfully adjusted the heat and added the prepared ingredients into the furnace one by one. He closed his eyes in concentration, his hands moving around the furnace, occasionally stirring with a jade spoon. Finally, he took out a black, earthy-colored core of a first-grade exotic beast, the core of a dirt-tail rat, and fully refined it in the furnace. Half an hour later, Leshan wiped the sweat from his forehead and opened the furnace. A wave of heat mixed with a peculiar fragrance wafted out. The effect of this Yangqi powder is even better than the official low-grade nutritional and blood tonic potions. 10,000 alliance coins for one portion. Just smelling it makes my blood surge. Master, I want to buy. Give me one too. I need to buy it for my son. Who's your son? Have some shame. The crowd's chatter rose and fell, creating a lively scene. Miss Hai, what brings you here? Li Fu, the head of the potion room on the 5th floor, approached Hai Yafu with a respectful smile. I'm giving a tour to a black gold member, Hai Yafu replied, glancing towards Leshan in the distance, who was carefully extracting a newly concocted potion from a bronze cauldron. How is the potion production today? Li Fu immediately began to report in detail. Master Bai's potions are first bottled, then tested for quality. Once approved, they are labeled and sent to the first-floor Yuan Sheng pharmacy for sale, priced at 10,000 alliance currency per bottle. Thanks to Master Bai's Qi Nourishing Powder, our sales have increased by 30%. As he spoke, he cast a curious glance at the young Ning Feng standing beside Hai Yafu, surprised by the age of this black gold member. 30%. Hai Yafu frowned slightly. She had hired Leshan from Kyoto with the hope of at least a 50% increase in sales. The current growth wasn't enough to cover Leshan's salary, but skilled potion makers were so rare that securing one from Kyoto was already a significant achievement, and dismissing him was not an option. Just as Li Fu was about to continue his report, there was a commotion in the potion room. Look, Master Bai's Qi Nourishing Powder is ready. It smells amazing. Leshan stood calmly in place, directing several apprentices as they carefully filled 12 jade bottles with the potion using special pipettes. Send them for testing, he instructed, his voice filled with unmistakable confidence. The apprentices promptly placed the jade bottles into the nearby testing apparatus. The surrounding crowd whispered among themselves, I heard it only needs a perfection rate of 60 to be sold. Master Bai's work will definitely pass. Soon, the testing device emitted a signal. Test passed. Potion category, Qi and blood. Potion grade, not rated. Perfection rate, 80. Specific effects, gently nourishes and boosts Qi and blood, suitable for novice practitioners. Amazing. 80 perfection rate. Truly a first-class potion maker. I want to buy a bottle. Count me in for one, at the original price. As the scene threatened to get out of hand, Li Fu quickly stepped forward. Please, everyone, remain calm. These potions are all under the Yuan Sheng Dao Pavilion stores. If you wish to purchase, please proceed to the first floor. Who says so? A cold laugh suddenly echoed from the crowd. A portly man in lavish attire pushed his way through, exchanging a meaningful glance with Leshan before provocatively posing his question. Inside the Yuan Sheng Dao pharmacy, a tense standoff was unfolding. Li Fu, who told you that these potions crafted by Master Bai belong to your Yuan Sheng Dao establishment? A middle-aged man in luxurious robes stood at the counter, gently waving a folding fan. This man was none other than Mo Guangchang, the owner of Qinjin Pharmacy, who had monopolized the potion business on the street before Yuan Sheng Dao Pharmacy opened. Li Fu frowned slightly, recalling how Mo Guangchang had colluded with other pharmacies to boycott them when Yuan Sheng Dao Pharmacy first opened, leading to dismal business initially. Fortunately, Miss Hai had invited Master Leshan from the capital, which improved the situation. Mo Guangchang put away his fan, a calculating smile on his face. Master Bai, I'm the owner of Qinjin Pharmacy. It's disheartening to see a first-rate potion master like you working for a small shop. How about this? I'll buy all your Qi Nourishing Powder at 10,000 alliance coins per bottle. What do you say? The onlookers whispered among themselves. 10,000 alliance coins? That's the price at Yuan Sheng Pharmacy. If I were Master Bai, I'd definitely agree. Leshan remained unperturbed, as everything was going according to his and Mo Guangchang's plan. He turned to Li Fu and said, I appreciate Mr. Mo's offer. However, I was personally invited by Miss Fu from the capital. As long as Yuan Sheng Dao also buys my potions at 10,000 alliance coins, I'll stay here. Uncle Gao, what do you think? Li Fu felt a chill down his spine. The original contract was for 5,000 alliance coins per bottle, not including the cost of using the furnace and other expenses. Now, Leshan's demand to double the price was essentially pushing the pharmacy towards bankruptcy. At that moment, Hai Yafu pushed through the crowd, angrily shouting, Mo Guangchang, if you dare cause trouble here, I'll have security throw you out. Well, if it isn't niece Hai, Mo Guangchang sneered. If your father were here, he might say that. But he's not. And you, a mere girl, dare to threaten me? Leshan's eyes flashed with a strange light at the sight of Hai Yafu. After all, he had come to this remote seaside town for this beauty who haunted his thoughts. Hai Yafu frowned in disgust, repelled by Leshan's lecherous gaze. This was why she rarely visited the 5th floor, despite sending Uncle Gao to accompany Leshan to the club every week without ever showing up herself. She said coldly, Master Bai, according to the contract, we pay you 5,000 alliance coins per bottle, plus a monthly salary of 50,000. Last month, we suffered significant losses. If the price increases to 10,000, the pharmacy will go bankrupt. After watching Bai Leshan concoct potions, Ning Feng decided to take a stroll around the 5th floor. The layout of this floor was orderly, featuring not only the main potion-making area, but also a herb storage and a herb purchasing point. The purchasing point was deliberately placed at a distance, apparently to avoid disturbing the work of the alchemists. At the moment, the purchasing point was bustling with activity, as several herb merchants were weighing the herbs they had brought. Ning Feng noticed that among them were some of the herbs he needed, so he approached. A middle-aged man with a kind face was in charge of the purchases and seemed surprised to see someone as young as Ning Feng. Do you have the herbs on this list? Ning Feng handed over the list directly. The man dusted off his hands and examined the list carefully. 5 portions of Ling Shizi, 10 portions of Fu Pingua, 20 portions of Ling Yichao? Young man, these aren't cheap at all. The total is at least 10,000 alliance coins. They're not only scarce, but also in considerable quantity. All right, Ning Feng nodded in acknowledgement. The exact total comes to 12,000 alliance coins, the man stated. So expensive? Ning Feng exclaimed, surprised at the high cost of advanced potion ingredients. The man explained, I've already given you the cost price. These are originally reserved for the shop's alchemists, but since they're not needed at the moment, I can sell them to you. All right, prepare a batch for me, and make sure they're of good quality, Ning Feng said, pulling out a black gold membership card. I'm a black gold member, so there should be a discount, right? Upon seeing the black gold card, the man's demeanor became more respectful. According to the policy, black gold members receive a 20% discount, so you'll only need to pay 9,600 alliance coins. Would you like to pay via WeChat or cash? Instead of paying directly, Ning Feng took out 5 first-level exotic beast cores from his pocket, the spoils from his battle with goblins the previous night. Rather than keeping them without use, he thought it better to exchange them for something practical. These are exotic beast cores. The man widened his eyes in astonishment, and the surrounding merchants gathered around in shock. Exotic beast cores are precious materials for potion making, and this young man had brought out 5 at once. Are you accepting them or not? If not, I'll forget it, Ning Feng said, frowning, puzzled by their reaction. He was unaware that exotic beasts only appear in the astral realm and are rarely seen by ordinary people, let alone obtaining their cores. Only martial artists typically encounter such treasures, and they're usually found in martial arts alliance centers, not private establishments like the Yuan Sheng Dao Pavilion. Of course, we'll accept them, the man nodded repeatedly. But I'll need to consult with the manager first. With that, he hurried off to find Li Fu. Hi Yafu, how dare you speak to Master Bai like that? Mo Guangchang's voice suddenly erupted in the pharmacy. He initially glared at Hai Yafu with anger, then turned to Bai Leshan with a fawning smile. Master Bai has traveled all the way from the capital. His status is indeed prestigious. It's outrageous to offer only 50,000 alliance coins in salary and a mere 5,000 per bottle of Yanqi powder. Why not join our Tianjin pharmacy? We promise you a much better deal. Bai Leshan crossed his arms, a hint of an arrogant smirk playing on his lips. He looked at Hai Yafu with disdain. Yafu, you heard that, right? As a first-class alchemist, working at Yuanxing Dojo was a great favor, yet this ungrateful woman always treated him with indifference. Bai Leshan, we have a contract. Hai Yafu's chest heaved with anger, incredulous at their deceitfulness. Contract? Ha ha. Mo Guangchang interrupted with a laugh. We'll cover any breach of contract fees at Tianjin Pharmacy. A trace of malice flickered in Bai Leshan's eyes. Yafu, it doesn't really matter where I go. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be at Yuanxing Dojo in the first place. Just agree to be my girlfriend. In your dreams. Hai Yafu cut him off without hesitation. Even if the pharmacy faced difficulties, she would never lower herself to be with someone like him. She'd rather die? Bai Leshan's expression turned dark as ink. Mo Guangchang quickly tried to smooth things over. Master Bai, there are plenty of beauties in Linhai City. Why fixate on just one flower? He was secretly pleased, as his goal was to lure Bai Leshan away, leaving Yuanxing Pharmacy in trouble. Once the pharmacy was in ruins, he could then woo this thorny rose. Just then, a staff member from the purchasing department rushed into the potion crafting room. Manager Li, a customer wants to sell beast spirit cores. The purchasing is your responsibility. Can't you see I'm busy? Wait, did you say beast spirit cores? Li Fu's initial impatience turned to interest. Normally, beast spirit cores should be sold to the official Martial Arts Alliance Hall, where the purchase price is higher. Li Fu immediately headed to the purchasing point, surprised to find the previous black gold member. Are you here to sell beast spirit cores? He asked, slightly astonished. Yes, do you buy them or not? If not, I'll leave. Ning Feng replied impatiently, uncomfortable with being scrutinized like a monkey. Of course we buy them. Li Fu quickly invited Ning Feng into the VIP room and placed the 5 cores into the testing device. Moments later, the data appeared. Wow. Level 1 Goblin Spirit Cores, in perfect condition, almost undamaged. Each one is worth 10,000 alliance coins, making it 50,000 for all 5. This price was even slightly higher than the official purchase rate. Hearing the offer of 50,000 alliance coins, Ning Feng was pleasantly surprised. He had expected to sell them for at most 10,000, not realizing they would fetch such a high price. After purchasing the herbs, he would still net over 40,000. By the way, stewardly, this guest also needs to purchase some medicinal herbs. The uncle at the procurement point said, handing a list filled with herb names to Li Fu. Li Fu took the list, his eyes glancing over Ning Feng's youthful face, filled with suspicion. He carefully examined the herbs on the list, his brows gradually furrowing. Each of these herbs was a precious item for enhancing vitality, and many were the same as those needed for the nourishing powder made by Les Han, only in larger quantities. May I ask what you need these herbs for? Li Fu couldn't help but ask, a wild thought crossing his mind. But the person in front of him looked too young to be an alchemist capable of crafting such advanced potions. Ning Feng, hearing this, showed a displeased expression. What? Do I need to explain why I'm buying herbs? He thought to himself that if he knew it would be this troublesome, he might as well have gone to any random herb store. Li Fu quickly explained. No, I was just being nosy. I was thinking, if you are an alchemist, you can use our alchemy room to make your potions, and all the herbs you buy will be provided at cost price. If you sell the finished potions to our dojo, the usage fee for the alchemy room, the machine testing fee, and the cost of the herbs will all be waived. Hearing this, Ning Feng was delighted. He had just been worrying about where to make his potions, and here the Yuan Sheng Dojo was offering such generous conditions. As you said, I need to make potions, Ning Feng ordered directly. Find me an alchemy room and prepare all the herbs on the list. Li Fu's eyes lit up, and he immediately responded. All right, I'll take you to the best alchemy room right away. Xiao-san, go prepare the herbs on this list and bring them over. He was secretly pleased, never expecting this young guest to truly be an alchemist. With Les Han about to leave, the dojo needed an alchemist to hold the fort. Perhaps this was the candidate the young lady had specifically found to replace Les Han. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the alchemy room was tense. Facing the aggressive Les Han and Mo Guangchang, Hai Yafu fought back tears, knowing that the Yuan Sheng Dojo couldn't do without Les Han, the alchemist. Once he left, many of the dojo's operations would be unable to proceed, and in time, they might face the prospect of closing down. Hai Yafu gritted her teeth and said, Master Bai, if you're not satisfied with your salary, we can revise the previous contract. How about 50,000 alliance coins per month? Mo Guangchang immediately raised the bid. I'll offer 100,000. Mo Guangchang you. Hai Yafu trembled with anger, well aware that her resources couldn't compete with Mo Guangchang, who controlled several pharmacies in Linhai City. Mo Guangchang laughed triumphantly. Ha! Niece Yafu, just give up. Blame it on your late father. If only he had sold the Yuan Sheng Dojo to me back then, how much better it would have been. If he could see your miserable state now, he would surely regret it deeply. Don't mention my father. You are not worthy. Hai Yafu was seething with anger, her fists clenched, and her eyes glowed with a dangerous red light. Her father, the founder of the Yuan Sheng Dojo, was a formidable third-rank martial artist, respected even by the governor of Linhai City. How dare a mere businessman like Mo Guangchang slander her father? Mo Guangchang sneered disdainfully, retorting, not worthy? Ha ha ha. If I were truly unworthy, how could I have amassed my current wealth and status? Seeing the situation, Les Han interjected, pretending to be a peacemaker. All right, Yafu, Mr. Mo is just appreciating talent. He flicked his sleeve arrogantly and added, I've said it before, as long as you agree to be my girlfriend, you'll stay at Yuan Sheng Dojo. Otherwise, his words were laced with threat. Les Han was secretly pleased. If he could win over Hai Yafu, the entire Yuan Sheng Dojo would essentially be his. Compared to Mo Guangchang's offer, he preferred to capture both Hai Yafu and the dojo in one fell swoop. Hai Yafu looked at Les Han coldly, seeing through his intentions immediately. Les Han, I've told you, wanting me to be your girlfriend is just a dream. Being rejected publicly, Les Han was instantly infuriated. He thought to himself that although Hai Yafu seemed alluring, he hadn't even held her hand despite pursuing her for so long. If his friends in the capital found out, how could he maintain his pride? Mr. Mo, let's go. Les Han snorted. Let's see who will still make potions for Yuan Sheng Dojo. I'll say this now, within 3 days, Yuan Sheng Dojo will surely close down. With that, he prepared to leave with Mo Guangchang. Les Han calculated that although Hai Yafu rejected him now, when the dojo faced closure, she would definitely beg him to return. By then, it wouldn't be as simple as making her his girlfriend. He wanted to completely control Yuan Sheng Dojo. In Les Han's fantasies, he had already become the new owner of Yuan Sheng Dojo. He planned to demolish the dojo and build the largest nightclub in Linhai City on its site, attracting beauties from all over the Nanhai province. Then, He would use his connections to offer these beauties to influential figures in the capital, skyrocketing his status. As for Yafu, once he was tired of her, he would simply discard her. Just as the two were about to leave, Yafu gritted her teeth and said, "By Les Han, we have a contract with you at Yuansheng Dojo. If you leave, you must pay a breach of contract fee of 2 million." Upon hearing this, Bai Leshan immediately looked at Mo Guangchang, his eyes full of inquiry. Mo Guangchang's mouth twitched. He hadn't expected the breach of contract fee to be so high. He initially thought it would be at most 1 million, but now he had publicly declared it. If he didn't pay, his reputation in Linhai City would be ruined. I'll pay. Mo Guangchang reluctantly pulled out a bank card and made the payment. Beep, you've received 2 million. Hearing the notification of the payment, Yafu felt no joy. She knew that Yuansheng Dojo would face difficult times ahead. During this period, she urgently needed to find a new potion master. However, finding a skilled potion master was no easy task. Master Bai left, and the crowd began to stir. A middle-aged man shouted, "We're here to wait for Master Bai's new potion. Since he's gone, let's continue waiting at the Qianjin pharmacy." Alas, it seems Yuansheng Daoguan is going to decline. Another person sighed, shaking his head. Who told Yafu to offend Master Bai? One shouldn't be too proud. What's wrong with marrying Master Bai? Yafu really doesn't know what's good for her. Others around chimed in. Inside the alchemy room, discussions were rife. Mo Guangchang seized the opportunity, clasping his hands and smiling at everyone. "You're all welcome to our Qianjin pharmacy. I announce that from today, there's a 20% discount on all potion purchases at Qianjin pharmacy." Bai Leshan snorted coldly. "I'll also fully support Qianjin pharmacy in refining potions." He secretly vowed to make Yafu beg him on her knees. At that moment, Li Fu hurried to Yafu's side, quietly reporting, "Miss Hai, a guest just requested to use the alchemy room." He briefly explained the situation. Upon hearing this, Yafu's expression changed slightly. "You say he's an alchemist? That can't be right. That student looks so young." Li Fu quickly handed over a list. "Miss Hai, please take a look at this." Yafu glanced at it, her heartbeat quickening. Spirit snake fruit, raspberries, these indeed are all ingredients for boosting vitality, but why so many? She pondered, could that student really be an alchemist? As she hesitated, Ning Feng walked over, slightly impatient. "You guys are really taking your time." Yafu turned, her eyes gleaming with interest, and asked, "Are you really an alchemist?" Ning Feng didn't answer, only furrowing his brows. Yafu made a decisive decision. "I understand. The largest alchemy room is yours." With that, she cleared the largest alchemy room, ushering everyone out. As they were about to enter, Bai Leshan's voice called from behind. He strode over, scrutinizing Ning Feng, and seeing he looked like a high school student, sneered. "Yafu, who are you trying to fool? If this kid is an alchemist, I'll write my name backwards." The surrounding customers also began to gossip. Really? Did Yafu find another alchemist? Can't be true. Alchemists aren't as common as cabbages. This young man is wearing a Linhai High School uniform. My daughter goes there too, and I've never heard of an alchemist from their school. Someone laughed. Looks like this is indeed a trick by Yafu, just as Master Bai said. Let's not waste time. Let's all go to Qianjin Pharmacy with Master Bai. However, some were hesitant. Wait, I want to see the show. I'll wait too, just in case he really makes something. Right? Even if he doesn't make a potion, it could be entertaining. Amidst the chatter, Bai Leshan and Mo Guangchang exchanged a glance and stopped in their tracks simultaneously. Master Bai, do you think that person could be an alchemist? Mo Guangchang asked with narrowed, sharp eyes, his expression grave. As the secret investor who had spent 2 million to recruit Bai Leshan, he was keenly interested in every move of the Yuan Shengdao Hall. Bai Leshan's face darkened as he clenched his fist. "Absolutely not," he scoffed. "You know how difficult it is to train an alchemist. A teenage alchemist? That's pure fantasy, especially in a place like our Linhai city." He paused, then continued to explain. An alchemist's level is closely tied to their mental strength. Ordinary people don't even have the qualification to cultivate mental power. A hint of melancholy flickered in his eyes. "When I was in college, my family spent everything they had to get me a basic mental cultivation manual, and even now, I've only reached level 4. I can only make some low-grade potions." He admitted with a bitter smile. "Honestly, I'm not really a first-class alchemist. I just deceived Yafu for profit. But even so, my level 4 mental strength is enough to suppress most first-class martial artists, whose mental power is generally not even level 2. That's why I can make a living with low-grade potions like the Qi Nourishing Powder." Mo Guangchang watched the young figure disappear into the distance, a sense of unease rising in him. "I hope that's the case." Meanwhile, Yafu had brought Ning Feng to the alchemy room. "Your name is Ning Feng, right?" she said as she opened the door. "I checked your black gold membership information at the front desk." "Yeah," Ning Feng replied briefly, thinking that Teacher Hai must have registered it for him. "Are you really an alchemist?" Yafu asked nervously, unconsciously placing her hands on her chest. Ning Feng frowned. "No, you talk too much." This rebuke left Hai Yafu, who was usually well respected in Linhai City, looking a bit hurt. Ning Feng, however, was unfazed. Bring the ingredients, and don't ask anything else. With that, he closed his eyes, his consciousness entering the system's storage space. System, start potion crafting. Current mental strength level, 6. Conditions met for crafting the advanced nutritional potion Pei Yuan Sen. As the system's prompt sounded, the method for crafting Pei Yuan Sen flooded into Ning Feng's mind. He was amazed that his mental power had jumped from level 3 to 6 overnight, clearly the result of the mirror spirit cultivation method. Although he initially thought it wasn't as good as the Great Sun Flame cultivation method, it was now clear that mental strength was fundamental for an alchemist. Just as Hai Yafu was about to speak, Ning Feng cut her off. Don't talk. He directly opened the furnace, adjusted the fire, and added all the ingredients at once. This scene left Hai Yafu covering her mouth in shock. Outside the alchemy room, though the door was closed, the roaring flames inside indicated that the potion crafting had begun. Bai Leshan watched the scene, first in a daze, then burst into laughter. Foolish. Absolutely foolish. Even I only dare to refine 2 ingredients at a time, and this idiot is trying to refine so many at once. He must want to get burned by a mental backlash and turn into an imbecile. Ha ha. In the potion room, Ning Feng stood focused in front of the ancient cauldron, forming hand seals to control the fire. Although his eyes were closed, his mental energy delicately permeated the cauldron, keeping track of the transformation of each ingredient. Brewing an ordinary potion was not particularly challenging for him, though the process was somewhat strenuous. Half an hour later, Ning Feng opened his eyes, beads of sweat on his forehead, and a smile emerged on his lips. The ingredients were refined, and the most crucial step was next adding the essence of a mythical beast. He took out an exquisite jade bottle from his pocket, inside of which floated a pure white droplet of energy. This sight left Hai Yafu, who was standing behind him, wide-eyed and speechless with shock. She knew well that creating potions required the core of a mythical beast, with higher-grade potions demanding even more stringent requirements. Just like the qi-nourishing powder made by Bai Leshan, which required the core of a first-level mythical beast for just 12 bottles. Seeing the lavish ingredients Ning Feng was using, she realized the potion's grade was extraordinary, but she didn't expect him to use the essence of a mythical beast. My god, this is the essence of a level 6 or higher mythical beast. Hai Yafu's heart surged with shock. A single drop of level 6 white mythical beast essence was as valuable as a core from a first-level mythical beast, indicating that the potion Ning Feng was crafting was at least of the first grade or higher. Could he also be a first-grade potion master? Without hesitation, Ning Feng poured the mythical beast essence into the cauldron. The recipe for the vitality-enhancing powder only required a level 6 mythical beast core, so using the essence was indeed extravagant. But since it was for his cultivation, he naturally opted for the best materials. This would make the resulting vitality-enhancing powder far superior to ordinary vitality potions. Having consumed a lot of energy from standing for so long, Ning Feng decided to sit in front of the cauldron. Hai Yafu immediately placed a soft cushion for him with great care. The Source Saint Pavilion urgently needed a potion master after losing Bai Leshan. Otherwise, they would face closure. This potion master, whose skills rivaled Bai Leshan's, was someone she intended to treat with utmost attentiveness. Another hour passed, and the mythical beast essence gradually melded with the potion, releasing an intoxicating fragrance from the cauldron. This aroma left Hai Yafu feeling weak all over, with her inner energy surging like a breached dam. As a first-grade warrior already in the body refining stage, she was still overwhelmed by the potency of the potion's scent. Amazing. This potion's quality definitely reaches the first grade. Hai Yafu felt a surge of excitement, her eyes fixed on the cauldron. Although Bai Leshan claimed to be a first-grade potion maker, he had never actually produced a first-grade potion. Yet, the potion Ning Feng was crafting at that moment was of a quality far beyond Bai Leshan's capabilities. Suddenly, Ning Feng's eyes snapped open, and his entire mental energy surged into the cauldron like a tidal wave. With a loud boom, the cauldron shook violently as if it were about to explode. Outside the potion-making room, anxious discussions were ongoing. It's been an hour and a half. Even a first-grade potion should be done by now, right? I told you. This kid isn't a potion maker at all. He's probably too embarrassed to come out. My daughter said there's no student in the school who's a potion maker. This is clearly a fraud. Bai Leshan also began to lose patience, standing up and saying, Mr. Mo, why don't we leave? However, Mo Guangcheng laughed, trying to ease the tension. No rush. Since we've waited this long, let's wait a little longer and see what happens. Suddenly, a deafening explosion came from inside the potion-making room, causing the entire room to shake violently. Everyone was immediately thrown into a panic. An earthquake? No, it was an explosion in the cauldron. Miss Hai Yafu is still in there. Bai Leshan was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Ha ha, I told you he's not a potion maker. He actually blew up the cauldron. Li Fu, go rescue your boss. He's probably unrecognizable now. Li Fu, filled with worry, was about to rush in when the door to the potion-making room suddenly opened. Li Fu, check the cauldron. Hayafu hurried out. This cauldron is too low grade. It doesn't match Master Ning's skills. Quickly, bring some high-quality jade bottles. Li Fu quickly fetched 12 valuable mutton fat jade bottles. Hayafu grabbed them and swiftly began filling them with the potion. Each bottle, once filled, emitted a rich fragrance that stirred one's blood. After filling all 12 bottles, Hayafu instructed, send them for testing. Watching Li Fu leave with the jade bottles, she finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. Haya looked anxiously at Ning Feng and asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Ning Feng replied, sitting on the ground and shaking his head slightly. He explained that during the final step of the fusion, he realized the alchemical furnace had reached its maximum pressure capacity. To prevent the malfunction, he used his spiritual power to envelop the potion, thus ensuring the explosion didn't affect the final product. He had already started using the mirror spirit cultivation method to repair his damaged spiritual power. "I'm sorry, it's all because our furnace is too poor," Haya said, lowering her head in guilt. "I'll have Li Fu go to the capital and buy the best furnace, so this won't happen again when you make potions." In the future? Ning Feng raised an eyebrow and rolled his eyes. "I'm not part of your Yuan Sheng Daoguan. Are you planning to kidnap me to keep making potions for you?" Despite his words, he knew that the Yuan Sheng Daoguan was indeed the best place for potion making. What surprised him even more was that despite him damaging their furnace, Haya was not asking for compensation, but instead wanted to provide him with better equipment. This warmth reminded him of the long-lost feeling of being cared for. No, that's not what I meant." Haya quickly shook her head in explanation. Seeing her anxious expression, Ning Feng recalled her haughty demeanor when they first met downstairs and couldn't help but smile. "You're smiling, so you don't blame me anymore?" Haya asked, blinking her eyes, visibly relieved. "Why do you care so much about me? Do you think I'm handsome? Or are you just impressed by my potion-making skills?" Ning Feng teased. "Well," Haya's face turned slightly red. Then she composed herself and said, "As you saw, Bai Han broke his promise and tore up the contract. Our Yuan Sheng Daoguan is in need of an alchemist. If you agree to join us, I'll give you double the offer." "We'll see." Ning Feng didn't agree immediately. As a student who still had to attend university in the future, he couldn't commit to long-term potion making here. No matter how attractive the offer, education remained his priority. At that moment, Li Fu's excited voice came from outside. "The test results are out." Everyone gathered around the testing device. "Oh my gosh, this can't be true. Did that young man really make this? Didn't they say it failed? The effect is several times stronger than qi nourishing powder." "Impossible," Bai Han shouted, losing his composure. "You must have cheated. How could a potion of this level come from a young man from a small place like Linhai City?" The testing device clearly displayed the pharmacological data of the essence cultivation powder refined by Ning Feng, and the astounding numbers left everyone present in shock. The data on the detector clearly shows a grade 1 elixir with 90 perfection in the category of vital energy and blood fortification. This Pei Yuan powder not only enhances blood and warms the meridians, but also replenishes one's foundation, making it extremely effective for martial artists below grade 1, with no side effects. Ning Feng gazed at the Pei Yuan powder he had concocted, nodding slightly. Using only a level 6 beast core would never achieve grade 1. The power of the beast's essence is truly formidable, able to elevate an ordinary nutritional elixir to grade 1. He calculated internally, if this Pei Yuan powder were sold, each bottle would be worth at least 10,000 alliance coins. Indeed, it's grade 1. Hai Yafu clenched her fist with excitement as she looked at the detector. The pleasant aroma of the elixir had already hinted at the answer, now finally confirmed. A grade 1 elixir, with a market price of at least 100,000 alliance coins per bottle. 12 bottles would be 1,200,000. The crowd around them erupted instantly. "Boss Hai, is this elixir for sale? I'll offer 80,000 alliance coins a bottle." 80,000? You fool. How can a grade 1 elixir be sold so cheaply? "I'll offer 100,000. The price is high, but I want to try one. Give me a bottle. With such good effects, it's perfect as a gift for the children of the influential. I'll offer 110,000. Bai Han staggered back a few steps, his face pale. Impossible. How could he possibly concoct a grade 1 elixir? Mo Guangchang quickly asked, "Master Bai, aren't you also a grade 1 alchemist? Surely you can concoct one too." He had spent 2 million to release Bai Han from his contract, banking on his status as a grade 1 alchemist. Of course I can," Bai Han retorted, his face flushed, but doubt flickered in Mo Guangchang's eyes. He secretly decided that once back at the Qinjin pharmacy, he must press Bai Han to concoct a grade 1 elixir, or else he would incur a great loss. Hai Yafu, seeing everyone vying to bid, smiled slightly. "Ladies and gentlemen, please calm down. The elixirs made today are not for sale at the moment. I apologize for any inconvenience." "Why not sell?" We can pay. Boss Hai, I apologize for any previous offenses. We'll only buy from Yuanxing Pharmacy in the future. Boss Missouri, why don't you and Master Bai take your leave? Mo Guangchong, take your little Bai and leave quickly. Don't stand in Boss Hai's way. Mo Guangchong, seething with anger, flung his sleeves. Fine. You're all great. Don't come to my Tianjin Pharmacy in the future if you dare. With that, he stormed off, and Bai Leshan hurriedly followed suit. Now at odds with Hai Yafu, he could only cling tightly to Mo Guangchong, his lifeline. After Bai Leshan and Mo Guangchong left, Hai Yafu revealed her decisive and efficient nature. She gave Li Fu a knowing look, and he quickly understood, escorting everyone else out of the room. Now, only she and Ning Feng remained in the large alchemy room. Master Ning, Hai Yafu said, sitting upright and looking intently at the young pharmacist before her. I would like to invite you to become the resident pharmacist of Yuan Sheng Dojo. Ning Feng had already anticipated her intentions and was about to politely decline when Hai Yafu interrupted him. Don't be too quick to refuse. Hear me out first. She quickly organized her thoughts and began to outline the conditions she had meticulously prepared. First, this largest alchemy room will be entirely at your disposal. Second, you'll receive a basic salary of 100,000 alliance coins per month, plus we'll purchase each potion you make at the highest recovery price. For instance, the potion you just made, we'll buy it at 100,000 per bottle. Additionally, all materials and equipment needed for potion making will be provided by the dojo free of charge. This offer far exceeded the terms given to Bai Leshan, who only received a monthly salary of 50,000 alliance coins. Clearly, in Hai Yafu's mind, Ning Feng's value surpassed that of Bai Leshan. Hearing these conditions, Ning Feng couldn't help but squint. The offer was indeed tempting. Just the monthly salary of 100,000 alliance coins was more than the combined salaries of Uncle Xiao and Aunt Li. With 3 high school students in the family to support, and the cost of purchasing potions being significant, this income, along with school subsidies, would undoubtedly ease the financial burden on his guardians. However, Ning Feng shook his head. The offer is tempting, but I still can't accept it. Why? Hai Yafu asked urgently. The dojo was in a critical situation. With Bai Leshan poached away, there was no pharmacist left. Although the pharmacy didn't only sell qi and blood potions, these were indeed the main draw for customers. A shortage would undoubtedly devastate business. Ning Feng shrugged helplessly. Because I'm still a high school student. After the college entrance exams, I'll be going to university and can't stay here making potions indefinitely. Although this job could bring substantial short-term income, he had more important plans and couldn't devote all his time to making qi and blood potions. Upon hearing this, Hai Yafu fell silent. She had been so dazzled by Ning Feng's ability to make first-grade potions that she had overlooked the crucial fact that he was still a high school student. She couldn't rightfully ask a young person to give up their education, yet she was reluctant to let go of such talent. A high school student capable of making first-grade potions had the potential to grow into a second-grade, third-grade, or even higher-level pharmacist, which would be an invaluable asset for Yuanxing Dojo. Adding to success is easy, but helping in times of need fosters the deepest bonds. I've made up my mind. A determined glint flashed in Hai Yafu's eyes. The terms remain the same. All you need to do is come to the dojo 1 day a week until you start college, Hai Yafu said, clasping her hands on the conference table and looking intently at Ning Feng. She continued, once you're in college, if you have time, you can still make potions and send them over. At that point, we'll sign a new contract. Since you won't be using the dojo's equipment and materials, we'll reimburse you in cash for all expenses. Her eyes shone with determination, clearly intent on securing this rare talent. Ning Feng considered this sincere offer. The conditions were incredibly favorable, with no losses on his part, while Hai Yafu was willing to invest significant resources in him. All right, I agree. Ning Feng nodded in agreement. Seeing his acceptance, Hai Yafu finally breathed a sigh of relief, a joyful smile spreading across her face. She silently thought to herself, Hai Ryue, your class has indeed produced a remarkable genius. The two of them then found a nearby meeting room where Hai Yafu drafted the contract. After both parties carefully read through it and confirmed there were no issues, they signed their names. Master Ning, your first month's salary of 100,000 alliance coins has already been transferred to your account, Hai Yafu said with a smile, checking her phone. Please don't call me Master Ning, just Ning Feng is fine. Ning Feng replied, a bit embarrassed. He then asked, puzzled, we just signed the contract, and you've already paid me? Of course, Shengdao Dojo values its reputation, Hai Yafu replied, her eyes darting to the 12 freshly prepared potions on the table. She raised an eyebrow. But about the potions you just made, you mean the Pei Yuan powder? Ning Feng thought for a moment. He needed 1 bottle per day for his training, which meant he would use up 7 by the next Sunday. He also planned to give 1 bottle each to his 2 younger sisters. Although Xiao Jingzhe often looked down on him, he didn't mind. After all, the 3 of them had grown up together, and their bond couldn't be easily explained. Besides, Uncle Xiao and Aunt Li had invested a lot in him over the years, which had somewhat affected his sister's martial arts development. Now that he had the ability to make potions, he naturally wanted to help his sisters. And for Xiao Bailu's sake, he needed to give Xiao Jingzhe a bottle too. Pei Yuan powder? Nice name. Hai Yafu remarked, her eyes lighting up with delight. I'll keep 9 bottles and give you 3, Ning Feng said directly. 3 bottles are plenty. Hai Yafu was overjoyed. She had initially thought 2 would suffice, considering that a first-grade potion was rare in the entire Linhai city. She was already planning, not to sell them immediately, but to display them prominently for promotion or organize a top-up ranking event. Whoever topped up the most this week would receive a bottle of Pei Yuan powder. Of course, the top-up amount couldn't be less than 100,000 alliance coins, or it wouldn't be profitable. Then I'll transfer another 300,000 to you, Hai Yafu said as she promptly transferred another 300,000 alliance coins to Ning Feng, following the agreed price of 100,000 per bottle for the 3 bottles. Ning Feng was stunned by her generosity, transferring 400,000 without hesitation. Wasn't she worried he might take the money and run? Hai Yafu smiled slyly. Ning Feng, I know what you're thinking, but I'm not worried at all. After all, you've become a top-tier pharmacist at such a young age. This 400,000 is just pocket change for you in the future. Besides, my sister is your homeroom teacher, so you can't just take the money and run. Teacher Hai is your sister? Ning Feng was taken aback, suddenly understanding why Teacher Hai could give him a black gold membership card for the Yuan Shengdao gym. It turned out her family owns the place. Bingo. You got it right. Hai Yafu winked at him playfully. I just don't get why my sister didn't recommend you to the gym sooner, given how outstanding you are. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have had to ask by Les Han. Ning Feng shrugged, indicating he didn't mind, but he seriously reminded her. I hope you can keep my ability to make potions a secret, Hai. Yafujia. It wasn't that he didn't want to show off. He genuinely didn't know how to explain the source of this ability. It's like finding $100 on the ground. It's hard to explain when people ask, especially with such a unique talent. Don't call me Boss Hai. Hai Yafu said softly. I call you Ning Feng, so you can call me Yafujia. As for your identity as a pharmacist, of course, I'll keep it a secret. She gave him another flirtatious look, but couldn't help thinking. For someone his age to make first-grade potions, he must have a master pharmacist guiding him. After all, not everyone can become a pharmacist. After chatting for a while, and noticing it was getting late, Ning Feng prepared to leave. Ning Feng, shall we meet next week? No need to wait until next week, Ning Feng replied. I might come to the gym to train after school, every day. After touring the 2nd floor, he was particularly interested in the gravity training room and planned to try it out the next day. Really? That's great. Hai Yafu's eyes lit up. After your training, I'll personally take you to the 3rd floor for some relaxation therapy. There was a hint of ambiguity in her words. Ning Feng glanced at her and shook his head. I'm leaving now. Okay, I'll see you out, Hai Yafu said, trying to stay composed, though her neck was already blushing beneath her clothes. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the public training room on the 2nd floor, a group of elite class students from Linhai No. 1 High School, dressed in white martial arts uniforms, were lining up to swipe their cards. Each uniform had a prominent Yuan character on the front and Linhai No. 1 High School on the back. Most were from ordinary families and used Yuan Shengdao gym for training after school since they didn't have a dedicated martial arts training room. Sorry, your membership card has expired, Molly said while helping with the card swiping. Sis, your card expired? Xiao Bailu asked in surprise. Weren't elite class students supposed to train at Yuan Shengdao gym for free? How could it expire? I'm the class monitor of the elite class, Xiao Jingzhe. She stood at the front desk of the martial arts training room, her brows slightly furrowed. Despite her tough personality, she couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed under everyone's gaze. I'm sorry, but your membership card has indeed expired. The receptionist, Molly, explained cautiously. According to our policy, expired cards cannot be used to enter the martial arts training room. This is to prevent unauthorized card lending. But don't worry, I'll contact the boss immediately to help you reactivate it. As an ordinary receptionist, Molly was well aware of the importance of the elite class monitor, so her tone grew increasingly respectful. How long will it take? Xiao Jingzhe's brows knitted even tighter. Well, the boss is currently handling an urgent matter in the alchemy room on the 5th floor, so I can't really say for sure, Molly replied apologetically. At that moment, Xiao Bailu had an idea and said in a playful tone, Sis, why don't you use my card for now? Sister Molly, my sister and I are twins, and even the machines can't tell us apart, so it should be fine, right? Molly, charmed by Xiao Bailu's adorable demeanor, hesitated for a moment before nodding. That should be okay. Great. Sis, you go ahead. Xiao Bailu gave her sister a gentle push. I'll go find brother Ning Feng. He should be back from his break. Since he made it into the elite class, we should celebrate. However, just as Xiao Bailu was about to head downstairs, she overheard a conversation. Yafu, no need to see me off. I'm leaving now. Ning Feng, don't forget to come to the dojo tomorrow. Ning Feng shook his head with a wry smile, knowing well the cunning ways of Hai Yafu. which allowed her to establish herself firmly in Linhai City. As he reached the second-floor entrance, he suddenly saw Xiao Bailu and was taken aback. Bailu, what are you doing here? Brother, who were you just talking to? Xiao Bailu clenched her small fists, her eyes fixed on the space behind Ning Feng. When she saw the elegant, kippa-clad Hai Yafu, her face turned pale. She recalled her sister mentioning that the upstairs area was a therapy room offering not only regular relaxation services, but also some private services. Brother, how could you be with someone like that? Xiao Bailu turned and ran, her earlier excitement at seeing Ning Feng instantly turning into a sense of grievance. Ning Feng, is she your girlfriend? Hai Yafu asked in surprise. No, she's my sister. Ning Feng hurriedly chased after her. He then remembered that elite class students indeed trained at the dojo after school. He just hadn't expected to run into his sister in such an awkward situation. Although Ning Feng was quick, by the time he chased her out of the dojo, Xiao Bailu was nowhere to be seen. Fortunately, he spotted her at the subway turnstile. Bailu, Ning Feng shouted as he ran after her. Not listening, not listening. Xiao Bailu, despite her anger, walked at an impressive pace, keeping an eye on her brother behind her. It wasn't until she got on the subway that, just as the doors were about to close, Ning Feng dashed in, risking injury. Ouch! Ning Feng winced as the doors caught his back. Brother, are you okay? Xiao Bailu, who had been in a huff, panicked and rushed over to check on him. I'm fine, just caught my shirt. Ning Feng reassured her with a smile. I'm not talking to you. Xiao Bailu, seeing that her brother was unharmed, remembered the earlier incident and pouted, turning her head away. Seeing his sister's pouty, angry expression, Ning Feng couldn't resist reaching out to pinch her soft, pink cheeks. Don't pinch my face. Xiao Bailu huffed, pretending to be angry as she turned away. All right, Bailu, you've got it all wrong, Ning Feng said, sitting down beside her and explaining the situation, carefully omitting the events in the alchemy room. That woman just took you on a tour? Xiao Bailu turned her head with suspicion in her eyes. She's a big boss. Why would she personally escort you? Here's what happened, Ning Feng patiently explained. When I arrived this afternoon, I saw some thugs harassing the receptionist. I couldn't stand it, so I stepped in to teach them a lesson. The lady boss saw it, and, as a thank you, she showed me around upstairs and gave me 2 bottles of blood vitality potions. As he spoke, Ning Feng took out a bottle of essence powder from his pocket and handed it to his sister. In reality, he had already stored all the potions in his system warehouse. This was just a small diversion. Did you get into a fight, brother? Xiao Bailu, ignoring the potion, immediately grabbed Ning Feng's hand to check for injuries. No worries, Ning Feng reassured her with a smile. They were just small fry, and after all, I am a martial artist. Not officially a martial artist until first rank, Xiao Bailu pouted, stuffing the potion back into Ning Feng's hands. This is from that woman, I don't want it. She could tell the potion was of much higher quality than the ones distributed at school and thought it would be better for her brother. No, you must take this one, Ning Feng insisted firmly. I already have 1 bottle. This one is for you. He knew his sister's talent in martial arts and didn't want it to go to waste. Brother, Xiao Bailu began to protest, but seeing Ning Feng's determined gaze, she relented. All right, thank you, brother. She accepted the potion, treating it as a gift from her brother, feeling a sweet warmth in her heart. Good girl. Ning Feng gently stroked her hair. He was still pondering how to give the other potion to Jingzhe, considering her stubborn nature. Brother, I'm a bit sleepy. Can I lean on you and nap for a while? Go ahead, I'll wake you when we arrive, Ning Feng said, closing his eyes as well. Reflecting on the day's events, the North Campus test, the fight with Lin Yin, the spar with Teacher Wu, the dojo battle, and becoming a contracted alchemist had been more eventful than his entire 3 years of high school. But he knew all of this stemmed from his growing strength. No matter what, he had to keep getting stronger. If his sister didn't want to pursue martial arts, then he needed to become a true warrior, someone who could protect his family. As the siblings leaned against each other and drifted off to sleep, the familiar warning announcement echoed through the subway car once again. Breaking news. 3 hours ago, Mojiakan in Haiwa District, Linhai City, experienced an electronic information blackout. The military has completed an initial perimeter check, and martial artists from the Martial Arts Alliance have rushed to the scene to assist. Experts suggest that a level 3 yellow astral realm may have appeared in Mojiakan. A security perimeter has been established, and nearby residents are advised to avoid the danger zone. The authorities reassure that everything is under control and urge the public to remain calm. Ning Feng heard the news while lying in bed. He slowly opened his eyes, frowning involuntarily. A level 3 yellow astral realm was far more serious than he had imagined. Even a level 4 blue astral realm would be beyond his ability to handle. Fortunately, Mojiakan was quite a distance from his home in Xingfu community, so it seemed unlikely to be included in the danger zone for now. An hour later, to let his sister sleep a little longer, Ning Feng decided to stay on the train until the nearest subway station and then transfer to a bus. He thought that even without taking the bus, the shared electric bikes outside the station would be a good option. Mojiagang is next, with doors opening on the right. Bailu, it's time to wake up. Ning Feng gently patted his sister's cheek and led her, still groggy, out of the subway station. Are we home, brother? Xiao Bailu asked, rubbing her sleepy eyes. This is Mojiagang Station. We still need to take a bus. Seeing his sister's sleepy state, Ning Feng crouched down and said, Hop on. You can keep sleeping. Okay. Xiao Bailu lay on her brother's warm back and quickly fell asleep again. After a short wait, the bus finally arrived. The driver, a man in his 40s, initially looked displeased, but his expression softened upon seeing the two students. You're lucky. This is the last bus. Isn't it early yet? Ning Feng asked, puzzled, as he sat down with his sister on his back. Don't you know? Mojiagang is only 3 kilometers from Mojiagan. The residents nearby have all evacuated. If I stay any longer, something might happen, the driver said with a hint of fear in his voice. I saw 5 military exterminator drones, each worth nearly 1,000,000 alliance coins, get destroyed as soon as they entered the airspace over Mojiagan. Ning Feng's heart tightened. He had read online about this latest model of drone, which had not only reconnaissance capabilities, but also significant combat abilities and defenses that even a second-rank martial artist would struggle to breach. Could it be that this astral realm incident is far more dangerous than the official reports suggest? Realizing that Mojiagang is just 6 stops away from Xingfu community, a sense of unease spread through Ning Feng as he clenched his fists. The bus has arrived at Xingfu Community Station. Passengers, please exit through the rear door, announced the bus broadcast. Ning Feng was about to wake his sister beside him when he noticed she was already awake, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Brother, I was so tired just now. Xiao Bailu yawned, leaning against her brother. It felt so warm sleeping next to you. Ning Feng glanced around, relieved to see no security around the community. We're home, he said softly. A few minutes later, as they entered the house, Xiao Bailu couldn't wait to kick off her shoes and flop onto the sofa barefoot. Ah, so comfortable, she sighed contentedly, stretching her body. Xiao Xingbin, watching TV, shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his voice as he advised. Can't you be a bit more graceful like your sister? Then, turning to Ning Feng, who had just come in, he asked with concern, Xiao Feng, how was school today? Dad, you're so biased. Xiao Bailu pouted in protest. Yesterday, you told my sister to learn from me and not be so aloof. So, who's really your favorite? She teased, feigning grievance. Xiao Xingbin chuckled. You're both my favorites, okay? Ning Feng simply replied to his father's question. It was fine. With that, he put on an apron and headed to the kitchen to help with dinner. Suddenly, Xiao Bailu sat up excitedly as if she remembered something important. Dad, Mom, you won't believe it. Brother did something amazing today. Her eyes sparkled. He's now in the elite class, just like me and sister. Xiao Bailu animatedly recounted the day's events at school, like a little storyteller. Li Wanfeng, busy in the kitchen, heard the news and stood at the living room entrance, spatula in hand, stunned for a good 10 minutes, her expression growing more and more animated. Xiaofeng, did you really get into the elite class? Li Wanfeng turned to look at Ning Feng in the kitchen, her voice filled with delight and anticipation. Ning Feng nodded. Yeah. His simple response made Li Wanfeng even more thrilled. Oh, this is such great news. Li Wanfeng exclaimed excitedly. We can't just eat at home today. Let's go out to celebrate. Her joy was evident, even more than when she received her advanced title this year. Ning Feng shook his head. No need, Auntie. Jingzhe isn't back yet. Besides, I just got into the elite class. It's not like I got into martial arts university. It's quite dangerous outside. Better to stay home. He paused, then added. By the way, Auntie, let me transfer some money to you. He remembered the tens of thousands in his bank account and thought he could contribute to the household expenses. Li Wanfeng quickly waved her hand. No, I can't take your money. I know the school gives you a stipend every month for being in the elite class. Jingzhe used to get it, too. We know, but it's your money. I can't take it. Seeing her insistence, Ning Feng relented. All right. But Annie, you and Uncle Xiao don't need to buy me blood tonics anymore. The school provides them, and buying more would be a waste. He recalled that every month Uncle Xiao would buy 3 bottles of low-grade blood tonics, each costing 5,000 alliance coins, totaling 15,000. Uncle Xiao and Auntie Lee's combined salary was only about 20,000, meaning most of the household expenses were spent on the 3 of them. Mom, me too. Xiao Bailu chimed in, raising her hand. However, before Li Wanfeng could respond, Xiao Xingbin firmly shook his head. No, with only 3 months until the college entrance exams, I can't stop even if the school provides them. What if it helps boost your scores? His tone was filled with hopes and concerns for the children's future. Uncle Xiao is right. We've come this far over the years, so what's 3 more months? Li Wanfeng smiled warmly. At the dining table, Ning Feng exchanged a helpless glance with Xiao Bailu, who playfully stuck out her tongue. Ning Feng secretly planned that once he got to college, he would find an opportunity, like bumping into an elderly gentleman with silver hair or helping an old lady across the street, to explain his identity as a pharmacist. Just as the steaming dishes were set on the table, Xiao Jingzhe entered. She glanced at the table with an expressionless face and said coolly, "Dad, Mom, I'm going to shower and head to my room." "Sis, aren't you eating?" Xiao Bailu asked, shoveling food into her mouth. "This food doesn't help my energy and blood," Xiao Jingzhe replied, her tone still icy. "Sis, did you get your card sorted?" "Yes," Xiao Jingzhe replied briefly. As she turned to head to the bathroom, her gaze unintentionally swept over Ning Feng sitting next to her sister. Usually, she would make a few sarcastic remarks, but today, Ning Feng's performance at school left her momentarily speechless. "I'm full," Ning Feng said, putting down his chopsticks and declining Li Wanfang's offer to give him more food, quickly heading to his room. Xiao Xingbin watched his son's retreating figure and sighed. "I've heard some wealthy families buy exotic beast meat to boost their children's energy and blood, but it's too expensive." His salary was just enough to buy monthly energy and blood potions for his 3 children, and more costly ingredients were out of the question. "It's okay, Dad. I think the braised pig's trotters are delicious," Xiao Bailu said, gnawing on a pig's trotter with satisfaction. Standing in front of his room, Ning Feng glanced at the rooms of Jingzhe and Bailu across from him. He took out a bottle of Pei Yuan sand from the system space and quietly slipped into Jingzhe's room. The room was simply and neatly arranged, with a few large dumbbells and a training mat scattered on the floor. The dressing table was cluttered with martial arts books, notes, and a bottle of energy and blood potion the one Uncle Xiao had divided among the 3 of them yesterday, while Bailu had already given hers to him. He swiftly swapped the Pei Yuan sand with the potion on the table, the entire process taking only a few seconds. A few minutes later, Xiao Jingzhe entered the room, drying her damp hair, and her keen senses immediately noticed something was off. She cautiously checked the room, finding her notebook untouched, but the potion bottle had shifted by a centimeter. She picked up the exquisite jade bottle, cautiously opened it, and took a sniff, instantly feeling her energy and blood surging within, faintly touching the bottleneck. "What level of energy and blood potion is this?" she murmured in shock, realizing that drinking this potion might directly elevate her to a first-grade martial artist. Could it be him? "I need to train." Ning Feng stood in his room and gently closed the door. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to summon the system and begin today's training. The last time he hunted exotic beasts on the vast grasslands, he gained a lot, and the precious beast cores and essences still lingered in his mind. What kind of training scenario would it be this time? His consciousness gradually blurred, slipping into a brief darkness. When the light returned, the familiar martial arts training ground appeared before him. "Please choose a weapon, or default to using the spear," the system's voice announced. "Spear," he replied, and before the words had fully left his mouth, a spear made of source iron was firmly in his hand. The system immediately displayed his latest stats. Level 6 vitality, punch strength reaching 80 kilograms, speed increased to 18.5 meters per second, and mental strength maintained at level 6. His cultivation methods included the physical Great Sun Flame technique and the spiritual Mirror Spirit technique. In martial arts skills, his overall level was stage 2. His fist intent, spear intent, and movement techniques had all reached 99 of the first stage's critical point. The significant improvement in each stat compared to the previous day filled Ning Feng with quiet satisfaction. Preparing to enter the simulated training battlefield, please get ready. The surrounding scenery rapidly transformed, the solid stone slabs turning into soft sand, and his view opened up to an endless desert. Current area danger level, level 4, blue. This specific danger level warning tightened Ning Feng's heart. Could this be the legendary astral realm? The scorching sun overhead forced him to squint. Although he had never been to a desert, this realistic simulation provided him with the most authentic experience. A nearby oasis caught his attention, offering the promise of water and shade, but he dared not let his guard down, proceeding with extreme caution. Rustle. A faint sound suddenly reached him, as if something was moving beneath the sand. Ning Feng immediately halted, watching a small, wriggling black dot a few meters away. It seemed small, likely a subterranean lurking exotic beast. He tentatively took 2 steps forward, thrusting his spear sharply at the black dot. Screech. The piercing noise set off alarms in his mind. Ning Feng instantly exerted force, using the spear to propel himself into the air. Hiss! A massive gray serpent, several dozen meters long, burst from the ground, its gaping maw snapping towards Ning Feng in midair. Ning Feng felt a chilling breeze beneath him, his gaze instantly locking onto the fearsome, gray-patterned giant python exotic beast of the first rank. The serpent lunged with its gaping maw aiming for his backside. In a split-second decision, Ning Feng released his grip and kicked its head with all his might. With a loud bang, both man and snake crashed heavily to the ground. Ning Feng quickly grabbed the spear lodged in the snake's rear, realizing that the black spot he had noticed earlier was the snake's tail deliberately exposed above ground. A common hunting tactic it used to launch surprise attacks on unsuspecting prey. Luckily, Ning Feng had acted preemptively, otherwise, he would have been bitten in a vital spot. The gray-patterned python, as formidable as a first-rank warrior, made Ning Feng grit his teeth. In this terrain, escape was nearly impossible. He had no choice but to fight Heaton. He charged with his spear, and the snake, not backing down, hissed and turned to strike. In a critical moment, Ning Feng pushed his agility to the limit, his body creating two afterimages just as he was about to be bitten. Seizing the moment as the snake was fooled, he sidestepped and aimed his spear at the snake's belly. Hit a snake at its 7 inches, the saying goes. But with this colossal creature stretching dozens of meters long, who could pinpoint where that might be? Zing! The spear scraped across the snake's belly, sparking as it went. Ning Feng was shocked to discover that his iron-forged spear couldn't penetrate the beast's defense. Enraged by being tricked by the illusions, the python lashed its tail like a whip at Ning Feng. This time, he couldn't dodge in time and had to block with his spear. Boom! Under the heavy blow, Ning Feng was sent flying dozens of meters away. Although the sandy ground cushioned some of the impact, he still coughed up a mouthful of blood. The beast's strength far exceeded his expectations. Thinking back to the goblins he easily dispatched the day before, this first-rank exotic beast was in a league of its own. As a level 6 warrior, facing this first-rank gray-patterned python, he found himself utterly outmatched. Continuing this battle would surely lead to his demise. Although this was merely a simulation, and real death wouldn't occur, the 80 simulation accuracy meant the pain of death would feel very real. Seeing the python charging toward him, Ning Feng made a snap decision to flee. The python's speed was astonishing, nearly 20 meters per second, gliding over the sand as if flying. As it closed in on Ning Feng, he mustered all his strength, leaping into a patch of greenery. The python abruptly halted its pursuit, raising its body and flicking its meter-long tongue, its triangular eyes fixed on Ning Feng, yet it dared not advance further. Is the giant serpent not chasing anymore? Ning Feng collapsed onto the damp ground, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. The specter of death seemed to linger at the back of his neck. Had he been a step slower, he would have become a meal for the serpent. Looking up, he saw the gray-striped serpent still coiled not far away, its cold, vertical pupils fixed on him, as if waiting for him to leave the protection of the greenery. Damn you, you beast! Are you courting death? Ning Feng shouted in frustration, pointing at the serpent. Once I break through the first rank, killing you will be as easy as slaughtering a chicken. Even if he couldn't fight it, he could at least curse it. Hiss! The gray-striped serpent seemed to understand his threat. Its forked tongue flickered faster, its eyes glinting with malice. Then, to Ning Feng's horror, the serpent began to slither slowly toward the green area. What the hell? It's really coming over. Ning Feng immediately grabbed his spear, ready to flee again. Just as the serpent crossed into the green area, ripples spread across the ground, as if an ancient barrier had been triggered. A 2-meter-tall blue phantom warrior appeared out of nowhere before Ning Feng, wielding a massive saber, standing imposingly. Within the realm of Huaxia, all beasts shall be slain, a powerful voice echoed around them. Before Ning Feng could react, the blue phantom flashed in front of the serpent, and with a sweeping slash of the saber, the 10-meter-long serpent was cut in two, its blood soaking the earth. Hiss! The serpent's pupils showed deep fear as it desperately tried to burrow into the ground, its severed tail still twitching. A few minutes later, the serpent lay motionless. Dead, it's dead. Ning Feng sat down in shock. The serpent that had chased him so relentlessly was slain in one blow by this mysterious blue phantom. His iron spear couldn't even scratch the serpent's scales. Within the realm of Huaxia, all beasts shall be slain? Ning Feng pondered the phantom warrior's words and mustered the courage to approach. Up close, he could see the phantom's rugged face, fierce expression, clad in armor, and holding a saber over 2 meters long. No matter how Ning Feng tried to speak to it, the phantom remained silent. It wasn't until he attempted to touch the saber that the phantom reacted, speaking slowly. Feng Tsang Lei Slash. First form, Thunderstrike. Second form, Swift Wind. Third form, Song Slash. As Ning Feng stood bewildered, a system prompt sounded in his mind. This was a level martial skill. At auctions, skills of this level were valued at over 5 million, far beyond what ordinary people could access. The level skill, Whirlwind Slash, he had learned was personally taught by his martial teacher. Though he specialized in spears, Ning Feng quickly realized, to survive on the battlefield, one must master various weapons. Spears are good for mid-range, daggers for ambushes, swords for close combat, and bows for long-range attacks. However, after waiting for a while, the blue phantom remained motionless, showing no intention of teaching the martial skill. What's going on? Ning Feng was perplexed. Was this opportunity slipping away from him? Defeat me, the phantom suddenly uttered, as its saber swung toward Ning Feng. Damn! Ning Feng realized if he wanted to learn this martial skill, he must first defeat this mysterious guardian. Indeed, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Just as the unfamiliar blade was about to strike, Ning Feng dodged like a gust of wind. As soon as he steadied himself, he seized the moment, swiftly turning around, his spear darting like a snake. aiming for the shadowy giant's back. Clang! The spear tip collided with the giant's back, but didn't even leave a scratch. Startled, Ning Feng quickly leaped away, wary of exposing any weakness. The shadowy giant did not press the advantage. Instead, he looked up at Ning Feng, a satisfied smile curling his lips. The next moment, he opened his mouth wide, as if to swallow the entire world. Ning Feng's pupils shrank in shock as he saw flickers of electricity at the giant's mouth, spreading like a web to his arms, ultimately converging on the unfamiliar blade. Crackle! The blade, entwined with lightning, emitted a piercing electric hum, like a thunder beast ready to strike. First move, thunder strike, the giant roared, his voice deafening. With a powerful swing of his blade towards the sky, lightning danced and formed into a lifelike thunder dragon at the blade's edge. Ning Feng was shaken, thinking to himself, is this really a level martial technique? Even in a level technique, might not compare. Before he could gather his thoughts, the shadowy giant's feet suddenly exerted force, creating a deep pit in the ground beneath him. The giant shot towards Ning Feng like a cannonball, moving with blinding speed. Oh no! Ning Feng's instincts screamed danger, and he attempted to dodge with his body technique. However, no technique could match the speed of lightning. Thunderstrike! The shadowy giant closed in instantly, the blade with the power of the thunder dragon slashing down fiercely. Whoosh! A trench several meters deep appeared beside Ning Feng, barely half a meter away. Cold sweat drenched Ning Feng as he fell back onto the ground, staring in shock at the trench that almost cleaved him in two. Looking up at the shadowy giant, Ning Feng caught a mocking smile on the giant's face and suddenly understood. He did it on purpose. Damn, I almost died. Ning Feng cursed inwardly, but the giant gave him no time to breathe. Second move, swift wind. The giant's figure blurred, suddenly splitting into 5 shadowy forms. The shadows merged, and the giant shot forward with a deafening sonic boom. 5 shadows. His body technique has reached the 3rd stage. Ning Feng marveled. How strong must he have been in life? His attacks are fierce, and his movement is extraordinary. He must have been at least a 3rd-tier warrior. Yet, the shadowy giant's assault did not relent. Third move, Sky Slash. The giant took a deep breath, lightning swirling around him, transforming into a majestic thunder dragon. A mournful dragon's roar seemed to echo through the heavens. Slash! With the unfamiliar blade in hand, the giant leaped into the air, slashing fiercely at the sky. Boom! Thunder and lightning shot into the clouds, exploding continuously at hundreds of meters high. Countless blue sparks bursting like fireworks, creating a breathtaking spectacle. My God! Ning Feng stood in awe, utterly overwhelmed by the astonishing scene. Wind, thunder, sky slash, he murmured, unable to calm his racing heart. The shadowy figure of the large man could unleash such astonishing power with a level martial skill. Ning Feng watched the scene intently, pondering that the man must have perfected this martial skill. As a high school student, Ning Feng understood that martial skill proficiency ranges from minor achievement, major achievement, to perfection and then to complete mastery. Reflecting on how he had spent 3 years practicing the clever martial skill, wind slash, only to reach a minor achievement, far from major achievement, let alone perfection, his respect grew even more. I must learn this skill. Determination gleamed in Ning Feng's eyes as he quickly retrieved a bottle of essence elixir from his spatial storage and downed it. A system prompt immediately sounded. Ding! You have consumed a high-grade essence elixir. During training, your blood and energy cultivation speed is increased by 200, basic consolidation effect is increased by 100, and proficiency acquisition efficiency is increased by 100. Duration, 6 hours. Warning! Prolonged training will deplete mental energy. Excessive depletion may lead to fainting. 6 hours, every second counts. Ning Feng knew he couldn't defeat the shadowy large man, but the figure seemed not to intend any harm. With this in mind, he decided to focus on grasping the essence of the storm thunder slash from the opponent's attacks and defenses. Master, please teach me. Ning Feng charged at the shadowy figure with his spear aimed precisely at the throat, but failed to break through the defense. Instead, threads of lightning crawled along the spear, numbing his arm. This discovery lit up Ning Feng's eyes, and he quickly adjusted his strategy to target the upper body vital points. For 3 entire hours, the shadowy figure remained in a defensive stance, while Ning Feng's stamina was steadily drained, his arms trembling from the electric shocks, barely able to grip the spear. Yet, his eyes grew brighter as if he had seen through some profound mystery. After another half hour, Ning Feng finally collapsed from exhaustion. Half of his body was blackened by electricity, with residual lightning still flickering. However, a joyful smile spread across his face. So that's it. It's a special breathing technique that compresses air into electricity. He recalled his martial arts teacher mentioning that some martial artists from noble families create unique martial skills and power techniques based on their characteristics, with the most enigmatic being breathing techniques. At this moment, the shadowy figure stood silently nearby, eyes glimmering with approval. I understand. Ning Feng suddenly stood up, mimicking the figure's breathing pattern, taking a deep breath. He felt his lungs expand, the airflow pressing towards his heart. Moments later, a flicker of lightning appeared at his lips, then spread across his body. With a single thought, his form transformed into a streak of lightning, darting swiftly into the distance, a speed that left one speechless. At that moment, the large phantom figure let out a hearty laugh, his gaze warm as he looked at Ning Feng. His form gradually became transparent, transforming into specks of starlight drifting towards Ning Feng. Suddenly, a flood of unfamiliar memories surged into Ning Feng's mind. They belonged to a man named Lei Long. Lei Long, your mother was nothing but a lowly woman. If not for the clan leader's moment of favor, how would a bastard like you even exist? Amidst the piercing ridicule, young Lei Long clenched his fists. I am Lei Long, born into the Lei clan, yet I'll never belong to this family. During the Kamingafij ceremony, the disdainful looks from the clan members pierced him deeply. Lei Long, all the good martial skills have been chosen. Take this incomplete Feng Song Leijian. Day after day of training, he questioned himself. Why can't I master the Feng Song Leijian? Haha, that fool is still practicing Feng Song Leijian. Without mastering the Thunder Breath, he dares to train in this martial skill? The sneers behind him were relentless. Thunder Breath can only be mastered by 1% of the clan. A bastard like him doesn't stand a chance. His fate took a turn in the military camp. Lei Long, you were temporarily assigned to the 3rd Corps. However, danger soon followed. A third-tier beast, the Thunder Python, swallowed him whole. In that dire situation, a miracle occurred. He not only escaped, but also comprehended the Thunder Breath technique. Lei Long, congratulations on your promotion to captain of the 20th Regiment of the 3rd Corps. The master craftsman Du Gu personally forged a saber for him, witnessing his growth. Captain, we're surrounded. In the moment of crisis, he made a decisive choice. Everyone retreat. I'll cover the rear. I am Lei Long, born into the Lei clan yet not of it. Today, I fight to the death to protect humanity. In the torrent of memories, Ning Feng witnessed the life of this formidable warrior captain of the 3rd Corps, unrecognized by his own clan, ultimately sacrificing his life to protect humanity. Alongside these memories, Lei Long's martial arts experience, combat techniques, breathing method, and understanding of Feng Song Leijian poured into Ning Feng's mind. Though it was difficult to fully absorb this legacy in a short time, Ning Feng's eyes focused, and he took a deep breath, lightning flickering at the corners of his mouth. His body moved, merging with the 3 phantoms, then leapt into the sky, spear in hand pointing towards the heavens. Boom! A small thunder dragon roared upwards, exploding in the air at a height of several dozen meters, releasing clusters of blue lightning sparks. Minor success. Ning Feng exclaimed in excitement at the astonishing sight. Feng Song Leijian, I've directly reached the minor success stage. According to Lei Long's memories, although this martial skill was classified as level due to its incomplete nature, its practical power could exceed a level. If it were a complete version of Feng Song Leijian, its rank would likely be even higher. And that wasn't all. The Thunder Breath technique was crucial for unleashing the maximum power of Feng Song Leijian. This mysterious breathing technique appeared to be a closely guarded secret of a certain family. At the critical moment when the Thunder Dragon was about to be devoured by the Thunder Python, Ning Feng found his opportunity. In a life-and-death situation, he finally grasped the secrets of the thunder breathing technique. Reflecting on how the Thunder Dragon persistently stimulated him with lightning, his half-jarred body, and the breathing gestures it subtly demonstrated, Ning Feng suddenly understood it was teaching him the thunder breathing technique all along. Thank you, Elder. Ning Feng shouted to the sky. Although he had initially mastered the thunder breathing, he learned from the Thunder Dragon's memories that to acquire more advanced skills, he needed to go to the Thunder Clan. Go to the Thunder Clan? Better not. Ning Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. As a member of the Thunder Clan, the Thunder Dragon had suffered inhumane treatment and discrimination just because of his mother's status. As an outsider with no connection to the Thunder Clan, he feared he would only become a test subject if he went. At that moment, a system prompt sounded. Ding, your mental strength is about to be exhausted, and you will exit the simulated training space. Spoils have been automatically collected into the warehouse. Spirit core of a level 1 exotic beast, gray-striped giant python 1, python skin 1, gallbladder 1, poison fangs 2, meat chunks 20. As the prompt faded, Ning Feng's vision darkened, and his consciousness returned to reality. Overwhelming fatigue hit him, but instead of resting immediately, he forced himself to begin practicing the mirror spirit cultivation method. After half an hour, the fatigue gradually faded, and his mind became clearer. Recalling the system prompt, Ning Feng eagerly opened the warehouse. The items before him filled him with joy, especially the fist-sized spirit core. What a prize from a level 1 exotic beast. He hadn't expected to receive spoils from a beast he hadn't personally slain. If I'd known, I would have attracted more exotic beasts, he thought, then shook his head self-deprecatingly. Forget it. Just one gray-striped giant python nearly cost me my life. Any more, and I might have been torn apart before reaching the green shade. Examining the other spoils, the python's skin had incredible defense, perfect for making leather armor. The gallbladder was medicinal. The poison fangs could be fashioned into daggers, and the meat chunks, once cooked, would provide more vitality than ordinary food. This venture was bountiful. Not only had he learned the Blevel martial skill wind and thunder slash and the thunder breathing technique, but the items he acquired would also aid his martial cultivation significantly. Afterward, Ning Feng continued to cultivate his mental strength until dawn. At 7 a.m., as the alarm went off, he opened his eyes. Ding, cultivation complete. The system displayed his attributes: 7th level vitality, punching power of 611 kilograms, speed of 25 meters per second without using thunder breathing, and 6th level mental strength. His cultivation methods included the Great Sun Flame cultivation method and the Mirror Spirit cultivation method. In martial arts, his punch intent, spear intent, and movement technique had all reached the second stage, and both Whirlwind Slash and Wind Thunder Slash were well developed. My punch intent, spear intent, and movement technique have all broken through to the second stage. Ning Feng leapt from his bed in delight, clenching his fist and punching forward with all his might. Boom! The air pressure hit the door heavily. Bang! The wooden door shattered into 2 pieces. Outside, Xiao Jingzhe, who had just stepped out of her room, stood in stunned silence at the scene. Brother, what did you do? After a loud crash, Xiao Bailu rushed out of her room to see the door split in half. Her eyes widened in shock, and she was momentarily speechless. Xiao Jingzhe was examining the cracks on the door intently, clearly recognizing them as the result of a punch. Ning Feng stared at his handiwork in disbelief. The power of his breakthrough to the second stage of fist intent was astonishing, not only able to hit targets from a distance, but also causing far more damage than he had imagined. Hearing the commotion, Li Wanfang hurried over from the kitchen. What happened? How did the door get broken? Auntie Li, I didn't expect. Ning Feng scratched his head, looking apologetic. Did you do this with your fist? Xiao Jingzhe suddenly asked, her gaze flickering over Ning Feng's hands, as if she had already guessed the truth. If I'm not mistaken, your fist intent has reached the second stage. As she spoke, she unconsciously clenched her fists, a hint of unwillingness in her eyes. Really? Brother, you reached the second stage of fist intent? That's amazing. Xiao Bailu jumped up excitedly. I suppose so. Ning Feng nodded calmly, without any hint of boasting. Although Li Wanfang didn't fully understand their conversation, she grasped that Xiao Feng had made progress in martial arts. Xiao Feng, are your hands okay? Don't worry about the door. Your Uncle Xiao will buy a new one later. Auntie, my hands are fine. Then come eat. I've made some fried dough sticks and meat pies. After freshening up, the 3 of them sat down for breakfast together, a rare moment that surprised Xiao Xingbin, who had just woken up. The kids hadn't shared a meal like this in a long time. Xiao Feng, do you have to go to school today, even though it's Saturday? Li Wanfang asked as she set breakfast on the table. Yes, I need to train with Teacher Wu, Ning Feng replied, picking up a fried dough stick. These ordinary foods offered limited energy replenishment for him, but he still had plenty of gray-patterned giant python meat stored away. However, the meat was so tough that even cutting it with a source iron spear was difficult, so he'd need to find a professional to process it. Brother, does Teacher Wu work on Saturdays too? Xiao Bailu asked with her mouth full of meat pie. I'm not sure, Ning Feng shrugged. If he's there, I'll train with him. If not, I'll practice on my own. This routine had been his unwavering weekend schedule for the past 3 years. Sister said she's going to train at the Yuanxing dojo. Why don't you come with us? Xiao Bailu suggested brightly. She preferred to be with her brother rather than just her sister. Xiao Bai, Xiao Jingzhe interrupted coolly. You didn't train yesterday, so you have double the tasks today. As she spoke, she pulled a piece of bread from her bag. Though it looked ordinary, the butter filling was made from exotic beast milk, rich in energy and aroma. Unfortunately, each piece cost 400 alliance coins, and even with her monthly stipend of 8,000 plus the family allowance, she could only afford one per day. What? But I lent you my membership card yesterday. Sis, you're so mean. Xiao Bailu's voice was filled with grievance, her eyes instantly welling up with tears. She deeply regretted her decision. If she had known, she wouldn't have joined the elite class. Wouldn't it have been better to stay in the regular class with Brother Ningfeng? Xiao Jingzhe took a small bite of the bread in her hand and responded calmly. I'm doing this for your own good. The fragrant aroma of the bread immediately caught Xiao Bailu's attention. She leaned in curiously, sniffing softly. Sis, what kind of bread is that? It smells amazing. Honey milk bread, Xiao Jingzhe explained. It's made with butter refined from the milk of a first-grade exotic beast that resembles a cow. As she spoke, she pulled another piece of bread from her bag and handed it to her sister. Thanks, sis. Xiao Bailu took the bread but didn't eat it right away. Instead, she carefully tore it in half and offered one piece to Ningfeng. Brother, try some. Xiao Jingzhe frowned slightly, but refrained from reprimanding her. She took another bread from her bag and said peacefully, I have another one. Eat your own. The implication was clear. This bread was meant for Ning Feng. This scene left Xiao Bailu, Li Wanfang, and Xiao Shengbin wide-eyed in surprise. Xiao Bailu covered her mouth in confusion. Has my sister lost her mind today? She has always been unfriendly to brother Ning Feng. What's changed? Sis, do you like brother Ning Feng too? Xiao Bailu blurted out. Xiao Jingzhe was taken aback. Her cheeks flushed instantly. She hastily tossed the bread onto the table, raising her voice a notch. What nonsense are you talking about? I only thought he was wasting all those qi and blood tonics with no cultivation talent before. But after his performance yesterday. She turned her head, her expression full of embarrassed anger. Eat it or not. I don't care. Thank you. Ning Feng smiled, picking up the bread and taking a gentle bite. As the bread entered his mouth, a warm sensation spread to his abdomen. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Ning Feng's mind, automatically cultivating the Great Sun Flame cultivation method. Cultivation complete. Your qi and blood value increased by 1 calorie. In less than a minute, Ning Feng felt the bread was fully absorbed. This effect delighted him. He hadn't expected such a small piece of bread to provide 1 calorie of qi and blood. He couldn't help but think of the 20 pieces of first-grade exotic beast meat in his storage. If he absorbed and refined all of them, how much qi and blood would it increase? At that moment, Xiao Jingzhe glanced thoughtfully at Ning Feng. She recalled the bottle of high-grade qi and blood tonic on the table yesterday, which she hadn't used immediately, but planned to save for when she aimed for a first-grade breakthrough. Was it really from him? She had pondered this question all night. Logic told her it was unlikely, given that Ning Feng had spent all 3 years of high school in the regular class. But his performance this morning forced her to reconsider the possibility. Someone who could break through the second stage of fist intent was not ordinary. At the very least, Ning Feng was not the failure she had previously assumed. A complex expression flashed in Xiao Jingzhe's eyes as her view of Ning Feng subtly began to shift. Aunt Li, Uncle Xiao, we're heading out for training. Mom, please make a feast tonight. I want braised chicken wings and spicy rabbit head. After breakfast, Ning Feng, Xiao Jingzhe, and Xiao Bailu prepared to head to the martial arts center downtown. The sun was shining brightly and a gentle breeze blew, adding a touch of vitality to their training day. Xiao Jingzhe changed into a pristine martial arts uniform, tying her vibrant red hair up high, making her look both capable and striking. Xiao Bailu also donned a martial arts outfit, but she didn't bother to style her hair, letting her blue locks fall over her shoulders. Her natural dimples gave her a pure and adorable charm. All you think about is food. Xiao Jingzhe couldn't help but tease. I'm not talking to you. Xiao Bailu pouted, then turned to Ning Feng, playfully saying, Brother, can you help me tie my hair later? This scene brought back memories for Ning Feng. Back when they were in school, Xiao Bailu often didn't get enough sleep and would nap on the subway. Ning Feng would carefully tie her hair and gently wake her when they arrived at their stop. Sure, Ning Feng agreed with a smile. Bailu, you're really spoiled, Xiao Jingzhe remarked, a hint of annoyance in her voice as she watched her sister interact affectionately with Ning Feng. Sis, why don't you help me tie my hair later? Xiao Bailu cheekily retorted. Get lost. Don't you have hands? Xiao Jingzhe replied bluntly. No way. I'm too lazy. Xiao Bailu giggled, dodging away. Watching the sisters playfully bicker, warmth filled Ning Feng's heart. It had been a long time since he'd experienced such a familiar scene. Regardless of their personalities, Xiao Jingzhe and Xiao Bailu were cherished sisters to him. However, just as the three of them stepped out of the neighborhood, Ning Feng suddenly paused, a slight frown appearing on his face. Brother, what's wrong? Xiao Bailu, ever perceptive, immediately noticed her brother's unusual behavior. Nothing. Ning Feng shook his head, though doubt lingered in his mind. Having practiced the Great Sun Flame cultivation method, he was extremely sensitive to temperature changes. He had just distinctly felt the surrounding temperature drop by half a degree. Looking up at the sky, the sun was rising, and the temperature should logically be increasing. The neighborhood was lush with greenery and tall birch trees providing shade, yet the temperature outside was lower than inside, which was quite odd. Come on, brother. Xiao Bailu pulled Ning Feng towards the subway station, interrupting his thoughts. Xiao Jingzhe had already entered the subway station, waiting for the train. You're so slow. She glanced back at them with a huff. Sis, we're here. Save us a spot. Xiao Bailu's clear and melodious voice rang out, reminiscent of a singing lark. Her pure and adorable appearance instantly caught the attention of passers-by, and a few boys unconsciously moved closer. However, upon seeing Xiao Bailu holding Ning Feng's hand tightly, they reluctantly stopped. Well, looks like she's already taken, someone muttered quietly. Move. Haven't you got legs? Xiao Jingzhe snapped, stepping into the newly arrived subway car. The eyes of the nearby boys darted between Xiao Bailu and Xiao Jingzhe, suddenly realizing they were twin sisters, stunningly beautiful. Just as Xiao Jingzhe sat down, a boy with glasses approached. Using a deliberately deep voice, he said, Miss, can I add you on WeChat? I'm a sophomore at Linhai University. If you're considering applying to our school, I can offer you some guidance. Linhai University? Xiao Jingzhe's expression turned instantly dark at the mention of those words. She glanced coldly at the bespectacled man in front of her, her voice icy. What kind of trashy university is that? Get lost. The man with glasses was stunned, momentarily unable to react. He had clearly seen Lin Hai High School written on the back of her martial arts uniform, and he was a graduate of Lin Hai High School himself. He had intended to use this senior-junior connection to strike up a conversation and maybe get her WeChat, but he hadn't expected to be so harshly rebuffed before he could even finish his sentence. Junior, how can you? He tried to explain, but Xiao Jingzhe cut him off. Who's your junior? Xiao Jingzhe clenched her fists, her gaze sharp as a knife, as if she were looking at a dead man. The man felt a chill run down his spine and stammered. "You got the wrong person. I'm sorry." With that, he hurriedly fled, afraid to linger even a second longer. Not long after, Xiao Bailu and Ning Feng boarded the subway. Having witnessed the scene, Xiao Bailu chuckled, covering her mouth. "Sis, you really have a strong presence." She sat down next to Xiao Jingzhe and pulled Ning Feng to sit with them. A few other guys who initially thought about asking for WeChat backed off after witnessing Xiao Jingzhe's fiery temper. Besides, they noticed a tall, handsome guy about 6 foot sitting with the two girls, and they lost the nerve to approach. "Bro, weren't you going to ask for her WeChat? Why not now?" One guy whispered to his companion. "Damn, didn't you see that red-haired girl's temper?" "I'm not going over there," the companion replied quietly. "What about the blue-haired girl? She seems pretty innocent. Maybe you could get her contact," another suggested. "Forget it. That guy next to them is probably her boyfriend. I'm not going to embarrass myself. Why are those two girls with that guy? Could it be? Damn, that guy's really lucky." Meanwhile, Xiao Bailu looked at Xiao Jingzhe with teary eyes, pleading. "Sis, can I skip the double training later?" She hadn't trained yesterday, and her sister had said she'd have to do double today. Xiao Jingzhe thought for a moment, surprisingly nodded. "Okay. Huh." Xiao Bailu was taken aback. "Sis, you agreed? Really? Brother, pinch my sister to see if I'm dreaming." Xiao Jingzhe rolled her eyes. "Why not pinch you?" "Ugh, I'm afraid of pain," Xiao Bailu said, pouting. Ning Feng chuckled and explained. "It's probably because you haven't been practicing the advanced cultivation technique." After practicing the Great Sun cultivation method for a while, he understood the difference between advanced and basic cultivation techniques. Basic cultivation techniques focus on a set of movements, akin to calisthenics from centuries ago, primarily to train the body and convert food into energy. However, the conversion efficiency is very low, and most of it is wasted. In contrast, the Great Sun Flame cultivation method he practiced could convert food into energy with 100 efficiency and allowed him to train in a simulation space. Of course, it wasn't that he couldn't train normally. He could practice the Great Sun Flame cultivation method at the martial arts gym too. But this process required a lot of food to maintain energy levels. In the simulation space, he could maintain his training by battling beasts or fighting, and the energy gained after training was real and substantial. He could even acquire various rewards. Xiao Jingzhe was a bit surprised as she looked at Ning Feng. How did he know this? Out of consideration for her pride, Xiao Jingzhe swallowed her doubts. She was acutely aware that she could only practice the basic low-level cultivation methods, which were far less effective than the 5 fundamental cultivation methods. This was the most significant difference between the elite class and the regular class. Students in the regular class could only use the low-level methods provided for free by the school, whereas students in the elite class could get an early start on the 5 fundamental methods usually reserved for university students. "Sis, I've heard you mention the 5 fundamental methods a lot. What exactly are they?" Xiao Bailu asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Yeah, and I've heard there's some kind of spiritual aptitude test. They say if your aptitude isn't high enough, you can't practice them even if you meet all the other requirements," Ning Feng added, looking inquisitively at her. Faced with their questions, Xiao Jingzhe organized her thoughts and began to explain. 100 years ago, several masters from our dragon nation compiled the first martial arts cultivation manual and developed the 5 elements of heaven, the 5 fundamental cultivation methods. These methods correspond to the attributes of fire, wind, thunder, water, and earth, and are therefore called the fire attribute, wind attribute, thunder attribute, water attribute, and earth attribute cultivation methods. Choosing an attribute that aligns with your own can significantly enhance your martial cultivation speed. She paused before continuing. Although over the past century many more advanced methods have been developed on top of the 5 fundamental ones, those are beyond our reach at this stage. But remember, all advanced methods are built on these 5 foundational methods. She gave Ning Feng a meaningful look. The two of you have spiritual aptitudes of A and S level, respectively. You'll be able to choose one of the methods to start practicing next Monday. "I see." Xiao Bailu, quick-witted as ever, grasped the key point. "Sis, is spiritual aptitude essentially our compatibility with the 5 fundamental methods?" "Pretty much," Xiao Jingzhe nodded. "As long as you reach AB level, you can attempt to practice the 5 fundamental methods. You're at a level, so you'll be fine. But choose carefully. Picking the wrong one can not only be unhelpful, but can also severely interfere with your martial cultivation." She recalled selecting the wind attribute method under the guidance of teacher Hai Ryue, as her style relied on speed, favoring quick, decisive strikes. Sis, then what should I choose? You should go for the water attribute method. Why? Because you're lazy, Xiao Jingzhe replied bluntly. The water attribute method is gentler to practice, which suits your nature perfectly. Great. Xiao Bailu nodded enthusiastically, clearly pleased with the suggestion. She turned to Ning Feng. What attribute method should Ning Feng choose? Ning Feng was about to say he'd decide when the time came. Ning Feng had already mastered the Great Sun Flame cultivation method, which left Xiao Jingzhe deep in thought. She recalled Ning Feng's swift and powerful display during yesterday's competition and concluded that fire or lightning attribute cultivation methods would suit him well. The 5 basic cultivation techniques might indeed be of little use to him. Sis, I didn't realize you were observing brother so closely, Xiao Bailu teased with a mischievous wink, lazily leaning against Xiao Jingzhe. It seems you care about him after all. Shut up. Xiao Jingzhe shot her sister a glare before hurriedly turning to Ning Feng to explain. I'm the class leader of the elite martial arts class. Since you will be joining the elite class, it's my responsibility to know you well, especially when it comes to important matters like choosing a cultivation method. Her voice trailed off, revealing a hint of reluctance. In truth, she didn't bother with the cultivation choices of the other boys in the class, as they didn't seem to care much themselves. Thank you, Ning Feng said sincerely, looking at Xiao Jingzhe. No need to thank me, Xiao Jingzhe replied, turning her head away to maintain her aloof demeanor, though her eyes betrayed a hint of unease as she avoided Ning Feng's gaze. Half an hour later, the subway arrived at their station. Xiao Bailu had dozed off on Ning Feng again, waking only when he gently called her. You really don't take training seriously, always sleeping. Xiao Jingzhe scolded her sister. What did you say, sis? I didn't hear you, Xiao Bailu mumbled, still groggy. Jingzhe said you're like a lazy cat. Ning Feng interjected with a smile. I'm upset, brother. Bailu pouted playfully. To comfort my wounded heart, you have to carry me to the martial arts hall. You two are something else, Xiao Jingzhe said, shaking her head as she walked briskly towards the Yuan Sheng Martial Arts Hall. As Ning Feng carried his sister, he noticed several military trucks parked at the station exit. Dozens of fully armed soldiers were disembarking in an orderly fashion, their helmets emblazoned with prominent red stars. The soldiers quickly formed ranks and boarded a separate military subway. Such a scene was unusual unless the front lines were under pressure or a high-risk astral realm had appeared nearby. The military rarely mobilized so openly during the day. A sense of foreboding settled in Ning Feng's heart. The subway had been broadcasting warnings about an astral realm emerging in Mo Family Village, advising citizens to stay clear of the danger zone. But today, there was an eerie silence, with no updates being broadcast. This either meant the astral realm had been cleared, or the situation had deteriorated to a level unsuitable for public disclosure. If it were the former, the media in Linhai City would be celebrating the success, with officials commending those who contributed. Yet, given the scale of the military activity he was witnessing, it was clear the astral realm crisis was far from resolved and might even be spiraling out of control. Let's hope it doesn't affect Xingfu community, Ning Feng prayed silently. Hurry up, you two, Xiao Jingzhe, who was walking ahead, couldn't help but urge. Ning Feng shook his head and quickly caught up. He was determined to become a first-class martial artist before the college entrance exams. Only by becoming an official martial artist could he gain official recognition and have the strength to protect his family. By the time the three of them arrived at the Yuan Sheng dojo, it was already 8:30 in the morning. The dojo had just opened, and Molly, the receptionist, was busy arranging guests into the training rooms. She immediately recognized Ning Feng and recalled the manager's special instructions to notify them immediately upon seeing Master Ning and to offer the highest level of reception. Ahem. Ning Feng quickly coughed to interrupt. He didn't want his two sisters to know he had become an alchemist because he didn't want to show off, but because explaining it would be too troublesome. After all, he couldn't just say he suddenly met an old man with a white beard who taught him alchemy. We're here to train, Ning Feng said, handing over his membership card, which caught the attention of his sister Xiao Bailu. Bro, why is your card black? Xiao Bailu, now fully awake, asked curiously. Xiao Jingzhe frowned as she examined the black and gold membership card. The class's membership cards were all given for free by Teacher Hai, and even she only had a gold level card. Yet Ning Feng had a black gold carded Teacher Hai value him more? Just as Molly was about to swipe the card, the crisp sound of high heels echoed from upstairs. Hai Yafu, as if prepared for their arrival, quickly walked down, her face beaming with joy. Ning Feng, you're here so early today? Xiao Jingzhe and Xiao Bailu looked at each other. Sis, who is she? Xiao Bailu asked, pouting with obvious displeasure at how this woman could address her brother so intimately. The manager of Yuan Sheng Dojo, Hai Yafu, Xiao Jingzhe whispered in explanation. As a second-class martial artist, Hai Yafu was known for her aloofness, and even Black Gold members rarely received a personal greeting from her. Xiao Jingzhe recalled that when renewing her card yesterday, Hai Yafu had personally handled it, albeit coldly. But now, this usually icy manager was showing such enthusiasm towards Ning Feng, prompting her to take another look at this seemingly ordinary boy. Sister Yafu, don't get too excited. I'm just here to train today, Ning Feng said, giving Hai Yafu a look to indicate his two sisters behind him. The astute Hai Yafu immediately understood, though she indeed had something to ask of him today, which explained her eagerness. Hai's gaze shifted to Xiao Jingzhe and Xiao Bailu, her face adorned with a warm smile. You two must be Ning Feng's sisters, right? I have quite a connection with your brother. In his honor, I can upgrade your membership cards to black gold status. This way, you can access the private martial arts training room and use it for free from now on. As she spoke, she shot Ning Feng a meaningful glance, hinting at a private discussion later. To her, winning over Ning Feng's sisters was akin to winning over Ning Feng himself. No way. Xiao Bailu immediately stood up and refused. She had keenly noticed the exchange of glances between this woman and her brother, which made her feel uneasy. She didn't want any handouts. I don't need it either. Xiao Jingzhe also declined the black gold membership offer. She gave Ning Feng a significant look before heading straight to the public martial arts training room. Her gaze seemed to carry a hint of disdain, leaving Ning Feng momentarily speechless. Could she be thinking there was something unsavory between him and Haya? Come on, brother, let's go in too. Xiao Bailu pulled Ning Feng along quickly, unwilling to see him stay with Haya. As he followed his sister, Ning Feng discreetly waved his phone, signaling to Haya to contact him via WeChat later. He knew that Haya's urgency today meant there was an important matter to discuss. Although they had scheduled their potion-making session for next weekend, what could be so pressing that made her act so eagerly now? Once inside the training room, Xiao Bailu suddenly stopped, turned around with an angry expression, and questioned, Brother, what is your relationship with her? Why is she so friendly with you? Are you trying to find us a sister-in-law? These rapid-fire questions left Ning Feng momentarily stunned. It took him a while to respond. No, Xiao Bailu, what are you thinking? I'm still in high school. I'm not looking for a sister-in-law for you guys. He playfully pinched his sister's nose and teased. Are you trying to kick me out of the house early by getting me married? Of course not. How could I ever want to get rid of you, brother? Xiao Bailu quickly explained. All right, Bailu, don't overthink it. My relationship with Manager Hai is simple, and it's not easy to explain to you now. Just think of it as a business partnership. As for finding you and Jingzhou a sister-in-law, Ning Feng said, gently patting his sister's head, I'll think about it, but it won't be until I'm in college, okay? Okay. Xiao Bailu nodded, though she still felt a bit uneasy inside. When he goes to college, will her brother really start dating? Lan Qian, what brings you to the training room today? In the public training room, a group of students from the elite martial arts class gathered around a boy dressed in a striking red martial arts uniform, their eyes filled with surprise and envy. His outfit was indeed eye-catching, a celebrity-endorsed martial arts uniform worth 20,000, paired with limited edition training shoes that cost 50,000, making the whole ensemble equivalent to a year's income for an average family. Standing at the center of the crowd, Lan Qian remained indifferent to their compliments, only showing a change in expression when he noticed Xiao Jingzhe entering the room. Jingzhe, you're finally here. Lan Qian quickly approached her, wearing a deliberately friendly smile. He had left behind his luxurious private training room at home to come to this free facility, all in pursuit of Xiao Jingzhe. Xiao Jingzhe frowned at the deputy class leader of the elite martial arts class in front of her. Although their roles as class leader and deputy often brought them together for work, it was strictly business. Do you need something? She asked coldly. Can't I come to see you without a reason? You turned down my invitation to my house last time, so I came here specifically to see you. Lan Qian made no effort to hide his intentions. Everyone at Linhai High knew of his interest in Xiao Jingzhe. In his eyes, she was already his, and no one else could get close. Don't bother me if there's nothing important. We have nothing to do with each other. Xiao Jingzhe coldly placed her backpack into a locker and walked straight into the training room without giving him a second glance. Lan Qian felt a surge of anger at this cold reception. He had lowered himself, yet Xiao Jingzhe remained unappreciative. Was it because he dated a few other girls? He had explained that those were just flings, and Xiao Jingzhe was the one he truly cared for. However, his explanation only worsened her attitude towards him. Just then, Lan Qian noticed Xiao Bailu entering, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. While he preferred Xiao Jingzhe's fiery personality, her twin sister Xiao Bailu was also an enticing alternative. Capturing the hearts of both sisters would be twice the fun. With this thought, he quickly put on a friendly face and approached Xiao Bailu. Hello, Xiao Bailu. I'm Lan Qian, the deputy class leader of the elite martial arts class. You've probably heard of me, right? I'm quite close with your sister, so feel free to ask me if you need help with anything. He completely ignored Ning Feng, who was standing beside Xiao Bailu, as he didn't see a poor kid as any threat. Lan Qian, I don't know you. Xiao Bailu, still upset, responded bluntly and turned away. Lan Qian clenched his fists, his face growing increasingly angry. He turned to Ning Feng with obvious disdain in his voice. You're that Ning Feng, aren't you? I heard you live with the Xiao family, and even call yourself Xiao Jingzhe's brother. He let out a cold laugh and pulled out a stack of alliance currency from his pocket. How about this? I'll give you 10,000 alliance coins to help me win over Xiao Jingzhe. Once you succeed, I'll give you another 10,000. As he spoke, he didn't even glance at Ning Feng, as if he were tossing a coin to a beggar. Ning Feng narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a knife. If Gao Hai were present, he would recognize this as a sign of Feng's anger. Normally easygoing, Ning Feng rarely got upset, but if anyone threatened his sisters or family, even slightly, he would instantly become dangerous. What? 2,000 isn't enough. Lan Qian pressed, seeing Ning Feng's silence. Get lost. Ning Feng replied coldly. If you dare say that to me again, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. With that, he turned and walked away. If he weren't mindful of his student status, he would have already taught this scoundrel a lesson. Lan Qian stood frozen, recalling the chill in Ning Feng's stare, as if he were indeed capable of deadly violence. Little did he know, Ning Feng not only dared to kill, but had also slain several beasts. Fine, fine. Lan Qian gritted his teeth, glaring at Ning Feng's back. You dare talk to me like that? Just wait, and see what I'll do to you in class. As the eldest grandson of the Lan family in Linhai City, he had never been humiliated like this before. He vowed to find a chance in the next 3 months to break Ning Feng's limbs, ensuring he couldn't sit for the college entrance exams. Meanwhile, Ning Feng and his group arrived at the blood energy tester. Xiao Jingzhe was the first to step forward, placing her right hand into the device. 2 seconds later, it beeped, displaying 132 calories. Sis, your blood energy level is so high. Xiao Bailu exclaimed. You're about to break through to the first rank of martial artists. To reach the first rank, one needed 150 calories of blood energy, while she herself only had over 80. If you stopped being lazy, you'd surpass me, Xiao Jingzhe said with a smile. At her current pace, she'd break through to the first rank this month, enabling her to register at the Martial Arts Alliance Club and receive a substantial stipend and blood energy potions each month. When it was Xiao Bailu's turn, her expected 80 calories turned out to be 90. Remembering she had just met the elite class's 80-calorie standard 2 days ago, she excitedly looked at Ning Feng. Brother, is it thanks to the high-grade potion you gave me? Xiao Jingzhe's eyes narrowed at the mention, recalling the potion on her desk. At that moment, Lan Qian chimed in mockingly. High-grade potion? Something even my Lan family rarely sees. And you say your brother gave you a bottle? Ha ha ha. He eyed Ning Feng's cheap outfit disdainfully. With clothes worth only a few hundred, you dare claim to have a high-grade potion? Yes, my brother gave it to me. What's it to you? Xiao Bailu retorted immediately. Lan Qian sneered at Ning Feng. Did you get some expired potion from somewhere and trick Bailu into thinking it's high-grade? If you really have a high-grade potion, I'll kneel and bow to you today, Ning Feng. Ning Feng cast a cold glance at Lan Qian and walked straight to the blood energy testing device. Although he did have 7 bottles of advanced elixir called Peiyuan powder in his system space, he couldn't be bothered dealing with such an idiot, lest he be considered one of them. You don't dare, do you? See, I told you he doesn't have any advanced elixirs. This kind of loser just brags and isn't a real man. Lan Qian laughed triumphantly when Ning Feng ignored him. He then turned to Xiao Jingzhe with a fawning look and said, Jingzhe, I did have a bottle of advanced elixir, but I accidentally dropped it yesterday. Once I get another from my grandfather, I'll give you one. Thinking about the broken elixir, Lan Qian felt a pang of regret. However, Xiao Jingzhe paid him no attention. Her thoughts were still on the bottle of advanced elixir from yesterday. From what her sister had just said, it seemed likely that Ning Feng had left it. She was puzzled. Where did Ning Feng get the elixir, and why did he leave it in her room? Who says Ning Feng doesn't have advanced elixirs? Hai Yafa suddenly approached, holding up a bottle. This bottle of Peiyuan powder is an advanced elixir. It not only boosts blood energy, but also strengthens the foundation, making it particularly suitable for martial artists below the first rank. Ning Feng, if you don't mind, you can have it. Everyone in the training room was drawn to the elixir in Hai Yafu's hand. Really? Manager Hai actually has an advanced elixir. Wow, why didn't she give it to me? That Ning Feng is so lucky, getting a free advanced elixir. Manager Hai, can I buy a bottle? Impossible. That can't be an advanced elixir. Lan Qian was flustered. Seeing a woman as attractive as Hai Yafu, he had hoped to win her over. He hadn't expected her to speak up for Ning Feng and offer him an advanced elixir. He had boldly claimed that if Ning Feng had an advanced elixir, he would kneel and bow. As a member of the Lan family, known for their authority in Lanhai City, how could he face kneeling to Ning Feng and maintain his and his family's reputation? Xiao Jingzhe recognized the elixir in Hai Yafu's hand. It was identical to the one on her desk last night. Did this woman give it? A wave of disdain surged within her. For some reason, she could accept it if Ning Feng had given it, but if it came from this woman, it made her uncomfortable, especially seeing how close she was to Ning Feng. Hai Yafu, stop messing around, Ning Feng said, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. He had already given each of his 2 sisters a bottle of advanced elixir, and now Hai Yafu was publicly offering another. It was like announcing that the elixirs he gave his sisters came from Hai Yafu. Not to mention Bailu. Even Jingzhe would surely think he was being kept by a wealthy woman. Ning Feng, I'm giving it to you, and you don't even have to pay, Hai Yafu said, puzzled. This is your store's elixir. I don't need it. Just go back to doing whatever you were doing. Ning Feng shot a glare at Hai Yafu, his brow furrowing slightly. Her attempt to speak on his behalf only made things more complicated. Seeing this, Hai Yafu couldn't help but look aggrieved. She had meant well, but somehow it had all gone wrong. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Ning Feng walked straight to the blood and energy tester, confidently placing his hand into the device. As the beeping sound echoed, the screen displayed the latest data 101 points. Indeed, exotic beast ingredients are more beneficial for cultivation, Ning Feng muttered to himself, nodding in satisfaction. This data caused quite a stir among those present. Master Ning hasn't even reached the first rank of martial artists, someone exclaimed. Being able to concoct advanced potions without reaching the first rank is pure genius. Hai Yafu's eyes lit up with excitement. If the Yuanxing Dojo was to become the top martial arts dojo in Linhai City, such a talent was not to be missed. Xiao Jingzhe stared at Ning Feng's back in disbelief. It was just 75 points yesterday, and now it's 102? A nearly 30-point increase in a day is unheard of. Her gaze involuntarily shifted to Hai Yafu, wondering if advanced blood and energy potions were involved. Brother, you're amazing. Xiao Bailu was the first to rush to Ning Feng's side, exclaiming with excitement. Your blood and energy values are higher than mine now. As his sister, she knew better than anyone how much effort he had put in over the past 3 years. However, the joyous atmosphere was quickly disrupted. Impossible, Lan Xian suddenly shouted. You must have cheated. There must be something wrong with this tester. How could you improve so much in 2 days? Upon hearing this, Hai Yafu's expression turned cold. She walked over to Lan Xian with a chilling demeanor. Are you Lan Xian? Is your father Lan Li or Lan Jikuan? All the equipment at Yuanxing Dojo is directly supplied from the capital. If you claim there's a problem, perhaps you should address it with your Lan family. Lan Xian's bravado deflated upon hearing his father Lan Jikuan's name. He knew his father was not the head of the Lan family and held a relatively low position. If he caused trouble, he would surely face severe punishment. I'm sorry, Lan Xian broke out in a cold sweat, quickly bowing his head in apology. I was just impulsive and did not mean to question the integrity of your dojo's equipment. Humph, Hai Yafu snorted. If it weren't for the fact that he was still a student, she would have already called security to throw him out. On her turf, who dared to bully Ning Feng? Bro, why is that female manager so protective of you? Xiaobai asked Ning Feng with a hint of jealousy in her eyes. Faced with this sudden question, Ning Feng was at a loss for words, unsure of how to explain. Standing nearby, Xiao Jingzhe observed Ning Feng's awkwardness and let out a cold snort. She turned and strode towards the training room. Having already made up her mind once today's training was over, she would return that mysterious potion. Such things were beneath her. Seeing this, Lan Xian quickly followed. Jingzhe, what are you planning to train in? I'll join you. He thought to himself, there's no need to cause trouble with Hai Yafu. His goal today was Simpleto when Xiao Jing's over. If he succeeded, he might even take her out shopping or to a movie tonight, and if luck was on his side, things might progress further. Xiao Jing's ignored Lan Xian's attempts to curry favor. She started by warming up on the treadmill before heading straight into the gravity simulation training room, where many were already training hard. Leader, you're here to train too. A girl enduring level 2 gravity greeted Xiao Jing's. Xiao Jing's nodded in acknowledgement, found an area, adjusted the gravity settings, and began her training. Jingzhe, I'll train with you, Lan Xian said as he followed her into the training room. However, as soon as he stepped into Xiao Jing's area, it was as if an invisible hammer struck him, and he fell heavily to the ground. A crisp crack echoed, and his nose immediately bled profusely. Damn, Lan Xian's eyes flashed with fear. The gravity in this area was clearly over level 6. At home, he had only ever trained up to level 4, and being caught off guard by level 6 gravity, he couldn't handle it. Xiao Jing's glanced at him coldly, full of disdain. To her, Lan Xian was just someone who maintained his top blood energy value in the grade with lots of supplements and flattering teachers for high exam scores. When it came to real compatibility, she didn't consider him a threat. Only that girl was her true rival. Is this the gravity simulation training room? Ning Feng asked curiously as he surveyed the spacious training area. Hai Yafu stepped forward to explain. Yes, this is the gravity simulation training room. I invested a lot to perfect the facilities here, especially this room. In Linhai City, apart from the Martial Alliance Pavilion, our Yuan Shengdao Pavilion's facilities are the most complete. She spoke with pride. As a second-rank martial artist, she could have taken a comfortable position at the Martial Alliance Pavilion, earning much more than running a martial arts gym, but she chose to honor her father's wish. Interesting. Ning Feng nodded in approval, eager to try it out himself. Ning Feng, if you want to train in there, I'd suggest starting with level 2 gravity. The limit for anyone below a first-rank martial artist is level 6 gravity, like your sister's current training level. Yafu advised, impressed by Xiao Jingzhe, who held the record for gravity simulation training in their dojo. As a second-tier martial artist, Yafu can easily adapt to the highest level of gravity, though for her, it's unnecessary. Currently, all the equipment in the dojo only records data from martial artists below first tier. What is the highest gravity level? Ning Feng asked. There are 10 levels in total, Yafu explained with a shake of her head. But even for a first-tier martial artist, adapting to level 10 gravity is quite challenging. All right, I'll give it a try, Ning Feng said, stepping into the training room. Brother, wait for me. Xiao Bailu didn't want to be left alone with Yafu, so she quickly ran in after him. Seeing the rare buzz in the public training room, Yafu's eyes lit up. She quickly went to the front desk and activated the broadcasting system. Welcome to the Yuan Sheng Dojo. Starting today, we are offering a special reward. Anyone who breaks a dojo record and gains my approval will receive a bottle of high-grade medicine. Pei Yuan-san. Yes, you heard right. Break a record and you could win high-grade medicine. The announcement echoed throughout the multi-story dojo. Although high-grade medicine has limited effects on martial artists above first tier, for most of the trainees here who are below first tier, even a single bottle of low-grade medicine is a rarity, let alone high-grade. That's great. With high-grade medicine, I'll soon be a first-tier martial artist. You're dreaming if you think you can get high-grade medicine. Breaking the record is a piece of cake. Don't hog the treadmill. There's still space in the gravity room. I'm going in. The entire dojo erupted with excitement. For many, high-grade medicine is a precious treasure they have never seen before. Obtaining this medicine could mean reaching first tier is within reach. Manager, are you really going to give away high-grade medicine? Mo Lily asked in surprise. Yafu flashed a cunning smile. Of course. When I say something, I mean it. But whether they can get it depends on my approval. She had already decided that this bottle of medicine, mainly used for promotional purposes, would eventually go to Ning Feng. After all, the right to interpret the rules was in her hands. Meanwhile, inside the gravity training room, Ning Feng found an empty spot next to Xiao Jingzhe and soon discovered the buttons to adjust the gravity level and emergency shutdown. Damn it, that hurts like hell. With a face full of blood, Lan Xian struggled to get up from the floor. Xiao Jingzhe hadn't turned off the gravity, so he had to crawl out step by step. Seeing this, Ning Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. What the hell are you laughing at? I held out against level 6 gravity for a long time. If you can withstand level 6 gravity, I'll take your surname. Lan Xian shouted angrily. To him, how could a nobody dare to mock him? No matter how bad it was, he couldn't be worse than Ning Feng. Is that so? Without another word, Ning Feng directly adjusted the gravity to level 6. Boom. Instantly, it felt as if he was hit by a heavy hammer, and Ning Feng struggled to catch his breath. But unlike Lan Xian, he didn't fall. Instead, he gradually adapted to the pressure. Bang! Lan Xian fell heavily to the ground again, this time knocking out a front tooth. It hurts so much. Lan Xian's screams echoed in the training room. Ning Feng is quite impressive. He managed to adapt to level 6 gravity right away. Outside the gravity training chamber, Yafu watched the situation inside with intense focus. When she saw Ning Feng directly choose level 6 gravity, her heart tightened, worried he might not withstand the sudden pressure. However, to her surprise, Ning Feng not only endured the pressure steadily, but also gradually adapted to it, his movements becoming increasingly smooth and effortless. This kid's potential is far beyond this, Yafu thought to herself, her gaze shifting to Lan Xian, who was lying on the ground. Lan Xian was clutching his mouth in pain, having knocked out a tooth from the earlier impact. He struggled to lift his head and saw Ning Feng fully adapting to the level 6 gravity, a mix of unwillingness and shock flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, he still felt a heaviness in his chest, as if he could suffocate at any moment. Yafu observed coldly, instantly identifying Lan Xian's issue as blood and energy levels were high, but they appeared superficial and insubstantial. This was typical of someone who consumed too many supplements without adequate practical training. Logically, with his blood and energy levels, he should have been able to withstand level 6 gravity, but his current sorry state was indeed laughable. The Lan family really has no successors now. Yafu sighed, shaking her head. At that moment, Ning Feng's voice rang out. Get out if you don't want to die. He was already adjusting the gravity level, preparing to attempt level 7 gravity. Wait, let me get out. Lan Xian was utterly shocked, scrambling to crawl out of the training room. Once Lan Xian had clumsily exited the gravity zone, Ning Feng unhesitatingly increased the gravity to level 7. Suddenly, a pressure almost twice that of level 6 descended. Ning Feng squatted slightly, his muscles tensed, and within just half a minute, he adapted to the terrifying pressure. From a distance, Lan Xian was dumbfounded. Impossible. How can a loser like you withstand level 7 gravity? The shock in his heart was hard to calm. On the other side, Xiao Jingzhe's eyes flashed with disbelief. She bit her lip, thinking to herself, why? He has never undergone gravity training, yet he adapts so quickly. Watching Ning Feng's performance, a spark of determination ignited in Xiao Jingzhe's eyes, and she began adjusting the gravity level. If Ning Feng could do it, she was determined to try as well. The dojo suddenly buzzed with excitement. The announcement had just reported that someone had broken the record for gravity simulation training, and everyone rushed to the training room to watch. Whoa, who is this guy? He can withstand level 6 gravity, one spectator exclaimed. No, you got it wrong. That's level 7 gravity, another corrected. No way, someone said in disbelief. I can't even handle level 4. How can he manage level 7? The discussions filled the air. This guy must be a first-rank warrior. Manager Hai, how did you find a first-rank warrior to break the record? Hearing the chatter around her, Hai Yafu snorted. Who said he's a first-rank warrior? His name is Ning Feng, and his recent blood energy test showed 101 kilocalories. She glanced around and raised her voice to announce, whoever can break his level 7 gravity record today will get this bottle of advanced potion. Otherwise, it's Ning Feng's. Hai Yafu had planned to give the potion to Ning Feng, but his performance was so astonishing. He not only broke the record as soon as he entered the gravity room, but also set a new one. Level 7 Gravitino 1 present could probably match that. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Look, that girl is trying the level 7 gravity too. Is she that impressive? Even a girl dares to attempt level 7 gravity. Didn't you see the previous record holder was her? She must be unwilling to have her record broken, so she's giving it a try too." Seeing Xiao Jingzhe attempting level 7 gravity, Hai Yafu wasn't optimistic. Level 7 gravity exerts twice the pressure of level 6, and if one can't move freely under level 6, a reckless attempt could harm the body. She involuntarily took 2 steps forward. Sure enough, in less than half a minute, Xiao Jingzhe suddenly fell to her knees. Hai Yafu immediately prepared to go in for a rescue, but noticed that although Xiao Jingzhe was kneeling, she wasn't completely overwhelmed. If he can do it, so can I. Xiao Jingzhe gritted her teeth, trying to stand up. Her legs trembled, sweat poured down like rain. Yet she refused to press the emergency shutdown button within reach. She didn't want to lose to Ning Feng. After another half-minute, Hai Yafu walked up to her, shaking her head. Why push yourself? I can do it, Xiao Jingzhe insisted, her determination unwavering even as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. If you keep going, your blood vessels will burst, Hai Yafu said, lightly tapping Xiao Jingzhe's back, then turning off the gravity in that area. Xiao Jingzhe's vision darkened, and her body fell backward. Hai Yafu caught her just in time and said helplessly, "Such a stubborn girl. Is that the new student, Ning Feng, who just joined our class? I can't believe he can withstand level 7 gravity." This remark caused quite a stir in the dojo. The students all turned to focus on the new student who had just transferred from the regular class. Ning Feng stood in the center of the gravity room, his posture upright and his expression unchanged, as if the level 7 gravity was nothing more than a gentle breeze. No wonder he's the class leader's brother. He's amazing, a girl exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration. Why was Ning Feng in the regular class if he's this strong? Another student asked, puzzled. Just then, Lan Xian staggered out of the gravity room, looking disheveled. His face was pale, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. Lan Xian, are you okay? I think you lost a tooth. Do you need to get it fixed? A concerned classmate asked. The elite class students were shocked by Ning Feng's performance, but a few still showed concern for Lan Xian's condition. Lan Xian looked visibly upset, having lost face in front of his classmates. Fix it. I'm fine, Lan Xian retorted, glaring at the well-meaning classmate, his voice filled with anger and humiliation. Whispers quickly spread among the students. What's wrong with Lan Xian? He embarrassed himself. I really thought he had the potential to be top of the class. He can't even compete with a student from the regular class. Who's he kidding? I always said he's not fit to be class leader. And he wants to pursue the class leader? Ridiculous. Hearing these comments, Lan Xian's face turned from pale to a deep shade of blue-black. He looked at Ning Feng with a gaze full of intense hatred, as if he wanted to devour him. What do you know? Lan Xian gritted his teeth. I just wasn't used to it. So what if it's level 7 gravity? If Ning Feng can do it, why can't I? With that, Lan Xian pulled out an exquisite jade bottle from his pocket, handling it with a mix of urgency and roughness. He poured out a round, gray pill, his eyes showing a hint of fanaticism. This was the pill his father had given him that morning, supposedly acquired at an auction for 250,000 alliance coins. The jade bottle was inscribed with the words, potential pill, indicating it was a first-grade pill. According to his father, this potential pill could provide significant help when he advanced to a first-grade martial artist. He had planned to use it later, but facing Ning Feng's challenge, he felt compelled to defend his dignity and status. Ning Feng, I will definitely surpass you, Lan Xian growled, tossing the pill into his mouth. The next moment, the pill melted in his mouth, and Lan Xian felt a massive surge of energy and blood boiling within him. This surge was at least twice as much as his own, instantly raising his energy and blood level to that of a first-grade martial artist. Ha! Is this the power of a first-grade martial artist? I'm so strong, unbelievably strong. Lan Qian felt his injuries vanish and his strength soar, his confidence swelling. His actions drew everyone's attention. The students gathered around, buzzing with conversation. Whoa, what's going on with him? Is he breaking through to a first-grade martial artist? No, why is he breaking through here? Something's off. It looks more like he took some kind of energy-boosting pill. I saw him swallow a pill. What? A pill? Could it be a first-grade pill? Someone explained, since pre-grade martial artists have lower strength and physical fitness than first-grade ones, they can only take liquid medicines. But after breaking through to a first-grade martial artist, they can start taking solid pills. Different pills have different effects. Even the most basic first-grade pill is dozens of times more effective than similar medicines. Outside the gravity simulation training room, a crowd gathered, watching the scene inside and buzzing with conversation. Look, he's going into the gravity simulation room again, someone exclaimed. Is he just trying to break the gravity record? No way, is he crazy? Wasting such a precious level 1 pill just to challenge a record. Amidst the exclamations, Lan Qian strode confidently to Ning Feng's side, his face full of self-assurance. Without hesitation, he activated the 7th level of gravity. Boom. An invisible pressure instantly descended. Lan Qian's body sank slightly, but didn't collapse as it had before. Ha! Did you see that? I withstood the 7th level of gravity. I'm the best. Lan Qian laughed triumphantly. Immediately, he switched to the 8th level of gravity. Since Ning Feng could withstand the 7th level, Lan Qian was determined to challenge the 8th and surpass Ning Feng no matter what. Is he insane? He's actually trying to withstand the 8th level of gravity. Manager Hai, should we be ready to save him? What pill did he take to have such an effect? Look, he seems to be holding up. Amazingly, Lan Qian managed to withstand the 8th level of gravity. Despite looking pale and trembling, he broke the gym's record by doing so. At that moment, Hai Yafu returned from escorting Xiao Jingzhe to the rest area and noticed the situation in the training room. She was stunned by what she saw, thinking, how can Lan Qian withstand the 8th level of gravity? He couldn't even handle the 6th level before. Amidst the surrounding chatter, she heard something about Lan Qian taking a pill. Suddenly, her expression changed. Could it be the potential pill? Hai Yafu recalled the auction in Linhai City yesterday, where the Qianjin pharmacy offered a few level 1 potential pills, claiming they could unlock a warrior's potential without side effects. They caused a frenzy and were ultimately bought by the Lan, Gu, and Lei families for 250,000 alliance coins each. Last night after the meeting, she was mocked by Mo Guangchang, who said that even if she had an inferior alchemist, Bai Leshan's ability to produce level 1 pills was enough to crush the Yuanxing dojo. Mo Guangchang even posted on social media, announcing that all products from Qianjin Pharmacy would be 20 off compared to those sold by Yuanxing Dojo's pharmacies, and anyone wanting to buy their potential pills must not patronize Yuanxing Dojo. Hai Yafu was infuriated and sleepless that night. This morning, she was thrilled to see Ning Feng because he was the only one who could save Yuanxing Dojo. But before she could talk to Ning Feng about it, she saw Lan Qian take the potential pill. This spendthrift, wasting a level 1 pill like that. Although she looked down on by Les Han, it was indeed a genuine level 1 pill. Lan Qian took it just to surpass Ning Feng. If old Master Lan knew, he would probably call him a spendthrift too. Meanwhile, inside the gravity simulation room, Ning Feng was also surprised to see Lan Qian withstand the 8th level of gravity. Did he take something? Even with a boost, he wants to beat me. Ning Feng smiled. Lan Qian's competitive spirit is really strong. However, Ning Feng also wanted to compete. The 7th level of gravity wasn't his limit yet, so he increased the gravity level directly from 7 to 8. Holy cow! Look, Ning Feng is also trying the 8th level of gravity. What? Is he crazy? Lan Qian took something, but Ning Feng didn't. How can he attempt the 8th level of gravity? Oh my gosh, he really seems to be holding up. Ning Feng's veins bulged, and his face contorted, but he successfully withstood the 8th level of gravity. I can still go further. Ning Feng took a deep breath and increased the gravity level to 9. Instantly, a pressure several times heavier than the 8th level pressed down on him. Oh no! Hai Yafu, still reeling from the shock of Ning Feng withstanding the 8th level, saw him raise the gravity to 9, and her face changed dramatically. Even a level 1 warrior wouldn't dare to try the 9th level lightly. Ning Feng surely couldn't withstand it now. As Hai Yafu rushed to intervene, she saw Ning Feng take a deep breath, and tendrils of electricity sparked around his mouth. Thunder breathing. As Ning Feng unleashed the breath of thunder, it was as if an invisible force had lifted all the weight from his shoulders. His body suddenly became incredibly light, moving with agility and ease. This scene left the surrounding people staring in disbelief at the spectacle before them. What's happening? Has Ning Feng withstood it? No. Wait, why does he look even more relaxed? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god, he's enduring 9 times gravity. Is he even human? This is incredible, another voice echoed, filled with shock. Outside the arena, the crowd was dumbfounded. Most people struggled with even 6 times gravity, let alone the terrifying 9 times. Ning Feng's performance completely overturned their understanding. With her keen observation, Hai Yafa noticed that after Ning Feng took a deep breath, a hint of lightning seemed to flicker at his lips, and then his body became lighter. Is this a breathing technique? She wondered. Could Ning Feng have mastered a special breathing technique? This discovery astonished Hai Yafu. Even she hadn't mastered a breathing technique. Most martial artists only learned basic force techniques. As far as she knew, only martial artists of the 5th rank or higher had the opportunity to learn breathing techniques, or those passed down within prestigious families. Her thoughts drifted to the Lei family, one of the 3 major families in Linhai City. Hundreds of years ago, the Lei family was a prominent clan in the capital until a catastrophic beast siege wiped out nearly 90% of them. The surviving members eventually relocated to Linhai City. She knew that the current Lei family seemed to possess a fragmented breathing technique. Young and already skilled in potion making, plus mastering a breathing technique, Hai Yafa thought, her gaze towards Ning Feng burning with curiosity. Could Ning Feng be from a prominent family in the capital? I've really stumbled upon a treasure. Meanwhile, inside the gravity simulation training room, Lan Qian almost dropped his jaw in shock, seeing Ning Feng withstand 9 times gravity. Impossible, he roared internally. You didn't take the potential pill, so how can you be stronger than me? Amidst his shock, a raging fire ignited in Lan Qian's heart. He considered himself a favored son of heaven and couldn't tolerate being surpassed by a commoner. 9 times gravity, I can handle it too. He gritted his teeth and immediately cranked the gravity level from 8 to 9. Instantly, the pressure, several times greater than 8 times gravity, crashed down on him. Bang! Lan Qian was immediately pinned to the ground, unable to move. No way, why is it so heavy? Fear flashed in Lan Qian's eyes as the 9 times gravity far exceeded his expectations, rendering him incapable of enduring it. Help me. He managed to gasp, desperately trying to muster his energy to stand, but it felt like he was drowning. The more he struggled, the more it hurt. Something's wrong with Lan Qian. Someone finally noticed his distress. Quick to react, Hai Yafu, already at the door, rushed to Lan Qian's side and swiftly deactivated the gravity device. Help me. I feel awful, save me. Lan Qian lay on the floor, terror written all over his face, as if he had experienced something horrifying. The gravity is off, and you're not injured, Hai Yafa said after a quick check, assuming her timely intervention had prevented any harm. However, she quickly realized something was amiss. Crouching down to examine Lan Qian's condition more closely, her expression changed dramatically. This can't be. In her perception, Lan Qian's energy levels were plummeting at an alarming rate. This discovery set off alarm bells in Hai Yafu's mind, making her realize the situation was far more severe than she had initially thought. Generally, a rapid decline in vitality occurs under 2 circumstances: severe injury or rapid aging. Inside the Yuan Sheng dojo, Ning Feng quickly approached Lan Qian, observing his skin with a serious expression. The abnormal keratin layer was clearly visible, resembling a sign of aging. If it's not one of these 2 conditions, a decline in vitality is considered a terminal illness in medicine. Yafu, look at his skin. Upon hearing this, Hai Yafu immediately crouched down, gently touching Lan Qian's hand bone. Her face turned pale instantly. His bone age exceeds 30, and it's accelerating. This discovery stunned everyone present. Lan Qian was obviously still a high school student and could not be older than 20. Could it be the potential pill? Ning Feng's brow furrowed deeply. Yafu, call 911 to get him to the hospital and contact his family. Hai Yafu snapped back to reality and quickly took out her phone to dial emergency services. In less than 5 minutes, an ambulance from the city's martial arts hospital arrived with a wail. The attending doctor saw Lan Qian's symptoms, and his expression changed drastically. No, not again with the same symptoms. We've already admitted over 10 similar cases today. He shook his head, speaking gravely. Of the 10 patients admitted today, almost all have aged by decades, and 5 have already died. I'm afraid these people won't survive. Notify their families immediately. These words caused the atmosphere in the dojo to freeze. As the medical staff lifted Lan Qian onto a stretcher, a jade bottle slipped from his pocket. Ning Feng picked it up and examined it closely, his frown deepening. This isn't a first-grade elixir. He scrutinized the jade bottle. The medicinal properties are too mixed, using the lowest grade of beast spirit core. A first-grade elixir requires at least a first-tier beast spirit core. Taking such a crude concoction is like gambling with one's life. At this point, Hai Yafu recalled that Lan Qian had taken the potential pill sold at the auction by the Tianjin pharmacy yesterday, priced at 250,000 alliance coins each. Thinking of this, she actually felt a bit relieved. This incident would likely infuriate the 3 major families, and Mo Guangchang, that old fox, was probably already desperate enough to consider drastic measures. After all, those potential pills were all bought by the 3 major families. At the headquarters of Tianjin Pharmacy on Zhongxing Street in Linhai City, Mo Guangchang was leisurely reclining in his leather executive chair, a barely concealed smile on his face. He was particularly pleased, looking at the additional 25 million alliance currency that had been credited to his account yesterday. This self-made man started as an ordinary pharmacy apprentice, and, through two shrewd marriages, first marrying the pharmacy owner's daughter to inherit the business, and after his first wife passed away, quickly marrying the daughter of the largest pharmaceutical wholesaler in Linhai City, had developed Xianjin Pharmacy into a vast chain enterprise spanning 2 cities with over 20 branches. Master Bai, the batch of potential pills you made yesterday sold like hotcakes. I thought they'd sell slowly, but the 3 major families bought them all up. We're going to make a fortune, Mo Guangchang said with a smile. Standing beside him, Bai Leshan was also full of excitement. Mo, about my share. In truth, Bai Leshan didn't know how to refine pills at all. After leaving the Yuanxing dojo yesterday, he managed to produce a few batches of qualified pills by relying on a formula he had stolen from Kyoto. Each pill required a first-level spirit core and a large amount of precious medicinal materials, but to cut costs, Mo Guangchang had asked him to use lower-grade spirit cores and expired materials. Bai Leshan, thinking that Mo Guangchang was in charge of sales, agreed. In this way, he managed to produce 100 potential pills in a day. Mo Guangchang didn't even bother to retest them, simply photocopying and attaching the previous qualified test results to the jade bottles. Of course, no problem. Mo Guangchang's eyes shifted slightly. We sold them for a total of 5 million alliance currency yesterday. According to our contract, I'll transfer 1 million to you. Only 5 million. Bai Leshan was a bit skeptical. A first-grade pill is worth at least 100,000 each, right? 100 pills should sell for 10 million. Mo Guangchang casually explained. Oh, Master Bai, you don't understand the market. Wholesale prices are naturally cheaper. We gave the 3 families a price of 50,000 per pill, which totals 5 million. Don't worry, you'll earn 1 million every day, and that's 30 million in a month. In truth, the old fox didn't think much of Bai Leshan at all, and if he didn't still need him to continue refining pills, he wouldn't even want to give him that million. You're right. Bai Leshan thought about how he only made a little over 100,000 a month at Haifu, and suddenly felt that his current income was quite substantial. Mo, following you is indeed a wise choice. Of course, our Qianjin pharmacy is nothing like that trash dojo Haifu. Mo Guangchang said proudly, opening a bottle of red wine. I've already put the word out that anyone who dares to go to the Yuanxing dojo's pharmacy is opposing us. With this batch of potential pills, all the warriors in Linhai City have to listen to us. The money we make will only keep increasing. With that, the two clinked their glasses and laughed heartily. Bai Leshan's gaze lingered on Mo Guangchang as he calculated a sinister plot in his mind. He recalled that Mo Guangchang had a rather plain-looking daughter. If he could win her over, wouldn't the Mo family's pharmacy and business be his for the taking? Alternatively, he could slowly poison the old man and eliminate him quietly. Bai Leshan felt a pang of injustice thinking about the painstakingly crafted potential pills, from which he only received a fifth of the profits. Mr. Mo, here's to our thriving business. Bai Leshan raised his glass, a fake smile plastered on his face. Just as they were about to clink glasses, the front desk clerk, Xiao Jingzhe, rushed in breathlessly, exclaiming, Boss, something terrible has happened. Mo Guangchang frowned and set down his glass, impatience in his voice. Xiao Jingzhe, what's the rush? Boss, people from the Lan, Gu, and Lei families are here. They're looking for you. Xiao Jingzhe was so anxious he stamped his feet. Mo Guangchang's eyes lit up, thinking perhaps the 3 families had discovered the wonders of the potential pills and had come to buy them in person. He immediately instructed, tell them that from now on, potential pills will be sold on a pre-order basis, with each family limited to 50 pills per day, and full payment must be made in advance. Oh, and double the price. Bai Leshan, hearing this, also smiled. He secretly plotted that it was time to advance his plan. Tomorrow, he would slip a slow-acting poison into Mo Guangchang's water cup, then approach his daughter. With a two-pronged approach, the Mo family's assets would eventually be his. However, Xiao Jingzhe was hopping anxiously. No, that's not it. Boss, they're here to cause trouble. Before he finished speaking, the door was kicked open. Lei Hong, the current head of the Lei family, led the charge inside, immediately locking eyes on Mo Guangchang. Old thief Mo. Finally found you. Lei Hong was furious, having already smashed all the branches of the Qianjin pharmacy along the way. Sensing something amiss, Mo Guangchang quickly stood up, feigning calmness. Clan leader Lei, if you're here to purchase potential pills, one person is enough to negotiate. Others should not enter without permission. Seeing the situation, Bai Leshan stepped forward to introduce himself. Clan leader Lei, I am Bai Leshan, the one who made the potential pills. Lei Hong sneered, eyes filled with murderous intent. Perfect, saves me the trouble of finding you, the alchemist. My grandson took your potential pill, his vitality plummeted, and he aged decades in an instant. If it weren't for my spirit herbs keeping him alive, he'd be dead by now. Others who came with Lei Hong also started shouting. My son was killed by you. Capture these 2 and make them pay with their lives. Clan leader Lei, if you don't act, our Gu and Lan families will. Mo Guangchang and Bai Leshan exchanged bewildered looks, completely at a loss about the situation. Xiao Yozi quickly summarized today's news reports. What? All because of the potential pills. Mo Guangchang's face turned pale, realizing he was in deep trouble. This was truly a disaster. This can't be happening. I clearly had my potential pills tested, and they showed no issues. Upon hearing this, Bai Leshan's body suddenly gave way, his legs trembling, nearly collapsing on the spot. His face turned deathly pale, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Lei Hong looked coldly at the two panic-stricken individuals in front of him, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. He curled his lips into a mocking, icy smile, his voice as chilling as frost. No issues? Huh. Lei Hong slowly pulled out a document from his pocket, his tone brimming with suppressed fury. I've already sent your potential pills to the Alchemist Association for testing. He paused, his gaze like a blade sweeping over Bai Leshan and Mo Guangchang. They said this isn't even a first-grade elixir. It's made entirely of the lowest grade materials, costing less than 5,000 alliance coins. Lei Hong's voice suddenly rose, making the two tremble with fear. Mo Guangchang, how dare you sell this stuff to us for 25,000 apiece? He took a deep breath and continued. If it were truly a first-grade elixir, 25,000 alliance coins wouldn't be too much. Our three clans could afford it. But this isn't a first-grade elixir. It's not even an elixir at all. A hint of regret flashed in Lei Hong's eyes. While it may temporarily boost potential, it consumes one's lifespan. It's more of a death pill than a potential pill. Upon hearing the price, Bai Leshan's eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed, what? 25,000 alliance coins. He abruptly turned to Mo Guangchang, his voice shaking with anger. Mo Guangchang, didn't you say it was only 5,000 apiece? How dare you deceive me? Sensing the unfavorable situation, Mo Guangchang immediately changed his demeanor. He knelt down before Lei Hong, pleading, Chief Lei, please spare me. I'm not an alchemist. These potential pills were made by Bai Leshan. I had no idea he was so malicious. I'm a victim too. His cries sounded particularly pitiful, as if he were truly an innocent sufferer. Bai Leshan was dumbfounded by the sudden accusation. He hurriedly explained, Chief Lei, you can't just believe his one-sided story. I did make this batch of potential pills, but the initial batch was indeed fine. It was Mo Guangchang who, in an effort to cut costs, replaced all the ingredients with low-grade, expired ones while I wasn't looking. I suspected something was off after the pills were made. But Mo Guangchang wouldn't let me test them, insisting on selling them to you. I am a legitimate first-grade alchemist. I would never do something so harmful. Lei Hong sneered, pulling out another document from his pocket, his tone laden with sarcasm. A first-grade alchemist? My people couldn't find any record of you at the Alchemist Association. But I did hear about an apprentice from Kyoto University who got expelled for harassing a professor's daughter, and his name seems to be Bai Leshan. At these words, Bai Leshan's face turned as white as a sheet. He hadn't expected his background to be uncovered so thoroughly, and was momentarily speechless. Upon hearing this, Mo Guangchang jumped up from the ground, pointing at Bai Leshan and cursing, what? You're just an apprentice? Damn it. I really thought you were a first-grade alchemist. If I had known, I wouldn't have bothered bringing you over from Haifu. You've really ruined me. After saying this, he began wailing again, as if he were the biggest victim. Stop with the fake crying. Neither of you are getting away. Lei Hong shouted, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. With a wave of his hand, his men charged forward like wolves. Before Mo Guangchang and Bai Leshan could react, they were violently kicked to the ground. Punches and kicks rained down on them, their screams echoing in the air. Once they were beaten to a pulp, Lei Hong's men roughly tied them up. Take them to the tribunal of the three clans. Lei Hong ordered coldly. Mo Guangchang panicked and struggled, shouting, no, you can't take me to the tribunal. I'm not one of your three clans. You have no right to judge me. I know the governor. He'll plead for me. Lei Hong, you can't take the law into your own hands. Xiao Dongqing will come after you. Bai Leshan, on the other hand, had already lost consciousness and lay limp on the ground. Lei Hong sneered, humph. You two have harmed the youth of our three clans, so you will face judgment at the tribunal. As for Xiao Dongqing, he's just a minor deputy governor and has no authority over our three clans. Meanwhile, at the Yuansheng dojo, Ning Feng had just finished a morning of gravity simulation training, improving his agility from level 2 at 0 to level 2 at 8, a significant achievement. He was about to continue his training in the afternoon when Hai Yafu suddenly pulled him into the office. Sister Yafu, is this what you wanted to talk to me about? Ning Feng asked, taking the teacup Hai Yafu handed him and sipping it lightly. Hai Yafu sat beside Ning Feng, smiling. Ning Feng, do you really not want to spend time with me? Ning Feng thought to himself that with Hai Yafu's connections to so many influential people, there was no way she would lose sleep over a few words from Mo Guangchang. Her current demeanor was likely related to today's incident. He asked directly, Sister Yafu, are you planning to take over Mo Guangchang's pharmacy business now that he's in trouble? Hai Yafu was taken aback, surprised by Ning Feng's sharp intuition. She pondered privately, realizing that even with her connections in Lanhai City, taking over Mo Guangchang's business would be difficult, unless she had the help of a pharmacist. Go ahead, what do you want me to do? Ning Feng gracefully set down the blue and white porcelain teacup, looking calmly at Hai Yafu across from him. You must be familiar with Mo Guangchang's Qianjin pharmacy, right? Hai Yafu got straight to the point, her eyes gleaming with shrewdness. Ning Feng nodded slightly. Yes, they have branches all over Linhai City. There's one right below our apartment, but it only deals in regular medicines, not cultivation potions. After Mo Guangchang's downfall, his assets will definitely attract a pack of wolves. Hai Yafu's lips curled into a confident smile. My request isn't excessive. I only want a 50 share. Ning Feng clicked his tongue lightly, thinking to himself. Pharmacies have always been a profitable business, earning as soon as they open. She's looking to swallow half of it at once. This would surely infuriate Mo Guangchang. And then, although surprised by the staggering figure, Ning Feng didn't show much interest, as it didn't really concern him. A sly glint flickered in Hai Yafu's eyes. If I can secure this 50, I'm willing to give you 25, Ning Feng. Whoa! Ning Feng spat out his tea, eyes wide in shock. 25%? How much would that be worth? Was Hai Yafu genuinely sincere, or just painting a picture of empty promises? Hai Yafu continued, but before that, I need the approval of the big players in Linhai City. If they think I'm not capable, I won't even get a sip, let alone 50. Ning Feng chuckled and shook his head. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Tell me, how can I help you? Seeing his attitude softening, Hai Yafu's eyes lit up, and she quickly said, there's an auction next weekend, a perfect opportunity to make a name for our Fengyuan pharmacy. Wait a minute, Ning Feng interrupted. Isn't it Yuanqing Pharmacy? How did it become Fengyuan Pharmacy? Hai Yafu covered her mouth, laughing softly, and took a property agreement from her exquisite handbag. Ning Feng looked closely and saw that the document clearly stated that Yuanqing Pharmacy had been renamed Fengyuan Pharmacy, and his name was listed as a shareholder following Hai Yafu. I gave you 30 of Yuanqing Pharmacy shares, Hai Yafu explained. I wanted to give you 50, but my dad only gave me 70, and the other 30 is with Hai Ruyu. She winked. Ning Feng, isn't this share quite substantial? Ning Feng didn't mind it being less. He just felt that Hai Yafu valued him too much. 30% of the shares, conservatively estimated, would be worth millions. Unbeknownst to him, the land alone for Yuanqing Dojo was worth billions, and the first floor Yuanqing Pharmacy rented for 2 million a month. If sold, the storefront would be priced at over 30 million. With this move, Hai Yafu had given him shares worth tens of millions. What can I do for you? Ning Feng asked directly, neither declining nor pretending to be modest. Since Hai Yafu offered such a significant benefit, she must need his help in some way. Seeing Ning Feng's straightforwardness, Hai Yafu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, afraid he might refuse. I hope you can help me refine a batch of Peiyuan powder and some first-grade pills. Ning Feng raised an eyebrow, thinking Peiyuan powder could be easily made if the materials were available, but first-grade pills? How could he refine them without a prescription? As if reading his mind, Hai Yafu smiled. I know what you're worried about, so I specifically sent someone to Kyoto for this. Hai Yafu stepped towards the wooden cabinet and carefully took out 2 scrolls with golden edges, her expression serious. These are expensive formulas I purchased, both for grade 1 pills. She gently unrolled the first scroll, revealing the bold characters, bone growth pill. The scroll detailed its effects. It can heal severe injuries, particularly effective for fractures or bone injuries, and is most suitable for martial artists in the body refinement stage. The required ingredients were also listed: first-grade spirit core, broken bone grass, and black jade root. The second scroll appeared even more mysterious, titled Spirit Gathering Pill. This pill can significantly increase the success rate of condensing blood and spirit pills for unranked martial artists. Successful advancement can directly enhance one's strength to 2 stars. The required materials are Beast Essence, Grade 9 Lingji, and Dragon Root. Yafu this. Ning Feng gasped, astonished. The value of these 2 formulas was at least in the millions. Hai Yafu smiled and said, Brother Ning Feng, you can learn both of these formulas. I will do my best to prepare the materials for you. All you need to do is successfully refine a batch of pills within a week. She continued explaining that although both pills are grade 1, the spirit gathering pill is obviously more valuable. The bone growth pill is mainly used for life-saving on the battlefield, while the spirit gathering pill, although only effective for unranked martial artists, is an extremely precious cultivation pill. It not only increases the success rate of breakthroughs, but also directly enhances 2-star strength after becoming a grade 1 martial artist. This can greatly reduce the cultivation time for martial artists who need to reach 9 stars to advance to grade 2. Once such a cultivation pill appears, it would undoubtedly cause a scramble among various families. What do you think, Brother Ning Feng? Hai Yafu pushed the 2 scrolls towards Ning Feng. Although she hoped Ning Feng could refine the precious spirit gathering pill, considering the tight schedule of 1 week and Ning Feng's classes, She thought that refining the bone growth pill would also be acceptable. As Ning Feng picked up the scrolls to inquire about the preparation of materials and the furnace, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! The host has successfully learned the bone growth pill and blood gathering pill formulas. Mental strength meets the requirements. Pills can now be refined. Ning Feng maintained a calm expression but was secretly delighted. He hadn't expected his level 6 mental strength to be sufficient for refining grade 1 pills. Although the initial success rate might not be high, with continual practice and increased proficiency, the success rate would naturally improve. Hai Yafu responded. Most of the materials are ready. I've already sent someone overnight to the capital to purchase the best furnace, which should arrive this afternoon. Clearly, after being threatened by Mo Guangchang, she took immediate action. Once the furnace arrives, I'll head to the alchemy room to give it a try, Ning Feng said straightforwardly. For him, refining pills was a form of cultivation, and both pills would be beneficial to him. The bone growth pill could be used for protection, while the spirit gathering pill could be used during breakthroughs. Hai Yafa hesitated slightly and said, I can buy most of the herbs, but the first-grade beast spirit core and beast essence are strictly controlled by the military. I'm planning to go to the military office to purchase a batch of spirit cores. How about you accompany me later, Brother Ning Feng? The predecessor of the military office was the military supply office, initially responsible for supplying the military. As times changed, it gradually opened channels for cooperation with civilian enterprises and was renamed the military office, primarily dealing with the external sale of surplus military supplies. However, this institution is not easily accessible to the general public. Without significant connections and background, one cannot even step through its doors. Ning Feng glanced at Hai Yafu beside him, understanding why she dared to seize half of Mo Guangchang's business. This was also a rare opportunity for him to gain insight, so he readily agreed. Seeing this, Hai Yafu's eyes lit up. Shall we go now? Before leaving, Ning Feng specifically sent a message to his sister Xiao Bailu, telling her and Jingzhe to head home first tonight. Xiao Bailu replied instantly with a bear emoji with a question mark. I'm going out for a bit. We'll be back later. Okay, be safe, brother. Come back soon. As they exited the building, Ning Feng initially intended to take the subway, but Hai Yafu led him straight to the garage and drove out an off-road vehicle with a military license plate. We need this car to get in, she said as she skillfully took the driver's seat, and Ning Feng comfortably settled into the passenger seat. What do you think? This off-road vehicle is pretty cool, right? Hai Yafu asked proudly. The seemingly modest off-road vehicle had hidden features inside. The luxurious interior was equipped with massage and multi-adjustable seats, upholstered with rare beast fur, offering an exceptional tactile experience. The door panels, though appearing ordinary, were actually crafted from beast bone materials, making them extraordinarily sturdy. The windows were made of special bulletproof glass capable of withstanding beast attacks. This was my dad's ride before he retired, Hai Yafu reminisced while driving. Not long after he retired, it was scrapped, but he specifically retrieved it from the junkyard and restored it. The military office we're heading to is a bit of a distance from the city, about an hour's drive, Hai Yafa mentioned as she set aside her thoughts. As the vehicle moved away from the city, the skyscrapers gradually gave way to suburban wilderness, and more military licensed trucks appeared on the road. Sister Yafu, do you remember the recent reports about the astral crisis? Ning Feng suddenly asked, recalling the sight of numerous soldiers on the subway that morning. I'm aware of it. Hai Yafu replied with a serious expression. The situation this time seems quite severe. Quite severe? Wasn't it just rated as a level 4 blue? Ning Feng's heart tightened. This kind of information isn't supposed to be casually shared with outsiders, mainly to avoid causing panic. Hai Yafu, being connected to the military, clearly knew more than most. But you're different. The military internally upgraded the crisis level to orange this morning. Orange level? Level 2. Ning Feng clenched his fists, realizing this posed a significant threat to the safety of Linhai City. Will this crisis spread? Ning Feng asked, his brows furrowed with concern. The anxiety in his voice was palpable, especially since Mo family village wasn't far from where he lived. If it did spread, they needed to prepare in advance. Most likely not, Hai Yafu replied, shaking her head calmly. The location where the astral realm appeared is quite remote, so it has limited impact on city residents. According to the latest information, the beasts inside the astral realm are generally below level 5. Then why was it classified as a level 2 orange alert? Ning Feng blurted out, his tone laced with skepticism. Hai Yafu frowned slightly. I don't know the specifics. However, both the Martial Alliance and the military have sent key figures to handle it. I'm sure it will be resolved soon. She paused, then cautiously asked, you don't live in Mo family village, do you? The villagers there. It said that they have already. No, I live in Xingfu community. Ning Feng quickly adjusted his tone, realizing he was getting too worked up. Then you don't need to worry. Xingfu community is far from Mo family village, Hai Yafu reassured him. Half an hour later, an off-road vehicle with military plates pulled up in front of a towering steel building. With the permit displayed on the car, they smoothly entered the vast parking lot. Ning Feng tried to search for the location on his phone, only to find the entire area was blocked from access. Follow me to the third floor, Hai Yafu instructed as she parked the car, leading Ning Feng directly to the elevator. As they entered the elevator, a group of young men joined them. The leader, a young man in his mid-20s, glanced at Ning Feng before turning his attention to Hai Yafu, his eyes filled with unmistakable flirtation. Yafu, what brings you here? Hai Yafu rolled her eyes. Lei Yuntao, haven't you taken that potential pill? I thought you did. If you had, I could send you offerings every year. Lei Yuntao was unfazed, stepping closer. Yafu, you know I have issues with Mo Guangchang. How could I take his family's pills? If I were to take any, it would be yours. Hearing his suggestive words, Hai Yafu rolled her eyes again. Lei Yuntao, save your playboy tricks. I don't have time for your games. Is your brother Lei Hong unable to keep you in check now? At the mention of Lei Hong's name, Lei Yuntao coughed and reined himself in a bit. He had been pursuing Hai Yafu for years, but unlike other women, she remained indifferent to his advances. Yafu, are you going to the third floor to purchase beast materials? Whatever you buy, it's on me. Lei Yuntao declared with a show of bravado. Really? Hai Yafu's lips curled into a knowing smile. In that case, we plan to buy a batch of beast spirit cores. Since you're paying, why not take all the spirit cores from the military warehouse? Are you also here to buy spirit cores? Lei Yuntao stood at the military office's counter, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face as he noticed Hai Yafu's arrival. He was calculating in his mind. Even the cheapest level 1 spirit core costs tens of thousands of alliance coins. Although the military office's stock is somewhat cheaper, each still costs thousands. He didn't have enough money to buy them all for Hai Yafu despite his persistent pursuit. He wasn't foolish enough to go that far. What? You're here to buy spirit cores too? Why not go to the Martial Alliance? Hai Yafu frowned and questioned, her tone noticeably displeased. Instinctively, she moved a step closer to Ning Feng beside her. Lei Yuntao noticed the intimate distance between the two, and his eyes turned cold. Trying to maintain composure, he said, Yafu, you must be joking. Our Lei clan has a collaboration with the military, so naturally, we choose the military office. But for you, wouldn't the Martial Alliance be more suitable for purchasing a small number of spirit cores? Only your Lei clan collaborates with the military? Is my Yuansheng dojo not qualified? Hai Yafu retorted with a cold laugh. In a condescending tone, Lei Yuntao replied, do you think I don't know about your Yuansheng dojo? Even if you want to sell potions, you wouldn't need that many spirit cores. He thought to himself that his pursuit of Hai Yafu was mainly because of the prime location of the Yuan Sheng Dojo in the city center. Opening a night venue there and engaging in some gray area business would be truly profitable. Who's joking with you? Hai Yafu said with a cold expression. My Yuan Sheng Dojo has just established Feng Yuan Pharmacy and will be selling a large number of potions and elixirs, naturally requiring a significant number of beast spirit cores. Feng Yuan Pharmacy? Lei Yuntao was taken aback at first, then shook his head with a slight smile. Do you think you can hire an alchemist? Alchemists are monopolized by the association now. Even for the 3 clans, inviting a second-grade alchemist to the capital costs a mere 1 million alliance coins just to open the cauldron. At this point, Lei Yuntao's expression became serious. He explained that the 3 clans recently faced severe issues. Many talented youths experienced a drop in vitality and rapid aging after taking potential pills, with some even dying. As a result, the 3 clans had to invite a professor-level second-grade alchemist from the capital. This alchemist demanded exorbitant conditions. Besides the million alliance coin fee for concocting, there were various additional costs, totaling over 1 billion alliance coins. More importantly, he required at least 1,000 beast spirit cores to refine the blood restoration pill, a second-grade elixir that could compensate for the potential deficits caused by cultivation and increase vitality. Lei Yuntao was at the military office today to purchase spirit cores precisely for this urgent matter. Clan leader Lei Hong was supposed to come in person, but due to using private punishment against Mo Guangchang, he was summoned by the enforcement hall. Although Lei Hong was usually arrogant, he couldn't ignore the influence behind the enforcement hall, which included the elite offspring from the capital's inner circle. So Ning Feng had to personally go and explain. When he heard the name, rejuvenation pill, he frowned slightly, puzzled. The side effects of the potential pill mainly involve a decrease in vitality and a shortening of lifespan, while the rejuvenation pill seems to only address the loss of vitality, leaving the lifespan issue unresolved. However, since the other party is a second-tier alchemy master from the capital, as a beginner in alchemy, he didn't feel it was his place to question the expert. A second-tier alchemy master from the capital? Doubt flickered in Hai Yafu's eyes, and her lips twitched slightly. She recalled being deceived in the capital before by someone who claimed to be a first-tier alchemist, by Les Han, who turned out to be just an apprentice. Luckily, Mo Guangchang had taken him away, or else if he managed to produce the potential pill at the Yuansheng Dojo, it would have been her misfortune. Just last night, she had contacted a professor from the pharmacy department at Kyoto University through her late father's connections and acquired the best furnace and the formulas for bone growth pill and spirit gathering pill. After all, they were just first-tier pills, and with a little networking, the professor readily agreed. What is the name of this master you hired? Can he really make second-tier pills? Hai Yafu asked directly. Yafu, our 3 clans aren't fools, Lei Yuntao explained. Before inviting this master, we went to the Alchemist Association to verify his credentials. He is indeed a genuine second-tier alchemy master. Look at his style, staying in a 7-star hotel, calling for over 10 beauties to accompany him at night. Even I feel inferior, I only call for 5. Is that so? Your 3 clans are truly wealthy, Hai Yafu sneered. She recalled last night's auction where she intended to buy a potential pill for Ning Feng to see, but the 3 clans bought them all. When she later asked Lei Hong for one, he left without even seeing her due to her poor relationship with Mo Guangchong, which infuriated her. So she felt no sympathy for the current situation of the 3 clans. The elevator reached the 3rd floor, and the group passed through a 10-meter-long corridor equipped with contraband detectors. Their identity information had already been entered into the military's joint control system upon entering the building. After passing through the corridor, they reached the military office. Ning Feng noticed the heavy scent of blood in the nearby hall, clearly a place for dissecting exotic beast corpses. Make way, we've caught a live one. Take it to the warehouse first. Suddenly, several soldiers hurried past, carrying a cage covered in a black cloth. From within came sounds of violent struggle and loud screeches. Bang! With a loud crash, a soldier accidentally dropped the cage. A corner of the black cloth lifted, revealing a large hand resembling a human's, followed by an angry shout. Let me out! Damn beast! A swift figure suddenly appeared beside the cagey, a burly man nearly 2 meters tall. A flash of cold steel in his hand. The short knife precisely severed the large hand of the strange beast protruding from the cage. The severed hand on the ground underwent a bizarre transformation. The skin quickly shriveled and caved in. The nails grew wildly to over 10 centimeters long, and a large patch of black hair sprouted, revealing its inhuman nature. Director Zhang, several soldiers shouted in panic. This is the live specimen the higher-ups requested. Once these beasts come here, they shouldn't expect to leave alive, Director Zhang said coldly, shaking his wrist and throwing the short knife precisely into the cage. The sound of the blade piercing flesh was crisp, like slicing into a ripe watermelon. Moments later, the sounds of struggle within the cage gradually subsided. Director Zhang, how are we supposed to explain this to the higher-ups? The soldiers, on the verge of tears, asked anxiously. It's none of your concern, Zhang Jun said sternly. Just say I, Zhang Jun, personally killed this first-level rat wolf. He spat towards the cage. These damned beasts wiped out an entire village in just 2 days, killing so many soldiers. These live specimens have no research value whatsoever. It's better they die and be used to make energy bars. The soldiers exchanged helpless glances and finally lifted the cage, leaving the military office. At this moment, Ning Feng and the others finally snapped out of their shock. A first-level strange beast, killed with a single blow. Although Ning Feng had seen strange beasts before, the strength of this man before him was truly astounding. Not only was he agile enough that Ning Feng couldn't track his movements, but he could also easily pierce the defenses of a first-level strange beast with an ordinary short knife. Director Zhang, is it true that the Rat Wolf clan is invading Xinjie and Linhai City this time? Mo Yafu asked urgently. If it's really the Rat Wolf clan, no wonder this Xinjie crisis has been classified as a level 2 orange alert. Zhang Jun's expression softened slightly when he saw Hai Yafu, but his tone remained filled with anger. Those idiots in the Martial Alliance. They initially only sent some first-tier martial artists, and by the time our military arrived, it was too late. The Rat Wolf clan, a rare type of strange beast, not only has strong attack power, but can also mimic human appearance and speech. Although the mimicry is crude and can be easily seen through with careful attention, what experience do the people in the Martial Alliance have? They were just sent to their deaths. Even more infuriating, they didn't immediately notify the military upon discovering the anomaly, resulting in no survivors in the entire area. Hai Yafu remained silent, clearly unwilling to get involved in the conflict between the military and the Martial Alliance. Rat Wolf clan. Ning Feng's heart tightened. Has this crisis been resolved? Zhang Jun glanced at him, but didn't answer, instead turning and heading towards a room at the front of the hall. You came to the military office to buy strange beast materials. Other matters didn't ask about what you shouldn't. Don't meddle in what you shouldn't. Director Zhang is right. Lei Yuntao quickly agreed deferentially. We wouldn't dare interfere in military affairs. You're just a young pup. Stay out of this. Did I give you permission to speak? Zhang Jun snapped, turning abruptly with a glare like daggers directed at Lei Yuntao. Lei Yuntao's face flushed red instantly. He opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. Come in. Zhang Jun snorted, his voice cold. If it weren't for his niece Hai being present, he would have kicked these uninvited guests out long ago, given his temper. Once inside, Zhang Jun picked up a list from the table and tossed it to Lei Yuntao. The prices are here. Decide what you want to buy. Lei Yuntao fumbled to catch the list, and after a quick glance, he gasped. Director Zhang, these prices are outrageous. A first-level beast core for 10,000 alliance coins, and the beast essence for 20,000. This is almost as steep as the Martial Alliance's rates. Then go buy from the Martial Alliance. You're not welcome here. Zhang Jun slammed his palm on the table, causing the teacups to jump. I'll buy. Lei Yuntao quickly bowed repeatedly, apologizing. He knew well that the Martial Alliance's stock of cores was far less than the military's. Moreover, if he offended Zhang Jun now, future purchases would be nearly impossible. Besides, his elder brother had instructed him to secure the cores. Returning empty-handed would result in a severe beating. He sighed inwardly, realizing he couldn't skim off the funds as he had hoped. After marking the required cores on the list, he respectfully handed it over. Zhang Jun glanced at it, frowning. This many? Is your Lei clan planning for everyone to swallow one for longevity? The list clearly indicated thousands of beast cores. Lei Yuntao quickly explained the recent events concerning the three clans. Potential pills? Blood return pills. Zhang Jun muttered, a trace of mockery at the corner of his lips, but said no more. Since you've placed an order, pay up first. I'll have someone take you to the warehouse to collect your goods later. After Lei Yuntao completed the payment and left, Zhang Jun shook his head and sighed. These three clans, truly a bunch of fools. Uncle Zhang, do you think there's something wrong with that alchemist? Hai Yafu moved closer to Zhang Jun, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. I'm not an alchemist, but I deal with them often enough to know a thing or two. This blood return pill won't save the people of the three clans. They've probably found a fraud. Hai Yafu was both surprised and delighted. Really? Didn't they verify the identity with the Alchemist Association? Zhang Jun waved his hand dismissively. Verifying identity only proves such a person exists, but whether the one with the Lei clan is the real deal is another matter. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Ning Feng standing beside Hai Yafu. Is this the boyfriend you found, niece? He's got a good build. Looks a bit like your dad when he was young, but he seems a bit too green. Hai Yafu's face turned red instantly. Uncle Zhang, what are you saying? He's my business partner, Ning Feng. Partner. Zhang Jun was slightly taken aback, furrowing his brow. Hai Yafu quickly introduced Ning Feng's identity and their plan. Zhang Jun's gaze fell on Ning Feng, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. A high school student becoming a first-class pharmacist? He thought to himself. Even someone as knowledgeable as he had never heard of such a gifted individual. Your name is Ning Feng? Zhang Jun asked with a touch of curiosity in his voice. Ning Feng nodded gently. Yes. Zhang Jun turned to a computer, his fingers flying over the keyboard. After a moment of searching, he said, your home is in Xingfu community, which is under the jurisdiction of our military. Although the astral crisis is challenging, it's largely under control. In a couple of days, we can start the cleanup. You don't need to worry about your family's safety. If there's any danger, we'll evacuate residents to a safe area in advance. Ning Feng was taken aback, not expecting the other party to look up information just to address his earlier concern. Thank you, he said sincerely. Zhang Jun frowned and continued. However, the Ratwolf tribe of exotic beasts is very cunning. Although we've sealed off the invasion area, there's no guarantee that none will slip through. It's best if your family avoids going out at night these days. Every astral invasion results in casualties, which is unavoidable. We can only strive to ensure the safety of most people. The current situation is much better than before. At least now, the military is dispatched for rescue. In the past, as soon as an astral realm was discovered, hot weapons were immediately used to bomb it, as that was the only way to eliminate the beasts to the greatest extent. All right, I understand, Ning Feng said, feeling a bit relieved. Zhang Jun shifted the topic. Since you plan to open a pharmacy, I happen to have a batch of excellent spirit cores. I'll sell them to you at wholesale prices. With that, he presented a new purchase list. Ning Feng glanced at it and was immediately astonished. He thought to himself that if Lei Yuntao saw these prices, he would probably be furious. The prices on the list were staggering. First-level exotic beast spirit cores for only 2,000 alliance coins. Fifth-level ones for 8,000. First-rank exotic beast spirit cores for 12,000. First-rank fifth-level ones for 20,000. And even white exotic beast essences for just 20,000. These prices were almost like giving them away for free. Hai Yafu, however, wasn't satisfied and pleaded, Uncle Zhang, you know we'll need a lot of spirit cores for the pharmacy. Can you make it a bit cheaper? Zhang Jun replied helplessly. If I go any lower, I'll be held accountable by my superiors. Just a little bit more, Hai Yafu persisted. In the end, Zhang Jun relented and removed some of the small amounts. Hai Yafu winked at Ning Feng with satisfaction, and Ning Feng discreetly gave a thumbs up. With so much saved on costs, even if someone tried to start a price war with Fengyuan Pharmacy, they would be able to handle it with ease. Zhang Jun saw through their little scheme, but didn't mind. Oh well, he thought. These low-grade spirit cores aren't of much use anyway. Most of the spirit cores sold by the military office were surplus inventory. The truly valuable high-grade spirit cores had long been set aside. These low-grade ones piled up on the frontline battlefield, and it was impossible to collect them all. Those that could be retrieved were considered to be of decent quality. Of course, Zhang Jun understood that he couldn't give everything away for free, as that would violate regulations. He quietly considered how to help these two young people as much as possible within the bounds of the rules. Hai Yafu unceremoniously pulled Ning Feng along as she swiftly cleared the list of high-quality spirit cores. Her fingers moved rapidly over the screen, adding one translucent spirit core after another to the shopping cart. Then, she ordered hundreds of portions of exotic beast essence, these glowing subtly, each housed in a delicate jade bottle. Ning Feng, do you think this is enough? Hai Yafu turned to ask, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Ning Feng quickly calculated and couldn't help but gasp. Yes, it's more than enough, he replied. You've bought at least 1,000 spirit cores, all at least level 6. Plus, 500 portions of white exotic beast essence. The thought of having to refine such a massive quantity of pills made Ning Feng's scalp tingle. The spirit cores were for crafting bone restoration pills, while the exotic beast essence was the ingredient for spirit gathering pills, so workload daunting enough to make any alchemist balk. Zhang Jun took the list, checked it carefully, and nodded. In the future, if you need to buy spirit cores and exotic beast essence, just send me a message. I'll arrange for delivery to your doorstep. He paused, then added, you can settle the payment later, no rush. As the head of the military office, Zhang Jun had considerable authority, as long as the final accounts were accurate. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Hai Yafa said joyfully. If my dad knew how kind you are to me, he'd be really pleased. Hearing this, Zhang Jun's thoughts drifted back to the past. Memories of serving in the military with Hai Yafa's father and fighting side by side on the battlefield against exotic beasts came to mind. Sigh, he sighed softly. Contact me if you need anything in the future. After Ning Feng and Hai Yafu left the military office, Ning Feng asked, is Director Zhang an old comrade of your dad? Yes, Hai Yafu replied proudly. My dad was a third-grade source martial artist who sacrificed himself on the battlefield 5 years ago. Uncle Zhang personally brought back my dad's remains. Her face showed no trace of sadness, only pride. Before joining the military, my dad founded the Source Saint Dojo. His greatest wish was to return and continue running the dojo after the war. Now, I fulfilled his wish. She smiled confidently. The two drove back to the Source Saint Dojo. Within half an hour, a military truck pulled up downstairs. The pharmacy on the ground floor was equipped with a cold storage room, perfect for storing the spirit cores and exotic beast essence. Each fist-sized spirit core was carefully transported into storage, and the sheer quantity of over 1,000 took up considerable space. The exotic beast essence, housed in exquisite jade containers, contained only a single drop each, yet held astonishing energy. Sister Yafu, I'll head home for now and come back in the morning, Ning Feng said, glancing at the time. It was almost 8 p.m., a time when he would usually be having dinner at home. As for the pill refining, it would have to wait until tomorrow. Hold on a sec. Hai Yafu seemed to remember something and quickly ran into the cold storage, returning with a black box. This is a processed steak from a level 1 exotic beast, the grass bison. Although the grass bison isn't high-level, it provides a decent amount of vital energy, perfect for a martial artist like you. Ning Feng took the box, feeling its weight of at least 50 pounds. Sister Yafu, where did you get this? He asked, a warmth spreading through his heart. You can't buy it, Hai Yafu explained with a smile. I brought it back from my training in the Star Realm. Don't worry, these steaks have all been processed by the Martial Alliance's food department, so you can just grill them directly. Don't you need them? I'm a second-grade martial artist now, so these aren't much use to me. Leaving them in storage would be a waste. It's better if you use them to replenish your vital energy. Thanks, Sister Yafu. Ning Feng accepted the gift without hesitation, making a mental note of the Martial Alliance's food department. After all, he still had 20 pieces of gray patterned python meat stored in his system warehouse. In the end, Ning Feng politely declined Hai Yafu's offer and chose to take the subway home. The afternoon's journey had left him feeling a bit dizzy, and the smooth ride of the subway seemed more suitable for his current state. Before entering the subway station, Ning Feng quickly stashed the box containing the beef steaks into his system storage, not wanting to cause any unnecessary trouble during security checks. The doors are closing, please mind the gap. The next station is. The announcement echoed in the carriage. Ning Feng was lucky enough to find an empty seat and sat down with a sigh of relief. He estimated that the journey from the city center to his home would take about 2 hours, so he should be home by 9. Feeling bored, Ning Feng took out his phone to check his messages. As soon as the screen lit up, numerous unread messages appeared, most of them from his younger sister, Xiao Bailu. 1603 brother, when are you coming home? 1701 brother, mom made a big dinner today, waiting for you to come back and eat. 1800 hours brother, why aren't you replying to my messages? I'm not talking to you anymore. 1900 hours brother, are you mad at me? There were also 2 missed video calls. 1953 brother, why aren't you back yet? You're not answering my calls. Are you still at the Yuan Sheng Dojo? I'm coming to find you. To Ning Feng's surprise, Xiao Jingzhe also sent him a message. 1954 Bailu said she's going out to find you, but I stopped her. When you have a moment, make sure to message her back. Aunt Li also sent a few messages asking when he would be home. Seeing these caring words, Ning Feng felt a warmth in his heart. He decided to immediately call Xiao Bailu with a video call to let his sister know he was safe. Meanwhile, in the Xiao family living room, Xiao Bailu lay on the couch, bored, playing the latest martial arts mobile game, occasionally glancing at the door. Why isn't brother back yet? Why isn't he replying to my messages? I hope I didn't upset him today, she muttered to herself with a worried expression. In contrast, Xiao Jingzhe had already changed her clothes and was about to brush her teeth before returning to her room to continue training. Standing at the sink, she couldn't help but ask, is it really necessary to worry about him that much? He's not a child. Of course, he's our brother, Xiao Bailu replied proudly. Humph. Xiao Jingzhe didn't argue, just let out a cold snort. For some reason, with one less person at home, she felt a bit empty inside. She usually found Ning Feng annoying, but now that he wasn't around, she found his absence unsettling. As Xiao Jingzhe was brushing her teeth and looking at her phone, a video call request suddenly popped up. Seeing the caller ID and the contact picture made her heart skip a beat. Why is he calling me? Is he trying to make fun of me? Her first thought was that Ning Feng might be calling to tease her about the message she sent earlier. Humph. Xiao Jingzhe, with a calm face, clicked to answer the call. On the screen appeared Ning Feng's gentle smile, with the subway in the background. Just as Xiao Jingzhe was about to question him, Ning Feng smiled and said, Bailu, going to bed early today? I had some errands this afternoon and didn't get a chance to check my phone. Were you good at home today? Normally, Xiao Bailu would pout and claim she was the best. However, at this moment, it was the expressionless Xiao Jingzhe on the other end of the video. Ning Feng stood in the subway carriage, phone pressed to his ear, a hint of excitement in his voice. Didn't you say yesterday there was a fun martial arts mobile game you wanted to play with me? Once I'm back, I'll help you rank up to Grandmaster. On the other end of the video call, Xiao Jingzhe was brushing her teeth. She paused for a moment, looking at the chattering young man on the screen, her brow slightly furrowed. Suppressing the emotions rising within her, she quickly walked to the living room. Bailu, your brother's on the phone. Xiao Jingzhe called out, her voice slightly trembling. She flicked her hand, and the phone arced through the air, landing precisely on the sofa. Huh? Came a startled voice from the sofa. Why didn't he call me? Bailu picked up the phone, her voice sounding pouty through the speaker. Brother, I'm upset. Ning Feng was taken aback, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He glanced at his phone screen, seeing the contact note clearly labeled Sister Jingzhe instead of Sister Bailu. The two sisters' profile pictures were strikingly similar, and only then did he realize he'd called the wrong person. Bailu, Ning Feng's voice carried a hint of panic. Are you on the subway? Bailu's mood shifted quickly, and the thought of her brother coming home soon made her excited again. Yes. Ning Feng looked up at the station sign. There are 10 more stops, about half an hour until I'm home. That's so long. Bailu's voice was tinged with disappointment. It's okay. If you and Jingzhe are tired, go ahead and sleep. Ning Feng coughed lightly, trying to mask his embarrassment. They chatted for a few more minutes before Bailu hung up to play ranked games. Ning Feng stared at the call log with Xiao Jingzhe, feeling overwhelmed. He knew Xiao Jingzhe's personality too well, competitive and never one to back down. He had just told her to wait obediently for him to return, and she was likely fuming. Whatever, I'll deal with it when I get home. Ning Feng shook his head in resignation. As a straightforward guy, he really didn't know how to handle this situation. The subway continued toward the terminal, and the number of passengers in the carriage dwindled. Ning Feng didn't pay much attention, as it was already past 9 p.m., well after rush hour. In another hour, the subway would stop running. Suddenly, a voice came over the intercom with an urgent announcement. Good evening, passengers. Due to maintenance work at Beihai Station, the subway will stop at the next station. Please prepare to disembark. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. The announcement was repeated several times. Ning Feng frowned, realizing he would have to walk an extra 10 minutes to get home. While subway shutdowns happened occasionally, today's luck was particularly bad. Meanwhile, in another carriage, two men dressed in black robes and wearing masks exchanged glances, their eyes wary. What do we do next? The shorter man whispered. The taller man glanced at his watch, his tone steady. Proceed as planned. After a moment of silence, the shorter man gritted his teeth and said, if it weren't for the military capturing number 1, we wouldn't have had to act today. It's fine, number 1 has been dealt with, the taller man replied calmly. Let's just focus on what we need to do. The train has arrived at Beihai Park Station. The doors will open on the right. Due to track maintenance ahead, this is the final stop. Please exit the train promptly. As the announcement played, Ning Feng followed the crowd out of the subway station. The coolness of an early autumn night was in the air, and the streetlights cast a dim, yellow glow in the darkness. Beihai Park was nearby, a bustling place usually filled with elderly people. Memories flashed through Ning Feng's mind. The enthusiastic matchmakers at the park who loved introducing potential partners to him. his striking appearance always catching their attention. However, it had been nearly a year since his last visit. In the dim evening light, Ning Feng found it hard to get his bearings and pulled out his phone to check the map. Following the navigation, he headed toward home. After walking for less than 5 minutes, Ning Feng was passing by the outskirts of Beihai Park. Suddenly, two tall men in black robes approached. As they brushed past each other, a familiar scent filled Ning Feng's nose, foul and fishy, enough to make one nauseous. Ning Feng hesitated for a moment, but quickly resumed his pace and continued on. It wasn't until the two men vanished into the night that Ning Feng stopped, frowning. Weasel clan, he thought, alarmed. The smell was identical to the one from the weasel locked in the military officer's cage earlier today. He spun around quickly, but the two men were already gone. Ning Feng's mind raced. Those two couldn't have been weasels themselves. The weasel clan, though skilled at disguise, were poor imitators and typically only about 5 feet tall. Those two were at least 6 feet tall. They must have recently come into contact with the weasel clan. Were they military personnel or members of the martial alliance? Only these two factions had the opportunity to interact with the weasel clan. After pondering for a while, Ning Feng still couldn't draw a conclusion. He glanced at his watch. It was past 9 o'clock. Forget it, I'll just head home. Whoever they are, it seems unrelated to me, he muttered to himself. My sister is probably still waiting for me. A few more minutes of walking brought Ning Feng to a narrow alleyway. This alley, open at both ends, was his usual route for taking out the trash. Across the alley, several trash bins were conveniently placed for the nearby residents. Ning Feng stared into the dark alley, feeling no fear. As a martial artist, he didn't believe in ghosts or spirits. In his view, only those with low education or mental instability would attribute inexplicable events to the supernatural. Just then, a sharp sound echoed from the alley, like a soda can hitting the ground. Ning Feng's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly reassured himself. Maybe the wind knocked over a can from the trash bin. But then he remembered, there was no wind tonight. Perhaps a stray cat or dog was rummaging for food. He turned on the flashlight function of his phone, casting a beam of white light into the alley. However, the limited light only illuminated the first few feet, leaving the rest in darkness. Cautiously, he took a couple of steps forward. Suddenly, there was another noise, a crack, coming from deeper within the alley. Ning Feng stood at the alley's entrance, suddenly hearing a strange noise. The sound was somewhat familiar, like a rat gnawing on wood, but it was unusually clear. He instinctively let out a sigh of relief, thinking it was normal for rats to appear near trash cans. However, the next second, his nerves tightened as he bent down to pick up a steel rod. Damn it, Ning Feng cursed under his breath. Even if it's a rat, how can the sound be this loud? Memories flooded back to him. As a child, he had been tormented by rats in his room, the faint gnawing sounds keeping him from sleeping well for half a month. It wasn't until Uncle Xiao bought rat poison that the problem was solved. But the sound now, audible from dozens of meters away, was definitely not caused by ordinary rats. Despite his caution, Ning Feng did not back down. He gripped the steel rod tightly and charged toward the source of the noise. As he got closer, a foul stench hit him, growing stronger by the second. At first, he thought it was just the smell of the trash cans, but this familiar odor made him instantly alert rat wolf tribe. Ning Feng quickened his pace as the intense gnawing sound came from ahead. Under the dim streetlight, he vaguely saw a figure crouched over a trash can. He took out a flashlight and shone it, gasping in shock. He saw a giant rat over a meter long, its back turned to him. Its body was covered in coarse fur, and a long tail swayed behind it. Sensing the light, the giant rat swiftly turned its head. Ning Feng involuntarily took a step back as he clearly saw the creature's monstrous face. A pointed snout, blood-red eyes, wolf-like ears. It was both rat and wolf, the legendary rat wolf tribe. The rat wolf dropped the half-eaten food and quickly crawled toward Ning Feng. In just 2 seconds, it was right in front of him, opening its bloody maw to reveal sharp fangs, aiming for Ning Feng's throat. Die! Ning Feng reacted swiftly, raising the steel rod high and smashing it down on the rat wolf's head. With a loud bang, the rat wolf was struck, its body flying like a cannonball toward the trash can, which fell with a clang. Upstairs, someone opened a window, cursing. Who's making a drunken racket at this hour? We have work tomorrow. Go home if you want to make noise. Ning Feng panted heavily, adrenaline pumping, as that strike had used up all his strength. Is it dead? He wondered, staring at the blurred figure on the trash can, filled with doubt. Suddenly, the rat wolf slowly got up. Despite its severe injuries, its eyes became even redder, and a suffocating aura emanated from it. Ning Feng immediately realized something, his face changing dramatically. A first-tier exotic beast, he muttered. This damned rat wolf is a first-tier. Remembering how he had been chased by a first-tier gray-striped python just yesterday, Ning Feng's heart sank. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. Could this rat wolf have escaped from the invading astral realm? Director Zhang's warning from today echoed in his ears. Although the astral realm crisis was mostly under control, some exotic beasts might have escaped. He had specifically advised everyone not to go out at night. Ning Feng never expected to encounter a first-tier rat wolf on his way home. He glanced behind him. If he wanted to run now, he might still have time. But what about the rat wolf in front of him? Not far away was Xingfu community, and if it got into the community, the consequences would be unimaginable. After weighing his options, Ning Feng gritted his teeth and charged forward with the steel rod again. This time, he was much calmer, no longer relying on brute force. As he approached the rat wolf, Ning Feng decisively unleashed his martial skill. Whirlwind slash. The steel rod traced a graceful arc in the air, instantly enveloped in a layer of red flames. In the next moment, it struck the rat wolf with a fierce blow. Bang! The chest of the rat wolf caved in as it was forcefully knocked back several meters. Ning Feng glanced at his right hand, noting the brutal recoil from the steel rod had torn his palm, with blood dripping from his fingertips. He couldn't afford to relax, knowing that a first-tier beast was not so easily defeated. Sure enough, the rat wolf got back up in the distance. This time, it didn't attack recklessly but stared at Ning Feng with bloodshot eyes, seemingly aware of its opponent's strength. Yet, it did not choose to flee. Instead, it leaped onto a 3-meter-high wall, swiftly advancing along its surface. Damn, what a cunning beast. Ning Feng's heart pounded. This rat wolf was not only incredibly defensive and fast, but also sly. He quickly bit his tongue to dispel the shock, raising his steel rod in a defensive stance. Beast or not, come at me, and I'll take you down. In the next moment, the rat wolf lunged from the wall like a ravenous predator, pouncing directly at Ning Feng. It landed on him, biting fiercely onto the steel rod, producing a grating screech. Ning Feng resisted with all his might, noticing a glint of cunning in the rat wolf's eyes. Its tail suddenly whipped toward the back of his head. In a split second, Ning Feng shifted his weight downward to absorb the impact, while kicking the rat wolf's abdomen with all his strength. Bang! Both were sent flying. Ning Feng crashed hard against the wall, pain shooting through his back. The rat wolf staggered back a few steps, shook its head, and leaped onto the wall once more. A whoa! The rat wolf sensed that Ning Feng was weakening and let out a long howl. Its fur bristled, claws extended several inches, and its body swelled. Under the full moon, its shadow on the ground lengthened, eventually encompassing Ning Feng. On the 3rd floor, a woman opened her window, hearing the commotion below. She couldn't help but curse. What's going on? Can't you go home if you're drunk? A man lying on the bed, looking at his phone, shook his head, advising. Let it go. It's not a big deal. Don't get involved. We have work tomorrow. It's so late, and they're causing such a ruckus. How can anyone sleep? The woman was so annoyed she didn't even want to put on her face mask. Slipping on her slippers, she was about to head out. I'm going to give them a piece of my mind. What kind of madness is this at night? As the building's landlord, she felt it was her responsibility to check things out. If such disturbances became common, how could other tenants possibly continue renting? Oh, come on, why meddle in this? What if they turn on you? The man put down his phone, concern in his voice. The woman hesitated, realizing the trouble if the drunkard did attack her. Just then, bang! Another loud crash came from downstairs, shaking the entire building. The middle-aged woman's anger was instantly ignited. She jumped up from the sofa, hands on her hips, eyes blazing with fury. No way! I have to go see. How can this go on? She declared fiercely, her voice filled with undeniable determination. Seeing this, the middle-aged man hurried to stop her. Wait, hold on. If it doesn't stop, I'll call the police. He said this while hastily putting on his slippers, afraid his wife would act impulsively. The two of them, one after the other, rushed down from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor in their slippers. Just as the woman was about to push open the door, she suddenly slapped her forehead and said regretfully, "Oh no, I forgot the key." It turned out that at 9 o'clock at night, the door automatically locked, and only a key could open it. The so-called key was actually an information card issued to each household, ensuring that any unauthorized entry would leave a record. Seeing this, the man calmly said, "No worries, I can unlock it with my phone." He skillfully opened an app on his phone, which conveniently stored user information for residents who often forgot their keys. With the sound of door unlocked ringing out, the door slowly opened. The woman hurriedly rushed out, muttering, "Let me see. Who's causing such a ruckus at this hour?" The man followed closely, trying to urge his wife to remain calm. Hey, talk to them nicely. However, before he could finish his sentence, he froze in place, dropping his phone to the ground with a thud. Not far away, a young boy stood expressionless, and on the wall behind him, a grotesquely large rat was crawling. This bizarre scene left the man speechless, as if he had seen something incredibly horrifying. Monster, the man managed to squeeze out, his voice filled with fear and disbelief. Upon seeing this, the woman fainted on the spot, her vision going black. Meanwhile, several kilometers away in the night sky, a few flying motorcycles were rapidly patrolling the neighborhood. Leading them was a woman in a black leather jacket, surrounded by an aura that was both cold and captivating. "Ma'am, we've finished searching this area and found no trace of the creatures," one subordinate reported. The woman looked down at the city below, her expression growing angrier. What on earth is going on? She said through gritted teeth. Why have several rat wolves, all above the first tier, appeared throughout the city overnight? Behind her motorcycle, 3 rat wolf corpses were being dragged, one of which was over 2 meters long, a truly shocking sight. Ma'am, we don't know either. A few members of the Martial Alliance trailing behind answered cautiously. They wore gray martial uniforms with Martial Alliance emblazoned on their chests. Hearing this, the woman's expression darkened further. She said through clenched teeth, in less than half an hour, multiple disturbances have erupted in Linhai City's urban area, with over 1,000 casualties. Rat wolves that originally only appeared in the Mo family village's astral world have now suddenly appeared all over the city. Her voice was filled with anger and confusion. Even if these damned rat wolves can mimic humans, they can't completely erase their traces. What is the military doing? How did rat wolves escape from the quarantine zone into various parts of the city? Thinking that these rat wolves might have escaped from the quarantine zone only fueled her anger further, leading her to openly curse the military in front of her subordinates. Her furious outburst echoed through the night sky, signaling the impending crisis the city was about to face. Hearing the woman's words, several subordinates couldn't help but shiver. They were currently hovering above Beihai Park. One subordinate cautiously suggested, "Ma'am, there's no disturbance in this area. Shall we move to the next one?" The woman surveyed the calm scene below and gritted her teeth. "Let's go to the next area." She was about to leave on her supersonic flying motorcycle when a sudden crash reached her keen ears. Wait a moment. She quickly sensed the air, precisely pinpointing the source of the sound. Northwest outside Beihai Park. With that, she led the charge on her motorcycle. "Get back." Ning Feng sensed the commotion behind him and yelled at the 2 people rushing downstairs. It was the woman who had been shouting upstairs, now recklessly running down. The man was so frightened by the sudden scene that he went weak at the knees. Hearing the young man's shout brought him back to his senses, and he hurried to pull his wife away. At that moment, the rat wolf on the wall had grown larger, its blood-red eyes fixed on the 3 of them. In the next instant, it leapt down, not attacking Ning Feng this time, but lunging directly at the couple. The man was terrified and filled with regret. Damn beast. Watching the rat wolf leap overhead, a glint of determination flashed in Ning Feng's eyes. He wielded the steel rod like a spear, took a deep breath, and lightning surged from his mouth, coursing along his arm to the entire rod. In a swift motion, he split into 3 figures, phantom shadows. Dual-step technique. The rat wolf was already above the couple, and the man closed his eyes in a faint. The rat wolf's eyes gleamed with triumph as it opened its massive jaws, sharp fangs targeting its prey. In this critical moment, Ning Feng's 3 figures merged into one. With a slight bend of his knees, he leapt skyward. The steel rod traced a brilliant arc in the air, and he was like a thunder dragon breaking through the sky. Wind, thunder, slash. His body radiated blue light as his spear fiercely thrust forward. Boom. The spear shot out like a dragon. Lightning pierced through the rat wolf's body, and blood instantly painted the night sky red. The rat wolf crashed heavily to the ground, its eyes wide with shock. How did this human suddenly become so powerful? Bang. Ning Feng also fell hard to the ground. Executing the wind thunder slash had nearly drained all his energy, and it would take at least half an hour to recover. At that moment, the impaled rat wolf, instead of dying immediately, howled mournfully at the sky. Damn! The scene before Ning Feng was utterly shocking. Despite his exhaustion, he stumbled over to the rat wolf's side. The ferocious beast lay motionless on the ground, but he didn't dare let his guard down. Grabbing a steel bar nearby, he smashed it down onto the rat wolf's head repeatedly, until its grotesque head was reduced to a bloody pulp. Exhausted, Ning Feng collapsed to the ground, covered in blood. Just then, the roar of an engine echoed from the sky. A woman on a motorcycle stared in disbelief at the astonishing scene, unable to regain her composure for a long time. Her subordinates hurried over, looking puzzled. "Ma'am, look down there," one of them urgently pointed out. They all looked down, stunned into silence by the sight. A blood-soaked young man sitting on the ground beside the dead body of a mutated rat wolf. Is he one of our Wu League members? Impossible. The Wu League doesn't have members this young. Could he be a lone cultivator? But why would he intervene? As they speculated, the woman swiftly dismounted the motorcycle, landing steadily. Sensing the movement behind him, Ning Feng quickly grabbed the steel bar, ready to defend himself. "I'm not a beast," the woman quickly explained, carefully observing the young man before her. She was shocked to realize that he was clearly under 20, with energy levels not even reaching the first rank, yet he managed to kill a first-tier rat wolf. Her subordinates landed one after another. Seeing their martial arts attire, Ning Feng understood their identity immediately. "I killed this beast. Those 2 people are probably just unconscious. If there's no need for a report, I'll be on my way." With that, he tossed aside the charred steel bar and turned to leave. "Wait," the woman called out quickly. "I'm Lung Bingning. the leader of the Linhai City Wu League branch. Can I have your contact information? My name is Ning Feng. I'm a senior at Linhai High School and live in Xingfu Community. No need for contact information. Ning Feng declined politely. He didn't want any trouble or to worry his family. Although he wasn't seriously injured, the scrape on his right hand needed some attention. No way. Lung Bingning stepped forward quickly, pointing to the rat wolf's corpse. We need to take this body back, but the Wu League will compensate you. Compensation? Ning Feng was taken aback. He hadn't planned on keeping the foul-smelling corpse anyway. The Wu League will give you 5 million alliance coins and 10 bottles of high-grade energy medicine. Additionally, because you successfully killed the rat wolf and prevented a greater disaster, I will apply to the governing council to award you the title of city hero. Ning Feng was about to say that just the money would suffice when Lung Bingning added, the city hero title can add 30 points to your college entrance exam, and C9 Marshall University will admit you at the undergraduate level. She handed him a jade bottle. This is a trauma pill for me personally. It can heal anything short of broken bones or a severed head. Thank you. Ning Feng didn't hesitate this time and accepted the healing pill directly. His gaze fell on the city hero badge on Lung Bingning's epaulette, and he asked thoughtfully, does the city hero title really add points? Initially, he didn't want to be so conspicuous, but at the moment he killed the rat wolf, a realization dawned upon him: true strength is never hidden in obscurity. Earning the city hero title might make him famous overnight, and while the media frenzy would bring some hassle, this exposure could lead to something more valuable: recognition from powerful figures, which would make his future martial arts journey smoother. Moreover, an additional 30 points on the college entrance exam and the opportunity for a reduced admission score at a C9 university were equally precious to him. Lung Bingning nodded slightly. That's right, it's a rule of the alliance. Anyone who makes a significant contribution to the city can earn this title. Your performance just now was more than enough. As she spoke, she instinctively touched the badge on her shoulder. This badge was not only a symbol of status, but also housed a miniature camera. She definitely wanted to rewatch Ning Feng's stunning shots several times. All right, I accept. Ning Feng didn't hesitate. The two exchanged contact information, while the Martial Alliance personnel began handling the rat wolf's carcass and called in professionals to clean the scene. Ning Feng, see you later. Lung Bingning straddled her motorcycle, revealing a rare smile. This scene left the subordinates present stunned. They had never seen her smile like this since she took office. Okay. Ning Feng nodded in response. By the time he got home, it was already 10 o'clock at night. The living room was brightly lit, and Xiao Bailu was lying on the sofa playing games. Hearing the door open, she immediately looked up, but upon seeing Ning Feng's sorry state, she froze in place. Brother, what happened to you? She cried, rushing over. At this moment, Xiao Jingzhe also came out of her room. She originally intended to return a bottle of high-grade blood tonic, but upon seeing Ning Feng covered in blood, clothes tattered, and his right hand blackened and emitting a burnt smell, she was startled. It's nothing. Thanks to the healing pill he took earlier, Ning Feng felt that his injuries had mostly healed. He silently marveled at the effectiveness of the pill given by the Martial Alliance bigwig. Brother, did you get into a fight? Xiao Bailu cried, pressing for answers. Xiao Jingzhe, however, wrinkled her nose, her eyes flashing with surprise. Did you encounter a beast? Ning Feng was taken aback. Jingzhe, how did you know? It's definitely the scent of a beast. Xiao Jingzhe clenched her fists. As a top student of Linhai No. 1 High School, she attended Tianlu Martial Arts University's seminars every month. These seminars gathered elite students from the province, selecting the best through various trials. The most crucial test was real combat with beasts. However, the beasts they faced were generally only level 1, with the highest being level 6. Even so, students would still get seriously injured each time. Xiao Jingzhe keenly sensed an unusually powerful aura of a mythical beast emanating from Ning Feng, far surpassing any she had encountered before. Seeing her brother covered in wounds, Xiao Bailu burst into tears. Brother, weren't you on the subway? How did you encounter a mythical beast? I'll get Mom and Dad to take you to the hospital. Sister, help me support him. Ning Feng gently patted his sister's head, reassuring her. Bailu, I'm fine. He then recounted the thrilling encounter at the subway station, emphasizing that he had taken a healing pill, and his injuries were mostly healed. A first-rank beast from the Rat Wolf clan? The Martial Alliance? Lung Bingning? City hero title. The sisters listened, wide-eyed in disbelief. Brother, it's like you're describing a movie. Xiao Bailu exclaimed in awe. Did you say that person's name is Lung Bingning? Xiao Jingzhe was deeply moved. As a representative of her school, she had once had the chance to meet the head of the Linhai City Martial Arts branch. Lung Bingning was not only incredibly powerful, but also known for her aloof demeanor, and most ordinary students didn't even know her name. Oh my god, Xiao Bailu suddenly shouted. Brother, you killed a first-rank beast that could rival a first-grade warrior. That's amazing. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Xiao Jingzhe fell into contemplation and finally said, there might be reporters coming for an interview tomorrow. She wanted to warn her parents to be prepared, but she recalled how they had looked down on Ning Feng just a few days ago, thinking he was hindering her sister's training. Now, she realized she was the one who had underestimated him. Ning Feng, did you give me this potion? Xiao Jingzhe asked, pulling out a vial from her pocket. Ning Feng nodded and then admitted, my relationship with store manager Hai isn't as complicated as you think. She didn't give me this potion. He decided not to hide his abilities any longer, as concealing one's talents was akin to cowardice. Throughout history, martial prodigies gained fame in their youth, proving themselves through combat and eventually reaching the rank of grandmaster. This revelation left Xiao Jingzhe dumbfounded again. She had assumed that Hai Yafu had a special relationship with Ning Feng to gift such a valuable potion. From what she knew, Ning Feng had given her a vial and had also gifted one to her sister, with both high-grade blood potions worth at least over 20,000 each. This is Peiyuan powder, several times more effective than low-grade blood potions, and I made it myself, Ning Feng stated calmly. You made it? Brother, you can make potions. The sisters were once again astonished. How did you? Xiao Jingzhe began, but then covered her mouth. Could it be that you've become an alchemist? Yes. Last time at the Yuan Sheng Dojo, store manager Hai noticed my strong mental power and potential to become an alchemist. I gave it a try, and it turned out to be quite simple, Ning Feng explained with a smile. As for the system, he naturally kept it to himself, knowing that others would think he was crazy if he mentioned it. Wow, brother, you're amazing, Xiao Bai exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She quickly turned to Xiao Jingzhe, saying smugly, Sister, I've always told you Ning Feng is incredible. You used to underestimate him, but now you're proven wrong, aren't you? Xiao Jingzhe's usually composed face flushed, and she avoided Ning Feng's gaze. When did I ever underestimate him? I was just looking out for you, she replied, her voice tinged with a hint of panic. Jingzhe, take this bottle of Peiyuan powder, Ning Feng said, handing her the potion. Now that I'm an alchemist, our family won't lack medicine anymore. Okay, Xiao Jingzhe responded softly, her voice barely above a whisper. It was the first time in years she had so readily accepted Ning Feng's words. After returning to his room, Ning Feng changed out of his bloodstained clothes and took a hot shower. Although he wasn't injured, the real combat with the beast left a deep impression on him. The intense feeling of a life-and-death battle was something he could never experience in the simulation space. Luckily, my strength has improved quickly over the past few days, and I've learned the Blevel martial skill Wind Thunder Slash, Ning Feng thought as he dried his hair. The training in the simulation space was indeed his greatest advantage, but tonight's experience made him realize he needed to become stronger faster. If he struggled against a first-level beast, how would he survive against a more powerful one? I must become stronger, he resolved, clenching his fist. At least the strongest warrior in Linhai City. No, the entire Nanhai province. Meanwhile, in the principal's office at Linhai No. 1 High School. Principal Wang, it's late. Shall I drive you home to rest? The secretary asked, looking at Wang Linheng, who was still working. Let's wait a bit longer, Wang Linheng replied, shaking his head. Beasts have been wreaking havoc in the city lately, and even the Martial Alliance leader has been involved in the rescue efforts. He was sending out notices to all the class teachers, instructing students to stay home and not go out for the next 2 days, with school buses arranged for Monday. The students in the elite class, in particular, were future warriors and the school's treasures. If anything happened to them, he would be held responsible. Just as he finished sending the notices, the phone on his desk rang. Wang Linheng picked it up, puzzled, and upon hearing the caller's voice, immediately stood up straight, nodding repeatedly. Is there a student named Ning Feng at your school? Upon hearing this, the secretary quickly retrieved the recent transfer application. Yes, he's one of our students. In the elite martial arts class, a top student. Principal Wang replied hurriedly, looking at the information. The sudden ringing of the phone broke the silence, and Principal Wang answered it. Before he could ask for details, Lung Bingning's voice came through, succinctly explaining the situation. As Lung Bingning recounted the events, Principal Wang's expression became increasingly animated. Really? He actually took down a first-tier beast. He couldn't hide his excitement, then tried to regain his composure by clearing his throat. Ahem. No surprise, he's one of our elite class students. I had dinner with him just a few days ago, and could tell he was exceptional, destined to become an outstanding warrior. When he heard that Ning Feng was to be awarded the title of city hero, Principal Wang agreed enthusiastically. However, upon learning that even the mayor planned to visit personally, he was so shocked that he almost dropped the phone. After hanging up, he immediately issued a series of directives to his secretary. No going home tonight. Head to Ning Feng's house first thing tomorrow morning. Notify Vice Principal Li from the Public Relations Department to assemble the publicity and photography teams. This is the biggest news since Linhai No. 1 High School was founded. The news spread like ripples through various departments in Linhai City. The television station canceled all entertainment programs scheduled for the next day to broadcast the event live. Although different units had distinct responsibilities, they all focused on one named Ning Feng, a high school senior from Linhai No. 1 High School. the young hero who defeated a first-tier beast with his bare hands. Upon hearing the news at the Yuansheng Martial Arts Hall, Hai Yafu immediately called Ning Feng via video chat. Seeing the boy's safe and sound face, she finally felt a bit relieved. From now on, I'll personally pick you up when you come to the hall, she said thoughtfully, then added, how about buying you an apartment in the city center? After all, you're currently staying at your uncle's place. These words made Ning Feng's heart tighten. Leave this home? He had never considered it. As he pondered, an urgent call came from the doorway. Turning, Ning Feng expected to see his sister Xiao Bailu, but it was Xiao Jingzhe standing there. She lowered her head, her voice tinged with a bit of panic. If you move out, Bailu and mom and dad will definitely be sad. I don't care, but you should think it through. No need to consider it, Ning Feng said firmly, looking at Hai Yafu on the video call. Sister Yafu, I'm quite comfortable living at home right now, and I don't plan on moving out anytime soon. At 11 o'clock at night, Ning Feng sat cross-legged on his bed, closing his eyes to enter a state of cultivation. Once darkness enveloped his vision, the familiar simulation training space unfolded before him. Select weapon, spear. The system prompted. Selection successful, preparing to enter the simulated training battlefield. The scene instantly shifted to an endless expanse of yellow sand stretching to the horizon. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound came from beneath his feet. With quick reflexes, Ning Feng thrust his spear like lightning at an inconspicuous black spot on the ground. A piercing hiss echoed through the desert as a massive gray-striped python, several dozen meters long, burst from the earth. Prepared for this, Ning Feng transformed into a flash of lightning, piercing through the python's body in an instant. The python collapsed with a thud, and the system immediately notified him. Gray-striped python defeated. Rewards gained. Tier 1 Beast Spirit, Core 1. Gray-striped python meat 20. Gallbladder 1. Poison fangs 2. Python skin 1. After the battle, Ning Feng rested on the spot for half an hour. Upon standing, he felt a surge of vitality within him, a result of the primordial essence elixir he had consumed earlier taking effect. Over the next few hours, he continued to explore and hunt beasts, successfully defeating over a dozen, most of which were Tier 1. Along the way, Ning Feng noticed that many oases had fallen into the hands of the beasts, with few of the once mighty phantom guardians remaining. While replenishing water at one oasis, he was unexpectedly ambushed by a giant crab over 100 meters long. Before he could react, he was severely injured by a powerful blow and forced to exit the training space. Although the attack didn't cause any real harm, the memory of the excruciating pain lingered vividly. Ning Feng chose not to continue training, but instead focused on cultivating his mental strength, continuing until 7 in the morning. The system immediately displayed his latest attribute panel. Host, Ning Feng. Physical attributes. Vitality, 141 calories. Punch strength, 816 kilograms without using thunder breath. Speed, 31 milliseconds without using thunder breath. Mental power, level 7. Cultivation methods. Physical cultivation method, Great Sun Flame cultivation method. Mental cultivation method, Mirror Spirit cultivation method. Martial arts skills. Fist intent, second stage 11. Spear intent, second stage 41. Movement technique, second stage 09. Blade intent, first stage. Martial techniques. Whirlwind slash, minor achievement. Wind thunder slash, minor achievement. After checking his body, Ning Feng was surprised to find that his injuries from the previous day had completely healed. What shocked him even more was the increase in his vitality within just 3 days. It had soared from 41 calories to 141 calories, surpassing his sister Xiao Jingzhe's 130 calories and bringing him just a step away from reaching the 150 calories threshold of a first-grade martial artist. His mental power had also advanced to level 7, significantly increasing the success rate of refining first-grade pills. He recalled the system's previous reminder that even with level 6 mental power, attempting to refine first-grade pills was feasible. Ning Feng was well aware that the success rate of concocting potions and pills was closely tied to an alchemist's mental strength. The higher one's mental strength, the greater the success rate. Though this concept was simple, the risk of failure could not be underestimated. While he was pondering this, an unexpected discovery left him astonished. Not only had his martial skills improved, but he had also made a breakthrough in the blade intent, something he had never delved into before. Reflecting on it, both the whirlwind slash and the wind thunder slash were indeed more suited to a long blade rather than a spear. This unforeseen advancement gave him more confidence for the upcoming college entrance exams. Nowadays, the criteria for these exams were no longer limited to traditional academic scores. Vitality, physical fitness, and martial arts skills were important evaluation factors as well. With my current strength, I should securely hold the top spot at Linhai No. 1 High School, Ning Feng calculated to himself. The words of Lung Bingning from the previous day still echoed in his ears. Earning the title of City Hero would guarantee admission to a C9 university at the undergraduate level. This broadened his ambitions beyond the Tianlu Martial Arts University in Nanhai Province to the top C9 universities nationwide. Just then, his phone chimed with a notification. Swiping the screen, Ning Feng found that his bank account had unexpectedly received a deposit of 5 million Union coins, with the sender's details hidden by a series of encrypted asterisks. This reward had arrived far quicker than the anticipated one-week processing time, leaving him quite surprised. Meanwhile, the morning broadcasting in Linhai City took a dramatic turn. Although Linhai, as the provincial capital, was somewhat lacking in economic strength, its entertainment programs were renowned nationwide. Today, all channels canceled their scheduled programs to air a live broadcast. Hello everyone, good morning. I'm your friend Wang Binbin. A charming female reporter smiled at the camera. Today, we're going to interview a special city hero who is still a high school student. Before she finished speaking, the live broadcast van was already on its way to the destination. During the rush hour, commuters on the subway were glued to their phones as they traveled. Major online platforms were heavily promoting the live broadcast, and the comment sections quickly became lively. What on earth? Why is the weather forecast replaced with a live broadcast? Miss Binbin is so adorable. City hero? There was quite a commotion downtown last night, but it calmed down quickly. Don't joke. Dozens of people died in my neighboring community. The alley near Beihai Park was covered in blood this morning. It was terrifying. A high school student as a hero? Today's young people probably just know how to call the police. These sheltered kids, unlike us back in the day, have no guts. As the provincial capital, Linhai's exam scores are worse than remote areas. Trusting these young people with the country is worrisome. The online discussions were filled with skepticism and sarcasm, yet they did nothing to dampen the massive impact of the broadcast across the city. The entrance to the Xingfu neighborhood near Beihai Park was unusually lively. Dozens of official vehicles were neatly parked, with the license plates of the front few cars particularly eye-catching 0001, 0002, exuding an undeniable sense of authority. Wang Binbin nimbly jumped out of the broadcasting van, ready to begin his report, when a deafening roar suddenly echoed from the sky. Several military helicopters circled and then steadily landed on the rooftop of a nearby building, to the astonishment of the crowd. The livestream's viewership skyrocketed like a rocket, surging from an initial audience of just over 10,000 to nearly 1 million. In this coastal city with a population of just over 10 million, this meant that at least 1 in 10 citizens was tuning into the broadcast. An even more shocking scene unfolded next. Several soldiers in military uniforms leapt from the rooftop, dozens of meters high, landing skillfully and showcasing extraordinary martial prowess. This moment immediately caused a sensation in the live stream, sparking admiration and envy for the martial artists. As the military representatives made their appearance, another roar of engines was heard from the horizon. Several motorcycles soared through the air, led by none other than Lung Bingning, the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. She glanced disdainfully at the military display below and scoffed. What a show-off. They could have just driven here instead of making such a scene. With that, she directed her convoy to land in the parking lot outside the neighborhood. The livestream's chat exploded instantly. Oh my god, flying motorcycles. Who is this cool female martial artist? It's the Martial Arts Alliance leader, Lung Bingning. She must be at least a third-rank warrior. The scene left everyone puzzled. What could an ordinary high school student from a typical neighborhood have done to warrant the presence of the mayor, military generals, and the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance? It's well known that martial arts training is closely tied to financial resources, and without substantial support, progress is nearly impossible. What extraordinary qualities did this seemingly ordinary student possess to earn the title of city hero and attract the attention of the city's top figures? At this moment, the atmosphere at the foot of the building grew increasingly tense. Mayor Xiao Jingzhe of Linhai City stood in front of the car, engaged in conversation with a military representative. As Lung Bingning approached, their discussion abruptly halted. The military representative was a burly man, around 30 years old, with a single-star insignia on his shoulder. A barely noticeable hint of pleasure flickered in his eyes as he looked at Lung Bingning. Laming, stop pretending to be the good guy here. Lung Bingning confronted him bluntly. Explain to me why the Rat Wolf clan managed to escape from the containment zone last night. Is the military just sitting around doing nothing? Laming's face showed a momentary trace of embarrassment, but he quickly composed himself and explained, I've already sent people to investigate the situation in the containment zone. Based on the information we have so far, the astral beasts within the zone did not escape. Strangely, these rat wolves appeared almost simultaneously across various parts of the city, rather than gradually spreading from the containment zone. This suggests a deliberate release orchestrated by someone. Lung Bingning let out a cold laugh. Whether it's the bodies of the dead beasts or the captured ones, they're all under military control. You must take full responsibility for this incident. Her anger was justified. According to statistics, the beast attack last night resulted in over 3,000 deaths and more than 10,000 injuries. Among the 20 or so rat wolves that were killed, most had reached the first level of strength, with a few nearing the second level. Lung Bingning keenly observed that the stronger rat wolves appeared in densely populated areas, while those in sparsely populated areas were relatively weaker. This clearly suggested an organized manipulation behind the scenes, with the military potentially being the mastermind. Leader Lung, Major General Lei, Mayor Xia Yuehai interjected with a smile, trying to mediate. Let's not argue here, for my sake. In the Alliance's city governance system, the Executive Office, the military, and the Martial Alliance form the standard triumvirate. The Executive Office handles civilian affairs, the military commands thousands of troops to fend off astral beasts, and the Martial Alliance has its own unique role. Any martial artist with strength beyond the first level must register with the Martial Alliance. The Alliance has two categories of martial artists: formal martial artists, like Lung Bingning's entourage, who receive salaries but are restricted in their actions to their designated areas, and registered martial artists, who only need to report periodically to receive stipends. The stipend increases with strength: 10,000 Alliance coins per month for the first level, 30,000 for the second, and 100,000 for the third. Although higher-level martial artists receive even better benefits, they often disregard such small sums. However, for newly promoted first-level martial artists, this stipend is quite appealing. Lung Bingning snorted coldly, her eyes filled with disdain as she deliberately avoided Lei Ming's gaze. Normally, she would have caused a big scene with the military over such matters, but today, for Ning Feng's sake, she suppressed her anger. Xia Yuehai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he observed the tense atmosphere between the two. Although he was the mayor of Linhai City, he had to tread carefully between the military and the Martial Alliance, both of which held significant power. If these two were to clash here, he knew he would ultimately bear the blame. Why don't we head upstairs first? Xia Yuehai suggested to ease the tension. This Ning Feng student should be living on the third floor. With that, he quickly made his way to the staircase. Lei Ming opened his mouth, intending to explain something to Lung Bingning, but she didn't even glance at him and followed Xia Yuehai upstairs. The media reporters, sensing a story, quickly followed with their equipment. They were filled with curiosity. What kind of student could attract the personal visit of three prominent figures from Linhai City? Looking at the ordinary neighborhood, it was hard to imagine a city hero capable of defeating a beast emerging from here. Meanwhile, in the kitchen on the third floor, Li Wanfang was preparing breakfast. As a dutiful mother, she got up at 6 every morning to cook while listening to the morning news. This is the Linhai City Morning News Live, the radio host announced. Our reporters have arrived at the residence of the city hero. It is reported that last night's beast attack caused significant casualties, and another beast appeared near Beihai Park. Beihai Park. Li Wanfang's spatula clattered to the floor with a crisp sound. Beihai Park was right next to Xingfu Community, and a beast had appeared there last night. What worried her more was that Ning Feng hadn't come home last night. Without even putting on her slippers properly, she rushed to Ning Feng's room door. She turned the handle and found it locked from the inside, which gave her some relief. If he hadn't come home, the door couldn't be locked from inside. He must be sleeping in, she reassured herself, patting her chest before returning to the kitchen. The radio host continued. There's no need for concern. Although a beast appeared at Beihai Park, it was detected and subdued before causing any damage. It is thanks to the city hero we are interviewing today that Beihai Park became the only area in Linhai City untouched by the beast rampage. The live stream's comments section exploded. Oh my god, I live near Beihai Park. We narrowly escaped danger. My husband insisted on buying a house near Beihai Park, and I wasn't happy, thinking it wasn't as bustling as the city center. Now, looking back, some of my friends who live downtown are still in the hospital. I thought it was a minor issue earlier, but I can't believe it happened right around me. The live stream's chat was flooded with comments. Who is this city hero? I want to bring a banner to his workplace. I want to thank him too. I heard the beasts last night were of a high level, yet he managed to handle it alone. Could he be an official warrior? Neither the military nor the Martial Alliance reacted as quickly, and it was resolved by just one person. Aren't official warriors supposed to join the Martial Alliance? Maybe this hero is one of them. Just giving him a title? No substantial reward. A house or money would do. What kind of treatment is this for someone who risked so much? Li Wanfang felt a wave of relief wash over her upon hearing that the beast threat had been neutralized. She resolved to send a banner of gratitude once the hero's identity was revealed. In her mind, only an official warrior over 30 could have accomplished such a feat. Live from the scene, the screen switched to a neighborhood near Beihai Park, and the host introduced. It's reported that this city hero lives here. Li Wanfang nearly dropped her spatula in the screen was the entrance to her own happy community. The entrance was crowded with official vehicles, and journalists with cameras were bustling about. She even recognized the school principal's car, though it was parked at the back of the line. Old Xiao, wake up. There's a city hero from our community. She excitedly shook Xiao Xingbin awake. What city hero? Xiao Xingbin snapped to attention mid-sentence. Did a beast attack happen here? As a technician at a state-owned construction company, he knew the weight of that tight light could add 30 points to a college entrance exam. With 3 high schoolers at home, he recalled joking with colleagues. Wasn't that title only for official warriors? How could a high schooler possibly earn it? As they moved to the balcony, the street below was teeming with people. Just as Li Wanfang suggested they go down to join the crowd, Xiao Shengbin noticed his phone was flooded with messages from his superiors. At the same time, Li Wanfang's phone rang, displaying a call from the principal. Why is the principal calling me? Li Wanfang wondered as she answered. Oh my, it's your Ning Feng, the principal exclaimed excitedly. I heard the hero's surname was Ning, and only realized it was him when I met Principal Li from the high school. Before Li Wanfang could process this, there was a knock at the door. She opened it to find a crowd gathered outside. This is where the city hero lives. Mayor Xia Yuehai of Linhai City, accompanied by Cold Bingning from the Martial Alliance and Lei Ming from the military, unexpectedly visited a regular suburban neighborhood. They approached the door of an ordinary family, and Xia Yuehai straightforwardly said, Hello, we are here to pay our respects to Ning Feng, who has been honored as a city hero. Staff quickly kept the swarming media reporters outside, leaving Li Wanfang and her husband Xiao Shengbin stunned and struggling to process the scene. Xiao Shengbin was the first to recover, stammering, Wait, are you saying the city hero is our Ning Feng? Li Wanfang was so shocked she covered her mouth, her eyes wide open. Xia Yuehai and the other two exchanged a meaningful glance. Cold Bingning stepped forward and calmly confirmed, Yes, we are looking for Ning Feng, a senior at Linhai High School. This statement was like a bolt of lightning, shattering Li Wanfang's composure. Her first reaction was not joy, but deep concern and fear. The image of Ning Feng encountering a beast the previous night flashed through her mind, and her heart raced. Before anyone else could react, she had already turned and rushed toward Ning Feng's room. Xiao Feng. Li Wanfang's call barely ended when her elder daughter, Xiao Jingzhe's door opened first. Mom. Xiao Jingzhe looked at her mother with confusion. Li Wanfang urgently asked, Jingzhe, do you know what happened with your brother? He encountered a beast last night. Xiao Jingzhe calmly replied, Oh, I know, he came back last night. Covered in blood. This statement hit Li Wanfang like a heavy blow, almost knocking her down. Her face turned pale instantly, and she stammered, What? Xiao Feng, he. Seeing this, Xiao Jingzhe quickly explained, Mom, don't worry. He's fine, he shouldn't be hurt. Li Wanfang, however, became more agitated. Jingzhe, how can you say that? Your brother fought with a beast. You said he was covered in blood, he must be hurt. Why didn't you call your dad and me last night? We should have taken him to the hospital sooner. Xiao Jingzhe then realized she might have overlooked something, and unease began to set in. At this moment, Ning Feng's door opened. Ning Feng emerged, fully dressed, with a gentle smile on his face. Auntie, I'm fine. Li Wanfang hurried over, inspecting Ning Feng closely, her voice filled with worry. Are you really all right? Your sister said you were covered in blood. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Jingzhe would immediately deny being Ning Feng's sister. However, at this moment, she uncharacteristically remained silent. Ning Feng sensed the subtle shift in the atmosphere and quickly changed the subject. Annie, I'm really fine, he said, showing his arm and flexing his muscles. See, I'm perfectly healthy. Li Wanfang, seeing this, breathed a sigh of relief but couldn't help but admonish him. Next time you encounter a beast, you must run away and protect yourself, understand? I understand. Ning Feng replied obediently, knowing that Aunt Li meant well. Reflecting on yesterday's events, he felt no regret. Even if given the chance to do it again, he would still choose to act. Allowing the rat wolf to wreak havoc would turn the entire neighborhood into a hell on earth. Oh, by the way, Xiao Feng, Li Wanfang suddenly remembered, someone's here to see you. She led Ning Feng to the living room. Ning Feng immediately noticed Lung Bingning. Last night, she wore leather and had a cool demeanor. Today, she was dressed in a custom-made white uniform of the Martial Alliance, her expression frosty, exuding an aura that kept people at a distance. Upon seeing Ning Feng, she gave a slight nod. This subtle gesture didn't escape Lei Ming's notice. He frowned, thinking that these two seemed to know each other. From what he knew about Lung Bingning, she was not one to smile easily, and even when commending a city hero, she wouldn't personally attend, at most sending a deputy leader. Lei Ming looked at Ning Feng thoughtfully, pondering. Xia Yuehai warmly approached Ning Feng, shaking his hand. You must be Ning Feng. Such a promising young man, he said excitedly. I watched the video of you taking down the beast, and it was thrilling. Who would have thought Linhai High School had such a talented student? He continued, after Leader Lung recommended you for the city hero title, I approved it immediately. On behalf of the millions of citizens in Linhai City, thank you. Besides the city hero title, there's also a reward of 3 million alliance currency and 5 bottles of advanced vitality potions. If you ever wish to join the civil service, the Linhai City Government Office will always welcome you. Xia Yuehai beamed, looking at Ning Feng as if seeing his future son-in-law. He secretly considered introducing his daughter, who had just started college, to Ning Feng if he weren't still in high school. Ning Feng was pleasantly surprised, not expecting additional rewards from the city government on top of the 5 million from the Martial Alliance. Just as Lung Bingning was about to speak, Lei Ming interjected. So, you're the Ning Feng who took down the first-tier rat wolf last night. He squinted. According to my investigation, your high school grades were average until just recently when you suddenly became a standout at Linhai High. Being part of one of the three great families, Lei Ming was naturally aware of the conflict between Ning Feng and Lan Qian. His words were laced with hidden meaning, aiming to probe. Ning Feng remained unfazed, calmly retorting. What's the problem? Is the military going to investigate my sudden rise in strength? His expression was serene, showing no sign of panic. Lei Ming looked at the young man in front of him, who had just killed a first-tier beast, a rat wolf, with his bare hands. A meaningful smile played on his lips. He was about to praise him, but then remembered the trouble the three clans had been facing due to the potential pill over the past few days, and he shook his head. Fortunately, we have invited a second-grade alchemist from Kyoto to help solve these issues, Lei Ming said, his eyes fixed on Ning Feng. Ning Feng, I admire your talent. Once you graduate from high school and turn 18, why not consider joining the military? Lei Ming had already made up his mind. With Ning Feng's talent, he could at least become a third-grade warrior in the future. Bringing him into the fold early would not only provide a valuable ally, but also someone to protect the younger, yet immature members of the Lei clan. Join the military? Ning Feng was taken aback by the sudden invitation. Before he could respond, Lung Bingning interrupted with a cold laugh. What a generous offer from Representative Lei. Asking a promising young talent to give up martial arts university and join the military right after high school? Without a university degree, he would start as an enlisted soldier with no rank and no opportunities for advancement. Are you genuinely offering him a chance? Or are you trying to suppress talent? She knew all too well the arrogance of someone like Lei Ming, who came from the three clans. To them, it was a great honor for a commoner to serve the clans. They simply saw Ning Feng's talent and wanted to tie him to their cause early, under the guise of protection, but in reality, as a watchdog. Bingning, you've misunderstood, Lei Ming said, crossing his arms arrogantly. Yes, you start with no rank, but which general didn't start from the bottom? Since I'm extending this invitation, I would naturally provide him with resources for cultivation. Do you think his family can support his future cultivation journey? He scoffed. The 3 million alliance coins from Mayor Xia are substantial, but what happens when he breaks through to a first-grade warrior? A single pill for a first-grade warrior costs tens of thousands. How long do you think that money will last? To Lei Ming, Ning Feng might be considered a genius in Linhai City, but in the broader scope of Nanhai Province or the entire nation, he was at best middle tier among the three clans, far from being a true prodigy. Shut up, Lung Bingning snapped. Lei Ming, don't bring your military recruitment tactics here. Even without joining the military, Ning Feng could join the martial alliance and have a bright future. Having witnessed Ning Feng's impressive feat of defeating the rat wolf the previous night, Lung Bingning held him in high regard. If that didn't qualify as genius, this is also why she took the initiative to visit Ning Feng's home today. Who else could truly be called a genius? After listening to Lei Ming, Ning Feng couldn't help but furrow his brow. The other person's for your own good attitude and the tone that mocked his family situation sparked a strong urge in him to throw the person out. Are the Lei, Gu, and Lan families all just a bunch of self-righteous fools? Lung Bingning couldn't help but interject. Ning Feng, don't listen to his nonsense. I fully recognize your talent and strength. Even though your vitality hasn't reached the standard of a first-grade warrior, the fact that you successfully killed a first-level beast already proves you possess the strength of a first-grade warrior. As she spoke, Lung Bingning took a bronze badge from her pocket and handed it to Ning Feng. This is a custom badge for a first-grade warrior. With it, you can freely enter and exit the martial alliance and receive 50,000 alliance coins and 5 bottles of body-tempering pills each month. Ning Feng took the badge, feeling its weight. The badge was hexagonal, with a faintly glowing 1 character engraved on the front, surrounded by 9 unlit stars, and the back embossed with the outline of a martial arts hall. Standing behind Ning Feng, Xiao Jingzhe looked at the badge, a symbol of strength and status, with eyes full of envy. Her original goal was to raise her vitality to 150 calories before the college entrance exam and pass the martial alliance test to become a true warrior. She hadn't expected Ning Feng to obtain the warrior badge before her. 50,000 alliance coins and 5 bottles of body-tempering pills. Lei Ming's expression turned sour. The offer he had prepared for Ning Feng was 10,000 alliance coins and 1 bottle of body-tempering pills each month, which he considered quite generous. 10,000 coins weren't much, but a single bottle of body-tempering pills had a market value of 12,000 alliance coins. He hadn't expected Lung Bingning to offer several times more, with 5 bottles valued at least 60,000 alliance coins. He secretly gritted his teeth, wondering if the newly appointed Lung Bingning wasn't afraid of being held accountable for such an offer. Thank you. Ning Feng accepted the badge without hesitation. He seemed indifferent to the monthly stipend and body-tempering pills. As an alchemist, crafting first-grade pills wasn't difficult for him. He just didn't know the specific effects of the body-tempering pills, Otherwise, he might have valued the gift more since even official members of the martial alliance didn't enjoy such generous benefits. Nearby, Xiao Jingzhe and Li Wanfeng exchanged a shocked glance. They had been worried about Ning Feng's encounter with a beast last night, only to be stunned by the offers from Xiao Yuehai and Lung Bingning. One offered 3 million alliance coins, while the other provided a warrior badge and monthly benefits. As formal civil servants, they understood well that although 3 million alliance coins was a significant amount, the stability of a 50,000 coin monthly income was even more precious, exceeding their combined salaries. Umph. Lung Bingning, you certainly have a lot of guts. Lei Ming sneered, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. I can't wait to see if you can ever recover this investment. Confronted with the generous offer from Lung Bingning, Lei Ming realized he had lost the opportunity to compete. He snorted, turned to leave, but couldn't resist glancing back at Ning Feng. This young man, who at just 18 could take down a first-tier beast barehanded, was indeed a rarity in Linhai City. However, Linhai City's exam results had always ranked in the lower half of the province. Even if Ning Feng was the best in Linhai, he might not make it to the top in the entire province. Such a student might barely make it into the top 1,000 in the province, just enough to qualify for a C9 university, Lei Ming calculated silently. Letting him join the military right after graduation is already doing him a favor. 5,000 alliance coins plus 5 bottles of body-strengthening elixir. Such conditions were indeed tempting. But to Lei Ming, Lung Bingning was gambling. If Ning Feng's growth didn't match these investments, she could face accountability from her superiors. I look forward to the day you fall flat on your face, Lung Bingning. Lei Ming thought with a cold smile. As college classmates, he had once pursued Lung Bingning, only to be completely ignored. Even after she became the leader of Linhai City's martial alliance, his party invitations were met with silence. He was confident he would persuade Ning Feng to join the military today, but once again, Lung Bingning opposed him. Back in his car, Lei Ming pondered briefly before dialing a number. Lei Qian, I heard you're in Linhai with your master? Since it will take some time for your master to finish refining, why not transfer to Linhai No. 1 High School? There are only 3 months left until the college entrance exam, and I want you to take the top spot in your grade. Oh, and if you come across someone named Ning Feng, make sure to teach him a lesson. On the other end, a rebellious young man, partying at a nightclub with several girls, initially wanted to lash out, but restrained himself upon seeing it was his influential cousin calling. Lei Qian was reluctant. He was a student at the prestigious Kyoto-affiliated high school and had advanced to a first-tier warrior a month ago, studying alchemy under a second-tier alchemist. This trip to Linhai was just a short business trip with his master, and he planned to have some fun before returning. Transferring from a nationally renowned high school to a place like Linhai No. 1 would be a cause for ridicule among his peers. What? You're unwilling? Lei Ming's tone turned stern. No, it's not that, Lei Qian quickly explained. I mean, if that Ning Feng has crossed you, I can just gather some guys and teach him a lesson. There's not much time left before the college entrance exam. If he can't take it, wouldn't that make you feel better? Lei Qian's eyes gleamed with a hint of ruthlessness. Lei Ming was silent for a moment, reluctantly admitting that these words resonated with him. If Ning Feng couldn't even get into college, wouldn't Lung Bingning's efforts be in vain? However, he eventually shook his head. Forget it. As a member of the Lei family, if you really hurt Ning Feng like that, it would only bring trouble to us. He's now a city hero widely known across town. If word got out that he was beaten to the point of being unable to take care of himself, it would surely spark public outrage. Lei Ming laid out his offer. You can transfer to Linhai No. 1 High School for 3 months, and it's up to you whether you attend classes or not. I'll give you 30,000 alliance coins per month and a bottle of body refining pill. Lei Qian's eyes lit up at this offer. As an apprentice alchemist, he knew all too well the value of the body refining pill, a rare elixir that accelerates the physical training of first-grade martial artists. Even while studying under a second-grade alchemist, obtaining such a pill wouldn't be easy. Big cousin, what exactly do you need me to do? How strong is he? Lei Qian probed. He's just an ordinary high school student, not yet a formal martial artist. Lei Ming replied nonchalantly, deliberately omitting the fact that Ning Feng had killed a first-tier beast barehanded. An ordinary student? Lei Qian relaxed immediately. Then rest assured, I'll report to Linhai No. 1 High School tomorrow. I'll find an excuse to spar with him on campus, and ensure he scores 0 on the exam, not even making it to a junior college. All right, looking forward to good news from you. Lei Ming ended the call, feeling no concern. Even if Ning Feng had killed a first-tier beast, so what? Lei Qian was already a first-grade martial artist, far more powerful than Ning Feng. Once Ning Feng was thoroughly taught a lesson, he was curious to see Lung Bingning's reaction. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuehai was taking a commemorative photo with Ning Feng. If you ever face any difficulties, feel free to come to me. If you don't want to join the Martial Alliance, the City Hall is always open for you after graduation. The photo was mainly for subsequent publicity, showing the mayor personally visiting the city hero. Lung Bingning also showed a rare smile to Ning Feng. Don't take Lei Ming's words to heart. Family resources can indeed help early on, but in the long run, they can become a hindrance. Of the 5 grandmasters in Longhua, who didn't start from scratch, I have high hopes for you. Visit the Martial Alliance more often. The training environment there is far superior to ordinary dojos. Ning Feng hesitated for a moment. Leader Long, such generous benefits. Do I need to do anything in return? 5,000 alliance coins and 5 bottles of body refining pills seemed too generous for a first-grade martial artist. Lung Bingning paused, then shook her head. You don't need to do anything. The Martial Alliance's mission is to cultivate talents capable of fighting beasts. You completely meet the criteria. I just hope you always remember why you chose to fight instead of flee when facing the rat wolf last night. It was this very point that made Lung Bingning value Ning Feng so highly. Some people, despite their outstanding talents, were unwilling to go to the battlefield out of fear of beasts. Such people were unworthy of being called martial artists and even less worthy of joining the Martial Alliance. Ning Feng, even knowing he might be outmatched, chose to fight resolutely to protect the people. Such a person, even if slightly weaker, was someone she was willing to fully support and cultivate. Ning Feng nodded, getting a general sense of Lung Bingning's personality, which was completely different from the arrogant Laming. Lung Bingning briefly reminded him to remember to report to the Martial Alliance before hurriedly leaving, clearly overwhelmed with the aftermath of last night's beast attack on the city. Before Xiao Xingbin and Li Wanfang could even ask any questions, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a swarm of media reporters flooded in. They rushed to surround Ning Feng, microphones and cameras enveloping him instantly. Hello, I'm a reporter from Southern Media. Can I interview Ning Feng, the city hero? So this is the city hero? He looks so young. Step aside. The official media from Linhai hasn't interviewed yet. Linhai official media? I'm from the South Sea Province official media. Calm down, let us interview first. The reporters were in a frenzy to grab the headline news, causing chaos at the scene. At this moment, Xiao Bailu, who had just woken up, rubbed her eyes as she walked out of her room and was stunned by the chaotic scene. Brother, why are there so many people? She instinctively called out to Ning Feng. Ning Feng shrugged helplessly. He had expected only a couple of reporters, but was surprised by the overwhelming turnout. Xiao Jingzhe quickly pulled his sister back into the room and shouted to Ning Feng, hurry up with the interview, and let's train at the dojo later. With no other choice, Ning Feng answered a few selected questions, mainly recounting the events of last night's beast encounter. However, as the interview progressed, the questions became increasingly absurd. Ning Feng, we heard you saved 2 ordinary citizens while defeating the beast. Truly a young hero. You're so young, and yet you fought the beast. Why didn't you run away at the time? Ning Feng, you're so impressive. Do you have a girlfriend? You must have many admirers at school. My niece is a top student at Tianlu Martial Arts University. Would you like me to introduce her to you? Faced with these questions, Ning Feng could only shake his head without responding. Eventually, he pushed Uncle Xiao and Aunt Li forward to handle the interview. Li Wanfang clearly enjoyed the spotlight, enthusiastically recounting Ning Feng's many virtues, even mentioning how he helped an elderly woman cross the street as a child. Xiao Xingbin was equally eager to praise Ning Feng. The reporters, eager for material, didn't care much for the truth and preferred exaggerated stories. Taking advantage of the situation, Ning Feng quietly returned to his room, changed into his martial arts attire, and sneaked away with Xiao Jingzhe and Xiao Bailu. Phew, Xiao Bailu said excitedly as she removed her mask. Brother, I feel like you're becoming a celebrity. So many people want to meet you. As she spoke, a few girls passed by, and their conversation drifted into their ears. I heard the city hero lives here. I just watched the live stream. He's so handsome. Really, I think he's handsome too. I think his name is Ning Feng, from Linhai No. 1 High School. If I don't see Ning Feng today, I'm going to his school tomorrow. Ning Feng instinctively put on his mask and quickly led his 2 sisters toward the subway station. Once inside, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and shook his head, saying, I should have skipped the interview. The 3 of them entered the subway car, immediately drawn to the large screens around them. Each screen was broadcasting the same content: Ning Feng's heroic deeds. Seeing this, Ning Feng sighed and put his mask back on, trying to conceal his identity. Xiao Bailu leaned on Ning Feng's shoulder, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Bro, you're really famous now. Have you thought about making a debut? She teased. Ning Feng rolled his eyes and was about to respond when Xiao Jingzhe interjected. Bailu, if your brother went into showbiz, he'd definitely outshine that how you like. At the mention of how, Xiao Bailu's expression turned complicated. She pouted, forget it. Hao's reputation recently fell apart. She briefly explained Hao's scandal, pretending to excel in martial arts while actually relying on drugs to enhance his abilities, and dating multiple girls simultaneously. I've realized all celebrities are fake. My brother is the best, she said, affectionately snuggling up to Ning Feng. Ning Feng chuckled softly, indifferent to these entertainment industry matters. He turned to Xiao Jingzhe. Jingzhe, your vitality level should be close to reaching the standard for a first-grade martial artist, right? Xiao Jingzhe was taken aback, not expecting Ning Feng to address her. She nodded somewhat shyly. Yeah. Yesterday, I used that high-grade vitality potion you gave me, and now my vitality level should be around 140 calories. Ning Feng nodded in understanding. He knew Xiao Jingzhe always focused on fundamental training, unlike those rich kids who relied on drugs to boost their strength. Her goal was to reach 150 calories before the college entrance exams. Yeah, Ning Feng responded. His vitality level was also about to break through 150 calories, preparing to become a first-grade martial artist. Besides training at the dojo today, he also had to help Sister Yafu with alchemy, specifically making bone-forming and spirit-gathering pills. The spirit-gathering pill was particularly crucial. Through this conversation, Ning Feng inadvertently demonstrated his deep understanding of martial arts training and his care for those around him. The subway continued smoothly toward their destination, and the atmosphere in the car became warm and pleasant due to this lighthearted exchange. The Juling pill, a valuable elixir that aids martial artists in gathering vital energy and improving their chances of a breakthrough, has always been a coveted treasure. Not only does it increase the likelihood of success, but it can also enhance one's strength by 1 or 2 stars. However, such a miraculous cultivation pill comes at a steep price, and not all martial artists can afford it. Today, Ning Feng finally succeeded in crafting the Juling pill. His eyes sparkled with delight as he resolved to give one each to Jingzhe and Bailu, preparing them for their future breakthroughs to the first rank of martial artist. At that moment, Xiao Bailu softly asked in a pitiful tone, "Brother, now that you're so powerful, will you leave us someday?" Hearing this, Ning Feng couldn't help but smile. He gently flicked his sister's forehead and said softly, "What are you thinking? You'll always be my sisters. No matter what, I won't leave you. You're the best, brother." Xiao Bailu beamed and hugged Ning Feng's arm tightly. Witnessing this, Xiao Jingzhe's cheeks inexplicably flushed. She recalled how she used to dislike being called Ning Feng's sister. Yet now, seeing Bailu and Ning Feng so close, she felt a twinge of envy. However, calling him brother, like Bailu did, was something she just couldn't bring herself to do. The subway slowly made its way toward the city center as Mo High Station approached. Being a day off, there were fewer passengers boarding and alighting than usual. Of course, martial arts students like Ning Feng and his companions were not in short supply. Just then, a group of drunken teenagers stumbled into the carriage, making a loud ruckus. "Lei Qian, you've got a Ferrari. Why are we taking the subway?" "Yeah, Qian, we want to ride in your Ferrari." The group surrounded a boy with slightly delicate features. Hearing his sycophants, the boy's face showed a hint of mockery. In his mind, his Ferrari was meant for impressing girls, not for these hangers-on. Going to the bar with them was just a way to flaunt his lavish lifestyle in the capital. "Don't drink and drive, you know." "Maybe next time," Lei Qian casually replied. As he prepared to find a seat, his gaze inadvertently landed on 2 girls not far away. Instantly, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, and he sobered up immediately. So beautiful. And they're twins. Lei Qian instinctively licked his lips. After a whole night at the bar without encountering such remarkable girls, he couldn't believe his luck on the subway. Even in the capital, such beauties were rare. But girls like these were usually already taken by the capital's elite, leaving little chance for someone like him. Seems like my luck in returning to Linhai City is pretty good, Lei Qian thought to himself. Although he transferred from the capital to Linhai High School, with his cousin giving him 30,000 alliance coins and a body-strengthening elixir each month, plus having his mentor here, he was already quite content. Now, seeing these 2 girls, he was even more excited. The prospect of having both was thrilling. With this in mind, he headed straight for them. However, upon noticing Ning Feng sitting between the 2 girls, his expression darkened. "What's the deal? Already taken." At that moment, he overheard their conversation. "Brother, what are we practicing later?" Maybe the store manager will have something for me today." "What? You're leaving again, brother?" "I won't be leaving the dojo. I'll probably be in the alchemy room upstairs." Hearing this, Lei Qian breathed a sigh of relief, and hope reignited in his eyes. "So they're just siblings, huh?" This thought flashed through Lei Qian's mind as a greedy glint appeared in his eyes. He strode confidently toward the seats where Ning Feng and his companions were sitting. "Hey, get up and give me your seat," Lei Qian demanded arrogantly, pointing at Ning Feng. His gaze lingered on Xiao Bailu and the other girl, already calculating how to get their WeChat IDs for a date that evening. Xiao Bailu raised her eyebrows, retorting sharply, "Who do you think you are? Why should my brother give up his seat for you?" She was usually gentle with her brother, but she had no patience for outsiders. Lei Qian wasn't bothered. Instead, he smirked. "Can't you see I'm drunk? What if I faint while standing? Hurry up and give me the seat." He puffed out his chest, acting superior. "If it weren't for the drinking, I'd be driving my Ferrari home by now." A few of his cronies followed closely, quickly chiming in. "Yeah, our brother Lei Qian is from a prestigious family, not someone a commoner like you can compare to. Do you even know how much a Ferrari costs? Look at you. Could you even come up with a few $1,000? Stand up already." Seeing the situation escalate, Ning Feng glanced around and noticed plenty of empty seats. Clearly, these people were looking for trouble. Worse yet, He saw Lei Qian's leering eyes fixated on his two sisters. Ning Feng's expression grew colder. Lei Qian? From the Lei family. Ning Feng asked with a cold smile. What relation are you to Lei Yuntao and Lei Ming? The question hit Lei Qian like a hammer, catching him off guard. Lei Ming was his older cousin, a representative of the family in the military. Lei Yuntao was his uncle, the current clan leader's younger brother. Lei Qian was closer to Lei Yuntao, as they both enjoyed nightlife and socializing. Hearing this seemingly ordinary young man mention his elders set off alarm bells in Lei Qian's mind. You, who are you? Lei Qian asked cautiously, holding back his cronies as he scrutinized Ning Feng. Does it really matter who I am? Ning Feng replied, expressionless. Lei Qian squinted, trying to gauge Ning Feng's reaction. Most people would be impressed to hear he was a first-class martial artist and pharmacist. But this guy showed no reaction. Could he be someone important? After weighing his options, Lei Qian decided to back off for now. Fine. Since you know my cousin and uncle, I'll let this slide today. He huffed and turned to leave with his entourage, but his eyes lingered on Ning Feng and the two girls, committing their faces to memory. He thought to himself, once he figured out their identities, he'd make his move. These two girls were a prize he was determined to win. Once he'd had his fun, they might make a fine gift for the young elites in the capital. Who are those people? Xiao Bai asked angrily, her eyes fixed on the figures walking away. Xiao Jing lowered her gaze to her right hand, recalling the scene from earlier. When those people spoke rudely, she had intended to stand up and teach them a lesson, but Ning Feng had held her back. Even now, the warmth of his touch lingered on her wrist. They're from the Lei clan, Ning Feng said, sitting down and shaking his head slightly. Suddenly realizing he was still holding Xiao Jing's hand, he quickly let go and explained. Jingzhe, those guys are already at the first rank of martial artists. Rushing into a conflict would only put you at a disadvantage. I understand, Xiao Jing replied softly, her neck quietly turning red. She felt the lingering warmth on her wrist, her heartbeat quickening. So this is what it feels like to be protected. Meanwhile, in the basement of a commercial building in the center of Linhai City, a secret meeting was underway. In the dimly lit room, skull banners adorned the walls, with a massive red skull flag hanging in the center. Seated around a long table were 7 masked individuals, and the man in red at the head of the table spoke. Last night's attack was largely successful. We used the beasts to create panic and undermine the citizens' trust in the authorities. But why was there no activity in the Beihai district? The 2 men in black at the end of the table immediately tensed up. The taller one quickly explained, we did release the rat wolves in the alleys of Beihai district. The martial alliance and the military shouldn't have reacted so quickly. The man in red snorted, tossing a photo onto the table. The photo showed Mayor Xiao Yuehai with a young man. This boy, the tall man asked, puzzled. His name is Ning Feng. He killed the rat wolf last night. The man in red replied. Impossible. He's so young. The tall man was stunned, then recognized the boy in the photo. Wait, isn't he the student we passed by yesterday? The chubby man took a closer look and nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's him. The man in red continued. I've already investigated. This Ning Feng is a senior at Linhai No. 1 High School and wasn't on our elite hunter watch list. He pulled out a list, densely packed with names, including Xiao Jing, Wu Roqing, Lan Xian, and even Xiao Bai, but notably absent was Ning Feng. Your Grace, is this person a newcomer to Linhai City? Asked a woman in black seated nearby, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. The man in red shook his head, his voice deep and commanding. No, Ning Feng grew up in Linhai City, but he was always mediocre, showing no talent in martial arts. However, 3 days ago, something remarkable happened. He paused, his gaze intense. His abilities surged dramatically. Not only did he defeat Lin Yan, but he also triumphed over Lan Xian in a gravity simulation contest. The woman in black gasped, and the man in red continued. Lan Xian is now a cripple and can be removed from the list. As for Ning Feng, his voice rose sharply. Put him at the top of the elite hunter list. With that, the man in red stood, his staff glinting coldly in his hand. He looked up at the skull banner fluttering in the air, his eyes burning with fervor. The god's command, we must obey. The next astral invasion will bring even greater calamity. This is the god's punishment for all non-believers, he declared loudly. Eternal is the god. The crowd rose in unison, placing their right hands on their chests, chanting in unison. Eternal is the god. Meanwhile, Ning Feng and his companions had just stepped off the subway and headed straight to the Yuansheng dojo. Hai Yafu had been eagerly waiting at the entrance, and upon seeing Ning Feng, she hurried over to him. Ning Feng, are you all right after last night? She asked anxiously, scrutinizing him closely. If I'd known you would encounter a beast, I would have escorted you home. Xiao Jingzhe, witnessing this, snorted in displeasure and led her sister into the dojo first. Ning Feng smiled reassuringly. I'm fine, Sister Yafu. Hai Yafu, however, sensed something different, exclaiming in surprise, your vitality seems stronger. She was taken aback, realizing that not only had Ning Feng emerged unscathed from a battle, but his strength had also significantly increased, almost reaching the threshold of a first-grade martial artist. Sister Yafu, are the furnace and other preparations ready? Ning Feng changed the topic. Everything's ready. Hai Yafu replied promptly. The best furnace I ordered from Kyoto arrived this morning, and all the herbs have been procured. She had been incredibly busy the past few days, acquiring spirit cores and a large quantity of herbs. Even the furnace was airlifted from Kyoto, with just the shipping costing tens of thousands of alliance currency. Let's head to the alchemy room now. Ning Feng decided to tackle the important tasks first. All right, let's go. Hai Yafu had initially thought they would start after Ning Feng's training, not expecting it to be so soon. Excited, she remembered something. Oh, Ning Feng. Do you recall me mentioning that the Lei, Gu, and Lan clans invited a second-grade alchemist from Kyoto? Ning Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Hai Yafu continued. I thought he might be a fraud, but he seems to have some skill. He crafted a batch of pills called turtle longevity pills, which actually halted aging in those who had taken potential-enhancing pills. However, these pills are exorbitantly priced. Even with the clans providing materials, furnaces, and locations, each pill costs 200,000. Moreover, her tone grew tense. He has also crafted a batch of first-grade pills, intending to auction them tonight. Hai Yafu had planned to sell Ning Feng's crafted pills at the auction a week later, hoping to establish a reputation for Fengyuan Pharmacy amidst the impending closure of Qingjin Pharmacy and gradually capture half of the market share. She had not anticipated someone else making a move first. Today, the three clans also opened a pharmacy, targeting the entire market. Ning Feng frowned in thought, realizing that his plan to refine elixirs next weekend would need to be moved up. He quickly headed towards the alchemy room, with Hai Yafu following closely behind. At the front desk, Molly stared in disbelief, wondering who the real boss was. Inside the alchemy room, Manager Li Fu was directing workers to position the newly purchased furnace. With a serious expression, Hai Yafu asked if they could begin the elixir refinement. Li Fu immediately responded respectfully, asking what preparations Master Ning needed. Ning Feng glanced around, his eyes settling on the massive lacquered gold furnace that occupied half the room. Four dragon heads encircled its body, exuding a formidable aura. He silently estimated, this furnace is worth at least 10 million alliance coins. Hai Yafu smiled slightly and briefly shared details of the procurement. Ning Feng nodded in acknowledgement, then donned a white apothecary coat and entered a focused state. With his consent, Hai Yafu also stepped in to quietly observe. Once the first batch of materials arrived, Ning Feng closed his eyes, contemplating, and silently commanded, System, prepare to refine the Xingu pill. The system promptly responded, indicating that his mental strength was adequate, but the success rate was only 70. Ning Feng furrowed his brow slightly. Though somewhat disappointed, he quickly understood why. The Xingu pill, being a first-grade elixir, required more than his current level 7 mental strength to ensure a 100 success rate. Only at level 10 mental strength could he achieve perfect refinement. Nonetheless, he decided to proceed with the attempt. It seems I need to work on strengthening my mental power in the future, Ning Feng thought to himself, unaware of how challenging this would be. In this world, most alchemists don't have special methods to cultivate mental power. Their mental strength often relies on the slow and natural accumulation over time, closely tied to their innate talent. Among first-tier alchemists, the majority don't even reach level 4 in mental power. Even for second-tier alchemists, reaching level 8 is a rarity and considered quite exceptional. It's only when an alchemist reaches the third tier or higher that their mental power might break through the critical threshold of level 10, entering a new stage of talent skill selection. When Ning Feng first attempted to refine a first-tier pill, he achieved a success rate of 70, a result that seemed like a fantasy to other first-tier alchemists. Most are deemed geniuses if they manage a 10 success rate at the start. As they become more familiar with the process, their success rate might improve, but it usually caps at around 50, which is their limit. As a result, not all alchemists can profit from their profession. Those with low success rates might even incur losses. Moreover, the initial investment to train a competent alchemist is astronomical. Only those with a wealthy background and high mental aptitude are likely to become alchemists. Nevertheless, alchemists remain indispensable talents in this world. A general who once fought on the battlefield against beasts said, a sixth-tier alchemist is as valuable to the army as several master-level warriors. This statement vividly illustrates the importance of alchemists. Fire up, refine, Ning Feng whispered to himself, his eyes shining with confidence. After absorbing the knowledge from the recipe, he had memorized the entire process of refining the bone regeneration pill. He carefully added herbs like broken bone grass, black jade root, and lotus bodhi seed into the cauldron, one by one. This time, he was particularly cautious, avoiding the mistake of throwing everything in at once, both to prevent another explosion and to better familiarize himself with the process. A few minutes later, all the herbs were refined. In Ning Feng's mental perception, they had transformed into a clear, flowing liquid within the cauldron. Now for the spirit core, Ning Feng took a deep breath, retrieved a first-tier spirit core from a nearby box, and without hesitation, placed it into the cauldron. Before upgrading the cauldron, refining such a spirit core would take at least a quarter of an hour. Now, it took less than 5 minutes to complete. The spirit core, originally the size of a fist, shrank to the size of a soybean, becoming more solid and glowing with a brilliant golden light. Fusion. Ning Feng raised his hands slightly, controlling the refined liquid to envelop the spirit core, guiding them to react in a special way. A sizzling sound, like hot iron tongs meeting cold water, erupted from the cauldron. Ning Feng's expression remained unchanged, as everything was going as planned. Standing nearby, Yafu couldn't see inside the cauldron, but Ning Feng's focused expression and the sweat dripping from his forehead captivated her. This man is really handsome, Yafu thought to herself, unable to take her eyes off Ning Feng. Fusion, Ning Feng shouted, as his immense mental power surged toward the cauldron like a tidal wave. The previously resistant spirit core instantly let down its defenses and allowed itself to be enveloped by the medicinal liquid. Inside the cauldron, the liquid gradually solidified, and a faint exotic fragrance quietly spread. About a quarter of an hour later, Ning Feng withdrew his mental power, a confident smile appearing on his face. It's done, he murmured to himself, then turned off the fire and gave the cauldron a firm pat. In an instant, a golden pill appeared in his palm. Bone growth pill. Ning Feng lowered his head to take a sniff, feeling a slight itching in his bones, and nodded with satisfaction. The effect is remarkable. Beside him, Yafu was stunned, exclaiming, "You succeeded so quickly?" She had initially expected that Ning Feng would fail at least a dozen times on his first attempt before achieving success. To her surprise, he succeeded on the first try. It was unbelievable. Li Fu, bring the finest jade bottle immediately. Yafu quickly instructed. Li Fu, waiting outside, promptly retrieved the highest quality jade bottle from storage and hurried into the alchemy room. Let's test it first. Ning Feng casually tossed the bone growth pill to Yafu, causing her to fumble to catch it, while giving him a playful glare. This is a precious first-grade pill. What if it fell to the ground? Yafu personally went to the testing room, placing the jade bottle into the machine. Moments later, the machine beeped, and the screen displayed that the test was passed, along with detailed data. Pill name, bone growth pill. Pill grade, first grade. Perfection, 95. Specific effects, suitable for martial artists with fractures, broken bones, or shattered bone fragments, with no side effects after treatment. It really succeeded. And the perfection is 95. Yafu murmured in disbelief. Ning Feng is truly a genius. However, upon seeing the 95 perfection, Ning Feng slightly furrowed his brows. There must have been a minor issue during fusion, he thought to himself. But it's not a big problem. Anything over 50 is considered a product, and 80 can unleash the full medicinal effect. Achieving 100 perfection is nearly impossible for a first-grade alchemist, unless you're a master of the 3rd or 4th grade. Without taking a break, Ning Feng chose to continue refining. In the following dozens of attempts, he failed once or twice, but became increasingly familiar with the entire process. Finally, on the 16th bone growth pill, the perfection reached 100. 100 perfection. Yafu gasped, covering her mouth in shock, her face full of disbelief. Ning Feng isn't just a genius, he's extraordinary. A born alchemist. Ning Feng smiled calmly. Sister Yafu, I'll keep this bone growth pill for myself. Ning Feng sat on the mat, closed his eyes, and began to regulate his breathing. Utilizing the mirror spirit cultivation method, his mental energy surged back into his body like a tide. Moments later, he opened his eyes, filled with determination. It was time to start mass-producing the bone growth pills. Yafu carefully took out an exquisite jade box and gently placed the 100 perfect bone growth pill inside. Ning Feng nodded in thanks and stood up, his eyes shining with confidence. This time, Ning Feng took an uncharacteristic approach by dumping enough ingredients to make dozens of bone growth pills into the cauldron all at once. Yafu covered her mouth in astonishment, hardly able to believe her eyes. Ning Feng was no longer pursuing perfection, but efficiency. After all, these pills were intended for sale, and a perfection rate above 80 was already considered top-notch. Refine, Ning Feng commanded in a low voice, his mental energy weaving through the process, controlling the flames to refine the ingredients one by one. Half an hour later, he exhaled deeply, everything under control. Next, Ning Feng grabbed a basket of spirit cores, over 20 in number, and without hesitation, tossed them into the cauldron. With a boom, a massive flame erupted inside the cauldron. Ning Feng gritted his teeth, using all his mental energy to suppress the wild energy. Although the spirit cores were ownerless, they still contained a trace of beastly nature, instinctively resisting external forces. Ning Feng knew that only by completely eliminating this trace of beastly nature could they be refined into true pill cores. Pop, pop, pop. The cauldron emitted continuous explosive sounds, like a string of firecrackers going off near his ears. Under the scorching heat, the spirit cores gradually shed their outer layers, revealing the essential cores. Ning Feng swiftly manipulated the nearby medicinal liquid to envelop these cores. An hour passed, and a rich, exotic fragrance began to permeate from the cauldron, drifting even outside the dojo. Passers-by on the street stopped in their tracks, looking up towards the direction of the Yuansheng dojo. What a wonderful scent. What is it? Up there is the Yuansheng dojo. This smells like the fragrance of pills. Oh my, could it be a first-grade pill? Did Yuansheng dojo actually hire a first-grade alchemist? Suddenly, a passerby exclaimed, "My arm, my left hand that I broke yesterday, feels so much better now. This pill is incredible. Just the scent alone has such an effect. Grandson, open your mouth and breathe in this fragrance. It's a rare pill aroma. Grandma, I feel like all the bones in my body are absorbing this scent like crazy. Let's go check out Yuansheng dojo. If they really have first-grade pills for sale, we'll buy a few bottles." Meanwhile, inside the dojo, Ning Feng began testing the newly refined pills. Ding. Test passed. Perfection rate 80. Ding. Test passed. Perfection rate 82. Ding. Test passed. Perfection rate 81. Ding. Test passed. Perfection rate 85. Each pill was evaluated by the testing device, and labels indicating their quality were affixed to the jade bottles. Yafu was already dumbfounded, having been in a state of shock since seeing Ning Feng simultaneously refining dozens of bone growth pills. Now, seeing that the perfection rate of this batch was all above 80, her heart was racing. This is unbelievable, Yafu thought to herself. Even a master alchemist of the 3rd grade or higher couldn't achieve such a remarkable feat. Ning Feng is truly a treasure. I've really struck gold with him. Manager, these pills are incredibly valuable. Li Fu carefully placed each refined pill into jade bottles, unable to help but express his amazement. He secretly calculated that even if each pill sold for 10,000 alliance coins, the total would still amount to several hundred thousand. Hearing this, Yafu snorted with pride. 10,000 per pill? Humph. Each should sell for at least 100,000 alliance coins. Her voice brimmed with confidence, as if she had crafted the pills herself. 100,000. Li Fu exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out. He asked incredulously, "Are these pills really that expensive?" After all, he had personally purchased the ingredients, and on average, each pill only cost about 2,000 alliance coins to make. He thought selling them for 10,000 each was already quite good, but he hadn't expected the price to be 10 times higher. Yafu scoffed, "Of course. It's not just about the cost of ingredients, but also the spirit cores and machine wear and tear. Most importantly, these were crafted by Master Ning himself. Who else in Linhai City could hire such a skilled alchemist? It had to be me." She paused, a shrewd look in her eyes. "If it weren't for wanting to capture market share, I'd price them at 200,000 each. It's a seller's market right now. We can set the price however we like." She turned to Li Fu, speaking firmly. "Li Fu, store all these pills in the warehouse. Once they're in, no one is allowed to take them out without my permission." Then she added with a smile, "As long as this batch sells well, everyone's salary and benefits will double this month." Yafu trusted Li Fu. He had been working at the store since her father was around, and he had always been loyal to her. But she wasn't as confident about the other staff. This was a critical time for Fengyuan Pharmacy to capture the Linhai market, and they couldn't afford any mistakes now. Upon hearing her words, Li Fu immediately became serious and responded, "Miss, I understand." He usually addressed her as manager, only calling her Miss in private. Hearing her speak like this, he knew how important this batch of pills was. "All right." Yafu nodded, then added, "Also, have someone bring up another batch of ingredients. I'm going to check the alchemy room." Yafu returned to the alchemy room and saw Ning Feng resting on a mat. About half an hour later, Ning Feng opened his eyes and apologized. "Sister Yafu, the quality of this batch might be slightly lower. Shouldn't be a problem, right?" He explained that if he refined them one by one, he could maintain a perfection rate of over 95, but he had to compromise for speed. "No problem." Yafu shook her head vigorously. "This batch has a perfection rate of over 80. They're already top-notch." She knew that pills with different perfection rates sold for different prices. Generally, pills below 80 had a 10 discount, and those below 60 a 20 discount. As for those under 50, it was questionable if they were even successfully made, and consuming them might be risky. All right then. Ning Feng got up and prepared to continue working. In the next 2 hours, Ning Feng used the same method to refine 3 more batches of bone growth pills. The last batch had a perfection rate of over 90. After carefully counting, Yafu found there were a total of 321 bone growth pills. Her hands trembled in disbelief at the sight before her. In less than half a day, Ning Feng had refined so many high-quality bone growth pills. He had used up all the ingredients Li Fu had purchased. Originally, she had bought enough for half a month's supply, accounting for losses during refinement. Typically, a new alchemist would have a loss rate of over 50. She originally thought producing 100 bone growth pills from this batch of ingredients would be impressive. However, Ning Feng's performance far exceeded her expectations, filling her with hope for the future. To her utter surprise, Ning Feng's first attempt at alchemy revealed his astonishing talent. Standing before the furnace, Ning Feng deftly controlled the heat with fluid motions. In less than half a day, 321 gleaming Xingu pills were neatly lined up on the table, emitting a faint medicinal fragrance. Hai Yafu stood nearby, dumbfounded, quickly doing the math in her head. Each Xingu pill sells for 100,000 alliance coins. That's a production value of 32.1 million, she murmured to herself, her eyes shining with amazement and delight. The initial contract with Ning Feng offered a monthly salary of 10,000 plus 30 equity in Fengyuan Pharmacy, but now it seemed woefully inadequate. I must increase it to 50, Hai Yafu resolved internally. Otherwise, with Ning Feng's potential, he might soon outgrow this pharmacy. Inside the alchemy room, Ning Feng wasn't concerned about the potential profits from this batch of pills. Although money was crucial to him at the moment, his focus was entirely elsewhere. Ding! Your mental power has broken through to level 8. You are automatically cultivating the mirror spirit cultivation method. Your mental power is gradually increasing. The system notification echoed in his mind, causing Ning Feng to pause in surprise. He realized that the mirror spirit cultivation method, which previously required stillness, was now operating automatically during the alchemy process, seemingly with better results. Enhancing his mental power had always been a challenge, but to his amazement, alchemy seemed to accelerate this process. After a brief rest, Ning Feng turned his attention to the second recipe in the system's inventory, the jeweling pill. Although both were first-grade pills, the jeweling pill was far superior in both value and difficulty compared to the Xingu pill. System, attempt to refine the jeweling pill. Ning Feng silently commanded. Ding! Your mental power is at level 8, meeting the criteria for refining the jeweling pill. Current success rate is 50. Note that the success rate is related to mental power level and proficiency. Please follow the recipe process to begin refining. A 50 success rate made Ning Feng frown slightly. Even though his mental power had advanced from level 7 to 8, his confidence in refining the jeweling pill was not as high as it was for the Xingu pill. However, he did not hesitate and, after adjusting his mindset, proceeded with the attempt. Rare ingredients like 9th grade Lingji, dragon's root, and ascending spirit lotus node were added to the furnace in sequence. Everything went smoothly until the final step of liquid fusion, when a pungent stench suddenly emanated from the furnace. Ning Feng quickly extinguished the fire and retrieved the semi-finished product, only to find the liquid inside had turned into a gray, sticky mass. He touched it with his fingertip, immediately recoiling from the overwhelming stench. The process was correct. Ning Feng pondered, soon identifying a possible cause. Could it be improper heat control? Reflecting on the process, he recalled using the same flame intensity for each ingredient. It became clear that refining the jeweling pill required more precise heat management. Taking a deep breath, Ning Feng prepared for a second attempt. However, the recipe didn't specify the intensity of the flame needed to refine each ingredient. Ning Feng thought to himself that it was no surprise the spirit-gathering pill, which could directly aid a martial artist in breaking through, was much more difficult to concoct than the bone growth pill. He took a deep breath and decided to experiment with each ingredient one by one. Ning Feng knew that impatience could lead to mistakes in alchemy. The more hurried he was, the more likely he was to err. He forced himself to slow down, focusing on every detail. Starting with the 9th grade Lingji, he adjusted the flame to medium intensity and observed the refinement speed, which seemed acceptable. He nodded slightly and increased the firepower a bit more. Suddenly, a burnt smell wafted through the air, and Ning Feng frowned in frustration. Damn, how did it burn? At that moment, Hai Yafu entered the room. She immediately noticed Ning Feng was deeply engrossed in refining the ingredients, occasionally showing signs of frustration. Her heart leapt with joy as she thought, is he making the spirit-gathering pill? Recalling the words of the alchemy master when she purchased the recipe, she remembered that while the bone growth pill was not difficult to concoct, the spirit-gathering pill was not something an ordinary first-grade alchemist could easily tackle. Even second-grade alchemists had a high failure rate with it. At that time, Hai Yafa hesitated about buying the recipe for the spirit-gathering pill but decided to take a chance, banking on Ning Feng's alchemy talent. Even with only a 10 success rate, it could still be highly profitable. For the next 2 hours, Hai Yafu observed silently from the side. She noticed Ning Feng methodically testing the flame intensity needed for each ingredient, muttering to himself as he worked. Time flew by, and it was nearly 2 p.m. Hai Yafu spoke softly. Ning Feng, why not take a break for lunch? The spirit-gathering pill is indeed difficult to succeed at. Maybe you should call it a day. She could see the setbacks Ning Feng faced in the process, but understood. After all, the difficulty of concocting the spirit-gathering pill was well known. She comforted him. If we go to the auction tonight, over 100 first-grade bone growth pills should be enough to make a name for Fengyuan Apothecary. Don't talk. Ning Feng frowned, glaring at her. Hayafu immediately fell silent. Ning Feng exhaled deeply. After hours of repeated attempts, he finally determined the flame intensity needed for each ingredient. Next, let's speed things up. With that, he picked up a basket of 9th grade Lingji and poured it all into the furnace without hesitation. Refine. At his command, a tremendous spiritual force surged forth, precisely controlling the flame within the furnace to refine the batch of ingredients. In less than 2 minutes, all the 9th grade Lingji was transformed into golden energy droplets. Dragon Severing Root. Ning Feng quickly added a basket of arm-length black dragon severing roots into the furnace. This time, he worked even faster, completing the refinement in under a minute. Rising Spirit Lotus Stem. 5 Spirit Gathering Leaf. Basket after basket of ingredients was swiftly added to the furnace, all successfully refined in the end. Finally, the exotic beast essence. Ning Feng reached out to grab it, only to find it missing. I'll get it for you. Hayafu quickly ran over, handing him a jade bottle containing the exotic beast essence. One bottle isn't enough, Ning Feng said bluntly, opening all the bottles and pouring the white exotic beast essence into the furnace. Drop by drop, the precious essence flowed in. The exotic beast essence is more valuable than spirit cores. A single drop is worth 10 of the same grade. Besides its low drop rate, it has a unique characteristic. Its gentle nature allows it to blend with the ingredients seamlessly to form the pill without needing refinement. Now merge, Ning Feng shouted, his voice echoing throughout the alchemy room. Inside the cauldron, the medicinal liquid seemed to possess a mind of its own as it divided into equal parts, slowly drifting toward the source of the mythical beast. Ning Feng held his breath, eyes fixed on the cauldron, waiting for a miracle to occur. The first one, Spirit Gathering Pill. Come out. With Ning Feng's call, the cauldron roared. A golden pill shot out, tracing a graceful arc through the air. Yafu, I'm on it. Yafu sprang into action, rushing forward in a flurry. She extended her hands and carefully caught the precious Spirit Gathering Pill. Before she could catch her breath, a second pill followed suit, then a third, a fourth. Pills continued to fly out of the cauldron in rapid succession. Yafu took a deep breath, the rich aroma of the medicine enveloping her. As a third-grade martial artist, she was astonished to feel her strength subtly increasing. The effect of this spirit-gathering pill is incredible, she marveled inwardly. Yafu, catch them quickly. Ning Feng's urging brought her back to reality. Raising her head, Yafu was stunned by the sight before her. Golden pills shot through the air like a meteor shower, creating a spectacular scene. Ah, she finally reacted, letting out a surprised cry. In the next moment, 5 shadowy figures emerged around her, darting in different directions, solidifying into an impressive display of agility. Ning Feng watched in surprise, remembering that Yafu was not only his partner, but also a genuine third-grade martial artist. Yet at this moment, she was too preoccupied with catching the pills to maintain her usual composure, exclaiming in excitement as she scrambled to catch them. Outside the alchemy room, Li Fu and the others exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what was happening inside. Someone whispered, Manager Li, isn't it just the store manager and Master Ning in there? Quiet. Li Fu glared at the speaker, reprimanding them sharply. Say that again, and you'll get a slap. 2 minutes later, Ning Feng collected the final spirit-gathering pill. He sniffed it lightly, feeling a surge of vitality. Not bad at all, he smiled with satisfaction, thinking that the value of these pills might surpass that of bone growth pills. Of course, this was primarily true for martial artists who hadn't yet reached the first grade. For those who had and frequently went to battle, bone healing pills might be more practical. Ning Feng, there are 28 spirit-gathering pills in total, Yafu reported excitedly, her eyes gleaming with joy. I'll take 3. You can sell the rest, Ning Feng said directly. All right, Yafu agreed readily. We'll test them later and keep the best 3 for you. The lower quality ones go up for sale first, while the better ones are for our own use. This reflected her value system. Money was important, but it was meant to be spent wisely, not hoarded. With 3 pills for Ning Feng, the remaining 25 were more than enough. Yafu calculated that the spirit-gathering pills should be priced at no less than 300,000 alliance coins each, or she'd rather store them than sell them. Next, Yafu handed the freshly made spirit-gathering pills to Li Fu for testing. 10 minutes later, all the pills were tested and labeled. The results were exhilarating. Each spirit-gathering pill had a perfection rate of over 90. 3 of them even reached 100 perfection. Ning Feng wasn't surprised by this as he had meticulously crafted those 3. These 3 are from Master Ning. Pack the rest, Yafu said excitedly. I have big plans for tonight. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, already envisioning the immense profits the spirit-gathering pills would bring. As night fell, the bustling city gradually quieted down. After a brief rest, Ning Feng, feeling refreshed, once again climbed into the military-plated off-road vehicle with Yafu. This time, Their destination wasn't the military office but the most renowned underground auction house in Linhai City Jingwan Auction House. As the car wheels rolled over the asphalt road, Ning Feng gazed at the swiftly passing street scenes outside the window, filled with anticipation. Hai Yafu skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel while introducing the unique features of Jingwan Auction House to Ning Feng. Every Saturday night, a grand auction is held here. At that time, all the bigwigs of Linhai City gathered together. Hai Yafu's voice carried a hint of mystery. Do you know why Jingwan is the most popular auction house? Ning Feng shook his head, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Hai Yafu's lips curled into a slight smile. Because there are no restrictions here. As long as you have something valuable, regardless of its origin, you can auction it. More importantly, the organizers ensure absolute confidentiality of member information. Buyers and sellers don't have to worry about privacy leaks. Hearing this, Ning Feng couldn't help but interject. Sister Yafu, from what you're saying, it sounds like a black market. Hai Yafu chuckled lightly. A black market? Sort of, but not entirely. Jingwan has grown so large because it must have backing from the military or the martial alliance. Otherwise, how could the three clans turn a blind eye to such a lucrative market? Mentioning the three clans, Hai Yafu's tone suddenly turned icy. She briefly explained to Ning Feng how, after the closure of Tianjin Pharmacy, the three clans quickly established new pharmacies and claimed they would dominate the entire market. Hai Yafu's voice was filled with anger. They even say it's to compensate for the clan members lost because of Mo Guangchang. It's ridiculous. They greedily bought all the potential pills, and now they play the victim. Ning Feng was puzzled and couldn't help but ask, Sister Yafu, who exactly are these three clans? They seem more powerful than the military, the martial alliance, or even the government. Hai Yafu paused for a moment before replying. If someone becomes the richest person, would they choose to support strangers or their relatives and friends? Of course, their relatives and friends. Ning Feng answered without hesitation. Hai Yafu nodded. Exactly. Powerful warriors are the same. Some choose to establish martial arts universities to teach all students what they've learned. But more often, they prioritize helping their relatives or friends. Over time, these people gather together and form families. She continued, these families are strong, monopolizing most of the cultivation resources. But they share a common trait: extreme exclusivity. Sometimes, even if they can't use certain resources, they'd rather let them rot in their warehouses than share them with outsiders. Hai Yafu's voice carried a hint of coldness. Take the last potential pills, for example. Many people in Linhai City wanted to buy them, but they were scared off by the three clans. After listening to Hai Yafu's explanation, Ning Feng fell into deep thought. The car interior was silent for a moment, with only the engine's roar echoing in his ears. Ning Feng's question hung in the air as his gaze swept over Hai Fu's face, searching for traces of an answer. Hai Fu furrowed her brow slightly, as if contemplating how to explain this complex issue. The authorities are definitely managing it, she began slowly, with a hint of resignation in her voice. But it's an art of balance. The power of these families is crucial in resisting the beasts. Her eyes grew deep, as if recalling past events. Take the Lan and Lei families, for example. They were originally prominent families in the capital. Many years ago, a beast siege severely weakened them, leaving only 100 or so to relocate to Linhai City. Ning Feng nodded thoughtfully, prompting Hai Fu to continue. It's like a double-edged sword. The key is how to control it. What about the Gu family? Ning Feng inquired, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Hai Fu's expression became subtle. The Gu family is different. They've always developed in Linhai, rising from a small family. When the Lan and Lei families first arrived, the Gu family was still insignificant. But they seized an opportunity and have now become one of the largest families in Linhai. Her tone carried a hint of reverence. The Gu family operates discreetly and is the most obedient to official orders. Even I have only met their patriarch once or twice. Suddenly, Ning Feng asked, Sister Yafu, how strong are the leaders of these three families? Hai Fu turned to look at him, her tone calm but with a touch of pride. Lei family's leader Lei Hong, Lan family's leader Lan Su, and I are all third-grade martial artists, around 30 years old. The Gu family's leader, Gu Qianqiu, is also third grade but is over 70. Seeing Ning Feng's astonished expression, Hai Fu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Do you know how many martial artists are stuck at first grade for life? How many second-grade martial artists can't break through to third grade? The leap from third to fourth grade is even more perilous. As for ninth-grade masters, you can count them on one hand in the entire Dragon Nation. The combined masters from other alliance regions don't match Dragon Nation's numbers, which is why Dragon Nation remains the leader of the alliance. Her tone suddenly shifted. All right, enough of that. We've arrived at the Jingwan auction house. After they got out of the car, Ning Feng looked around and found it no different from an ordinary residential area. He looked at Hai Fu in confusion, and she rolled her eyes again. Did you expect a big sign on the street saying this is the Jingwan auction house? As they prepared to enter the complex, Ning Feng noticed some subtle differences. Dense and hidden cameras were scattered around, especially near the main entrance. Instead of a kindly old security guard, a few muscular men in suits stood at the gate, clearly stronger than first-grade martial artists. Miss Haya stood at the entrance of the auction house as the doorman respectfully asked if she needed a mask. She shook her head in refusal and turned to ask Ning Feng beside her. Ning Feng glanced at the masks the doorman held and chose a fox mask. Although he wasn't concerned about revealing his identity, wearing a mask could prevent others from underestimating him due to his student status. At that moment, a familiar voice came from behind, and Haya's expression turned grim. She grabbed Ning Feng's hand and quickly headed inside the auction house. Behind them, hurried footsteps approached as Lei Yuntao caught up and blocked their path. "Who are you, touching my girlfriend? Believe me, I'll cut your hand off." Lei Yuntao glared menacingly at the masked Ning Feng. Haya retorted sharply. "Lei Yuntao, don't talk nonsense. I'm your girlfriend? More like your grandmother." Lei Yuntao was momentarily stunned. He intended to use this opportunity to drive away the pretty boy by Haya's side, but he hadn't expected such a reaction from her. Haya looked disdainfully at the idle playboy, and if it weren't for the Lei family status, she would have acted already. "Get lost," Haya said coldly, continuing to pull Ning Feng inside. Lei Yuntao stood there, his face darkening. He glared at Ning Feng's retreating figure, gritting his teeth. "Haya, I dare not touch you. But this pretty boy must die. In Linhai City, no one dares to take my woman." Once inside the Jingwan auction house, Ning Feng realized it was an entirely different world. Upstairs, there was a high-end massage parlor and private chat rooms, with a spending threshold of 1 million. Hearing this, Ning Feng was taken aback. Noticing his surprise, Haya explained, "Is 1 million a lot? The pills you refined today, the Shenguden and Jilingden, are worth at least tens of millions. Ning Feng, you're not an ordinary person anymore." Ning Feng suddenly understood and then remembered a question. "By the way, Sister Haya, how will the refined pills be transported? Do we need to wait for managerly?" Hayafu gently stroked the black bracelet on her right wrist, offering a serene smile. "Don't worry, I'm ready," she assured Ning Feng, showing him what seemed like an ordinary accessory. "This is a black stone bracelet left by my father, and it has a storage function. I've packed all the pills I've refined into it, with about 1 cubic meter of capacity." Ning Feng furrowed his brow, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Blackstone? Storage space? He couldn't help but compare it to his own system space in his mind. Hayafu continued to explain. "Blackstone is a unique material from the star realm, rare and unattainable on Blue Star. After special processing, it can create a small storage space." "Is there such a thing as a black stone bracelet with unlimited capacity?" Ning Feng blurted out, immediately realizing how naive his question sounded. Hayafu covered her mouth, chuckling softly. "Unlimited capacity? That's pure fantasy. Even if such a treasure existed, the 3 major families wouldn't afford it, even if they pooled all their resources." She shifted the topic. "Let's go find the auctioneer to set a starting price for the bone growth pill and spirit gathering pill. The auction is held underground, but we need to complete the appraisal procedure first." The two of them headed to the appraisal room on the first floor. A middle-aged man wearing glasses approached them. It was Chong Lu, the star auctioneer and appraiser at Jingwan Auction House. "Miss Hai, what treasures have you brought today?" Chong Lu asked enthusiastically. Hayafu took out 2 bottles of pills from the black stone bracelet. "Just these 2. Chong Lu took the pills and examined them carefully. "Pills? Since when does the Yuan Sheng Dao Pavilion have an alchemist?" He glanced at Ning Feng, nodding thoughtfully. "Do you have an appraisal certificate?" Chong Lu inquired. Hayafu pointed to the labels on the jade bottles. "Right here." Chong Lu nodded. "I'll need to verify them with instruments." He took the pills into an inner room and returned a few minutes later, visibly excited. "Miss Hai, the quality of these pills is extraordinary." Chong Lu exclaimed. "The bone growth pill and spirit gathering pill both have a perfection rate exceeding 80. The starting price for the bone growth pill can be set at 120,000, and the spirit gathering pill can reach 500,000. Combined, they could sell for at least 600,000. Hayafu's lips curled into a slight smile. "Who said I only have 2? With less than half an hour remaining before the auction begins, the venue is already bustling with noise. Hundreds of seats are almost entirely filled, and the seating arrangement clearly reflects the status of the attendees. The more prominent figures are seated closer to the front. The seats in the first row are particularly eye-catching. The leaders of the 3 clans are gathered together, sparking whispers among the crowd. Lei Hong, the leader of the Lei clan, Lan Su, the leader of the Lan clan, and Gu Qianqiu, the leader of the Gu clan. 3 rarely seen figures are all present at the same time. While the attendance of Lei Hong and Lan Su was expected, Gu Qianqiu's appearance is quite surprising. "Wasn't clan leader Gu seriously ill not long ago and has been resting?" someone whispered. "Haven't you heard?" Someone in the know replied in a hushed tone. "A major event recently happened among the 3 clans." He then recounted the events that transpired since the last auction, eliciting gasps from those around him. "My goodness! Such a thing happened among the 3 clans. Could it mean that our family is A chubby man named Li exclaimed in panic. Li, you're overthinking it, someone nearby interrupted. Didn't you notice that none of the clan leaders are sitting at the head seat this time? It was then that everyone noticed the figure seated at the center of the first row. It was not any of the clan leaders, but a young man in a white alchemist's robe. Upon closer inspection, he was a handsome man with a slightly delicate appearance, squinting with a confident expression, though his complexion was quite pale. Old Gu, I thought you wouldn't make it today. Lei Hong turned to Gu Qianqiu beside him, his tone tinged with concern. Despite being of an older generation than Lei Hong, Gu Qianqiu, over 70 years old, still serves as the leader of the Gu clan, a fact that commands respect. With Master Imoya here in person, I had to follow along, Gu Qianqiu replied shakily, his withered face and weak voice unmistakably showing his nearing life's end. Old Gu, you should rest more, Lei Hong sighed, shaking his head. Although the three clans compete, their cooperation is indispensable. The fate of the Gu clan, in a way, also determines the future of the Lei clan. I'll remember your advice, clan leader Lei. But my clan, sigh, Gu Qianqiu said, stopping short as he thought of the tragic fate of his sons, his face aging even more. At that moment, a beautiful woman sitting on the other side suddenly spoke, her tone clearly displeased. Lei Hong, don't act like you're the big brother here. Among the three clans, your Lei clan isn't the lead. Lei Hong turned to her without surprise. Lan Su, it was just a business deal we won over your clan. The other party favored us, so they chose to work with us. Nothing could be done. Lei Hong remained wary, not underestimating this notoriously ruthless woman. Under Lan Su's leadership, the Lan family had absorbed many smaller families over the years, and their strength was nearing that of the Lei clan. As the auction was about to begin, the undercurrents among the three clans hinted at an impending larger storm. Lei Hong initially wanted to offer the business deal to the Lan clan, but recalling Lan Su's tactics over the years, he realized that constant concessions would eventually reduce the Lei clan to a minor family. So, he decisively seized the opportunity. This move infuriated Lan Su, who flew into a rage within the Lan clan, reportedly causing a chill throughout, with several servants beaten to death. Umph. Lei Hong, don't think you can take advantage and still act innocent. Lan Su sneered, her eyes flashing with anger. Let's not talk about that matter for now, but why does our co-owned pharmacy only grant the Lan clan 20 of the shares? Recently, the three clans conspired on a major plan to divide the entire market as the Tianjin pharmacy went bankrupt. This would not only bring them substantial profits, but also allow them to control most martial artists. After all, martial artists cannot do without potions and elixirs. By monopolizing this industry, the three clans could control the supply of elixirs, providing them to those who serve them and completely cutting off those who oppose them. Lei Hong glanced at Imoya, who sat in the center. In this joint pharmacy, Imoya held 40 of the shares, while the three clans each had 20. Originally, Imoya demanded more, but Lei Hong, after much persuasion and multiple promises, managed to negotiate it down to 40. Facing a second-grade potion master, Lei Hong had no choice. Imoya's elixirs were crucial to the lifeblood of the clan's younger members. Clan leader Lan, are you dissatisfied with my 40 share? Imoya opened his eyes and looked at Lan Su, his gaze lingering on her, clearly interested in this alluring woman. So it's Master Imo who holds 40, Lan Su said, covering her mouth with a smile and deliberately moving closer to Imoya. I thought Lei Hong took it all. Since that's the case, I have no objections. Ha ha, clan leader Lan is indeed sensible. Imoya laughed, holding Lan Su's hand. I've heard the Lan clan is full of beauties. If a few could accompany me tonight, there will certainly be extra elixirs in the future. Naturally, as long as Master Imo is satisfied, there's nothing the three clans wouldn't do. Lan Su maintained her composure and smile. Sacrificing a few clan members for greater benefits was not difficult for her. Good, good. If clan leader Lan could personally accompany me, I might be even more satisfied, Imoya said, his hands starting to wander. At that moment, Gu Qianqiu suddenly coughed violently, spitting phlegm onto the ground. This sight immediately disgusted Imoya, killing his interest. Seeing this, Lei Hong quickly changed the subject. Master Imo, I heard there's an alchemist in Linhai City who successfully created a high-level qi and blood potion, said to be quite effective. Imoya paused, then sneered. High-level qi and blood potion? What nonsense. Even a first-grade alchemist wouldn't bother making it. It's a complete waste of time. Whoever you're talking about probably isn't even a first-grade alchemist, just a charlatan. As a genius alchemist who became a second-grade master at just 30, Imoya had no respect for mediocrity and despised those who pretended to be alchemists. Lei Hong tentatively asked, Master Imo, do you think he could pose a threat to our business? As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. Lei Hong had learned the previous night that Lei Yuntao had encountered Hai Yafu at the military office, and she was accompanied by a young pharmacist. With the collapse of the Tianjin pharmacy, those with influence in Linhai City were eager to explore the market. Hai Yafu had somehow found a pharmacist, and was reportedly planning to capture half of the market share in Linhai City. This was enough to catch Lei Hong's attention, as their three clans aimed to dominate the entire market, leaving no opportunity for outsiders. Emoya chuckled coldly, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Lei clan leader, are you joking? He's just a small fry, not even worth the tip of my finger. Surely you know the weight of the elixirs I refined tonight. Upon hearing this, Lei Hong and his companions beamed with delight. Of course, Master Mo's elixirs are undoubtedly the best, they echoed in agreement. The auction was about to begin, and Ning Feng and Hai Yafu finally arrived, albeit fashionably late. Chang Lu greeted them with a warm smile, handing over 2 VIP cards. Master Ning, Miss Hai, your seats are in the front row. From today, you are VIPs of the Jingwan auction house. A gleam of surprise flashed in Hai Yafu's eyes as she turned to Ning Feng. Ning Feng, I've benefited from your reputation this time. I've always only been able to sit in the second row before. Ning Feng looked puzzled. What's the difference between the first and second rows? You'll see when you get there. The first row is reserved for important figures, Hai Yafu replied, leading the way to the front row. At this moment, Lei Hong and his group noticed their arrival. Mo Ya's gaze lingered on Hai Yafu, filled with admiration. This woman is even more stunning than Lan Su. Clan leader Lei, who is she? He asked eagerly. Lei Hong quickly introduced her. This is Hai Yafu, the owner of the Yuan Sheng Dojo. Her father was a third-rank source warrior who sacrificed himself on the battlefield against beasts a few years ago. Upon hearing that Hai Yafu's father had passed away, Emoya secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was already planning to take her back to the capital with him. While Emoya was lost in his thoughts, Hai Yafu and Ning Feng had already taken their seats in the front row. Lan Su, upon seeing this, sneered, "What status do you have to sit in the front row with us? Get lost, you shameless thing." Before Ning Feng could respond, Hai Yafu retorted immediately, "Some people are truly shameless. Just because your husband cheated, you despise all beautiful women. If you ask me, you shouldn't have married. You should have found a stick instead." Her words elicited stifled laughter from the back rows of the audience. The scandal surrounding Lan Su's family had been the talk of Linhai City for quite some time, yet no one dared to mention it openly. However, Hai Yafu's words pierced through Lan Su's heart like a sharp blade, showing no mercy. Lan Su suddenly stood up, her face contorted in anger, and glared at Hai Yafu, shouting, "Hai Yafu, say that again." Then, noticing Ning Feng, who was standing nearby wearing a mask, she sneered and mocked. "You have the nerve to talk about me? You found yourself a pretty boy without even getting married. I wonder if he can satisfy you." Hai Yafu remained unfazed and responded with a smile, "Don't worry about that. He's quite capable in that regard." She then gave Ning Feng a meaningful glance. "Hai Yafu, you witch." Lan Su was infuriated, almost ready to pounce and tear Hai Yafu apart. Gu Qianqiu shook his head to stop her, saying, "Enough. You're both elders. Don't embarrass yourselves in front of the younger generation." He then turned to Ning Feng. "This must be the alchemist Miss Hai invited, right? Even with the mask, I can tell you're not older than 20. To be an alchemist at such a young age, you truly are a prodigy." As he finished speaking, he couldn't help but cough violently. At this moment, everyone's attention finally shifted to Ning Feng, who was standing beside Hai Yafu. Emoya was the first to react, sensing that Ning Feng's energy levels were around 150 calories, indicating he was indeed a genuine first-grade martial artist. What shocked him even more was that Ning Feng's mental strength was comparable to his own. This can't be, he immediately shook his head, dismissing the thought. The qualification of an alchemist isn't judged by energy levels, but by the ability to produce pills of the corresponding grade. Typically, a first-grade alchemist has a mental level of around 4, while a second-grade alchemist needs to be above 8. Emoya's own mental strength was at level 10, with only about a 5 success rate for second-grade pills, though he could achieve over 80 for first-grade pills. A first-grade alchemist. Emoya was internally shaken, remembering that at Ning Feng's age, he was merely an apprentice just starting to learn the craft. Hai Yafu proudly remarked, "Old Master Gu, you have a keen eye." Gu Qianqiu sighed. "The future belongs to you young people." He offered a respectful gesture to Ning Feng, who quickly returned the courtesy. Lan Su snorted dismissively, "Humph. Just an insignificant alchemist. Can he compare to Master Emoya?" Although she restrained herself a bit after learning Ning Feng was a first-grade alchemist, she couldn't resist making a snide remark as she sat down. At that moment, a drum sounded in the hall, signaling the official start of the auction. As the curtain on the stage slowly lifted, the auctioneer, Chang Lu, appeared before the audience, with a gray martial arts manual placed in front of him. Chang Lu began, "Welcome, everyone, to the Jingwan auction. Without further ado, our first item today is the A-grade martial art, Great Jade Mountain Shattering Palm, starting at 1 million. As soon as these words were spoken, the auction hall erupted into excitement. "No way. The first auction item isn't a level martial skill," exclaimed a middle-aged man, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Fantastic. I knew I should come to the auction today," said a wealthy-looking man beside him. rubbing his hands together with a broad grin. An A-level martial skill. Not even many third-grade martial artists have trained in one. Someone in the crowd remarked, filled with envy. 1 million? I'm in. A burly man was the first to shout his bid. I'll bid 1.2 million. Another businessman with gold-rimmed glasses quickly followed. In the crowd, an elderly man with white hair seemed eager to join in, but was stopped by a young man next to him. Old Huang, you're too old to be training in martial skills. Can't I save it for my grandson? The old man glared. Your son was fathered by old Huang next door? You don't even have a grandson. Say that again, damn it. The young man erupted in anger, and tension flared between them. On stage, the auctioneer, Chong Lu, watched the frenzied scene below with a satisfied smile. He knew well that only the VIPs in the front row had the real means to purchase this martial skill. But the current atmosphere was exactly what he wanted. This martial skill was accidentally discovered by a herbalist on a mountain. Chong Lu introduced unhurriedly. Rest assured, the source is absolutely legitimate. Our auction house immediately went to the site to investigate and found the remains of what appeared to be a fourth-grade martial artist near the manual. This means the A-level martial skill, Great Jade Mountain Shatter Palm, was likely practiced by this fourth-grade martial artist in his lifetime. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall erupted once more. Many eyes shone with longing, as if envisioning their future as fourth-grade martial artists. I bid 1.3 million. I bid 1.35 million. Adding 50,000 seriously? I bid 1.5 million. The price quickly climbed to 1.5 million, but for the businessmen present, this high price was still within their means. After all, if they could become fourth-grade martial artists, this investment would be negligible. Just then, Lan Su from the first row could no longer hold back and called out loudly, 3 million. The room fell silent. Sighs of resignation came from the ordinary crowd, knowing that with the Lan family involved, they had no chance. However, a heavily muscled man was unwilling to give up and continued to bid, 3.05 million. This man, named Ali, was the owner of the largest boxing gym in Linhai City, with several branches. As a second-grade martial artist, his boxing intent had reached the peak of the first stage, about to break through to the second stage. This martial skill seemed tailor-made for him. On stage, Chong Lu recognized Ali and whispered to his assistant beside him. It's Ali from the boxing gym. His father trained in our clan for a while back in the day. Gu Qianqiu didn't turn his head. He recognized the other person just by their voice. He was secretly planning to use his influence to persuade Lan Su to give up on this martial arts technique that wasn't suited for her. However, Lan Su was burning with anger, her eyes practically shooting flames. She thought through gritted teeth that if this person named Ali was willing to kneel and beg her, perhaps she might generously give up the technique. But the fact that he dared to compete with her was simply outrageous. Lan Su suddenly stepped onto a chair and coldly shouted, 5 million. Her voice was like an icy blade, cutting through the noise of the auction hall. The crowd shivered and fell silent. Lan Su smirked inwardly. 5 million alliance coins were nothing but a drop in the bucket for the Lan family's vast business empire that spanned the city and even the province. Ollie wanted to raise the bid further, but was pulled back by his friends beside him. Ollie, are you crazy? That's the ruthless Lan Su. Ollie slumped back into his chair, muttering, but I really want this technique. His friends were frantic, stomping their feet in frustration. You've lost your mind. She can call 5 million, and in a blink, she'll call 8 million. Can you keep up? Don't anger the three clans. With their persuasion, Ollie finally gave up the fight. On the stage, Chong Lu excitedly swung the small hammer. 5 million once, twice, 3 times. Sold. As the hammer fell, the A-grade martial arts technique officially belonged to the Lan family. Chong Lu was secretly delighted. He had arranged for a few shills to drive up the price to ensure the auction's success. Initially, he estimated the technique would fetch at most 3 million, but it nearly doubled. If it had been a sword or spear technique, it might have sold for even more. Lan Su let out a cold laugh and sat down gracefully. She was already plotting. First, use some tactics to close down Ali's boxing gym, then force him to come to the Lan family and kneel in apology. Her eyes sparkled with a dangerous glint, as if she could already see the scene of Ali begging for mercy. Lei Hong frowned and warned in a low voice, Clan leader Lan, your actions might make everyone in Linhai City see the three clans as enemies. As the leader of the Lei clan and the president of the Linhai City Chamber of Commerce, he understood the gravity of the situation. Moreover, Ali was also a member of the chamber. Lei Hong continued to advise, this A-grade martial arts technique is good, but the Lan family is skilled with whips, not boxing. Even if you buy it, it'll just gather dust. Lan Su scoffed at his words, laughing disdainfully. An enemy? Huh, I wish they would dare to challenge us. The Lan family has some industries yet to touch. Whoever comes will be ready to be acquired. Her tone was full of arrogance and confidence. Lei Hong shook his head helplessly. In recent years, Lan Su had used various means to swallow up numerous businesses, often offering bankruptcy prices, almost like giving them away for free. Last year, a promising electronics company faced a public relations crisis, and the founder committed suicide, only to be acquired by Lan Su within 3 days. After going public, it raked in money wildly, making people wonder if there was more to the story. Lei Hong was secretly worried. Lan Su's ambition seemed limitless, and it was uncertain when she would ever rein it in. The second auction item was brought onto the stage. Under the direction of Chong Lu, the staff slowly pushed a sleek black motorcycle to the front. This was no ordinary motorcycle. It was the latest XR2 series flying motorcycle. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a rare gem for the public, Chong Lu announced enthusiastically. The XR2 series is usually exclusive to the Martial Alliance and the military. But this one, we've managed to get a regular license plate through special channels. As long as you have a regular driver's license, you can soar through the skies. The audience's eyes gleamed with excitement. Chong Lu continued. Starting bid is 200,000. Imagine the thrill of racing through the vast skies. Compared to the first auction item, and a level martial skill, the flying motorcycle garnered slightly less interest. After all, not everyone is passionate about flying motorcycles. However, some motorcycle enthusiasts were eager to bid, and after several rounds, it was sold for 500,000 alliance coins. The winner was a young man with dyed yellow hair, visibly thrilled. He thought to himself with delight, with this flying motorcycle, impressing girls would certainly be easier. The auction proceeded with clever martial skills, herbs, exotic beast spirit cores, and exotic beast carcasses being presented. Most items were related to exotic beasts, and some of the well-preserved carcasses could be processed as food ingredients. The three clan leaders in the front row showed little interest in these items. Emoya found it particularly dull, comparing it to auctions in the capital, which he thought were vastly superior. It wasn't until Chong Lu introduced a milky white stone that Emoya showed some interest. This is a high-quality Lingyun stone, Chong Lu explained. As we all know, it's easy to lose control during cultivation. This Lingyun stone can nurture the spirit and maintain clarity. If there are any warriors about to break through, you might want to give it a try. Starting bid is 50,000. Hearing this price, the initially interested audience members backed off. After all, it wasn't a martial skill, and its effects were uncertain. If it turned out to be useless, it would be a significant loss. Moreover, the auction rules stated that all sales were final. At this moment, Hai Yafu turned to Ning Feng and whispered, "This stone seems perfect for you. Alchemists need mental strength when crafting elixirs, and this Lingyun stone is more beneficial to them." Ning Feng nodded in agreement, but wasn't too concerned. With the mirror spirit cultivation method, he could quickly recover his mental strength even when depleted, so the Lingyun stone wasn't particularly useful to him. "All right, I'll bid for it," Hai Yafu said, calling out to the stage, 60,000. "But I didn't say I wanted to buy it." Ning Feng was taken aback. Even though he had 5 million transferred by Lung Bingming in the morning and was about to receive 3 million from the executive hall, totaling 8 million alliance coins, he was accustomed to frugality and didn't want to spend recklessly. "No worries, consider it a gift from me." Hai Yafu winked with a smile. She had already planned to buy something for Ning Feng at the auction. At that moment, Ning Feng felt as if he was being pampered by a wealthy benefactor. 60,000 once. 60,000 twice. The auctioneer's voice echoed in the hall. 600,003. Chong Lu was about to strike the gavel when he was interrupted by a loud shout from Emoya in the front row. 1 million. Emoya shouted, casting a disdainful glance at Ning Feng across the room. As a second-grade alchemist, he was wealthy and wanted to see if Ning Feng dared to compete with him. Chong Lu was stunned on stage, his mind racing. The Lingyun stone was valued at most at 600,000, with few buyers interested. He was prepared for it to go unsold. Unexpectedly, someone had shouted a sky-high price of 1 million, which thrilled him. He quickly signaled to the planted bidders in the audience to hold off, fearing they would raise the price further and risk the generous bidder withdrawing, causing the auction house to suffer a loss. 1 million once, 1 million twice. Chong Li's words were cut off as Ning Feng, wearing a mask, stood up abruptly and declared, 1,500,000. Wow! Chong Lu almost fainted from excitement. The higher the auction price, the more commission he earned. At 1,500,000, his commission would be at least 200,000. However, Ning Feng was a VIP of the auction house, and they valued their VIPs too much to offend them for short-term profit. So he quickly accelerated his pace. 1,500,000 once. Twice. 3 times. I bid 3 million. Emoya stood up again, his voice filled with provocation. The audience erupted. "No way. 3 million for that thing. This is insane. How can there be so many rich people? Who are these two? I don't recognize them." The one in the middle is a second-grade alchemist invited by the 3 clans. The masked one seems to be brought by Hai Yafu. Second-grade alchemist. No wonder they dare to bid so high. They don't lack money. Amazing. They're casually bidding millions. Will these two continue to bid? All eyes were on Emoya and Ning Feng. Ning Feng, however, just smiled and said calmly, "Since you want it so much, I'll let you have it." With that, he sat down, muttering quietly. A Lingyun stone worth at most 60,000, and that fool spent 3 million on it. Emoya finally realized he had been tricked, and his smug expression instantly turned to rage. This guy had deliberately deceived him. He sat down, seething with anger. What should have been a triumph over his rival now felt nauseating. Fine, fine, fine. I'll remember you. Just wait and see. He glared at Ning Feng. Turning to Lei Hong and the others, he said, later, you guys help me pay for this. Once the pharmacy makes money, deduct it from my dividends. After all, Emoya would never spend his own money. Lei Hong frowned, thinking that the pharmacy hadn't even opened yet, so where would the dividends come from? But he said nothing, merely nodding in agreement. All right. Chang Lu was ecstatic, wishing he could sell everything to this foolishly generous Emoya. Clearing his throat, he raised his voice. Next, we have something quite rare. I believe everyone here will be very interested. With that, he signaled for the staff to pull up the curtain and then wheeled a cage onto the stage. The room fell silent, everyone craning their necks to see what was on stage. Moments later, the curtain slowly opened again. On stage was a cage, and when the crowd saw what was inside, they almost jumped up in excitement. Chang Lu announced loudly, that's right. This is a captured cat girl. Starting bid 1 million. Inside the cage, a blue-haired cat-eared girl lay on the floor. Her beautiful tail hung listlessly, and when she lifted her head, her amber eyes and delicate features captivated the entire audience, bringing the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Humans are the most detestable creatures. Our home is not far from the human battlefield, so if you catgirls ever encounter humans while out, you must run away immediately. Uncle, why do we have to keep fighting with humans? Can't we live in peace? Xiaolon, you should know that our catgirl homeland is on Catgirl Star. Hundreds of years ago, humans from Blue Star came to our home and took many catgirls to turn them into slaves for their amusement. It's not that we want to fight them. They invaded our home first and took our ancestors here. Humans are our greatest enemy. Xiaolon, Xiaozi, be careful when you go out to pick fruits today, and don't enter human territory. Yes, Mama, I understand. Xiaozi, look over there. It seems like someone is lying down. Ah, it looks like a human. Xiaolon, Mama said if we see a human, we should leave. Let's go quickly. But it seems like he's injured, and I can't just leave him to die. Humans are deceitful. Don't be fooled by appearances. I'm going back to get Dad and Mom, but I want to stay and help him. Who are you? Why am I here? My name is Xiaolon. You fainted on the mountain, and I brought you back. Really? Thank you so much. You're very pretty. My name is Afei. Can I add you on VX? VX? What's VX? Don't you have a phone? I'll teach you, it's really fun. Wow, this game is so much fun. Xiaolon, are we friends now? Yes, we're the best of friends. What Uncle said isn't entirely true. Not all humans are bad. Boss, I drugged that cat girl inside. You can take her away now. Gao Fei, you're really something. You've caught 3 cat girls this month, right? Boss, about the payment. You've worked hard, and that cat girl is indeed quite attractive. I'll give you 100,000 alliance credits. Thank you, boss. Safe travels. Where am I? Why does my head feel so dizzy? Xiaolon, right? That's an easy name to remember. You've been sold to our guild by Gao Fei. The boss originally wanted to train you, but a customer has requested you. Tomorrow, you'll be sent to the auction house, and from then on, you'll be a catgirl slave. Auction house. Catgirl slave? Impossible. A Fei is my friend. He wouldn't do such a thing. Slap. Here's a lesson for you. As a slave, you have no right to shout. That Afei you mentioned has already sold us 3 catgirls this month. If you weren't the prettiest, the boss would have kept you overnight. Afei, it can't be. How could he? Dad, Mom, I was wrong. I don't want to be a slave. I want to go home. Who will save Xiaolon? Today's auction item is a beautiful catgirl slave. She doesn't have a name yet. She's just waiting for her master to buy her and give her one. Though she hasn't been trained to be a standard slave, that just means she's a clean slate. Imagine how delightful life will be with such a catgirl slave. Chang Lu enthusiastically introduced the blue-haired, cat-eared girl in the cage. At this moment, Xiaolan's expression turned visibly panicked as she realized the situation outside the cage. The way those burly humans looked at her seemed as if they wanted to tear her apart. Xiaolan felt the greedy gazes from all around and couldn't help but tremble. She clenched her teeth, struggling to suppress her weakness and fear as she forced herself to stand. I have a name. I am Xiaolon, she said, mustering her courage. Her voice was shaky but firm. Chang Lu was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then squinted and signaled to the beast tamer beside him. The burly tamer immediately understood, drawing a whip from his waist and striking it hard at Xiaolon. Snap! The whip cracked through the air, landing heavily on Xiaolan's delicate body. A slave daring to talk back, the tamer shouted angrily. It hurts. Xiaolon screamed in pain. Having not eaten all day, her body was extremely weak, and the lash almost caused her to faint. She staggered, barely managing to keep herself from falling. The audience below the stage, instead of feeling sympathy, became even more frenzied. Their eyes gleamed with excitement, as if they were watching a thrilling performance. Wow, that was amazing. This cat girl is so beautiful. I want to buy her. Your wife will let you bring a cat girl home. What's wrong with a cat girl? She's just a lowly slave. She won't affect my relationship with my wife. The atmosphere in the auction house grew increasingly intense, with bids being shouted from all sides. 1 million. I'll take her. I'll bid 1,200,000. 1,500,000. Live exotic beasts were already rare, let alone such a beautiful cat girl. The men present were almost all captivated, vying to outbid each other. However, there were also some more rational voices. Live exotic beasts should be judged by their strength. If you can buy a first-tier beast, that's truly practical. A cat girl with no strength is just a pretty face. Once the novelty wears off, she'll just be sold off cheaply again. Despite the fierce bidding war, Lei Hong and his companions in the front row appeared indifferent. Lan Su sneered disdainfully, saying, "Humph, just a cat girl." She owned several powerful exotic beasts, including a werewolf that she particularly favored for its obedience and enduring strength. As for this cat girl, she wasn't interested. At this moment, Mo Ya's gaze was fixed intently on the cat girl in the cage on stage. He couldn't help but lick his lips. "I'm a bit interested," he murmured to himself. "I haven't experienced an exotic beast cat girl yet." Then, turning to Lei Hong, he said with a smile, "Chief Lei, help me win this bid. I want this cat girl." Lei Hong seemed to have anticipated this, calmly stating, "Master Mo, according to our budget, the pharmacy's profit for the first month after opening should reach about 2 million. After covering various costs, you should receive 700,000. You already spent 300,000 on that spirit stone." He didn't continue, but the implication was clear. Emoya frowned slightly at this information. He hadn't expected to receive only a small share for the month. Nonetheless, he stood up and shouted, 2 million. Although he would only receive 700,000, Emoya had considerable savings of his own, more than enough to buy the cat girl. He was shrewd and wouldn't waste money. His sudden bid was also intended to intimidate the others. Sure enough, after his bid, the people in the back hesitated. After all, this was someone who had just spent 300,000 on a spirit stone. Who could compete with him? Moreover, as an esteemed guest of the three clans, would they face repercussions if they continued to raise the bid? With these thoughts, one by one, they withdrew. Seeing this, Emoya smirked. Cowards, he thought to himself. When Emoya makes a move, who dares to challenge him? Ning Feng's gaze fell on the stage where a blue-haired, cat-eared girl was locked in a cage. This sight brought to mind the image of his sister, Xiao Bailu, who also had blue hair, contrasting sharply with their other sister, Xiao Jingzhe's red hair. Hai Yafu, noticing the change in Ning Feng's expression, curiously asked, "Ning Feng, are you planning to bid on this cat girl? It seems you have a thing for these cute little ones." Ning Feng shook his head, no. Although he adored his two sisters, he wasn't overly sentimental. The fate of others, especially that of a mythical creature, didn't concern him much. Undeterred, Hai Yafu teased, "Bringing her home wouldn't be a bad idea. She could keep you company at night." Ning Feng rolled his eyes at her, clearly unimpressed by the suggestion. "If you won't bid, then I will," Hai Yafu declared, suddenly interested in purchasing the cat girl to work at Fengyuan Pharmacy. She wasn't worried about the cat girl running away, as a blood contract would ensure her loyalty, giving the owner control over her life and death. Just after Emoya called out a price of 2 million, Hai Yafu immediately followed with 2.5 million. Emoya, who thought he had the upper hand, was surprised to find someone contesting him. When he realized it was Hai Yafu, his expression turned sour, reminded of how Ning Feng had tricked him earlier when buying the Lingyun stone. 3 million. Emoya gritted his teeth as he raised the bid. 3.5 million. Hai Yafu countered confidently, calculating that buying the cat girl would be cost-effective in the long run since she wouldn't require a salary. With veins bulging in frustration, Emoya decided to give up, finding it pointless to spend so much on a cat girl. 3.5 million once. 3.5 million twice. 3.5 million thrice. The auctioneer, Chong Lu, announced with a smile, "Congratulations to Miss Hai for successfully purchasing the cat girl." Selling a cat girl, which cost only tens of thousands, for 3.5 million was a huge win for the auction house. Chong Lu continued, "After the auction ends, Miss Hai can sign a blood contract with the cat girl. From then on, you will be her owner." With that, he signaled the staff to take the cage containing the cat girl away. In the next half hour, several rare items were auctioned, with even Lei Hong purchasing a thunder attribute cultivation bead. As the auction neared its end, Chong Lu presented the final item, a fist-sized gray stone. "Alright, this next item is quite special. You might remember the grade martial skill, the Great Jade Mountain Shattering Palm, we auctioned at the start. This item, like that skill, was found on the same 4-tier martial artist." Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Chong Lu continued, "According to tests, this unidentified stone occasionally emits energy. It could be a great opportunity for anyone looking to become a strong warrior." In truth, the stone was indeed peculiar. Despite all efforts, the auction house's appraisers couldn't determine what lay inside. They dared not cut it open, fearing it might turn out to be an ordinary stone. Ultimately, the boss decided to auction it, reasoning that, since it was found, selling it wouldn't incur a loss. After Chang Lu introduced the mysterious stone, the auction hall fell into a deathly silence. The air seemed to freeze until a bold buyer broke the silence by asking about the starting bid. Master Chang, what's the starting price for this stone? The voice rang clear in the silence. Chang Lu smiled and announced the price, 500,000 alliance coins. As soon as he finished speaking, the room erupted. Buyers started making sarcastic remarks, with some mocking the auction house for treating them like fools, and others joking about collecting urine outside the Grandmaster's home in Kyoto to sell. Laughter echoed throughout the auction hall, leaving Chang Lu awkwardly calculating how to handle the stone that seemed destined to remain unsold. Just then, a clear voice cut through the clamor. 500,000, I'll take it. All eyes turned to the bidder. It was Ning Feng. Hai Yafu looked at Ning Feng in surprise. You want to buy this stone? If you like collecting, I can take you to the river tomorrow to find prettier ones. Ning Feng merely gave her a look, not explaining why he was so determined to get this seemingly ordinary stone. He felt a faint tremor in his vital energy upon seeing the stone, as if there was some mysterious resonance between them. Seeing someone interested, Chang Lu immediately called out, 500,000 once, 500,000 twice. However, the auction was far from over as another voice joined the bidding. I'll offer 600,000. Emoya stood up, eyes fixed intently on the stone. As an alchemist, he had sensed something unusual about it. Ning Feng unhesitatingly raised the bid. 700,000. Emoya gritted his teeth and increased the offer. 800,000. As the bidding intensified, Ning Feng suddenly changed tactics, smiling as he said, 900,000. If you raise it again, the stone is yours. With that, he sat back leisurely. Emoya was about to speak, but suddenly realized Ning Feng might be setting a trap. Frustrated and angry, he exclaimed, forget it. Paying 900,000 for a worthless stone, some people are really foolish. He sat down, his face dark with irritation. 900,000 once, twice, 3 times. Chang Lu announced excitedly, sold. Hearing the result, Ning Feng finally felt relieved. He knew that the 90,000 was well spent. The auction was nearing its end, and the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense. On stage, Chang Lu teased the audience with a mysterious announcement. As everyone knows, the best is saved for last. Just as he finished speaking, 2 beautiful women in qipao gracefully walked onto the stage, each holding an exquisite jade bottle. Chang Le's voice echoed once more. That's right. The final items up for auction are elixirs. First up is a grade 1 elixir from Fengyuan Pharmacy, the Xingu pill. The room erupted into a buzz of excitement and whispers. Elixirs? Again with the elixirs? Last time, they auctioned some kind of potential pill, right? Yeah, that was from the Tianjin Pharmacy, and it was bought by the 3 clans. Huh, it was practically a harmful pill. Why not buy elixirs from the Martial Alliance? Brother, the Martial Alliance has a limited selection, and there are purchase restrictions. It's impossible to buy more than a few bottles. At least it's safer than these harmful elixirs. If you die from them, there's nowhere to lodge a complaint. Wait, Fengyuan Pharmacy? Never heard of it. Probably a new place in Linhai City. Well, it's not officially certified, so I wouldn't dare buy from them. In the front row, Lei Hong and his companions initially smiled upon hearing about the elixir auction. They had also brought a batch of elixirs to promote their newly opened 3 clans pharmacy. The plan was to open 50 branches within 6 months and expand to other provinces next year. Lan Su, with a flattering expression, said to Emoya beside him, Master Emo, it's almost our turn. Emoya nodded. Rest assured, the elixirs I concocted will surely cause a frenzy. Once the pharmacy opens, don't forget my share of the profits. As a grade 2 alchemist, he was present to support Lei Hong's plan to ensure the pharmacy's swift opening and profitability. Lei Hong frowned. Of course, there will be profits to share, but I'm not sure if Master Mo's body refining pills will attract much interest. Originally, he had asked Emoya to concoct 2 types of elixirs, a common cultivation elixir and a rare functional one to better showcase the pharmacy's capabilities. However, Emoya, finding it troublesome, only made a few bottles of body refining pills, confidently claiming that even grade 1 martial artists needed them and they would sell out. Emoya's expression darkened. Clan leader Lei, are you doubting me? As a grade 2 alchemist, he was a respected guest wherever he went, and if not for the prospect of making a fortune, he wouldn't stay in such a remote place. Lei Hong wanted to explain that body refining pills were too common and cheaper through the Martial Alliance. But on stage, Chang Lu had already announced, the starting bid for Fengyuan Pharmacy's Xingu pill is 80,000 yuan per bottle. Emoya was stunned. What? Xingu pill? Isn't it supposed to be body refining pills? What is this Fengyuan Pharmacy? The name, Fengyuan Pharmacy, caught Gu Qianzhou's attention. With his eyes closed and a slight smile on his lips, he said calmly, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the pharmacy newly established by Miss Hai and that pharmacist. Fengyuan, the origin of the wind. It's quite a good name. Upon hearing this, Lan Su reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, screaming, "Is it that vixen Hai Yafu's pharmacy?" Her face was full of jealousy and resentment, as if seeing Hai Yafu making money was more unbearable than anything else. Lei Hong, noticing the commotion, immediately adopted a composed demeanor, speaking in a deep and powerful voice. "Everyone, calm down. It's not proper to shout and yell like this. The other side has a pharmacist, so it's normal for them to auction their pills. The fact that the auction places their pills before ours shows that our pills are more significant." His eyes flashed with shrewdness, clearly well-versed in the auction's tactics. "Typically, the most attractive items in an auction are those at the beginning and the end," Lei Hong continued. "Feng Yuan Pharmacy's bone growth pill is placed before our body strengthening pill. Doesn't that indicate the value of our pill? It's even possible that the body strengthening pill will be the highlight of the auction." Turning to Moya, Lei Hong asked with a hint of probing in his tone, "Master Mo, can you make this bone growth pill?" His eyes revealed a trace of concern, as he realized the other side intended to compete and wanted to prepare early. Moya leisurely sat back in his chair, a disdainful smile appearing on his face. "Bone growth pill? Just a low-grade first-tier pill. I have no time to make such low-level stuff," he replied arrogantly, clearly only interested in pills that could fetch a high price. "In that case, let Feng Yuan Pharmacy sell their low-level products. Our pharmacy will focus on high-quality goods," Moya said with a glint in his eyes, having already formulated a plan. He decided that the pharmacy co-founded with the three clans would take a high-end route, aiming to maximize profits. Lei Hong frowned, knowing well the importance of initial market capture. But the early stage of capturing the market is crucial. If customers get used to going to Feng Yuan Pharmacy, then later on. Before he could finish, Lan Su interrupted. "All right, clan leader Lei," Lan Su said impatiently, waving her hand dismissively. "I think Master Mo is right. With Master Mo on board, we should naturally go for a high-end route. Selling those low-grade pills would just disgrace our three clans." Her eyes sparkled with calculation, clearly unwilling to let Lei Hong have the final say. She instinctively opposed anything Lei Hong suggested. Lei Hong wasn't angered by Lan Su's attitude, but instead fell into deep thought. He was thinking long-term, aware that someone like Moya wouldn't stay in Linhai City for long. Although Moya promised to recommend some first-tier pharmacists to come over, Lei Hong was still worried about the future. If they pursued a high-end strategy now, and later no one was left to make the ordinary pills, their pharmacy might end up closing. This concern weighed heavily on his mind like a large stone. "The bidding for the Shenggu Dan starts at 80,000 yuan. Chong Li's voice echoed throughout the auction hall. "This is a genuine first-grade pill, primarily effective in treating fractures. As long as the injury isn't fatal, it can be healed, and each pill has a perfect quality rate of 80. On stage, Chong Lu waved his hands passionately, his eyes gleaming with eagerness as he fervently marketed the batch of pills from Feng Yuan Pharmacy. Not long ago, Jingwan Auction House had formed a strategic partnership with Feng Yuan Pharmacy, which would regularly supply them with pills, allowing the auction house to earn a share of the profits. However, despite Chong Li's eloquent sales pitch, the audience remained cautious and skeptical. Their eyes were filled with wariness, and they leaned back slightly, as if trying to distance themselves from the pills on stage. After all, just last week, there had been an incident with a harmful potential pill that affected all three clans, and no one wanted to repeat that experience. Some of the warriors present, especially those who frequently battled on the front lines against exotic beasts, showed a flicker of interest upon hearing the effects of Shenggu Dan. Their gazes shifted between the pills and their wallets, clearly weighing the pros and cons. The price wasn't too steep for them, but the unknown effects made them hesitate. As the silence persisted, Chong Li's smile began to falter, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He glanced awkwardly at Hai Yafu, his eyes pleading for help. At this moment, Moya and his companions couldn't help but chuckle. Moya sneered. "I told you no one would be interested in such low-grade goods. Feng Yuan Pharmacy. What a joke." Lan Su immediately chimed in. "It seems Master Mo is indeed impressive. Once your body refining pill is out, it'll surely cause a frenzy." Even Lei Hong, who stood nearby, nodded slightly in agreement. Hai Yafu felt a wave of panic seeing the situation. She had initially hoped that at least some people would be interested in buying, leading to word-of-mouth promotion and gradually building Feng Yuan Pharmacy's reputation. But now, with no one bidding, it seemed the Shenggu Dan was about to remain unsold. Just then, Ning Feng stood up, his gaze sweeping confidently across the room. He calmly stated, "I am the pharmacist from Feng Yuan Pharmacy, who crafted this Shenggu Dan. If you purchase our pills through official channels and find them ineffective or experience side effects, we guarantee a full refund and will cover all your medical expenses." His eyes landed on a man seated in a wheelchair, his leg in a cast. Ning Feng approached him, speaking gently. "Brother, your fracture looks quite severe. Why not give this Shingudan a try?" The man tensed up noticeably when Ning Feng addressed him. His legs had suffered a comminuted fracture from a fall during a mission. Although he had a cast, The doctor said he would be bedridden for at least 6 months and might have long-term issues. A flicker of hope crossed his eyes, but it was quickly overshadowed by hesitation. Hearing that he could try the Xingu Dan for free, the man became interested. Ning Feng explained that normally, people have to pay to test the medicine, so offering it for free was already a bargain. The man thought for a moment and agreed to try it, but he set a condition. If it worked, he would buy it. If not, he wouldn't pay. Ning Feng readily agreed and handed him a pill of Xingu Dan. At that moment, all eyes in the room were focused on the scene. Someone recognized the man as Wu Laosan, who had reportedly broken his leg during a mission. The crowd whispered among themselves, questioning whether the Xingu Dan could really heal the injuries of a first-rank martial artist. Some were skeptical, believing it might only speed up recovery. Others were hopeful, considering keeping one for future missions. After Wu Laosan swallowed the pill, Ning Feng immediately asked how he felt. Initially, Wu Laosan didn't feel anything special and thought the effect might take a couple of days. However, just as he was thinking this, his legs suddenly started itching. He couldn't help but moan, as if experiencing a shiver through his soul. This strange sensation lasted for about 10 minutes before subsiding. Those who didn't understand what was happening thought Wu Laosan was hallucinating from the medicine. However, Ning Feng directly told him to try standing up. Wu Laosan didn't react immediately, wanting to say he had just had a plaster cast and was told by doctors to stay in bed for 6 months. But Ning Feng didn't give him a chance to refuse and pulled him up. "Wait, my foot is injured. I can't stand," Wu Laosan shouted in panic. Yet, when he realized he was standing steadily, everyone around was stunned. It was only then that Wu Laosan realized that his legs, which had been excruciatingly painful to move even slightly, now felt no pain at all. He tentatively took a few steps forward and found his legs were completely normal. If it weren't for the plaster cast still on them, he might have started running. "Master, this pill." Wu Laosan looked at Ning Feng, overwhelmed with excitement. "Xingu Dan," Ning Feng replied with a smile. Yes, the Xingu Dan, I want to buy more. Give me a few more." Wu Laosan was thrilled, never expecting the Xingu Dan to have such a miraculous effect. He regretted not having this pill during his last mission, which would have spared him from such trouble. Ning Feng smiled and invited him to purchase more at the Fengyuan pharmacy after the auction. Meanwhile, everyone present was left in awe by what they had just witnessed. "Oh my god, the Xingu Dan is truly miraculous. Amazing. I need to get a few for myself too. 80,000 each, right? I'll buy 10. Several businessmen at the scene immediately realized the enormous commercial potential of the Xingu Dan. They started considering reselling it, thinking that even at 800,000 per pill, it would be worth it for severe fracture patients. 80,000. That's just the starting price. I'll offer 90,000 for 50 pills. I'll pay 100,000. You're being too stingy. A first-grade pill is worth much more. I'll offer 150,000. Come on, don't fight with me. I'll pay 200,000 per pill." In no time, the scene turned chaotic as people fiercely competed to buy the Xingu Dan, with bidding becoming increasingly intense and some nearly coming to blows. At this moment, Mo Ya's expression was as dark as ink. He initially thought the opponent's Xingu Dan would be met with indifference, but to his surprise, after a demonstration, it sparked a frenzy. This unexpected scene stirred a wave of displeasure within him. Lei Hong couldn't help but nod in admiration. The effect of this Xingu Dan is indeed impressive. That Wu Laosan surely wasn't a hired actor. It must have been the real effect shown on the spot. Seeing this astonishing effect, even he felt a bit tempted. He turned to Mo and tentatively asked, "Master Mo, I wonder if you can make this Xingu Dan?" Mo Ya's face remained cold, his tone filled with disdain. "Humph, make it. I wouldn't waste my time on such trashy pills." His voice carried a hint of anger and jealousy. Mo Ya then briefly explained the two methods for alchemists to learn to make pills. One is to exchange for pill recipes in the library of the school, which requires merit points. The other is to join the Alchemist Association, but it has many rules and lacks freedom. He chose the former, as merit points are precious, and he only exchanges them for rare recipes. He has no regard for trashy pills, like Xingu Dan. After hearing this, Lei Hong's face clearly showed embarrassment. He shook his head helplessly, thinking that if not for the arrogance of the Alchemist Association, he wouldn't have invited Mo Ya. Nearby, Lan Su immediately started flattering. "I think Master Mo is absolutely right. Xingu Dan only treats external injuries and is of no help to cultivation. Keeping one for emergencies is fine, but it's not something to be consumed regularly. In contrast, the body-tempering pill made by Master Mo is something all first-grade warriors need, and it's definitely more appealing than Xingu Dan." Hearing this flattery, Mo Ya's expression softened somewhat. At this moment, Gu Qianqiu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly asked, "What is the starting price for the body-tempering pill made by Master Mo?" 300,000. Mo Ya declared without hesitation, as if this high price was befitting his status. Upon hearing this, Gu Qianqiu shook his head after a moment of silence. His gaze shifted to Ning Feng and Hai Yafu across the room. thinking to himself. This time, the three clans might lose to these two young people. While the entire venue was tense with the competition over Shenggu Dan, Hai Yafu stood up and announced in a clear voice. Everyone, please don't worry. We have plenty of Shenggu Dan at Fengyuan Pharmacy. After the auction, those who need to purchase pills can visit Fengyuan Pharmacy. Guests who successfully purchase pills at the auction will become our pharmacy's gold members and will enjoy discounts on large purchases in the future. Hearing this, Ning Feng nodded slightly, admiring Hai Yafu's cleverness. Although they had brought all their refined pills to the auction this time, the main venue for future sales would undoubtedly be Fengyuan Pharmacy. Now, with everyone competing so fiercely, they might feel unbalanced to find lower prices at the pharmacy after the auction. Hai Yafu's words not only calmed the crowd, but also laid the groundwork for the pharmacy's future business. Hai's words struck like a heavy hammer, signaling a turning point in the auction. She cleverly hinted that after the auction, one could directly purchase the Shengguden from the Fengyuan Pharmacy. This immediately quelled the desire of the casual cultivators to continue bidding. However, for the major clients, this was a rare opportunity. The atmosphere in the auction hall became tense. Several major clients, their eyes gleaming with shrewdness, quickly realized the enormous business potential. It was no longer about the value of the Shengguden itself, but the opportunity to purchase in bulk at a favorable price in the future. They began a frenzy of bidding. 300,000, 350,000, 400,000, 500,000. The bids rose like crashing waves. Ultimately, a composed businessman secured the Shengguden for a staggering 500,000. The other bidders, though disappointed, showed envy in their eyes. They knew well that the transaction seemed a loss on the surface, but the hidden collaboration opportunities were the real gold mine. This scene left Emoya and others dumbfounded. Emoya excitedly exclaimed, "What? A single Shengguden sold for 500,000? Then my Duantadin could sell for 1,000,000. However, Lei Hong shook his head, calculating silently. If it weren't for Emoya's presence, he would have seized the Shengguden himself. He keenly sensed that if he could procure Shengguden in bulk from Fengyuan Pharmacy and distribute it through the Lei family's channels, it would be a highly profitable venture. Lei Hong recognized the successful bidder as a real estate tycoon from Linhai City, whose company developed over half of the city's real estate. If this tycoon collaborated with Fengyuan Pharmacy, it could pose a significant threat to their three families. On stage, Chang Lu wore a smile of excitement. The 80,000 transaction price meant he would receive a substantial commission. And this was just the beginning. Two more high-profile elixirs awaited auction. All right, congratulations to the guest who purchased the Shengguden, Chang Lu announced with enthusiasm. Up next, we have another elixir to auction. That's right, it's the Duantadin crafted by Master Emoya. With his words, an elegant woman clad in a cheongsam gracefully walked onto the stage, holding a beautifully crafted jade bottle made from top-quality mutton fat jade. Chang Lu began his enthusiastic introduction. Duantadin is no stranger to everyone here. Many first-grade martial artists are present, and this Duantadin is an essential for your daily training. After testing, the perfection of this Duantadin exceeds 80, making it an excellent elixir. The crowd was captivated by the Duantadin. Unlike the Shengguden, which was a backup elixir, the Duantadin was a necessity for every first-grade martial artist's daily training. Enough talk. What's the starting price for this Duantadin? An impatient voice shouted from the audience. Chang Lu cleared his throat and solemnly announced. The starting price for this Duantadin is 300,000 alliance coins. The announcement caused an uproar, but not from excitement rather, it was anger. Are you kidding me? A starting price of 300,000 for Duantadin? That's ridiculous. I was looking forward to this for nothing. The Martial Alliance sells Duantadin for only 200,000, and with subsidies and discounts, it's much cheaper. The angry voices rose, and the atmosphere at the auction instantly became tense. 300,000 for a single body refining pill? I can't even afford that with a month's worth of missions. A warrior stood up furiously, his eyes blazing with anger. Get lost. What kind of garbage pill is this? Take it away. Many first-grade warriors in the room were well acquainted with the body refining pill. Each stage of first-grade body refining required it, typically needing one pill per month. Most opted to purchase from the Martial Alliance because of government subsidies and task-based discounts, bringing the cost down to around 150,000 alliance coins per pill. These pills, much like the blood vitality potions for unranked warriors, benefited from government subsidies. So when they heard the starting bid for this body refining pill was a whopping 300,000 alliance coins, their faces turned livid with anger, fists clenched. However, a few big clients in the audience seemed tempted. Despite the hefty starting price, if discounts similar to those at Fengyuan Pharmacy could be secured, it might still be a worthwhile investment. A man in luxurious attire stood and asked with a hint of flattery, Master Emo, if we purchase this body refining pill, will there be discounts for future purchases? Emoya frowned at the question and scoffed disdainfully. Discounts? What kind of foolish dream are you talking about? My pills are 1 in 10,000. You're already incredibly lucky to buy them, and you dare to expect a discount. He arrogantly raised his chin, looking down at them as if they were ants. Let me tell you, I've partnered with the Lei, Lan, and Gu clans to open a pharmacy. If you want to buy pills in the future, come to our store. 300,000 for a body refining pill is already a huge concession. Don't be ungrateful. The man who asked the question turned beet red, shaking with anger before slumping back into his chair. Lei Hong and the others exchanged awkward glances, their faces full of discomfort. Lan Su, suppressing her unease, quietly asked, Master Mo, isn't it a bit inappropriate to speak like this? Even she dared not openly offend customers. Moya, however, was indifferent and retorted, What? Is there something wrong with what I said? The pills I refine are top tier, even in the capital. These commoners should consider themselves fortunate to buy them. And they want a discount? Ridiculous. Lei Hong's face turned sour. If it weren't for building a reputation, he wouldn't have attended this auction. Now, Moya's words had likely driven potential customers to Fengyuan Pharmacy. Seeing no one bidding, Moya asked, puzzled, Why isn't anyone bidding? If bone growth pills can sell for 500,000 each, shouldn't my body refining pill fetch at least 1 million? Chang Lu on the stage was awkwardly at a loss. After announcing the starting bid, there was no response. He had no choice but to continue promoting 300,000 for a body refining pill, with a perfection rate of 80. As everyone knows, the Martial Alliance's body refining pills are generally of average quality, mostly around 60 perfection. This pill, personally refined by Master Mo, has a high perfection rate, making it perfect for first-grade warriors advancing levels. Those in need should seize this opportunity. Yet, the crowd remained unmoved. The independent cultivators cared little about perfection rates. They just wanted affordable prices. The auction hall descended into an awkward silence. The major clients at the scene felt humiliated by Moya and were understandably unwilling to further embarrass themselves. Moya's confidence annoyed them, leading them to decide to leave him to face the awkward situation alone. Chang Lu, there's no need to call out anymore, one client said coldly. If there are no more auction items, we're ready to leave. Exactly, another chimed in. Whoever buys this would be a fool, right? Someone scoffed. 30,000 each. Some people must have money to burn. Let's go. A wealthy businessman stood up. The only interesting things at this auction were the Shanguden and the Grade A martial arts technique. Not interested. Another person shook his head in disappointment. The finale is such a worthless pill. I won't be attending the next auction. Seeing that the attendees were about to leave, Chang Lu began to sweat anxiously. He called out loudly, Please, everyone, stay calm. We have one last item up for auction. After saying this, he gave Moya and Lei Hong a helpless look. It wasn't that he didn't want to sell, but no one wanted to buy. This body-strengthening pill was going to be a no-sale. As Chang Lu finished speaking, the crowd quieted down. Only Moya looked surprised, unable to believe it. His body-strengthening pill was unsold? What was going on? Why won't anyone buy my body-strengthening pill? Moya muttered, then fumed. These lowlifes, I gave them the chance to buy my crafted pills, and they don't appreciate it. He gritted his teeth and said, Fine. All these people here will go on the blacklist. They won't be allowed to buy any pills from our pharmacy in the future. Lei Hong shook his head and sighed at Moya's outburst. He thought to himself that he shouldn't have invited Moya to the auction. The man seemed a bit off. Lan Su, a bit anxious, asked, Chief Lei, what do we do now? Lei Hong pondered for a moment and said, Let's keep watching. If I'm not mistaken, the last auction item should also be a pill crafted by Fengyuan Pharmacy. He explained that he had considered having Moya craft 2 types of pills, one for cultivation and another with a specific function. It seemed Fengyuan Pharmacy had thought of this as well. Sure enough, a young lady on stage brought out another bottle of pills. Another pill? Someone grumbled. Is this an auction for pills or what? Boring, another agreed. Is this another one crafted by that so-called Master Mo? If it's crafted by Fengyuan Pharmacy, I might be interested, a client mused. Indeed, someone nodded in agreement. Who wants to buy pills and get insulted? Chang Lu cleared his throat and announced loudly. As you can see, the last auction item is indeed a pill. But this pill is quite special. It's crafted by Fengyuan, the master from Fengyuan Pharmacy. It's called the Gathering Spirit Pill. As soon as Chang Lu finished speaking, the audience was still a bit skeptical. However, once someone recalled the specific effects of the pill, they couldn't remain calm. Is it the one that helps unranked martial artists break through to the first rank? Someone exclaimed. Not only does it increase the success rate, but it also reportedly boosts strength by 1 or 2 stars, another added. Incredible. The effects of this Gathering Spirit Pill are amazing. My son is just about to enter university next year, and this Gathering Spirit Pill would be perfect for him. My daughter too, we must get a Gathering Spirit Pill. Thinking back, I failed to advance to the first rank 3 times. If only this Gathering Spirit Pill had been available earlier, I wouldn't have wasted so much time. What's the starting bid? I want to buy it. The crowd immediately fell into a frenzy of bidding. After all, this was a rare pill that significantly increased the chances of a successful advancement. The atmosphere of the auction reached a fever pitch as all eyes were fixated on the small pill bottle, as if it contained a priceless treasure. Amidst the clamor of the crowd scrambling to buy, Hai Yafu stood up once more, her voice cutting through the noise and drawing everyone's attention. Please, everyone, let's not rush, she said calmly yet with an undeniable authority. There are only about 30 spirit-gathering pills this time. Compared to the bone growth pills, the spirit-gathering pills are more complex to produce, and the daily output is limited. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait for the next batch at Fengyuan Pharmacy. Hai Yafu's intention was to prevent the crowd from inflating the price in a frenzy, so they wouldn't feel dissatisfied later if the pharmacy's prices were lower. However, her words ignited a frenzy among the crowd. A stir erupted among the people, eyes gleaming with urgency. They thought to themselves, doesn't this mean if we don't buy now, it'll be even harder to get them later? Only a few hundred are competing now, but when they're on the shelves, the whole city's martial artists will rush in. Even if the price is a bit higher, it's worth it. Seeing this, Chang Li's face lit up with a delighted smile. He seized the moment and loudly announced, the starting bid for the spirit-gathering pills is 200,000. As Miss Hai mentioned, if you miss this chance, you might have to wait a while to buy them again. For families with children preparing for the college entrance exams, this pill is crucial. Not buying it is like letting your child fall behind at the starting line. In martial arts, if you're slow at one step, you're slow at every step. Don't lose sight of the bigger picture. Chang Lu cleverly compared the spirit-gathering pills to Mo Ya's body-tempering pills. Compared to Mo Ya's body-tempering pills, which start at 300,000, these spirit-gathering pills starting at 200,000 are a great deal. Of course, the final price will undoubtedly be higher. His words acted like a fuse, instantly sparking a bidding frenzy. I bid 250,000. Fatty, stop joking, offering so little. I bid 300,000. 400,000. 420,000. The calls for bids rose one after another, growing increasingly fierce. Seeing this, Chang Lu added, given the limited number of spirit-gathering pills, we'll auction them in batches of 5. Consider your bids carefully. One has already reached over 400,000. 5 would be over 2 million. This statement deterred some individual buyers, but the major clients were unfazed. They calculated that buying them all and reselling would yield considerable profit. 470,000, 500,000, 520,000. The bidding continued fiercely, and the atmosphere grew even more intense. However, the first row was unusually quiet compared to the heated rear. Lei Hong and his companions wore grim expressions, their brows furrowed. They had come to promote the Three Clans Pharmacy, but found themselves in an awkward situation. Emoya was deeply puzzled, murmuring to himself, how could this be? I'm a second-grade pharmacist. Why isn't anyone bidding on my body-tempering pills? Lei Hong turned to Emoya, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Master Emo, can you make the spirit-gathering pills? If Emoya couldn't make the bone growth pills, he could accept that. But the spirit-gathering pills were crucial, and if Emoya couldn't make them either, Lei Hong would begin to doubt if he was truly a second-grade pharmacist. Emoya was taken aback, but quickly regained his haughty demeanor. Spirit-gathering pills? Of course, I can make them. Upon hearing this, a slight smile appeared on the faces of Lei Hong and his companions. They felt relieved, believing that the pharmacist Hai Yafu had hired was at best first grade. As a second-grade pharmacist, Emoya's spirit-gathering pills would surely be of higher quality. However, Emoya added, it's just that I haven't made spirit-gathering pills in a long time, so I might be a bit rusty. This statement was like a bucket of cold water, dousing the hope that had just ignited in Lei Hong and his companions. Their smiles froze, and worry crept back into their eyes. Emoya, feeling guilty, spoke in a low voice. His success rate in crafting spirit-gathering pills was only about 40, and the quality barely reached 60. He feared the final profit might not even cover the costs. However, Lei Hong was unfazed and immediately said, no worries, practice makes perfect. I'll arrange for the materials and spirit cores to be ready for you to start crafting at any time. He was calculating in his mind that since Fengyuan Pharmacy could only produce around 30 spirit-gathering pills, it would be better to have Emoya craft hundreds or even thousands. Once they dominated the market, Fengyuan Pharmacy would naturally decline. This was a common tactic among the three clans. If Fengyuan sold each pill for 400,000, they would sell for 350,000, using low prices to crush competitors, then raising prices once they monopolized the market. Competing with the three clans' resources was indeed naive. Let's go, tonight's auction is boring, Lei Hong said, getting up and heading outside. Although the plan failed this time, it didn't mean conceding defeat. The silent war had just begun. As Lei Hong passed by Ning Feng and Hai Yafu mocked, Clan leader Lei, last time I asked to buy a potential pill from you, and you refused. I'm more generous than you. Would you like me to save a spirit-gathering pill for you? Special price, just 1 million. Lei Hong's face darkened instantly, and he sneered. If Miss Hai has trouble selling your pills, perhaps you should keep them for your meals. Master Mo can craft spirit-gathering pills too. With that, he left. Lan Su, Unwilling to be outdone, taunted, "Hi Yafu, don't get cocky. It's just a spirit-gathering pill. The master MO we hired has far more experience than that pretty boy beside you. Tomorrow, our three clans pharmacy will launch the spirit-gathering pills. Let's see how you compete with us." Emoya was a bit displeased listening to this. He had planned to enjoy the evening, but now he had to go and craft pills. Maintaining a cold demeanor, he said to Hai Yafu, "You're Hai Yafu, right? I don't know where you found these no-name pharmacists, but they pose no threat to me. You'd better close Fengyuan Pharmacy before it's too late. You look quite pretty. How about joining me for a drink tonight?" As he spoke, he reached out to grab her. Hai Yafu was secretly pleased, and her right hand turned milky white as she aimed a strike at Emoya's chest. White Jade Wave Palm. This was her most powerful martial technique. As a third-grade martial artist, her strength was not something a small fry could challenge. If this strike landed, even a third-grade martial artist would be bettered in for 6 months. In an instant, Emoya felt as if a giant mountain was pressing down on him. Terrified, he wanted to escape, but his feet felt rooted to the ground. "Save me," he shouted to Lei Hong and Lan Su. Just as Hai Yafu's palm strike was about to land, a voice suddenly rang out. "Miss Hai, spare him for the sake of this old man." Behind him, an old figure moved like a phantom towards Emoya. The hands, gnarled like the roots of an ancient tree, clashed with Hai Yafu's right hand, creating a thunderous explosion that reverberated throughout the arena. The confrontation between two third-grade martial artists was truly terrifying. Emoya bore the brunt of the attack, spewing blood as he was flung backward. Ning Feng had already darted tens of meters away at the moment of impact. Witnessing the horrifying scene before him, the first 3 rows of seats were overturned, and a massive half-meter deep crater had formed in the ground. Such destructive power was truly daunting. "Hai Yafu, are you looking for death?" Lei Hong and Lan Su, realizing the situation, rushed back to the scene, with Lan Su roaring in uncontrollable anger. Lei Hong, however, was anxiously checking on Gu Qianzhou's condition. "Old Gu, are you alright?" Gu Qianzhou wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shook his head with a wry smile. "Even with Miss Hai holding back, I could barely withstand it. I'm really getting old." Even as he spoke, his appearance seemed to age further. "You shouldn't have stood up for that guy," Hai Yafu said coldly, arms crossed. Lan Su, seething with anger but also somewhat excited, challenged. "Hai Yafu, with the 3 of us here, are you declaring war on our 3 clans?" He calculated that if Hai Yafu was alone, the 3 clan leaders could easily overpower her. Gu Qianzhou gestured to indicate he was fine and turned to explain to Lan Su. "You can't entirely blame Miss Hai for this. If Master Emo hadn't provoked her and tried to offend her, he wouldn't have met with such misfortune." Hai Yafu's regard for Gu Qianzhou increased a bit upon hearing this. Lan Su was left speechless and had no choice but to remain silent. Lei Hong looked at the unconscious Emoya with a headache and finally decided to have him taken away. Taking a deep breath, Gu Qianzhou addressed Hai Yafu. "Miss Hai, I must apologize on behalf of the 3 clans for today's events. Your father was a hero of the human race, sacrificing himself alongside my sons on the battlefield against the alien beasts. We should have taken better care of you after his passing, but my health." His words were cut short by a violent cough, and he spat blood, staining his white handkerchief bright red. Hai Yafu's expression softened slightly. "Old Gu, if I had known you would intervene, I wouldn't have struck so hard. It's nothing, not your fault. It's just my failing health," Gu Qianzhou replied with a gentle shake of his head, then turned his gaze to Ning Feng behind Hai Yafu. "Even though you wear a mask, Chong Lu says you are Master Feng. There aren't many martial artists with the surname Feng in Linhai City, let alone alchemists. Before coming here today, I heard news of a young hero who killed a first-grade alien beast." Gu Qianzhou looked Ning Feng up and down, increasingly satisfied. "If all the young people of our race were as brave as you, the alien beasts wouldn't dare invade Blue Star." With that, he was helped away by members of the Gu clan. Hai Yafu stood in a daze for a moment before recovering her composure. "Brother Ning Feng, it seems old Gu knows your identity?" To this, Ning Feng was not surprised. The 3 clans could easily find information about Ning Feng if they wanted to. After all, he never wore a mask when visiting the Yuan Sheng dojo, and many people had seen him. Hai Yafu smiled and said, "But it's okay. The ancient elder is a good person. He probably won't oppose us." Ning Feng nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed. The ancient elder's demeanor is unmatched by the other 2 clan leaders. He looked around at the mess and couldn't help but exclaim, "Yafu, I didn't expect you to be so powerful." Hai Yafu proudly tilted her chin. "Of course." Then she added, "But if the auction house demands compensation, don't come looking for me to pay up." Just as she finished speaking, Ning Feng saw the auction house owner charging over with dozens of security guards. Hai Yafu's expression changed, and she said regretfully, Damaging their venue means we have to compensate. Damn Emoya. I should have slapped him to death earlier." A few hours later, Ning Feng was sitting on the subway home, checking his bank balance on his phone. In addition to the 5 million alliance coins transferred by Lung Bingning, The executive hall had sent another 3 million that afternoon. Plus, there was a 20 million share from the auction proceeds, bringing his total balance to 28 million alliance coins. Looking at the enormous sum, Ning Feng still felt a bit dazed. Just days ago, he was worried about affording a few thousand alliance coins for a vitality potion, and now he had over 20 million in his account. He couldn't help but sigh. Uncle Xiao and Aunt Li's combined annual salary is only about 200,000, which means they'd have to work for 140 years to earn this much. It really pays to be a martial artist in this society. Ning Feng closed his eyes and began to inspect his system's warehouse. Inside were some elixirs for his two younger sisters, and the gray stone he had bought for 900,000 alliance coins. After studying it for a long time without discovering its purpose, he decided to seek help from the system. System, can you find out what secrets lie within this stone? The system promptly responded, ding. Activating the appraisal skill requires payment in alliance coins. Ning Feng was taken aback and was about to refuse when the system continued, ding. Activating the appraisal skill requires 10 million alliance coins. Would you like to proceed? Hearing that it only cost 10 million, Ning Feng felt slightly relieved, though still a bit pained. After a moment of contemplation, he decided, go ahead and activate it. Appraisal skill activating. Activation successful. The next moment, Ning Feng felt a burning sensation in his eyes, as if something had fused into them. When he opened his eyes again, he was astonished to see panels appearing above the heads of the people standing nearby in the subway. Name, Wang Dali. Status, graduate of Lansong High School. Strength, unranked. Vitality, 80 calories. Name, Gao Chong. Status, ordinary citizen. Strength, none. Vitality, 11 calories. Seeing this information, Ning Feng felt a surge of joy. This is a divine skill. The 10 million was totally worth it. He silently congratulated himself, feeling immensely satisfied with his decision. The host can freely choose to activate the appraisal skill. The system's voice echoed in Ning Feng's mind, asking whether to appraise the gray stone. Without hesitation, Ning Feng replied, appraise. Instantly, Ning Feng felt a surge of powerful energy from within, rushing towards the mysterious gray stone like a tidal wave. The system immediately warned, appraising in progress. The current item has a high level, requiring a significant amount of mental energy. Please be cautious. Before the words were finished, Ning Feng felt a large portion of his mental energy being drained, all channeling into the gray stone within the appraisal system space. The stone's surface emitted a faint glow, as if responding to the energy. Ding! A clear notification sounded. Appraisal successful. Item, scripture stone, level, high. Would you like to acquire the martial skill within? Martial skill. Ning Feng was momentarily stunned, surprise flickering in his eyes. He hadn't expected that this seemingly ordinary gray stone contained martial skills. After a brief consideration, he decisively chose, yes. With Ning Feng's confirmation, the gray stone in the warehouse suddenly transformed into a dazzling golden light, shooting towards his body like an arrow. In an instant, a vast amount of information flooded into his mind. Overlord Spear. The name surfaced first, followed by more details. Created by one of the 5 Grandmasters of the Dragon Kingdom, the Spear Overlord. The Overlord Spear technique once single-handedly challenged 5 king-level beasts on the battlefield. On that day, the name of the Spear Overlord resounded across the land. In Ning Feng's mind, it was as if he could see the Grandmaster wielding the spear, facing 5 opponents with incredible prowess. Then, the 6 forms of the Overlord Spear were presented in sequence. Breaking Momentum Spear, Crouching Tiger Spear, Life-Taking Spear, Skyward Spear, Dripping Water Spear, and finally, the most powerful, Dragon Subduing Spear. Each form contained astonishing power and exquisite technique. It took Ning Feng a while to fully absorb this information. A profound sense of joy surged within him. Inscribed martial skill, created by one of the 5 Grandmasters, he marveled to himself. This is incredible. The most advanced martial skill Ning Feng currently possessed was the Grade Wind Thunder Slash, which, when executed with full effort, could barely reach Scrade levels. But it was clearly not as formidable as a true Scrade martial skill. What delighted him even more was that this was a spear technique, perfectly filling a gap in his skills. I have to learn this. The thought immediately popped into Ning Feng's mind. Even though there were less than 3 months until the college entrance exams, and he should logically focus on basic training, the beast attack he experienced yesterday had shifted his perspective. Rather than worrying about exam scores, it was more important to quickly enhance his own strength. In this era where martial prowess is paramount, having powerful abilities is what truly matters. If he weren't on the subway, Ning Feng would have eagerly entered a simulation space to start training. His eyes glowed with determination, as if he could already see himself wielding a spear and dominating the battlefield in the future. Meanwhile, in an underground room of a building in Linhai City, the dimly lit space was filled with the eerie flutter of skull flags, creating a sinister and ominous atmosphere. In this strange environment, Two figures stood silently around a round table, their presence hinting at some unknown conspiracy brewing. A man dressed in a vibrant red robe stood silently in the center of the room, his gaze intense as he scrutinized the wall covered with hundreds of photos. Many of these photos were pinned to the wall, with over a dozen marked with conspicuous red crosses. Your Eminence, the elite elimination plan is proceeding smoothly. A beautiful woman dressed in black knelt partially behind the bishop, her voice low and respectful. The bishop responded softly, his tone betraying no emotion. His eyes fixed on the photo of a young boy at the top of the arrangement, his brow furrowed. Why are we only dealing with insignificant figures? Upon hearing this, the woman immediately knelt fully, her voice carrying a barely noticeable tremor. Bishop, Linhai High School is currently on break, and many students are at home, making it difficult for our enforcers to find opportunities. If you could just give us a little more time. Before she could finish, a pair of blood-red hands appeared suddenly, gripping her throat tightly. The bishop, still with his back to her, interrupted in a calm tone. This boy named Ning Feng hasn't been at home continuously these past 2 days. The grip of the red hands intensified, and the woman's face quickly turned pale. She struggled to utter, Your Eminence, please, give me one more chance. This time, I will handle it personally. Humph. The bishop snorted coldly, and the blood-red hands vanished instantly. The woman collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. The bishop continued, We have people in both the military and the martial alliance. All the information has been provided to you. How can it take so long to deal with a batch of unranked warriors? Tolosa, as the third seat, don't disappoint me again. As soon as he finished speaking, the red-robed bishop's figure gradually faded away, eventually disappearing completely. After a long while, Tolosa struggled to her feet. She turned to the window and shouted sharply, Raven! A shadow swept in like the wind, transforming into a man wearing a raven mask. He bowed to Tolosa. Honorable Lady Tolosa, what do you require of me? Tolosa sat down in a chair, pointing directly at the photo of the young boy on the wall, her tone icy. Spare me your pretentious behavior. The bishop is already angry, and you know the consequences. Hearing this, the raven-masked man's whole body shivered. Tolosa continued her command. Deal with this boy within a day. If you fail the mission, prepare for me to personally break your neck. Although she had said she would handle it personally, doing so might cause unnecessary trouble for an unranked warrior. Raven's assassination skills were unparalleled among the enforcers, making him the ideal choice to efficiently complete the task without leaving a trace. As you command, my esteemed Lady Tolosa, the raven-masked man replied respectfully, his voice tinged with a mix of tension and determination. Ning Feng pushed open the door to his home, greeted by a warm and cozy atmosphere. In the living room, Xiao Bailu was lounging lazily on the sofa in her pajamas, fully absorbed in a mobile game. Xiao Jingzhe stood quietly nearby, her gaze fixed on her brother who had just entered. With a smile, Ning Feng approached Xiao Bailu, pulling a small bottle from his pocket and handing it to her. What's this? Xiao Bailu asked curiously, her fingers still dancing across the screen. A spirit-gathering pill, Ning Feng explained. Use it when you're close to breaking through to a first-grade warrior. His tone carried a hint of pride, as if showing off his achievement. Ning Feng looked around, feeling a wave of warmth. Home was always the most comforting haven, especially seeing his two sisters being so well-behaved. His eyes landed on Xiao Jingzhe, and he couldn't help but clear his throat. Xiao Jingzhe, there's one for you too. He pulled out another bottle of spirit-gathering pills and handed it to her. Xiao Jingzhe instinctively accepted the pill, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. She knew just how valuable these pills, which could enhance breakthrough success rates and strength, were something she never dared to dream of. How did you get these? She asked in disbelief. Ning Feng smiled and replied, Didn't I tell you yesterday? I'm an alchemist now. I can make whatever pills I want. His tone revealed a touch of satisfaction. Xiao Jingzhe nodded thoughtfully, while Xiao Bailu chuckled, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Brother, I heard alchemists are really rich. Will you become a millionaire? She teased, calculating with her fingers. I only get 500 as pocket money each month. It would take ages to save 1 million. Ning Feng shook his head with a laugh. Silly girl. Xiao Bailu immediately retorted. I'm not silly, brother. She pouted, her tone carrying a warning. When you make money, don't spend it all on other women. Save some pocket money for me. Ning Feng raised an eyebrow. If you want pocket money, you can have some now, he said, operating his phone. Xiao Bailu sighed. Mom is so stingy, and Dad has no say at home. My allowance won't increase until I go to college. She complained while resting her legs on her brother's lap, continuing to focus on her game. Suddenly, Xiao Bailu's phone chimed with a notification. She glanced at it, her eyes widening. Brother, did I just get a scam message? She asked urgently. Her phone screen displayed. Your friend, the best brother in the world, has transferred 100,000 alliance coins to you. Before she could show her phone to Ning Feng, Xiao Jingzhe snatched it to take a closer look. Moments later, her expression also turned to disbelief, and she looked at Ning Feng with questioning eyes. Ning Feng calmly patted his sister's leg. I transferred it to you. It's just 10,000, Buy whatever you want. Ah, Xiao Bailu squealed with excitement. Brother, are you really a millionaire now? Wow, I'm going to be the happiest sister ever. She eagerly picked up her phone, placing orders for a few clothes she couldn't afford before, though the most expensive item was just over 400. Surprisingly, she also spent over 2,000 on a suit she had been saving up to buy for her brother. There's still so much left, Xiao Bailu giggled, but she still pleaded. Brother, can I top up my game? The new skin they released is so pretty, and I've wanted it for ages. Ning Feng agreed without hesitation. Go ahead. I'll send you more if you run out. To him, the purpose of making money was just that if it all sat in a bank while they scrimped and saved, what was the point? Thank you, brother, Xiao Bailu exclaimed, giving Ning Feng a quick kiss on the cheek, her face turning a shade of pink. Witnessing this, Xiao Jingzhe felt a strange discomfort. She quietly said, I'm going to rest in my room. And with that, she turned and left the living room. Xiao Jingzhe said coldly, Sister, didn't you say you'd rank with me? Go rank with your brother. I'm going to train today. With that, she forcefully shut the door, producing a loud bang. Leaning against the wall, Xiao Jingzhe took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions. She muttered to herself, Xiao Jingzhe, what are you thinking? Shaking her head, she slowly walked towards her desk. Her eyes fell on a notebook she hadn't touched in a long time. Hesitating for a moment, she eventually reached out and picked it up. Just as she was about to open it, her phone suddenly chimed twice. Picking up the phone, Xiao Jingzhe's hands unconsciously tightened. The screen displayed 2 messages. Your friend Ning Feng has transferred 100,000 alliance coins to you. Your friend Ning Feng has transferred 200,000 alliance coins to you. Then, a message from Ning Feng popped up. Jingzhe, the first amount is for your personal use. The second is for your training. Meanwhile, Ning Feng put down his phone, calculating in his mind. The money given to his 2 sisters amounted to only 400,000 alliance coins, which wasn't much compared to his current balance. He recalled Bailu mentioning that Jingzhe had been saving up to buy a crank martial skill costing 200,000 alliance coins. Jingzhe had been living frugally for a long time to save for it. Ning Feng sighed, thinking that if the family had given her more allowance, she might have saved enough by now. Brother, are you playing games? Xiao Bailu's voice came from outside the door. Ning Feng shook his head and replied, Not today, I have school tomorrow. He planned to take a shower and then start his training for the night. Oh right, tomorrow is Monday. Xiao Bailu remembered she had to wake up early and pouted. I really don't want to go to class at 8 in the morning. Inside the room, Xiao Jingzhe stared at her phone screen, unable to snap out of it for a long time. Normally, she would have immediately returned the money. However, this time, she didn't. Instead, she pressed the phone to her chest, feeling a hint of warmth. Her eyes slightly moist, she softly murmured to herself, Brother, I really want to call you brother. After showering, Ning Feng stood in front of the mirror, examining himself. Okay, looking good. I look even better after a shower, he thought narcissistically. Then, he adjusted his mindset, preparing to start his training for the night. You are about to enter the martial arts simulation training space. Current simulation rate, 80. Please confirm entry. The system's cold, emotionless voice sounded. Confirm. Ning Feng responded decisively. While waiting to enter the simulation space, Ning Feng began planning his training tasks for the night. More importantly, he realized his vitality level was about to reach the standard for breaking through to a first-grade martial artist. This meant that tonight's training could potentially elevate him to a first-grade martial artist. As far as he knew, becoming a first-grade martial artist wasn't just about reaching a vitality level of 150 calories. It seemed to involve some kind of transformation. Ning Feng found himself once again on the desolate Gobi Desert. In the distance, a rustling sound could be heard, and 3 black dots appeared on the ground. With a sharp cry, he wielded his iron spear, thrusting it forcefully into the ground. A gray-striped giant python was pierced through the head by his spear and then flung aside. He followed up with 2 more swift strikes. The system notifications sounded in quick succession. Ding! You have successfully killed a gray-striped giant python, obtaining a first-grade beast spirit core X1. Ding! You have successfully killed a gray-striped giant python, obtaining a first-grade beast spirit core X1. Ding! You have successfully killed a gray-striped giant python, obtaining a first-grade beast spirit core X1. Having slain all 3 gray-striped giant pythons, their blood stained his spear. Without looking back, Ning Feng continued forward. He recalled being defeated by a 100-meter giant crab last time, and this time, he was determined to seek vengeance. As he traveled, Ning Feng began practicing the first move of the Overlord Spear technique, breaking stance spear. The description was simple. Use keen insight to pierce the enemy's weak spot, breaking their defense and dealing substantial damage. According to the introduction, the Bawang Spear consists of 6 techniques, with the first one, breaking stance spear, being the most fundamental. The power of the techniques increases progressively, and so does the difficulty of mastering them. Ning Feng picked up his spear, practicing with focused eyes and precise movements as he traveled. The 5 movements: thrust, point, stab, sweep, and pierce make up the basic techniques of the Bawang spear. Each move requires the internal flow of energy and blood through complex pathways. Ning Feng started with the most basic move, thrust, and it took him over half an hour, with sweat soaking his clothes, to get a preliminary grasp. With exceptional martial arts talent and unwavering determination, Ning Feng managed to master all the spear techniques within the next 2 hours, advancing at a speed beyond ordinary comprehension. Suddenly, a massive crab, 100 meters long, appeared before Ning Feng. Its hard shell glistened coldly, and its giant pincers were capable of crushing a human skull effortlessly. Ning Feng took a deep breath, ready to test his newly learned Bawang spear in actual combat. Thrust, he shouted, deftly maneuvering behind the giant crab. With a powerful upward thrust, he launched the massive creature into the air. Point. Taking advantage of the crab's loss of balance midair, Ning Feng quickly and accurately targeted the crab's vulnerable underbelly with 4 precise strikes. Stab. Veins bulging in his right hand, Ning Feng thrust his spear with lightning speed, piercing into the crab's body, eliciting a painful screech. Sweep. Gripping the spear tightly with both hands, Ning Feng swung forcefully to the side. With a loud whoosh, the spear cut a gaping wound into the crab. For the final move, pierce, Ning Feng's entire body tensed, channeling power from his back leg to his knee, waist, shoulder, and finally his wrist, culminating at the spear's tip. This was the move he had practiced the longest, now finally put to use. Pierce. The spear tip gleamed with blinding silver light, unleashing a domineering force skyward. Ning Feng infused all his strength into this strike, fiercely targeting the advancing crab's pincer. Boom! With a deafening blast, the pincer halted midair and then shattered explosively. A system notification sounded just in time. Ding! You have successfully mastered the first technique of the Bawang spear, breaking stance spear. Ding! You have successfully defeated a level 5 demonic giant crab, acquiring a level 1 spirit core and pincer materials, among other rewards. Exhausted from the battle, Ning Feng collapsed to the ground, too drained to check his loot. The series of techniques had completely depleted his internal energy and blood. Fortunately, his continuous practice during the fight had accelerated his recovery. Within just 2 minutes, he felt his strength returning. However, Ning Feng remained seated, sensing a stirring within his body, as if preparing for some kind of transformation. Ding! Approaching a breakthrough, please prepare. The system's alert brought clarity to Ning Feng. He quickly retrieved a bottle of spirit-gathering pills from his system space and swallowed them without hesitation. Closing his eyes to focus, Ning Feng's consciousness delved into his inner spiritual world. He watched as his energy and blood, like rivers converging into the sea, gathered at the center. The spirit-gathering pills were enhancing this process. In his mental vision, his energy and blood condensed into a red core, while the remaining energy nurtured this newly formed core. Ning Feng felt a surge of joy, recognizing that while most martial artists formed light red cores during breakthroughs, his core was a rare deep red, indicating extraordinary potential. Only those who barely become first-grade martial artists through drugs have white inner cores, as their energy and vitality are insufficient. True strong warriors have red inner cores. The brighter the red, the better the foundation. Ning Feng's inner core was bright red upon formation, and its color continued to deepen. An hour passed, and the energy infusion within his body persisted. The inner core transformed from bright red to deep red, even showing a touch of gold. Ning Feng was puzzled by this, unaware that a golden core is a realm only third-grade martial artists can achieve, requiring internal energy to exceed at least 100,000 calories. Suddenly, with a loud boom, a surge of tremendous energy erupted from Ning Feng's body, crashing into the inner core. The entire core instantly turned a golden red, appearing exceptionally beautiful. System notifications chimed in succession. Ding! You have successfully broken through as a first-grade martial artist. Ding! Your power has increased by 1 star. Ding! You have advanced to 2-star strength. Ding! You have advanced to 3-star strength. Ning Feng observed closely and found that the gold occupied about 30% of the inner core, indicating his strength had reached first grade 3 stars. He felt a surge of power within him and was eager to test his newfound strength. He arrived at a shaded area, and before the giant crab could strike, Ning Feng swiftly executed a series of spear techniques: thrust, point, stab, sweep, and pierce. A single formidable spear thrust shot out, the spear tip's silver gleam resonating through the sky. The giant crab's body exploded violently, its power multiplied 100-fold compared to before. Ning Feng was shocked by the sheer strength of a first-grade martial artist. He sought out a few stronger beasts and tested techniques such as Whirlwind Slash and Wind Thunder Slash. Even the crank technique Whirlwind Slash could easily kill a first-tier, 7-layered Griffin Eagle. Wind Thunder Slash, combined with the thunder-breathing technique, surpassed even the first form of the Overlord Spear. The originally small thunder dragon transformed into a 10-meter-long giant, capable of killing several first-tier warriors with just its shockwaves. Finally, Ning Feng challenged a second-tier tiger-headed snake. Whirlwind Slash barely broke through its defense, while Wind Thunder Slash completely vanquished it. Ning Feng knew that the beasts in the simulation space were slightly weaker, as a first-tier rat wolf in reality had given him a tough battle. Yet, this second-tier tiger-headed snake was still instantly killed, highlighting his significant leap in strength. A glint of determination flashed in Ning Feng's eyes as he thought that if he encountered that rat wolf again, he could probably kill it in less than 3 moves. The boost in strength also brought him considerable confidence. Next, Ning Feng went on a rampage across the western desert, nearly wiping out all beasts below the second tier. Fortunately, the spirit cores and materials acquired could be directly stored. Otherwise, just cutting up the beast corpses would have consumed a lot of time. After a night, his system space was filled with hundreds of spirit cores and countless materials, along with exotic beast meat that could serve as nutritious food. Ning Feng discovered that the griffin eagle's meat was the most delicious, with a rich conversion of energy and vitality. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the curtains and into the room, Ning Feng slowly opened his eyes. His mind became instantly clear as the system's notification sounded. Ding! Your training has concluded. Host Ning Feng, Martial Realm. First grade, 3 stars. Physical attributes, level 13. Vitality, 1,100 calories. Fist strength, 3,820 kilograms. Speed without thunder breathing, 130 meters second. Mental power without thunder breathing, level 10. The system continued to list Ning Feng's various training progress. The physical cultivation method Great Sun Blaze, the mental cultivation method Mirror Spirit, and the detailed data of his martial arts skills. Fist intent level 233, spear intent level 298, movement technique level 251, blade intent level 199. In terms of martial skills, Whirlwind Slash and Wind Blue Thunder Slash had reached mastery, while Overlord Spear was not yet fully grasped. Ning Feng silently absorbed this information, feeling a surge of joy. He was well aware that after breaking through to a first-grade martial artist, each additional star required at least a 300-calorie increase in vitality. Accumulating nearly 900 calories for 3 stars was precisely why many martial artists were stuck at the first grade for years. By comparison, breaking through to a first-grade martial artist only required 150 calories, which seemed trivial. However, Ning Feng had directly advanced to first-grade 3 stars with just 1 spirit gathering pill, saving an immeasurable amount of training time. No wonder the spirit gathering pill was so coveted for many martial artists. It was a colossal opportunity. Meanwhile, outside the room, Xiao Jingzhe had also risen. She sensed her own vitality, which was nearing 150 calories. Although she could have quickly advanced to a first-grade martial artist by taking pills, she chose a steady training route, following Teacher Hai's advice. It was enough to become a first-grade martial artist before the college entrance exams. Xiao Jingzhe stood outside the door, her gaze unintentionally falling on the door opposite. Remembering the 2 transfers she received early in the morning, her heart began to race. Although she had replied with thanks, she hadn't managed to utter that special term of address. Just as she was lost in thought, the door suddenly opened, and Ning Feng stepped out. He asked, puzzled, Bailu? No, Jingzhe. What are you doing here? Nothing. Nothing, Xiao Jingzhe replied hastily, her neck, hidden under her collar, slightly flushed as she quickly walked towards the living room. Ning Feng scratched his head, then suddenly remembered something and hurried towards the kitchen. Li Wanfang was busy preparing breakfast, making sure the children were well fed before school. Aunt Li, let me help, Ning Feng offered, holding a box containing grassland beef steaks gifted by Hai Yafu. These processed beef steaks could be simply grilled and eaten, providing more vitality than regular food. As a newly advanced first-grade martial artist, Ning Feng needed such high-energy foods to meet his body's demands. He still had a stock of beast meat in his system space, but it required further processing. Li Wanfang initially wanted to decline Ning Feng's help, but upon seeing the box of uniquely aromatic steaks, she couldn't help but ask, Xiao Feng, what is this? Worried that Aunt Li might misunderstand, Ning Feng quickly explained in detail, I know. In our office, there's a colleague whose husband is quite wealthy from his business. Apparently, he provides their children with these exotic beast ingredients. They must be expensive, right? Li Wanfang said with a slight frown, her tone tinged with a hint of guilt. She recalled the prices she had once inquired about. Even the cheapest exotic beast ingredients cost thousands, far beyond what she and Lao Xiao could afford on their salaries. They weren't bought, Ning Feng explained softly. They were given to me by someone else. Jingzhe and Bailu both know about it. Li Wanfang's eyes lit up. So how do you cook these steaks? Can they be grilled? She remembered her specialty in pan-seared steaks, which had once won over Xiao Xingbin's appetite. Of course, Ning Feng nodded, then started helping on the side. Li Wanfang skillfully handled the spatula, grilling 5 steaks. Each one sizzled under her expert touch, filling the kitchen with a mouth-watering aroma. In the living room, Xiao Jingzhe, who was munching on honey milk bread, couldn't help but look up. It had been a while since she last ate at home, and the tantalizing smell made her mouth water. What is that wonderful smell? Xiao Bailu, with her messy bedhead, came out hugging a pillow, clearly awakened by the enticing aroma. Even Xiao Xingbin, who usually woke up on time, opened his eyes early. It does smell amazing, Xiao Xingbin remarked in surprise as he entered the kitchen. Honey, you're grilling steaks this early in the morning? Go away. It's none of your business. Li Wanfang waved her spatula. These are exotic beast steaks Ning Feng brought, to give the kids some extra energy. Ning Feng smiled. It's okay. There are 5 steaks. We can each have one. Even though Aunt Li and Uncle Xiao aren't martial artists, eating this kind of meat can significantly boost their stamina and immunity, much more effective than those expensive supplements on the market. He thought to himself that the grassland ox was just a level 1 beast, and he still had plenty of first and second-tier beast meat stored away. Li Wanfang shook her head repeatedly. That wouldn't be right. It's wasted on us. Despite her words, she felt a warmth in her heart. Among the 3 children, she liked Ning Feng the most, and always considered him as her own son. Mom, you and Dad should eat too. 1 piece is enough for me, Xiao Bailu said with a giggle from the doorway. Li Wanfang replied directly. You get 1 piece, and your brother and sister get 2 each. Mom, how can you be so biased? Xiao Bailu pouted. Am I not your real daughter? I have 2 real daughters, so I'm not worried, Li Wanfang teased. All right, Mom, you're showing favoritism. I'm going to report you. Xiao Bailu protested. Who are you going to tell? Who would care? I'll tell Dad. At this moment, Xiao Jingzhe couldn't resist coming over. She looked at the golden steaks on the plate, unable to hide her desire. Although she wasn't usually a foodie, only tasting a bite of the most delicious dishes, this exotic beef steak offered a significant energy boost, which was the real attraction for her. Jingzhe, Bailu, you 2 go ahead and eat, Ning Feng said, serving 2 grilled steaks and handing them chopsticks. Brother, who eats steak with chopsticks? Xiao Bailu pouted, though Xiao Jingzhe had already picked up her chopsticks and started eating. With just 1 bite, Xiao Jingzhe felt her entire body awaken, the pure energy quickly converting into vitality. That single bite was worth more than the dozen honey milk breads she usually ate. Sis, is it really that good? Xiao Bailu asked curiously, then took a bite herself. Her eyes lit up instantly. This is delicious. Brother, you're an amazing cook. She was so caught up in praising the taste that she hadn't noticed any other changes. I was just helping out, Ning Feng laughed, then ate a steak himself. Even before the meat reached his stomach, it was already converting into vitality, providing him with a substantial boost. I'm so full, Xiao Bailu said, rubbing her belly and letting out a satisfied burp. Though it was just 1 steak, it felt more filling than 3 bowls of rice. Silly, Xiao Jingzhe glanced at her sister. Focus on training and convert the energy into vitality. She had only eaten half, training as she ate, but still couldn't convert all of it successfully. Then she looked across at Ning Feng, who had already finished his steak and seemed unfazed. Mom, we're off to school, Xiao Bailu said cheerfully, grabbing her backpack and following her brother and sister. Li Wanfang quickly called after them. Wait, there are 2 more pieces of steak. Xiao Bailu turned back with a playful smile. Mom, brother said those are for you and Dad. With that, she hopped out the door with her siblings. Li Wanfang looked at the 2 pieces of steak on the table, her eyes softening. These children always think of their parents. In the subway car, Ning Feng was braiding Xiao Bailu's hair as she napped on his lap. Meanwhile, he was having a quiet conversation with Xiao Jingzhe, who seemed unusually proactive today. Today, you officially joined the elite class. You and Bailu should choose a suitable cultivation method. Although there are less than 3 months until the college entrance exam, you can still try to break through to a first-rank warrior during this time, Xiao Jingzhe said. Ning Feng nodded. Yeah. He wasn't too concerned since he already had the Great Sun Flame cultivation method, and other methods didn't hold much significance for him. Just then, a group of students wearing Linhai High School uniforms entered the car. Leading them was Lei Qian, who had previously taunted Ning Feng and the others. Beside him, a tall girl with golden wavy hair and a curvy figure was fawning over him. Appa, I didn't expect you'd transfer to Linhai High. I was thrilled when I heard the news. Had I known, I would have shown you around the school sooner. A hint of disdain flashed in Lei Qian's eyes, and he took the opportunity to touch the girl. Kim Jonghee, you missed me that much, huh? Kim Jonghee playfully chided. Oh, Appa, there are so many people here. Lei Qian dismissed her concern. So what if there are people? They can't do anything about it. As he spoke, his eyes fell on Ning Feng and his companions. He rudely pushed Kim Jonghee aside and strode over to Ning Feng. Lei Qian first sized up Xiao Jingzhe and Xiao Bailu, a strange glint in his eyes. They looked even more pure and attractive in their school uniforms. What a delight it would be if he could claim such beauties. Then, he turned impatiently to Ning Feng. You're Ning Feng, right? I've checked up on you. You're just a poor kid. At this point, Kim Jong-hee also came over. She was about to speak when she suddenly recognized Ning Feng. Ning Feng? Ning Feng frowned. They were middle school classmates and had gotten along well, often studying together. However, they drifted apart in high school. He had heard that Kim Jong-hee had started dating several rich kids, or those with cultivation talent. Xiao Jingzhe ignored Lei Qian and glanced at Kim Jong-hee before turning to Ning Feng. You two know each other? Kim Jong-hee covered her mouth with a sly smile. Class monitor Xiao Jingzhe, how did you end up with Ning Feng? You two aren't a couple, are you? She noticed Lei Qian's interest in the two girls and decided to stir the pot. Xiao Jingzhe is the class monitor of the elite martial arts class. I'm the class monitor of class 2, she added with a touch of pride. Xiao Jingzhe and Jin Jingji have always been fierce rivals, but Xiao Jingzhe never paid her any real attention. At this moment, Jin Jingji's words caused Lei Qian's expression to change drastically. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he glared at Ning Feng. What does it have to do with you? Xiao Jingzhe spoke coldly, her gaze as sharp as an icy blade aimed at Jin Jingji. Not to be outdone, Jin Jingji placed her hands on her hips and sneered. Of course it has to do with me. Ning Feng used to like me and pursued me relentlessly. She felt a secret satisfaction, recalling her middle school crush on Ning Feng. However, as Ning Feng's grades plummeted and he failed to make it into the elite class, she decisively abandoned this ordinary boy whom she deemed unworthy. Ning Feng was taken aback by her words. Before he could even stand up, Xiao Jingzhe had already leapt to her feet like an arrow released from a bow, delivering a resounding slap across Jin Jingji's face. Annoying. Xiao Jingzhe almost used all her strength, not even understanding why she was so furious. Jin Jingji was knocked to the ground by the unexpected slap, staring at Xiao Jingzhe in disbelief as her cheek rapidly swelled. She turned to Lei Qian, crying out, Appa, teach this vile woman a lesson for me. I want her dead. Lei Qian ignored Jin Jingji's cries, instead looking at Xiao Jingzhe with interest. I think Jingzhe is right. You are indeed too noisy. He thought to himself. This woman is wild. Conquering her would be thrilling. He decided he must have Xiao Jingzhe. Xiao Jingzhe, I find you very intriguing, Lei Qian said with what he thought was his most charming smile. Why don't we exchange contact information? I am Lei Qian from the Lei clan, not only a first-class warrior, but also an alchemist. If you stay with me, you'll never run out of elixirs. Xiao Jingzhe chuckled coldly at his words. The Lei clan? Just like that Lan Qian, part of the 3 clans? I don't care what kind of pig you are. With all the extensive resources of the 3 clans, you're still only a first-class warrior, not much better than trash. As for an alchemist, I already have Ning Feng. Lei Qian's face turned dark as ink at her words. Fine, 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 he muttered through gritted teeth. You are the most daring woman I've ever met. But I understand, here in this backwater like Linhai City, you've never seen what a true genius is like. I've just transferred to Linhai No. 1 high school today. I heard you're the top student there. Once I defeat you, that top spot will be mine, and I will make you my woman. The sun was shining brightly at the school gate in Linhai City. Xiao Bailu rubbed her sleepy eyes and curiously observed the expressions of her brother, Xiao Jingzhe, and sister. Brother, sister, why do you both look a bit upset? Xiao Jingzhe replied coldly, with a hint of barely detectable irritation in his voice. It's nothing. Just ran into a fly, that's all. Xiao Bailu softly said, oh, and took a sip of the Wangzai milk in her hand, seemingly oblivious to her sibling's unusual demeanor. Xiao Jingzhe adjusted his school uniform, regaining the composure expected of a class monitor. Let's go to class first, he said, leading the way, with his sister and brother following closely behind. When the 3 arrived at the classroom, their homeroom teacher, Hai Ryue, was directing several staff members as they set up a complex piece of equipment on the podium. Seeing Xiao Jingzhe, her eyes lit up. Jingzhe, you're just in time. Your brother and sister need to take the spiritual affinity test today. After the test, they can choose any of the 5 major cultivation methods. Hai Ryue's gaze then shifted to Ning Feng, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Recently, rumors about Ning Feng had spread like wildfire throughout the campus. He had torn apart a beast with his bare hands, saved countless citizens, earned the title of city hero, and even received commendations from the Martial Alliance, the military, and the government. At that moment, every student in the classroom was staring at Ning Feng with a mix of awe and curiosity. Why had someone so powerful been in the ordinary class all along, rather than the elite class? As Ning Feng and Xiao Bailu prepared to step forward for the test, a flamboyantly dressed woman entered from the neighboring class, accompanied by a male student. She smiled at Hai Ryue and said, Hai Ryue, if I had known you were bringing the test equipment here, I wouldn't have had to take the new student to the equipment room. Hai Ryue frowned slightly. Morong Fei, your class has a new student? There was a hint of subtle caution in her tone. Morong Fei was the homeroom teacher of elite martial arts class 2, and the two had always had a strained relationship, mainly because Morong Fei had once coveted the position of homeroom teacher for class 1. Morong Fei chuckled smugly. What? Are you envious? His name is Lei Qian, a new student transferred from Kyoto High. Let me tell you a secret. She lowered her voice as if sharing confidential information. Lei Qian became a first-grade martial artist half a month ago, and he's also a pharmacist. This year's top student in Linhai City is likely to come from our class too. She couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. However, Lei Qian showed no interest in Murong Fei's delight. His gaze swept across the Class 1 classroom and finally settled on Xiao Jingzhe and Xiao Bailu. He spoke coldly. Xiao Jingzhe and Xiao Bailu are in Class 1? Sorry, I think I belong here. Murong Fei's smile froze instantly, and she said nervously, Young Master Qian, didn't we agree? As long as you're willing to transfer to Class 2, I can meet any condition. Plus, your information has already been successfully transferred. Switching back is impossible now. Lei Qian impatiently interrupted her. I don't care. The rest doesn't matter to me. I only want those two girls. His eyes were locked onto Xiao Jingzhe and Xiao Bailu, glinting with a dangerous light. Pointing at Xiao Jingzhe and Xiao Bailu, his eyes gleamed with determination. Since Murong Fei promised to meet any condition, this was his first demand. However, Hai Ryue's expression turned dark instantly, and she shouted angrily. What nonsense are you spouting, kid? So what if you're a first-class warrior? Even if you're from the Lei clan, you're not welcome here. Get back to Class 2. With that, she unceremoniously kicked Lei Qian and Murong Fei out of the classroom. Outside the door, Murong Fei fumed and shouted, Hai Ryue, how dare you? There's a major exam this afternoon. Lei Qian alone can take on your entire class. Just wait and see. With Xiao Jingzhe and Xiao Bailu both, young Master Qian can still defeat them effortlessly. Lei Qian's interest was piqued by this. An exam in the afternoon? If he could personally defeat the Xiao sisters, wouldn't that mean he could win them over? The thought of such a scene made his heart race with excitement. Inside the classroom, Xiao Bailu asked in confusion, Sis, who is that fool outside? Xiao Jingzhe replied coldly, Just some trash. Despite her words, her brow furrowed. The afternoon exam included a sparring session between students. No one usually dared to challenge her, but Lei Qian had already declared his intention to challenge both her and her sister. To make matters worse, he was a first-class warrior. Xiao Jingzhe recalled her previous sparring sessions with a first-class martial arts teacher, where she could barely hold her ground. She thought to herself, if I give it my all, I should be able to defeat Lei Qian in the afternoon exam. However, she didn't know that the martial arts teacher always held back to avoid injuring students. The strength of a first-class warrior was significantly greater than that of an unranked one. Nearby, Ning Feng's expression was even darker upon hearing the names Lei Qian and Lei Clan. In his mind, Lei Qian was already marked as someone to be eliminated. He silently vowed that during the afternoon exam, he would not give Lei Qian the chance to challenge his two sisters. He would personally intervene. Hai Ryue composed herself and turned to Ning Feng and Xiao Bailu, smiling as she said, All right, Ning Feng, Xiao Bailu, it's time for you to test your affinity for the spiritual attributes. Previously, both of you had talent levels above a grade, with Ning Feng even reaching grade. This time, we just need to see which attribute you're best suited for. After the test, you'll be assigned a cultivation method. Although it's a basic one, many martial arts university students continue to practice it. At this moment, the eyes of the entire class were on them. Hai Ryue continued to explain, affinity also has levels. Generally, the higher the level, the easier it is to practice a cultivation method of that attribute in the future. In university, you can choose higher-level cultivation methods of the same attribute. First, let's have Xiao Bailu, Hai Ryue instructed. This test is a bit complex and requires a drop of the test subject's blood. Xiao Bailu placed her hand inside the instrument and suddenly felt a prick on her finger, letting out a small gasp. Ouch, that hurts. Soon, the instrument displayed, testing in progress. Moments later, the screen showed. Test successful. Test subject, Xiao Bailu. Suitable cultivation method, water element basic cultivation method. Affinity level, a grade. And a grade affinity level, very impressive. Hai Ryue nodded in satisfaction. Typically, reaching grade allows for cultivation attempts, but grade is more challenging, grade is moderate, and a grade is excellent. As for grade affinity, there are only a few in the class. Next, Ning Feng. Hai Ryue called out to Ning Feng. Ning Feng stepped forward and placed his right hand into the instrument. He felt a slight sting, like a mosquito bite, quickly passing. Hai Ryue looked at the screen expectantly, smiling as she said, Let's see what attribute you're suited for. Another grade would be great. However, the next moment, she stood frozen in disbelief. The screen boldly displayed. Test subject, Ning Feng. Suitable cultivation method, fire element basic cultivation method. Affinity level, SS grade instrument test limit reached. Hai Ryue's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, Wow, that's incredible. Hai Ryue covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. An SS level spiritual affinity. The result left her speechless. Since the founding of Linhai No. 1 High School, there had never been a student with an SS level talent. She looked at Ning Feng, opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. The students below the stage were also in an uproar. Initially, they thought Ning Feng would be like Xiao Bailu, at the A level, or at most reach this level like the class leaders. But SS level? That was beyond their imagination. Oh my gosh, someone whispered in astonishment. Is he even human? SS level. He could probably learn the basics of fire cultivation in a day. My brother said even Martial Arts University has only a few SS level students. Another added, with a voice full of awe. The discussions continued to ripple through the crowd. With Ning Feng being so powerful, why was he in the regular class before? Was he hiding his strength on purpose? This is terrifying. I used to feel proud being in the elite class, but compared to him, I feel like a nobody now. Some started speculating about Ning Feng's potential. With his performance, he might become a first-rank martial artist before the college entrance exams. Not necessarily. Even the class leader hasn't reached first rank yet, another voice countered. There's an assessment this afternoon. Who's brave enough to challenge him and test his strength? Someone suggested. Are you kidding? Didn't you hear yesterday's news? He took down a first-rank beast, the rat wolf. Challenging him is asking for trouble. Wait, so the city hero mentioned in the news was Ning Feng? No wonder the name sounded familiar. Oh my gosh, Ning Feng is so handsome. I want to marry him. A girl suddenly squealed. Calm down, he's definitely into girls, someone nearby quickly teased. Meanwhile, Xiao Jingzhe stared at Ning Feng's test results, momentarily dazed. She had a vague feeling that his strength might soon surpass hers. Wow, my brother is amazing, Xiao Bailu said, her eyes shining with admiration. She had always believed her brother was the best. Xiao Jingzhe suddenly turned to her sister and asked, Bailu, who do you think would win if I competed against Ning Feng? Seeing Ning Feng's rapid progress sparked her first desire to challenge him. Huh? Sis, you probably wouldn't stand a chance against him now, right? Xiao Bailu frowned. Brother has even defeated a first-rank beast. In her heart, her brother was always number one, with her sister coming second. Xiao Jingzhe rolled her eyes but didn't take it to heart. Maybe, she thought, recalling her own experiences fighting beasts. In terms of combat experience, she considered herself on par with Ning Feng. Hai Ryue cleared her throat and raised her voice. All right, everyone. This morning we have a theory class. Make sure to have an early lunch and head to the martial arts hall for the assessment. This assessment is important, and the school leaders will be there to watch. Her tone turned serious. There are less than 80 days until the college entrance exams, so don't slack off. The closer you get, the harder you need to work. Practicing a bit more now might earn you an extra point on the exam. 1 point might seem small, but it can surpass thousands of others in the province. Getting into martial arts university will ensure a bright future after graduation. Understood. Though Hai Ruyue's words were a bit long-winded, the students didn't show any impatience. As elite class students, they understood the importance of the exams. Understood. The entire class responded in unison. In the classroom, Ning Feng and Xiao Bailu, being transfer students, sat together, with Xiao Jingzhe seated in front of them. However, Xiao Jingzhe's desk partner's seat was empty, the books neatly arranged but the person absent. Sis, has your desk mate not been coming to school? Xiao Bailu asked, resting her chin on her desk, her eyes filled with curiosity. Xiao Jingzhe replied nonchalantly, no, she's on leave. Oh, Xiao Bailu frowned. But she hasn't been here since last week, right? Can she keep taking leave like that? If I'd known, I would have taken leave until the college entrance exams too. Xiao Jingzhe responded coldly. Why do you care? Her family has private tutors, more than 10 teachers just for her. She's only enrolled here in name. Xiao Jingzhe's thoughts drifted to her long-absent desk mate. The last time they met was during the grade assessment, where every student's score had to be recorded. In the results, Lan Xian was first, Xiao Jingzhe was second, and her desk mate came third. However, that assessment was relatively simple, mainly testing vitality and not martial skills. Lan Xian had only taken first by boosting his vitality with supplements, and Xiao Jingzhe never considered him a true rival. In her eyes, the only one who could match her was her desk mate Wu Roqing. Wu Roqing, that's a pretty name, Xiao Bailu said, picking up a class list and scanning it casually until she found her sister's desk mate's name. Wu? I thought she was from the Three Tribes. Sis, has she become a first-rank martial artist? I don't know, Xiao Jingzhe replied briefly. She knew that with Wu Roqing's family's resources, reaching the first rank would be easy. However, most people wouldn't rush it, as hastily advancing could lead to failure. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but glance at Ning Feng, who was sitting behind her, feeling a slight stir in her heart. Meanwhile, in the neighboring class, Jin Jingji was almost glued to Lei Qian, her voice filled with venom. Lei Qian Appa, you have to beat that Xiao Jingzhe hard in the assessment this afternoon. She looked down on us so much on the subway today, she needs to pay for that. Lei Qian sneered, don't worry. I've already confirmed with teacher Morong Fei that we can freely choose our opponents. I'll definitely deal with that Xiao Jingzhe girl. But before that, I want to teach Ning Feng a lesson. Although Lei Qian had some interest in Xiao Jingzhe and Xiao Bailu, he hadn't forgotten his real purpose for being at Linhai No. 1 high school. His cousin had sent him here specifically to deal with Ning Feng, to beat him so badly before the college entrance exams that he wouldn't be able to participate. Besides humiliating Ning Feng during the assessment this afternoon, Lei Qian planned to injure him severely outside school, ensuring he'd be bettered in for at least 6 months. Xiao Jingzhe didn't expect Lei Qian to target Ning Feng first. Remembering Ning Feng's cold demeanor towards her today, she was also infuriated. They had been close in middle school, and Ning Feng had even secretly had a crush on her. Just because she ignored him after starting high school, how dare he give her the cold shoulder now? Appa, I support you teaching Ning Feng a lesson. Make sure you beat him to a pulp, Xiao Jingzhe said viciously. A loser like him should stay in the regular class, not come to the elite class. After hearing about Ning Feng's achievements yesterday, Xiao Jingzhe had been shocked. She had even considered cozying up to him once he joined the elite class. Once she became Ning Feng's girlfriend, she'd also gain some fame. As this thought crossed Lei Qian's mind, a cold smile involuntarily spread across his lips. Compared to someone like him, a wealthy young master, who was Ning Feng, just a penniless nobody. Even if he gained a bit of fame, so what? Could he ever compare to Lei Qian? Lei Qian clenched his fists, and his knuckles made a slight cracking sound. He wasn't just a first-rank martial artist. He was also an alchemist. With this kind of strength, Ning Feng was nothing more than a worthless nobody who couldn't even dream of reaching his level. You're right, Lei Qian muttered to himself, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. People are indeed divided into higher and lower classes. The lowly should recognize their place. The thought of soon being able to teach Ning Feng a harsh lesson deepened Lei Qian's cold smile. He had heard that Ning Feng had killed a first-tier beast? Ridiculous. Lei Qian scoffed, convinced it was all hype. How could someone who spent years idling away in a regular class suddenly become a martial artist capable of killing a first-tier beast in just a few days? Lei Qian speculated that the beast was likely already severely injured and dying when it escaped, and Ning Feng just happened to pass by and finish it off. As for the authorities, they probably used Ning Feng for publicity to calm the public. Lei Qian was all too familiar with such tricks. As for why his cousin had a conflict with Ning Feng, Lei Qian understood perfectly. A beast escaping from a military-controlled area only to be killed by Ning Feng was a blatant demonstration of the military's incompetence. That kid really lucked out. A glint of determination flashed in Lei Qian's eyes as he formed a plan. He decided to arrange for several TV stations to broadcast the afternoon's assessment live, so everyone could see how he defeated this so-called city hero. A city hero who killed a first-tier beast, only to be taken down by a single punch from me. Lei Qian, he whispered to himself, eyes filled with anticipation. Then, I'll ride the wave of fame over Ning Feng across the internet. With that thought, Lei Qian immediately pulled out his phone and started making calls. The Lei family owned several media outlets, which, while not among the top in the province, were definitely leading in Linhai City. Understood, young Master Lei. I'll arrange for reporters and cameramen to head to Linhai High School right away, came a respectful voice from the other end of the line. Don't worry, young Master Lei. Our account has over 2 million followers. We'll start the live broadcast as soon as your school's assessment begins, another voice reported. Got it, young Master Lei. We've already arranged a large number of fake accounts. As soon as the results come out, we'll stir up a frenzy to ensure that guy is shamed across the internet, a third voice confidently assured. Meanwhile, in an office building in Linhai City, a group of people was busily preparing. All right, team, time to get to work, a voice called out. We've landed a big order this time. The client wants to buy 1 million comments to sway opinions. Wow, 1 million comments? Someone exclaimed. Who are we targeting? It's a student. Not sure who exactly, the leader explained. Just make sure to go after whoever loses in the competition. Remember, this is a full-scale internet attack, and we need to make it trend. Don't worry, boss, a confident voice responded. Our studio is nicknamed Evil Keyboard Immortal. Anyone we target ends up ruined. In the afternoon, the martial arts hall at Linhai High School was buzzing with people. With 10 minutes to go before the assessment, all the students had arrived. On the stands, several leaders sat upright, ready to watch the upcoming competition. Surprisingly, the person sitting in the primary seat wasn't Linhai High School's principal, Wang Linheng, but a stunningly beautiful woman. Her demeanor was as cold as ice, yet she exuded elegance. Leader Lung, what brings you here? Principal Wang asked obsequiously, treading carefully. Just passing the time, checking out some of the best students in Linhai City, Lung Bingning replied coolly, her gaze sweeping across the venue. Suddenly, her eyes fixed on a familiar figure, and the frostiness in her expression seemed to thaw slightly. Wang Linheng stood on the platform, a hint of awkwardness on his face. He knew well that Linhai No. 1 High School's ranking in the province was not ideal, being below average. In contrast, schools near the Beast Battlefield produced many talented students annually. Many people said that Linhai No. 1 High School was too well protected, and the students were too comfortable, having never even seen a beast. At that moment, Lung Bingning's gaze fell on Ning Feng in the distance. Despite the distance, she could tell at a glance that Ning Feng had already broken through the first grade. She thought to herself that Ning Feng was likely to take first place in this assessment. A thought crossed her mind. The Martial Alliance had the right to nominate students for C9 Martial Arts University. Although the requirements were strict, Ning Feng was undoubtedly the city's most outstanding student, fully meeting the criteria. Suddenly, a hearty laugh interrupted Lung Bingning's thoughts. A familiar figure appeared on the platform, and Lung Bingning's expression turned a bit colder. Ha! I knew the flying motorcycle parked outside belonged to the Martial Alliance. I didn't expect the leader herself to be here. The newcomer laughed. Lei Ming, what are you doing here? Lung Bingning asked coldly. Principal Wang, seeing the representative from the military district, Lei Ming, quickly stood up to offer his seat. Lei Ming unceremoniously sat next to Lung Bingning, smiling as he said, if the leader of the Martial Alliance can be here, why can't I? I'm here to select a few promising talents for my army. It's the national army, not your army, Lei Ming. Lung Bingning retorted directly. Principal Wang, observing the tense exchange between the two, kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He regretted coming to watch the assessment today, as he couldn't afford to offend either of them. Lei Ming suddenly spoke seriously. Leader Lung, let me be honest with you. I'm preparing to nominate someone for Kyoto University. Lung Bingning's expression changed. She knew Kyoto University ranked first among the top 5 universities in the country. Although both the military and the Martial Alliance had the right to nominate someone for AC9 University, if someone was nominated to Kyoto University, there would only be one slot for that region. This meant that if the military's candidate went to Kyoto University, the Martial Alliance's opportunity would be void. Who do you want to nominate? Lung Bingning asked, thinking about Lei Ming's previous conflict with Ning Feng. However, Ning Feng was the best performing student at Linhai No. 1 High School. If Lei Ming nominated Ning Feng, she would indeed be impressed. Lei Qian, Lei Ming said with a smile. My cousin Lei Qian. Why? Lung Bingning's tone carried a hint of anger. She had never heard of Lei Qian, and it was clear that Lei Ming was abusing his power. Lei Ming smiled and explained, Leader Lung, don't look at me like that. I'm not abusing my power. My cousin transferred from Kyoto High School, and his student registration is now with Linhai No. 1 High School. Moreover, he broke through the first grade half a month ago, and is even an alchemist. Is there any student more outstanding than him in the whole school? So, there's no problem nominating him for Kyoto University. However, this was not Lei Ming's only purpose for coming here today. He wanted to see Lei Qian give Ning Feng a severe beating, preferably injuring him seriously on the spot. Even if Lung Bingning wanted to rush down to help, he could stop her. In Lei Ming's mind, anyone who opposed him would not have a good outcome. Upon hearing this, Lung Bingning stood up abruptly, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. She gritted her teeth and said, Lei Ming, you really have some nerve. Transferring from Kyoto High School to Lanhai High and even getting a nomination. Unfazed by Lung Bingning's questioning, Lei Ming chuckled. Haha, I'll take that as a compliment from you, Leader Lung. His tone was full of confidence, showing no concern for Lung Bingning's anger. Lei Ming continued. So what if others find out about this? Strength is what really counts. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. If you think it's unfair, then go challenge Lei Qian. Defeat him, and wouldn't that be a slap in my face? At that moment, several media reporters swarmed in, their cameras capturing the scene inside the martial arts hall. Among them, Xiaoyu from Star Entertainment stood in front of the camera, enthusiastically starting the live broadcast. Hello everyone, I'm Xiaoyu from Star Entertainment. Thank you for joining our live stream. Xiaoyu's voice echoed across the internet through the live broadcast equipment. Today, we're broadcasting the assessment at Lanhai High School, featuring someone very familiar to you all, the student Ning Feng, who recently earned the title of City Hero. Xiaoyu continued to pique the audience's curiosity. You might know Ning Feng as the City Hero, but little is known about his actual strength. Today, we'll uncover that mystery. In the live chat, comments flooded in like a tidal wave. This title is interesting. Unveiling the true face of the City Hero? Isn't that the Ning Feng from Lanhai High School yesterday? I heard he killed a first-tier beast before becoming a first-grade martial artist. Nonsense. Even first-grade martial artists wouldn't easily face a first-tier beast. It's hard enough for someone unranked to escape, let alone kill a beast. I agree, the official promotion is too exaggerated. Let's see what this so-called City Hero is really made of. Meanwhile, the atmosphere inside the martial arts hall grew tense. On the stage, Wu Yansheng, dressed in martial arts attire, stood as the referee and loudly announced, the assessment begins now. According to the original schedule, they should first measure each student's vitality, physical fitness, and martial arts skills, with the actual assessment taking place the next day. However, all attention was now focused on the impending assessment, eager to witness Ning Feng's true abilities. The principal rearranged the assessment schedule, moving the combat evaluation ahead of the blood energy measurement. There were two main reasons for this decision. Firstly, with prominent figures from the Martial Alliance and the military attending, it was essential to avoid showing them a scene where students lined up for blood energy measurement. Such an image, if spread, might leave an impression that students from Linhai No. 1 High School are only superficially impressive and lack practical combat skills. Secondly, this change is related to the upcoming Tianlu Martial Arts University seminar this weekend. Each month, schools from across the province send student representatives to participate in this seminar. Besides experiencing university life, students undergo combat evaluations and participate in lower-level secret realm challenges, earning rewards based on their performance. Linhai Number 1 High School has only 5 spots for this event, and the school has already selected the participants. However, discontent was inevitable, so the principal decided that those who disagreed could challenge the chosen ones and prove their worth with their skills. Clearing his throat, the principal announced, "Before we start officially, let me announce the list of participants for this weekend's Tianlu Martial Arts University Seminar. Xiao Jingzhe, Lan Qian, Wu Roqing, Ning Feng, and Gao Sheng." There was only one change from the last list. Ning Feng replaced the class leader of Class 2, Jingzhe. Upon hearing the news, Jingzhe was stunned. Although she was a student of Class 2 with limited school resources, she had secretly diverted some resources for personal use. Moreover, her close relationship with the class teacher Murong Fei afforded her extra guidance. Her goal was to represent Class 2 and challenge Class 1. Previously, the assessments focused primarily on blood energy measurement, and due to her resource hoarding, her blood energy levels were naturally high, securing her a spot in the seminar list each time. This time, she was replaced by Ning Feng, someone she had always looked down upon. Furious, Jingzhe shouted at Class 1, "Damn Ning Feng! How dare you steal my spot? I'll make you pay." Lei Qian coldly remarked. "What's the hurry? I'll challenge Ning Feng shortly. Watch as I crush Ning Feng in front of everyone." He glanced at his cousin in the stands, determined to give it his all. Initially, he planned to toy with Ning Feng, but now he realized he needed to defeat him in one strike. Once outside school, he would find another opportunity to teach Ning Feng a harsh lesson. Hearing this, Jingzhe's anger dissipated, and she quickly said, "Appa, if you defeat Ning Feng, can you give me his spot? You know how much I need it." As she spoke, she discreetly lifted her skirt slightly, revealing a hint of snow-white skin. She was willing to do anything for that spot. Lei Ming smiled and replied, "Of course, that's possible." In reality, he didn't take Jingzhe seriously. He wasn't particularly interested in the seminar. Although Tianlu Martial Arts University is a top martial arts university, it pales in comparison to C9 universities, let alone world-class institutions like Kyoto University or Martial Alliance University. However, the seminar's list included Xiao Jingzhe. If he could defeat Ning Feng and gain a spot, he could go to Tianlu Martial Arts University with Xiao Jingzhe, use the opportunity to deepen their relationship, and potentially win her over. Jingzhe exclaimed excitedly, "That's great, Appa. You're sure to defeat Ning Feng. Ning Feng is just a nobody. How can he compare to you?" On the competition stage, 3 students stood tall. Ning Feng appeared calm. Xiao Jingzhe had a slight frown, while Gao Sheng looked completely at ease. Despite his short and stout stature of only 1.65 meters, Gao Sheng possessed unexpected strength, ranking in the top 5 of the elite class. His nimble hands were constantly shoving chips into his mouth, yet his eyes alertly scanned the surroundings. "Brother Feng," Gao Sheng whispered to Ning Feng after swallowing his food, "is this your first time at the seminar? Let me tell you, there are a few students from other schools who are particularly unpleasant. They always look down on us from Lanhai Number 1 High School." He paused and added, "Lan Qian, in particular, despises being associated with us." Even though they had just met a few minutes ago, Gao Sheng, with his naturally friendly personality, already regarded Ning Feng as an older brother. Suddenly remembering something, he asked, "By the way, why isn't Lan Qian here today? If he doesn't show up, his spot at the seminar might get taken." No sooner had he said this than Gao Sheng muttered to himself, "Actually, it's better without Lan Qian. Every time there's a team competition at the seminar, he refuses to be on our team, which always leaves us at the bottom of the rankings." Ning Feng, intrigued, asked, "Is this seminar really that important?" Gao Sheng immediately perked up, putting down his bag of chips to explain seriously, "Of course it's important. Performing well at the seminar not only qualifies you for early admission to Tianlu Martial Arts University, effectively allowing you to bypass the entrance exam, but also comes with many rewards that greatly benefit your strength. My family has nearly exhausted their savings to support my martial arts education. My goal now is to get into Tianlu Martial Arts University and bring honor to my family." At this moment, Xiao Jingzhe frowned and asked Teacher Wu, "Teacher Wu, if no one is challenging us, may I step down?" Clearly, she was uncomfortable being watched like a spectacle. Wu Yansheng raised his voice, asking, "Is there anyone who wants to challenge these 3? If not, this competition will conclude." Before he could finish, a voice from Class 2 interrupted with a sneer, "Who says there's no one? Let me, Lei Qian, give it a try." As the words echoed, a figure emerged from the crowd, striding confidently towards the stage under the watchful eyes of the entire school. Several cameras zoomed in on him, capturing a close-up. "Here we go. The competition is on," exclaimed the excited female reporter, Xiaoyu, with her microphone. "I wonder who Lei Qian will challenge." The livestream chat erupted. Oh wow, someone actually stepped up to challenge. Yes, yes, yes. Go straight for Ning Feng. I think that Xiao Jingzhe is really pretty. Anyone brave enough to challenge her? She's just a weak girl, let me test her skills. Hee hee, I also like this girl. Go Lei Qian. Take down Ning Feng first, then go for Xiao Jingzhe. In the stands, Lung Bingning's expression changed slightly. She thought to herself, this Lei Qian is clearly targeting Ning Feng. Lei Ming noticed Lung Bingning's change of expression and laughed. Leader Lung, make sure to watch closely. The young members of the Lei clan are 100 times better than any city hero. When Lei Qian defeats Ning Feng, don't try to intervene, or I will stop you too. He was giving Lung Bingning a warning, ensuring she wouldn't save Ning Feng from Lei Qian. Lei Ming was secretly pleased, eager to see Ning Feng injured and begging for mercy. Lung Bingning just gave a cold smile in response. Heh, Lei Ming, I hope you won't regret this. Although Lei Qian is a first-class martial artist, Ning Feng has also reached this level. The outcome is uncertain, and the suspense remains. Ha. Chief Lung still likes to talk tough. I'm curious to see what kind of strength this Ning Feng has. Lei Ming couldn't help but laugh, his eyes flashing with provocation. Wu Yanqing turned to Lei Qian and asked seriously, who do you want to challenge? Without hesitation, Lei Qian pointed at Ning Feng, his voice carrying a hint of coldness. Of course him. Ning Feng remained calm, as if he had expected this. However, this scene made Xiao Jingzhe's heart tighten. She had originally thought Lei Qian would choose to challenge her, not expecting his target to be Ning Feng. Xiao Jingzhe calculated silently. Lei Qian had become a first-class martial artist half a month ago, while Ning Feng's blood energy value had just surpassed 100 cards a couple of days ago. The difference in their strength was significant, not even on the same level. Lei Qian, I'll take Ning Feng's place in the challenge, Xiao Jingzhe said urgently, her tone revealing concern. Ning Feng was momentarily stunned by her words, but before he could speak, Lei Qian burst into laughter. Ha! Jingzhe, are you so eager to compete with me? Don't worry, this time I won't hit a woman. My target is Ning Feng. Lei Qian's gaze was sharp as a knife, fixed on Ning Feng, with murder in his eyes. He thought to himself, it seems Xiao Jingzhe has feelings for Ning Feng. If that's the case, he'll make Ning Feng a cripple and make Xiao Jingzhe submit to him. Ning Feng, if you have the guts, accept the challenge. Stop hiding behind a woman. Lei Qian sneered with his arms crossed. You're a grown man needing a woman's protection. Are you even a man? It seems you've enjoyed being a worthless person for years, haven't you? Hearing this, Ning Feng turned to Xiao Jingzhe, his tone calm yet firm. Jingzhe, step down. The challenge is meant for me. Gao Sheng, as a fellow man, keenly sensed the simmering anger beneath Ning Feng's calm exterior. He quickly said, Brother Feng, I'll step down too. He then hurriedly ran off the stage with his short legs. Be careful, Xiao Jingzhe cautioned worriedly. It's fine, Ning Feng replied, stepping forward and gently patting her on the head with a warm smile. If I can't handle this kind of trash, how can I be a brother to you and Bailu? Xiao Jingzhe's heart raced, her cheeks flushed. She bit her lip, suppressing her emotions, and mumbled softly, Who wants to be your sister? She then quickly ran off the stage. On the stage, Yansheng looked at the two and solemnly announced, This is a friendly match. No deadly moves. If one is knocked off the stage or concedes, the match ends. You have 30 seconds to choose your weapons, then the match begins. With that, he stepped to the edge of the stage. Lei Qian's face darkened, gritting his teeth as he said, Ning Feng, it seems you said something bad about me. His heart burned with anger, unable to believe that this worthless person dared to call him trash. Enough with the talk. I have no interest in you. Ning Feng replied calmly, picking up an iron spear from the weapon rack, not sparing Lei Qian a glance. Fine. You've successfully angered me. Today, I'll show you what a real genius is. Lei Qian grabbed a spear as well, determined to use his most powerful martial skill to instantly defeat Ning Feng, proving to everyone that Ning Feng was nothing but a waste. As the two stood ready, the audience held their breath, hearts pounding. This match was destined to be thrilling. Most still believed Lei Qian would win, but Ning Feng's demeanor left them with a shred of doubt. After all, Lei Qian was a true first-rank martial artist. The live stream's popularity was like boiling water, with viewers flocking in to witness this epic showdown. Some even started a poll to predict the outcome. The result was clear. 80 of the audience placed their bets on Lei Qian. The gap in their abilities was as vast as a chasm between them. Let the match begin. Wu Yanqing's voice was like a thunderclap, breaking the tense atmosphere. Ning Feng, prepare to die. Lei Qian launched his attack like an arrow released from a bow. His spear carved a blinding trail across the ground as his speed suddenly surged. The spear was enveloped in a thunderous purple glow, his rank martial skill Thunder Beast honed over years. Mastered to perfection, it could even summon several Thunder Beasts to tear apart enemies. Lei Qian had reached a minor achievement, just a step away from mastery. In the stands, Lei Ming's eyes glinted with pride. Good. That kid Lei Qian sure has some skills. He glanced disdainfully at Lung Bingning. Starting with such a powerful move, Ning Feng might get taken down instantly. By then, even if Lung Bingning wants to help, it'll be too late. Lung Bingning sneered, eyes full of contempt. Oomph. With the vast resources of the Lei family, taking years to only reach a minor achievement in a rank martial skill. Ning Feng was right. That's just pathetic. Lei Ming was at a loss for words, retorting, I won't argue with you. Let's just see who wins this match. On the martial stage, Ning Feng faced Lei Qian's fierce attack with a calm demeanor. Just as Lei Qian's spear was about to reach him, Ning Feng's figure suddenly turned ethereal, and 3 phantoms appeared around him. Second stage movement technique. Lei Qian's eyes flashed with shock. Even he had only mastered the first stage, yet Ning Feng had reached the second stage. But an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The 3 phantoms merged into one, and Ning Feng appeared in midair. Lightning danced from his lips, swiftly spreading to his spear. What martial skill is this? Lei Qian was momentarily stunned. In the stands, Lei Ming shouted anxiously, What are you waiting for? Take him out before he uses his skill. His voice was filled with urgency, as he finally saw Ning Feng's true strength at least a first rank 3-star. Lei Qian had just broken through to first rank, not even reaching 1 star. Hearing this, Lei Qian quickly mobilized his internal energy, aiming to unleash the full power of Thunder Beast Kill. Purple electricity formed on his spear, transforming into a half-meter-sized beast. Ning Feng, come down and die. Lei Qian roared. As you wish. Ning Feng's voice was calm and resolute. In an instant, his body was enveloped in blue lightning, forming a 30-meter-long thunder dragon, exuding a formidable aura. Wind, thunder slash. With a loud shout, the thunder dragon roared towards the sky, swooping down like a god descending to earth. Stop. In the stands, Lei Ming was extremely anxious. Ning Feng's move even posed a slight threat to him. How could Lei Qian possibly withstand it? But before he could rush to help, Lung Bingning blocked his way. Ning Feng, die for me. Lei Qian charged fearlessly to meet the attack. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion shook the venue, and the entire martial stage turned to ruins. A charred figure was sent flying like a broken kite, its chest caved in, its breath weak to the extreme. Lei Qian. Lei Ming instantly recognized the figure as his cousin. The atmosphere suddenly turned tense as a highly anticipated challenge match was about to begin. The female reporter, Xiao Yu, stood in front of the camera, her tone carrying a hint of intrigue as she introduced the thrilling showdown to the audience. Look, finally, someone is challenging our city's hero, Ning Feng. Xiao Yu's voice echoed through the microphone. This young challenger is Lei Qian, who is also a formidable Grade 1 martial artist. She emphasized the words city's hero with a hint of skepticism and continued. I've heard that Ning Feng hasn't yet advanced to Grade 1. How did he manage to slay a first-level beast with his unranked strength? Is there more to the story? Xiao Yu added. As far as I know, the challenger Lei Qian just transferred from Kyoto High School and is a true prodigy. I wonder who will emerge victorious between him and Ning Feng. Let's stay tuned. As her words ended, the camera panned over to the competition platform. Both contestants were ready, the air thick with tension. Suddenly, Lei Qian launched the first attack, an aggressive A-level martial technique called Thunder Beast Strike, aimed directly at Ning Feng. Xiao Yu exclaimed excitedly. There you have it. Lei Qian is making the first move. He starts with a killer strike. Ning Feng might struggle to withstand this. Could Lei Qian be winning this match? Incredible. This is what a true hero looks like. The on-site audience and online commentators erupted. Wow. Lei Qian is fierce, starting with an A-level technique. Why is Ning Feng just standing there? Is he frozen in fear? Ha. How did this fool even earn the title of city hero? It's laughable. Lei Qian is amazing. Finish him. Next up, Xiao Jingzhe. Brace yourself for a beating. The officials are a joke. How can someone like this be a city hero? However, amidst the chatter, someone noticed something unusual. Wait, look at Ning Feng's expression. Doesn't seem panicked at all, just calm. What the heck? Is he not petrified? In the next moment, Ning Feng finally moved. He easily dodged Lei Qian's attack, and 3 phantom figures appeared around him. Double-step technique. Everyone was shocked. Then, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The phantoms merged. Ning Feng leapt into the air, his body gradually enveloped by lightning, forming a massive blue thunder dragon. The crowd went wild. What the hell is that? A thunder dragon. So massive and spectacular. Oh my god. Now I understand how he could kill a first-level beast. Even a second-level beast would be annihilated. Awesome. This guy is incredible. I'm in awe. Mom, don't help me up, my legs are weak. The previously skeptical voices online vanished instantly, replaced by a collective awe. Why isn't Lei Qian running? Is he an idiot? He's dead, he's definitely going to die. So much for Kyoto High School. Is this all they've got? On the platform, Ning Feng and Lei Qian clashed fiercely. Lei Qian had thought his strongest move would defeat Ning Feng, but in the instant they collided, his face was filled with shock. This can't be. Lei Qian exclaimed, feeling a powerful force obliterate his attack. Cousin, save me. Lei Qian cried out in despair. Bang! Lei Qian was hit with such force that most of his bones shattered, his hair burned off completely, and he was sent flying off the platform. Lei Qian, Lei Ming rushed over anxiously, only to watch helplessly as his cousin crashed heavily to the ground with a loud thud. When Lei Ming arrived at the scene, the sight before him made his heart stop. Lei Qian lay on the ground, covered in blood, barely clinging to life. Lei Ming dared not make any rash moves, fearing that one wrong step could extinguish his cousin's last breath. Fury surged within Lei Ming as he sprang to his feet, his eyes red with anger, glaring at Ning Feng on the stage. He roared, "Ning Feng, how dare you?" Before the words finished leaving his mouth, he was already charging toward the stage like an arrow, aiming his hands straight at Ning Feng's throat. In the nick of time, Lung Bingming swiftly stepped in front of Ning Feng, delivering a fierce kick midair. With a resounding bang, the impact of their clash swept across the entire arena, turning the already damaged ground into rubble. Lei Ming staggered back, gritting his teeth. "Lung Bingming, don't stop me. Ning Feng severely injured my cousin, affecting his very foundation. He must pay for this." Lei Ming was filled with regret. He had personally arranged Lei Qian's transfer and encouraged him to challenge Ning Feng. He never imagined that Lei Qian would not only lose but end up in such a dire state. Lei Qian's body was almost entirely battered, and even if he was rushed to the best hospital, his life might only be barely saved. Even if he miraculously recovered, his martial path would likely be halted at the first rank. Lung Bingming stared coldly at Lei Ming, her voice icy. "Representative Lei, who initiated the challenge?" Lei Qian used his strongest martial technique right from the start, intending to cripple Ning Feng. "I suspect your instigation played a part. If anyone is responsible, it's you, Lei Ming." Hearing this, Lei Ming's face turned dark and menacing, and he unconsciously took 2 steps back. He glared at Ning Feng, gritting his teeth. Fine, fine, fine. I'll remember this." With that, he called a helicopter to take Lei Qian to the nearest hospital and left the school in a military vehicle. Once in the car, Lei Ming immediately took out a rarely used phone and angrily dialed the number. "This is Lei Ming. What is your organization doing? I've given you so much information, yet you can't even take care of a few students. That Ning Feng from Linhai First High must be eliminated. Otherwise, you'll never receive any military intelligence again." With that, he furiously ended the call. Back on the arena, Lung Bingming turned to Ning Feng with concern. "Ning Feng, are you okay?" Despite his martial arts uniform being singed and traces of lightning still lingering on his body, Ning Feng appeared remarkably well. Ning Feng grinned and said lightly, "I'm fine. Taking care of that guy was easier than fighting a beast." Lung Bingming nodded, observing Ning Feng closely, and remarked, "Last time you used that move, it wasn't this powerful. I didn't expect you to advance to a first-rank martial artist in just a few days, and it seems you've reached above 3 stars. Ning Feng scratched his head sheepishly, about to reply when urgent footsteps sounded from below. Xiao Bailu and Xiao Jingzhe rushed onto the stage. "Brother, you're amazing," Xiao Bailu exclaimed excitedly, her eyes shining with admiration. She had been worried that her brother might lose, but he defeated Lei Qian in an instant, which was truly impressive. Xiao Jingzhe, more concerned about Ning Feng's well-being, asked anxiously, "Ning Feng, are you hurt?" She was both shocked and worried about the destructive power of the martial technique. Ning Feng shook his head, reassuring her. "No, he took all the damage." Lung Bingming's gaze fell on Xiao Jingzhe and Xiao Bailu, intrigued. These 2 girls seemed to have great potential. With the right resources, they could become formidable warriors. She curiously asked, "Are these your sisters?" "Yes," Ning Feng confirmed with a nod. "This is Master Lung of the Martial Alliance." Ning Feng introduced with a subtle hint of respect in his voice as he spoke to his 2 younger sisters. Xiao Bailu curiously observed Lung Bingming, her eyes shining with admiration. "You're so beautiful, sister," she blurted out, then hesitantly added, "What's your relationship with Ning Feng?" Xiao Jingzhe, on the other hand, frowned slightly, sensing an unusual atmosphere between Ning Feng and Lung Bingming. Her gaze shifted back and forth between the 2, attempting to pick up more details. Lung Bingming quickly discerned the distinct personalities of the 2 girls. With a slight smile, she turned to Ning Feng and said, "Next time you visit the Martial Alliance, bring your sisters along. I have something good for you." With that, she gracefully turned and left the school. As Lung Bingming walked away, she pondered to herself. She wondered if Lei Ming would retaliate against Ning Feng after leaving. She decided to return to the Martial Alliance promptly to arrange protection for Ning Feng. Watching Lung Bingming leave, Xiao Bailu suddenly asked, "Brother, she's really pretty. Do you have feelings for her?" Hearing this, Ning Feng coughed twice, somewhat flustered, and explained, "Bailu, what are you thinking about all day? She's a 3rd-ranked martial artist and wouldn't be interested in someone like me." Unconvinced, Xiao Bailu huffed with her hands on her hips. "That's not necessarily true. You're so talented and handsome. Lots of girls must like you. What if she wants to support you?" Ning Feng helplessly looked to Xiao Jingzhe for support. "Jingzhe, Help me out here. Your sister's too young to be saying things like this. Unexpectedly, Xiao Jingzhe sided with her younger sister, a hint of jealousy in her voice. I think Bailu is right. You couldn't take your eyes off that woman. Don't you have any feelings for her at all? With that, she pulled her sister away, leaving Ning Feng bewildered. It's not that. Ning Feng mumbled to himself, completely perplexed by the situation. Where did all this come from? Just then, Wu Yinqing approached, his face a mix of shock and delight. As Ning Feng's martial arts instructor for 3 years in the regular class, he was astounded by Ning Feng's progress. Ning Feng, you astonish me, Wu Yinqing said excitedly. With your performance at this seminar, you're sure to stand out and secure early admission to Tianlu Martial Arts University. His eyes gleamed with pride. For students at Linhai First High, getting into Tianlu Martial Arts University was a life-changing opportunity. Although not quite on par with the C9 martial arts universities, it was still a commendable achievement. Ning Feng modestly replied. Thank you for your praise, Teacher Wu. He thought to himself that although Tianlu Martial Arts University wasn't in Linhai City, studying in the neighboring city would still make it convenient to visit home. Wu Yinqing continued. I'm leading the team to the seminar. Ning Feng, I look forward to your performance. He had initially wanted to impart some martial arts techniques to Ning Feng, but after witnessing his earlier display of skill, he felt a twinge of inadequacy. The martial technique Ning Feng used was something even he might not withstand, let alone teach. After a brief conversation, the school's security personnel hurried over. They had heard loud explosions and assumed the school was under beast attack. Upon learning that the destruction was merely the result of a student sparring match, they were dumbfounded, thinking, are students this fierce nowadays? When Ning Feng returned to his class, everyone in the elite class stared at him as if they'd seen a ghost, their eyes filled with disbelief and awe. The classroom fell silent, as if time itself had stopped. Ning Feng's move to defeat his opponent completely shattered everyone's doubts about his abilities. The crowd was stunned. Even the homeroom teacher, Hai Ryue, was taken aback. She stared at Ning Feng for several minutes before regaining her composure, her voice filled with disbelief. Ning Feng, who taught you this martial skill? It must have reached S-level, right? Hai Ryue was profoundly shocked. And S-level martial skill was something even she, as the homeroom teacher, had not mastered. For an ordinary person to reach even a basic level, it would take years. Yet, Ning Feng, at such a young age, had already mastered it, which was simply astonishing. What surprised her even more was that while Ning Feng executed the martial skill, lightning appeared at the corners of his mouth, a characteristic of a breathing technique. Even her sister, Hai Yafu, had not mastered such an advanced technique, yet Ning Feng had already learned it. Just as Hai Ryue was about to inquire further, a secretary from the principal's office arrived to inform Ning Feng that Principal Wang was waiting for him. Teacher Hai, I'll head over now, Ning Feng said, and he followed the secretary to the principal's office. Before he could even enter, Principal Wang stood up and greeted him with a hearty laugh. Ning Feng, this is our second meeting. Ning Feng glanced at him, realizing they hadn't actually met before. Principal Wang, slightly embarrassed, coughed lightly. It turned out that when he visited Ning Feng's home yesterday, he only saw him from a distance, unable to meet him personally. Principal, did you need something from me? Ning Feng asked curiously. Of course, and it's a good thing. Principal Wang replied earnestly. As the principal of Linhai High School, I always feel I haven't paid enough attention to outstanding students like you. Your match with Lei Qian today was truly impressive. If all our students were like you, our school's ranking in the college entrance exams wouldn't lag behind others every year. At this point, Principal Wang shook his head bitterly. As the largest high school in the provincial capital, being ranked at the bottom in the province was a blow to his pride as principal. This week, our school needs to send representatives to a symposium. Since Lan Qian is injured and can't participate, we have one spot available. Ning Feng, who do you think would be suitable? Principal Wang didn't treat Ning Feng as an ordinary student, but as an equal. He knew Ning Feng had a promising future, and he might even need his support someday. Sensing the underlying implication, Ning Feng tentatively suggested, my sister, Xiao Bailu, has excellent grades. She should be quite suitable. Before he could finish, Principal Wang immediately said, great. Let's go with her. Secretary Lin, remember this name, and add it to the symposium list. In reality, it didn't matter much who went, but it was always good to do someone a favor. Thank you, Principal, Ning Feng said, bowing to him. Although it was somewhat unconventional, he wanted to seize the opportunity for his sister. No need to thank me. I should be thanking you, Principal Wang said, handing him a bank card and a martial skill book. This card contains 2 million alliance coins, a reward fund from our school. This martial skill book is a rather special A-level martial skill from our school's collection, called Soul Impact. Principal Wang introduced it with a smile. The name sounds intimidating, but its actual effect is mainly to disrupt the opponent's mental state during combat, allowing you to exploit any openings for a decisive strike. He had referred to the reward standards of the Martial Alliance and the Governing Council before deciding on the 2 million alliance coins. As for the martial skill book, he had carefully selected it after learning that Ning Feng was not only a martial artist, but also a first-level alchemist, making it a suitable choice for him. Ning Feng confidently accepted the bank card and martial arts manual, and as he stepped into the classroom, he immediately became the center of attention. His classmates looked at him with a mix of shock and admiration, as if they were witnessing a hero returning from a triumphant battle. "Brother, you were amazing today," Xiao Bailu exclaimed, her hands clasped over her chest, eyes sparkling with excitement. "What was the name of that martial arts move?" My sister and I were stunned. She recalled the scene of the mighty thunder dragon turning the entire stage into rubble, still feeling a lingering sense of awe. Ning Feng smiled calmly. "I'm your brother. Of course, I need the strength to protect you and Jingzhe." His gaze swept to the front row, noticing that his sister Xiao Jingzhe's seat was empty. He asked, "Where's Jingzhe?" "She went to the office," Xiao Bailu replied. At that moment, Jingzhe hesitated at the door of Class 1. She had been rude to Ning Feng today, but remembering his 3-year crush on her, she thought if she humbled herself, she might regain his favor. "Jingzhe, what are you doing here?" Xiao Jingzhe, returning from the office, asked coldly. Jingzhe was startled, but quickly regained her arrogant demeanor. "It's none of your business. I'm here to see Ning Feng Appa." She attempted to enter the classroom. "Who said he's your Appa?" Xiao Jingzhe grabbed her, feeling a surge of anger at the word Appa. "Let go of me." Jingzhe shook free. "Xiao Jingzhe, don't start a fight with me. I may not fear you, but Ning Feng is your brother. When I'm with him, you'll have to call me sister-in-law," she declared haughtily. A crisp slap echoed through the classroom. All eyes turned to see Xiao Jingzhe with her hand raised, while a red mark appeared on Jingzhe's right cheek. You actually dared to hit me." Jingzhe stared at Xiao Jingzhe in disbelief, the sting on her face and the onlookers' gazes making her feel deeply humiliated. At this moment, Ning Feng arrived on the scene. "Jingzhe, what are you doing in our class?" he asked, pulling Xiao Jingzhe behind him. Although Xiao Jingzhe was the class monitor, hitting someone on campus could violate school rules and, in severe cases, lead to expulsion. Fighting on the martial arts stage was one thing, but bullying classmates privately was forbidden. This rule, though imperfect, was meant to protect the less developed students from being bullied by older ones or those whose talents had yet to emerge. "Appa, how can you take Xiao Jingzhe's side?" Jingzhe protested, trying to lean on Ning Feng's shoulder, but he deftly avoided her. Ning Feng looked at her with disdain. "Jingzhe, we have no relationship. We were classmates in middle school, but with so many in our class, who remembers everyone clearly? Stop spreading rumors that I like you. If I hear it again, I'll go straight to the principal." Ning Feng kept a stern face, maintaining his distance from Jingzhe. His words carried a warning, suggesting that if she dared to report him, he would also speak to the principal and see who would be expelled first. Jingzhe's expression changed several times upon hearing this. She had initially planned to report Xiao Jingzhe for hitting someone to the grade director and principal, demanding her expulsion. However, Ning Feng's words made her realize that she might also face the risk of expulsion. With less than 3 months until the college entrance exams, she was unwilling to risk losing her chance to attend university. Quickly changing her strategy, Jingzhe adopted a pitiful demeanor and softly said, "Appa, I was actually coerced by Lei Qian. I've always liked you. I just didn't dare to say it." Her expression and tone were enough to soften most boys' hearts, but Ning Feng remained unmoved. "Get lost. I'm not interested in you," Ning Feng said sharply, then ushered her out and closed the door. He returned to his seat with Xiao Jingzhe, looking at her with concern. At this moment, Xiao Bailu stood up and shouted out the window, "You still want to be my sister-in-law? Dream on. You've dated dozens of boys in high school and still want to seduce my brother? Keep dreaming. My brother would never be interested in someone like you. Blah blah blah." Her voice was filled with anger and sarcasm. Ning Feng noticed Xiao Jingzhe's face was flushed, as red as a cooked shrimp. He reached out to feel her forehead, worriedly asking, "Jingzhe, are you okay? You're so hot. Are you catching a fever? Let's go to the infirmary." But Xiao Jingzhe didn't move. She just lay on the table and softly said, "I'm fine. There are some forms for the seminar on my desk. Could you give them to Bailu and the others to fill out?" With that, she closed her eyes. Ning Feng hesitated, never having seen Jingzhe blush like this. Xiao Bailu, however, laughed and explained, "Brother, you don't get it. We women have a few days each month when we don't feel well. Right, sis?" "Yeah," Xiao Jingzhe responded softly. Ning Feng suddenly understood and nodded. He got up to grab the forms from Xiao Jingzhe's desk, accidentally locking eyes with her as she opened them. Her face turned red again instantly. "What are you doing?" Xiao Jingzhe exclaimed. "I'm just getting the forms," Ning Feng explained. "I didn't want to bump into you since you're not feeling well." He quickly picked up the forms and handed them to Xiao Bailu and Gao Sheng. Gao Sheng took the forms excitedly, saying, "Feng, you're amazing today. Did you know? Our class is now calling you the strongest big brother in Linhai." "Big brother?" Ning Feng asked, puzzled. "Yeah, aren't the class monitor and Xiao Bailu both your sisters?" Gao Sheng explained. With you participating in this seminar, we can definitely suppress Fu Hai number 1 high and Quangren number 1 high. We've always been beaten by them in the past, and Lan Xian would always side with Lan Song number 1 high against us Lin Hai number 1 high. It made our performance worse than that lousy Lan Song number 1 high. When Gao Sheng mentioned Lan Song number 1 high school, a hint of anger appeared on his face. Ning Feng listened intently, picturing the outline of the school in his mind. He knew that Lan Song number 1 high school used to be Lin Hai number 2 high school, which was not as strong as Lin Hai number 1 high school in various aspects. However, in recent years, a mysterious benefactor joined the board, and the school was renamed Lansong number 1 high school, ambitiously aiming to surpass Lin Hai number 1 high school within 5 years. Ning Feng recalled that he had once considered attending Lansong number 1 high school. It was very appealing to disadvantaged students, offering free tuition and various benefits. But in the end, Uncle Xiao made the final decision to veto the idea. Uncle Xiao's reasoning was simple. Although Lansong number 1 high school was gaining momentum, any potential instability could affect a student's entire life. In contrast, Lin Hai number 1 high school had the state as its backing, providing more security. Frowning, Ning Feng asked, "Why is Lan Xian teaming up with Lansong number 1 high school against us? Isn't he afraid of being held accountable by the school authorities?" Gao Sheng let out a cold laugh and explained, "I heard that the Lan family has investments in Lansong number 1 high school, so Lan Xian naturally agreed to cooperate. The class president and I have reported this to the school authorities, suggesting they revoke Lan Xian's enrollment, but the authorities are too weak and refuse to act." Gao Sheng's eyes flashed with anger as he spoke, clearly dissatisfied with the school's stance. Ning Feng nodded thoughtfully, beginning to understand the entanglements. It was simply that the school authorities didn't want to offend the deeply rooted Lan family. He continued to ask, "So what about Fuhai number 1 high school and Quangren number 1 high school? Where are these schools?" Gao Sheng's expression grew complex, his brow furrowing slightly. Fuhai City is the most developed coastal city in Nanhai Province. Although it has a small population, its economic strength is strong. Fuhai number 1 high school always has 10 spots at every seminar, and they are all very strong. At last month's seminar, they even sent 5 first-class martial artists. At this, Gao Sheng shivered. "Those guys are too formidable. We are no match for them." As for Quangren number 1 high school, Gao Sheng continued with a more solemn expression. "It's located in Haidong Autonomous City." "Feng, do you know Haidong Autonomous City?" Ning Feng thought for a moment and shook his head. Nanhai Province has more than a dozen cities, but he had a vague impression of Haidong Autonomous City. He only vaguely remembered it being near the border, close to the exotic beast battlefield ahead. Gao Sheng's words sparked a strong interest in Ning Feng for this distant city and its school. Haidong Autonomous City is a place shrouded by a battlefield of mythical beasts. Nearly 80% of the area experiences astral phenomena daily, making it the poorest region in the province. Despite this, the city has produced countless strong warriors. From the moment they can stand, every child learns to pick up a weapon and fight these beasts. Quangren High School is one of the schools in this city, with 12 spots available. However, the students attending each symposium are rarely the same, and sometimes 9 new faces appear. This is not only due to the fierce internal competition, but also because of the high mortality rate among the students. Many do not survive the beast attacks long enough to take college entrance exams. Gao Sheng sighed deeply as he spoke. Ning Feng, puzzled, asked, "Why not just move everyone away?" But as soon as he said it, he realized the problem and shook his head. Gao Sheng explained, "If everyone retreats, one day even Linhai City will become the front line. One step back leads to another, and who will dare to stand at the front then?" His tone carried a trace of helplessness. "That's why the students from Quangren High look down on us from Linhai High. Every symposium, they deliberately target us. In their eyes, without their protection on the front lines, how could the provincial capital Linhai City live so comfortably?" Ning Feng was left speechless. Gao Sheng continued, "It's not just Quangren High. Most students from other cities think the same way. Every time our class monitor tries to find allies, they are rejected, and it ends up with everyone targeting us." Gao Sheng's tone grew heavy. Initially, Linhai High had 10 slots. But because we always ranked at the bottom in assessments, the slots were gradually reduced, now down to just 5. If we end up at the bottom again in this symposium, we might only have 1 slot next time, or none at all. He clenched his fist as he spoke. That's why Gao Sheng was so excited to see Ning Feng's strength. With Ning Feng's addition, Linhai High could at least make it into the top 20 and keep their 5 slots. Otherwise, they would definitely be scolded by the next batch of students. Turning to Ning Feng, Gao Sheng's tone became serious. "Feng, in this symposium, it's best if you showcase your strength first. Then we can try to ally with a few schools we have good relations with. As long as we stick together, we shouldn't be the first ones eliminated." He explained the assessment process of the symposium. It starts with individual showcases and ends with a chaotic battle. It uses a team battle point system to see which school students can stand last. So, it's not just about individual strength, as everyone will surely gang up on the strongest student. It's crucial to unite and form alliances. After listening, Ning Feng pondered for a moment and then asked, really? Can't we just take them all out? This question made Gao Sheng's eyes widen in shock. He stammered, no, Feng, if you do that, everyone will come after you. Ning Feng replied nonchalantly, so what? To earn respect, it's never about begging others to join forces. Only by knocking them all down will they acknowledge you. He looked directly into Gao Sheng's eyes and asked pointedly, Gao Sheng, do you think anyone would choose to ally with Linhai High when we're always at the bottom? Gao Sheng was at a loss, muttering, well, that seems to make sense. But he quickly shook his head in denial. But defeating so many prodigies is impossible. To him, it seemed like a fantasy. Even in his dreams, he could only imagine beating up that traitor Lan Xian. As for knocking down all the prodigies, that seemed like an unattainable mission. At 5 in the afternoon, as soon as the school bell rang, Ning Feng, along with his two sisters, Xiao Bailu and Xiao Jingzhe, hurried to the Yuansheng dojo. Along the way, Xiao Bailu bounced with excitement, her face beaming with a bright smile. Brother, this time I can go to the Tianlu Martial Arts University's seminar too. Xiao Jingzhe glanced at Ning Feng knowingly, understanding that her brother must have secured this spot from the school, replacing Lan Xian. Although her sister's skills were still developing and might not be of much help, she was certainly more reliable than someone like Lan Xian, who was untrustworthy. She asked directly, are you meeting with Hai Yafa today? Ning Feng nodded awkwardly. Well, probably. Since he advanced to a first-grade martial artist, the equipment at the dojo was no longer of much use to him. Besides accompanying his sisters, his main goal was to seize the opportunity to refine a batch of elixirs. What? Then I won't get to see you again, Xiao Bailu pouted. Ning Feng gently patted her head, comforting her. It's okay. You and Jingzhe can head home after training. I'll come back later. He was already planning in his mind. The elixirs he crafted last time had sold out at the auction, and with the pharmacy opening soon, he needed to prepare a large supply. Tonight, he would likely be busy until early morning, but the profit was substantial. Of course, elixirs weren't consumed daily, so they wouldn't sell out every day. Even in Linhai City, where there were many martial artists, most wouldn't purchase a second one immediately after buying the first unless it was a special elixir like the body refining pill. Brother, maybe we should wait for you, Xiao Bailu said worriedly. Last time you went back alone, you were attacked by a beast on the way. Ning Feng laughed and shook his head. There aren't that many beast attacks. And don't you have faith in your brother's abilities? Xiao Bailu suddenly recalled her brother's impressive duel with Lei Qian earlier that day and realized, oh right, you're a first-grade martial artist now. Xiao Jingzhe, on the other hand, asked in confusion, didn't your vitality just reach 100 calories the day before yesterday? How did you advance to a first-grade martial artist so quickly? She was still amazed by Ning Feng's performance on the stage. He had always been behind her, yet suddenly he surpassed her, leaving her far behind. It must be the effect of the gathering spirit pill, Ning Feng explained. It not only helped me break through to first grade, but also advanced 3 stars. Wow, brother, you're amazing, Xiao Bailu exclaimed, her eyes shining. I heard that most people only advance 1 star with the gathering spirit pill. Xiao Jingzhe instinctively touched the gathering spirit pill in her pocket. She had planned to take it before the college entrance exam, but now she realized she must break through to first grade before the seminar. She was determined not to be a burden to Ning Feng. Meanwhile, in an underground building in Linhai City, a sharp slap echoed. A beautiful woman was sent flying by an invisible force, blood splattering, her face full of fear. Master Bishop, she stammered, trembling. 7 people sat around a round table, with a man in red at the head, the one who had slapped the woman. Strangely, no one saw him move. The other 5 kept their heads down, not daring to speak. The man in red spoke calmly. Tolosa, I've given you 2 chances, haven't I? My lord. Tolosa explained, trembling. I've been sending people to look for that boy, but he's either at home or at school. We just can't find an opportunity. The elegant woman knelt on the ground, repeatedly explaining herself, but failed to quell the cardinal's anger. Suddenly, a blood-red phantom appeared behind the cardinal, its crimson hands striking forcefully towards the window. In an instant, an invisible man was dragged into the room by an unseen force and fell heavily to the ground. Raven, the man exclaimed, quickly kneeling to beg for mercy. Lord of the evil god, I was wrong. Only then did the red phantom retract its hand. The cardinal spoke coldly. Do you see? Because of your negligence, even the lord of the evil god is angered. A mere high school student, yet you have delayed in eliminating him until now. Tolosa, he shouted sternly. The elegant woman crawled forward like a dog. Yes, cardinal. Take Raven and go kill Ning Feng. That boy has provoked an existence he shouldn't have, and he must die today. The cardinal tapped her forehead with his staff, and a surge of power filled her body instantly. Feel the power of the evil god and execute the task flawlessly. Evil god, eternal. Everyone stood, placing their right hands over their chests and shouting. Meanwhile, In the alchemy room on the third floor of the Yuansheng dojo, Ning Feng successfully crafted nearly 100 spirit-gathering pills and over 3,000 bone regeneration pills in less than 3 hours. Hai Yafu, standing at the door, was dumbfounded, having never seen an alchemist capable of producing such a large quantity with such high perfection. Sister Yafu, is this enough? Ning Feng stretched lazily. With his spiritual power enhanced, crafting these first-grade pills had become effortless. As he refined pills, he also practiced the mirror spirit method, with his spiritual power growing at an astonishing rate. He believed he would soon break through to level 11. It's more than enough, absolutely. Hai Yafu said with delight. She rolled her eyes and took out a scroll. Little brother Ning Feng, I didn't want to overwork you, but seeing how easily you handle this, why not learn this recipe too? Ning Feng took it and saw the words body tempering pill written on it. Sister Yafu, you're amazing to have gotten this recipe, he exclaimed. It was exactly what he wanted to learn. For first-grade martial artists, the body tempering pill was akin to the qi and blood elixir for those not yet ranked, a monthly necessity. The body tempering pill recipe isn't hard to find, but few alchemists are willing to make it, Hai Yafu explained. Why? Isn't it very popular? Ning Feng wondered for a moment, then suddenly realized. It's a cost issue, right? Smart, Hai Yafu praised with a raised eyebrow. The body tempering pill is essential for the average martial artist, and the government has pushed the price to the lowest, often offering discounts. The body tempering pill, while not of the highest quality, is already quite practical for most martial artists. Pills made by ordinary alchemists often end up being for personal use only, as they can't fetch a good price. Some first-grade alchemists even choose to buy pills from official sources since the cost of making them themselves far exceeds the price of ready-made ones. This is mainly because most first-grade alchemists have a low success rate in pill refinement. After listening, Ning Feng nodded slightly and said, if I master the techniques, I should be able to maintain a success rate of over 80. In truth, he was being modest. Once he became truly proficient, he could achieve a 100 success rate. Hai Yafu, seeing through Ning Feng's modesty, covered her mouth and laughed softly. That's why we can produce body tempering pills for sale, while other ordinary alchemists cannot. As for pricing, we only need to set it slightly higher than the official price. Hai Yafu had no intention of competing with the official market. In fact, the authorities hoped that all pharmaceutical companies and stores would provide pills to martial artists for free. She dared to price higher because the pills Ning Feng made were of extremely high quality. While ordinary martial artists might choose the products of the Martial Alliance to save costs, there are affluent martial artists willing to purchase higher quality body tempering pills. The higher the quality, the fewer negative effects on the martial artist. Regular consumption of pills is generally not beneficial for the body, and low-quality pills taken in excess can affect one's foundation, hindering future breakthroughs to higher levels. Therefore, many martial artists seek pills of higher quality. The reason for pricing the body tempering pills only slightly higher than those sold by the official Martial Alliance is because today marks the official opening of the Three Tribes Pharmacy, and the first product they are offering is the body tempering pill. Despite the price not being low, some perfection-seeking martial artists choose to buy them. Initially, Hai Yafu only aimed to capture half of the market share in Lanhai City, but after being provoked by the three tribes, she resolved to first take down their pharmacy. All right, I can make the body tempering pills, Ning Feng agreed readily. He and his two younger sisters needed the pills anyway, so learning to make them was beneficial. Moreover, after selling the pills, he would receive a substantial share of the profits. Although Hai Yafu was busy with many affairs, her share was still less than Ning Feng's. Ning Feng felt that what he could do was produce more batches of pills. Ning Feng then successfully mastered the method of making body tempering pills in less than half an hour. He spent another 10 minutes to produce his first pill. This pill, with a grayish hue, was tested and found to have a quality of 100. That's amazing. Hai Yafu had lost count of how many times she had praised him. Achieving 100 quality on the first attempt, Ning Feng was truly a born alchemist. She was confident that Ning Feng's future achievements would be extraordinary. Sister Yafu, I'll speed up the production later, so the quality might slightly decrease. Ning Feng noted that making the body tempering pill wasn't very difficult, even simpler than the bone growth pill. This was likely due to generations of alchemists refining and simplifying the process. No worries. Pigs can't appreciate fine grains. Not every pill needs to be 100 perfect, Hai Yafu said with a smile. With a smile, Ning Feng poured all the ingredients into the furnace, determined to refine 1,000 body tempering pills in one go. Hai Yafu watched in astonishment, not worried about Ning Feng's skills, but rather whether the furnace could handle such a large-scale production. The flames were almost overflowing, but Ning Feng used his powerful mental strength to keep them under control. An hour later, a peculiar fragrance, one that made muscles tingle, wafted from the furnace. It's done, Ning Feng shouted, and the pills flew out like raindrops. Hai Yafu quickly directed Li Fu and others to catch them with jade bottles. The test results showed that the quality of these pills was all above 90, far exceeding similar products on the market. Excitedly, Hai Yafu declared that the Three Clans pharmacy was bound to lose, joking that if she were a few years younger, she'd want to be Ning Feng's girlfriend. Ning Feng simply smiled politely, knowing she was just joking. After storing the pills in the warehouse, it was already 11 at night. Ning Feng planned to go home and continue his training, but Hai Yafu insisted on giving him a ride. She also took a box of level 6 exotic beast ingredients from the warehouse, complaining about the high prices at the Martial Alliance, yet refused to let Ning Feng pay. In the car, Hai Yafu sat so close that she nearly pushed Ning Feng against the window. She jokingly asked if she smelled bad, and Ning Feng quickly denied it, even complimenting her scent. Hai Yafu playfully retorted that she never used perfume. Around half past midnight, Hai Yafu dropped Ning Feng off at the entrance of his neighborhood. As Ning Feng walked towards the community while looking at his phone, he suddenly sensed danger and narrowly dodged several arrows flying towards him. The arrows embedded themselves deeply into the ground with tremendous force. "Who's there?" Ning Feng shouted sternly. Nearby, hidden in the shadows, a group of masked enforcers was observing. The leader, Raven, ordered them to kill Ning Feng directly, emphasizing that the mission could not fail as the third seat, Tarosa, was watching their actions. Clap, clap, clap. A man wearing a raven mask emerged from the shadows, clapping his hands as he spoke in a silky voice. "Quite agile, kid. No wonder you're the city hero who managed to kill a first-tier beast." His eyes, filled with amusement, scrutinized Ning Feng from beneath his mask. Ning Feng asked cautiously, "Who are you? Why are you attacking me?" At the same time, he quickly activated his identification skill. A system notification sounded. Ding. Identification successful. Identity, Cult Enforcer Captain. Title, Raven. Power, Tier 1, 3 stars. Seeing the opponent's strength, Ning Feng frowned slightly and scanned the surrounding darkness, sensing at least several figures lurking. Instead of answering, the man countered, "You don't need to know who I am. You just need to understand that your existence has caused our organization significant trouble." He covered his mask with a hand, his tone dripping with insincere regret. "Initially, I was ready to let you go because you're a student. But you've repeatedly crossed our line." His voice suddenly turned sinister and frightening. "Ah, those who oppose us usually meet a tragic end. If I were to cut your body into pieces with a knife, it would surely be quite the experience." My pet seemed to be getting impatient. As he finished speaking, hundreds of ravens suddenly appeared on the nearby trees, their crimson eyes fixated on Ning Feng, as if ready to swoop down at any moment. Ning Feng feigned calmness, reaching for his back to prepare for a fight as he said, "I have no idea what you're talking about. I shouldn't have anything to do with your organization." The raven noticed his movements and smirked, a trace of mockery in his eyes. "Do you think you can escape when we've deployed the entire team just for you?" Meanwhile, on the rooftop of an abandoned building not far away, three figures were closely watching the standoff. The chubby man in black clothing, chewing on a chicken leg, commented, "Raven's still a psycho." The tall, skinny man appeared impatient and turned to urge the beautiful woman beside him. "Tell Raven to finish the task quickly and not waste time here. Even though I've blocked all surrounding signals with my ability, it'll only last for half an hour. If that kid escapes, you know the consequences." Hearing this, the beautiful woman shot him a cold glance. In the next moment, the tall man suddenly fell to his knees, eyes red with fear, exclaiming, "Tolosa, how dare you use an illusion on me?" He hastily drew a small knife and stabbed it into his thigh, blood gushing as the excruciating pain snapped him out of the illusion. The chubby man, seeing this, dropped his chicken leg and prepared to put on gloves for a fight, but the skinny man quickly shouted, "Don't be rash, fatty." He struggled to stand, his gaze towards the beautiful woman now filled with deep apprehension. The beautiful woman sneered, "Heh, 6th seat, 7th seat. If it weren't for your beasts being killed by that boy, we wouldn't have so many problems now. I took the brunt of the high priest's wrath for you both. Not only are you ungrateful, but you also speak ill of me." The skinny man gritted his teeth and finally lowered his head, saying, "Lady Tolosa, your reprimand is justified." The beautiful woman snorted coldly and looked into the distance, saying calmly, "That boy's power is just barely over tier 1. Raven alone can handle him easily. Besides, this time Raven brought the entire third squad of enforcers. If it weren't for the 2 punishments from the bishop, she wouldn't even be here tonight." The bishop not only sent her, but also arranged for the fat man and the thin man to accompany her. Such a formidable lineup could easily annihilate an entire school, yet it was mobilized just to eliminate one student. The arrangement seemed utterly absurd. With a chilling smile on his face, Crow said to Ning Feng, "Ning Feng, if I were you, I'd surrender right now. No matter what, your fate is sealed. Giving up might spare you some pain." His tone was filled with anticipation, as if the more fear Ning Feng showed, the more excited he became. However, Ning Feng's demeanor greatly disappointed Crow. The young man remained calm throughout, with not a trace of fear in his eyes. Crow sneered, "A fearless young cub, I see. I understand. But when you watch your flesh being sliced off piece by piece, you'll know what real pain is. As soon as he finished speaking, Crow's body gradually became ghostly and eventually vanished into the darkness. He commanded, "All enforcers, attack." In an instant, a dozen figures clad in black leaped out from the surroundings, brandishing long knives as they charged at Ning Feng. Ning Feng quickly used his appraisal technique, discovering that most of the enemies were below first rank. With this knowledge, he felt more confident. "Come forth, spear." Ning Feng called out softly, and a long, silver spear appeared in his hand, shining brightly in the night. This was a weapon Hia Fu had specially purchased for him at an auction a few days ago. At the time, Ning Feng thought he wouldn't need it immediately, but Hia Fu insisted he should have a suitable weapon. He hadn't expected it to come in handy so soon. Hiding in the shadows, Crow whispered in surprise, "This kid actually has a storage device." His eyes gleamed with greed. "I've heard he's also an alchemist, must have made a fortune. Once he's dead, all that wealth will be mine." What a pleasant surprise, Crow thought excitedly, not considering the possibility of Ning Feng escaping. Most of the enforcers in the third squad were first-rank warriors, experienced and well-coordinated. Even Crow could only evade their full-force attack using secret martial techniques. Ning Feng scrutinized the group of black-clad figures, 18 enemies, 8 of first rank, and 10 of ninth level. He took a deep breath, not daring to be careless. The next moment, over a dozen figures charged at Ning Feng from all directions, leaving no escape route. Their coordination was so precise that no matter which way Ning Feng tried to break through, he would be surrounded. However, Ning Feng had no intention of breaking through. Holding the long spear, Ning Feng dragged its tip across the ground, creating sparks. Just as the long knives were about to strike him, the spear suddenly erupted in flames. Ning Feng executed a fierce move with the stance of a full moon slash, whirlwind slash. Swish! The spear carved a blazing circle of fire, its momentum astonishing. Over a dozen shadows froze midair, each body marked with a bright line of fire, as if sliced in half. Clang, clang, clang. The long knives clattered to the ground. Then thud, thud, thud. Segments of bodies fell in succession, blood splattering, and the ground quickly became littered with dismembered limbs. What? Not only Crow, but even the 3 people on the nearby rooftop displayed expressions of extreme shock. The fearsome third squad of enforcers had been wiped out in a single blow. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.